Ladies and gentlemen, gather round your radios for a journey back in time. Step into the golden age of radio, where captivating stories and unforgettable characters come to life. Welcome to Golden Age Radio, where the magic of vintage audio dramas awaits.
That's right. Prepare to be transported to an era when families huddled around the radio, eagerly awaiting their favorite shows. It's a world where imagination runs wild and storytelling reigns supreme. Get ready to experience the nostalgia and charm of old-time radio like never before.
Join us as we bring you a curated lineup of 30-minute episodes that will whisk you away to a bygone era. Discover thrilling mysteries that keep you on the edge of your seat, heartwarming dramas that tug at your heartstrings, and side-splitting comedies that leave you in stitches.
Picture this: dimmed lights, crackling static, and the sound of a needle dropping on a vinyl record. As the stories unfold, let your imagination paint vivid scenes in your mind's eye. From distant lands to roaring cities, let your senses come alive as you become part of the story.
Lose yourself in the adventures of daring detectives, follow the triumphs and tribulations of fascinating characters, and journey through time and space with the power of sound. Each episode is a time capsule, preserving the essence of an era when radio was the heartbeat of entertainment.
But it doesn't end there. Golden Age Radio is not just a stroll down memory lane, it's a chance to create new memories too. Share these timeless stories with your loved ones, introducing them to the magic that captivated generations before us.
So, dust off your radio, dim the lights, and prepare for an evening of enchantment. Tune into Golden Age Radio and let your imagination take flight.
Stay tuned to hear our curated selection of 30-minute episodes. Relive the nostalgia, discover the classics, and immerse yourself in a world of unparalleled entertainment.
Golden Age Radio, where the past comes alive, one episode at a time.
Golden Age Radio, your ticket to timeless storytelling.
Subscribe for more videos.
The National Broadcasting Company brings you Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell in Dangerous Assignment. The time, sunset. The place, a small fishing village on the coast of Portugal. Two fishermen trudge wearily homeward past a deserted monastery near the waterfront. A sudden sound breaks the stillness of the evening air.
Sanchez, listen.
Huh?
The monastery bell is ringing.
Oh, but that is impossible, Naranja. No one has lived in that monastery for 5 years.
Now it's quiet. Come, Sanchez, we better go see.
Oh, Naranja, here is some food and blankets. Someone has been living here.
Oh, Sanchez, look.
Madre mia. A man hanging from the bell rope.
Quick, let us cut him down.
It's too late, Naranja. He's dead.
You've seen him in such pictures as Wake Island, Stand By for Action, and Command Decision. Now, here is our star, Brian Donlevy, in another two-fisted portrayal as Steve Mitchell in Dangerous Assignment.
Hi, Commissioner. You know, you pull me away from more big deals.
I want to talk to you about Alan Prescott, Steve.
Oh, is he back? That's good.
No, he's not back. Steve, Alan Prescott is dead.
Let me have that again.
I'm sorry, Steve. I know he was one of your best friends.
Alan dead? How did it happen, Commissioner?
He was found hanging from a bell rope in a deserted monastery.
Where?
Portuguese fishing village. Zimbra is the name of it.
What was he doing there?
Alan had been assigned to investigate rumors about a wholesale racket to smuggle aliens into the United States.
Oh, well, looks like he got too warm.
Yeah. Steve, I figured you'd want this assignment.
I do. Have we any contacts over there?
One, and for a change, it's a man we know we can trust. He's helped us before in the past, and he was working with Alan on this illegal entry investigation.
What's his name?
Perez. He runs a pet shop in Zimbra. That'll be your first stop in Portugal.
Okay.
As usual, you'll pose as a foreign correspondent. Steve, I want you to go over there and find the men who killed Allen and get enough information so we can smash their racket. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
Flight 9, now departing for Bermuda, the Azores, and Lisbon, Portugal. All aboard, please.
Here is Senor Perez's pet shop, and his light is still on.
Yeah. Okay, driver. Here you are.
Oh, gracias. You want me to wait for you, senor?
No, thanks. Hey,
Senor Perez, there's many birds in his shop, senor.
so I hear.
Good night, senor.
All right. Boy, what a menagerie. Anybody home? Perez? Perez? Okay, Polly, you call him too. Hey, Perez! Perez!
Stop! You're choking me! Oh!
Hey, what's the matter, Polly? You got a persecution complex? Well, maybe Perez is in the back room here. Perez?
You're choking me!
Oh, shut up. Dark in here. Wonder where he is.
Come in and close the door.
What?
I have a gun. Do as I say.
Okay. Look, Perez, I want to talk to you. I'm a friend of Alan Prescott's.
I will turn on the lights.
That's better. Perez, what's the matter? You're bleeding.
There has been a fight.
Here. Come on over here and sit down. Let me help you.
Thank you. I will be all right.
What happened?
2 men came into my shop with knives, tried to kill me. I got my gun and drove them off. When I heard you coming a minute ago, I thought they had come back.
Yeah, I guess that's what your parrot thought, too.
You say you are a friend of Alan Prescott?
Yeah.
You were sent to take over the case he was working on, huh?
That's right.
The alien smuggling ring. I was working on it with Senor Prescott.
How much had he found out?
Why, so far, very little, Senor. However, I expect to come into possession of some valuable information tomorrow.
Okay, I'll check with you then. Now, you better get a doctor to look after those cuts, Perez. I'm going to the police station.
The sergeant at the desk said you wish to see me, senor?
Yeah. You in charge of the police here?
At the moment, I am Lieutenant Vieira, senor...
Steve Mitchell. I'm a foreign correspondent. I just flew in from the States today,
Sim, you landed at Lisbon, took the train to Mesimbra, by taxicab to the pet shop of Senor Perez.
What?
Remained there 30 minutes, then walked here to the police station.
Huh. I didn't know my activities were a matter of such interest to you.
I have been sent here from Lisbon to investigate certain matters, senor. So at the moment, I am interested in everyone who comes to Mesimbra.
Yeah? Well, a friend of mine came here a couple of days ago, and he got killed in a deserted monastery.
You are perhaps referring to Alan Prescott, another so-called foreign correspondent?
What do you mean, so-called?
There are indications that he was investigating the existence of an organization to smuggle Europeans into the United States.
You're right, Lieutenant Vieira. And I've been assigned to take over the investigation.
I see. You have proof of this?
Yeah. Here are my credentials.
So, Senor Mitchell, there is something in the next room which may be of interest to you.
Oh?
After you, senor.
Hey. This looks like the morgue.
For the present, it must serve.
5 bodies?
Sim. They were found under one of the fishing wharves, their hands and feet securely tied.
You figure that these men were some of the paying customers in this alien smuggling racket?
It is possible.
Yeah. Maybe things got a little too hot for the smugglers all of a sudden, so they dumped these guys in the water. Who discovered the bodies?
We did. Our police launch patrols the entire bay every day at sunset.
I see. Any identification on any of them?
Their pockets were empty. But we were able to identify this man
How?
from his fingerprints.
Got a criminal record, huh?
See. His name is Luis Delgado from Villarreal to the north of here. He has been living there with his sister, Maria Delgado.
Might be a good idea to pay Maria a visit.
I was about to suggest it, Senor Mitchell.
Let's go. How much farther to Villarreal, Lieutenant?
But a few miles, Mitchell.
You sure believe in taking precautions, don't you?
Senor?
Having one of your boys tail us.
Tail us? I do not understand, Mitchell.
Well, that car behind us. It's been following us for the last 10 minutes.
I gave no orders to follow us, Mitchell.
What? Then who? Hey, he's coming up at us.
Can you
Fast.
see who it is?
No, it's too dark. Yarrow, watch out. He's trying to run us off the road.
Get down, Mitchell, get down!
Hey, we're skidding.
Hey, brace yourself!
Watch out. Boy, that was close. Nice driving, Vera.
Thank you. Thank you, Mitchell.
Well, somebody's sure anxious to put us out of the way. Beginning to look like we're on the right trail.
See, we will continue our trip to the Delgado house in Villarreal. I regret to bring you this news of your brother's death, Senorita Delgado.
You say he was drowned in the bay, Senor Lieutenant? How did he get there?
That is a question, Senorita.
You mean he was murdered?
Senorita Delgado, if you do not mind, Senor Mitchell and I will ask the questions.
Maria, did you notice your brother talking to any strangers the last few days?
Strangers? He talked to no strangers.
Well, when he left home, did he say where he was going?
He told me nothing.
Senorita, I think you are withholding information.
No, it's not true. I tell you everything I know.
I must remind you that your brother Luis Delgado had a criminal record.
That was long ago when he was in trouble. My brother was a good man.
Perhaps he intended to commit a crime when he left
That
here.
is a
Perhaps
lie.
that is why he would not tell you where he was going.
He was not going to commit a crime. He was going to the United States to live with my uncle. I do not remember what he told me.
I see. Have you anything more to tell us? Very well. Senor Mitchell?
Yeah, let's go. Thanks, Maria.
We will question you more if necessary, Senorita.
Night. Well, Maria sure clammed up all of a sudden. But not until she told us what we wanted to hear.
See?
You know, it's a cinch that some of the arrangements on these deals are made in the United States. I wish we knew the name of that uncle Maria spilled about.
It is Emilio Delgado.
What?
As you were talking to the senorita, I noticed on the table an envelope addressed to her dead brother. In the upper left-hand corner was the name Emilio Delgado.
Was there an address?
I do not know if it was an address or not. Mitchell, in the United States, is there a place called Bronx?
Bronx? Yeah. That's an address, all right. Well, good work, Lieutenant. Let's go to the nearest telegraph office.
Here's a report from Steve, Commissioner.
Thanks, Ruth. Definitely on trail of illegal entry record. Good.
You must be working fast, Commissioner.
Apparently, last cargo of paying passengers too hot to handle. All 5 drowned.
Nice organization.
Yeah. One identified as uncle in the United States who apparently was helping make arrangements. Find and question Emilio Delgado, the Bronx. Take on that name, Ruth.
Emilio Delgado.
Delgado.
Oh, Delgado, right.
I'm working with police lieutenant named Vieira. Just for the record, please check on him for me. You got that, Ruth?
Vieira.
Here's some more. Perez at pet shop very cooperative and counting heavily on him to furnish hot lead. I'm on way back to Mazimbra now to talk to Perez again. We'll keep you informed.
Come in. Ah, Senor Mitchell.
Lieutenant Vera, I'm worried.
Jim?
I've been counting on Perez at the pet shop to give me some hot information he hinted at yesterday.
Perez?
As soon as we got back from Villarreal last night, I went to his parrot palace, and he wasn't there. I've been there on and off all day today, and he still hasn't shown up.
Jim, he has shown up, Senor Mitchell.
Oh, has he? Well, that's good.
No, it is not good.
What do you mean?
This afternoon, a fisherman saw something floating in the bay. A man, face down. It was Perez.
In just a moment, our star, Brian Donlevy, returns as Steve Mitchell in Dangerous Assignment. Here's a message for the technically minded young men of America. The armed forces of the United States want volunteers. Volunteers for the greatest scientific enterprise in history. Volunteers for the world's greatest educational program. The new scientific armed forces offer training in dozens of technical specialties. Radar, radio, diesel, jet propulsion, aviation, and many, many others. So if you're thinking of an active career, a vital career, think of the United States Armed Forces. Now, the National Broadcasting Company brings you Act Two of Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell. The time, 4 hours later. The place, the Commissioner's office in the United States.
I finally got hold of Steve, Commissioner. He's on the line.
Thanks, Ruth. Steve,
Hello, Commissioner.
we located Emilio Delgado in the Bronx. First, he wouldn't talk, but when we told him his nephew had been murdered trying to get out of Portugal, he opened up.
Oh, did he put the finger on the stateside branch of the racket?
It's a small travel bureau in New York. Delgado gave them $3,000. They promised to smuggle his nephew into the United States.
I see.
Incidentally, I checked on Lieutenant Vieira. His record is excellent.
Good. I figured it was, but I didn't want to take any chances.
Steve, we close in on the travel bureau in New York. The gang in Portugal will slip away from us.
Oh, don't close in on the travel bureau yet, Commissioner. I tell you, send one of your agents there to arrange transportation for a relative over here in Portugal.
Relative? What do you mean?
Me?
What?
I'm going to use the name Nick Grado, 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 for the record. I'm going to pass as a minor mobster deported last year.
But Steve, think of the danger.
I'm thinking of Alan Prescott dangling at the end of that bell rope. Now, look, I'm going to Lisbon and register at the Lagos Hotel under the name of Nick Grado. So long, Commissioner.
Now, Steve! Well, I hope he knows what he's doing. Ruth,
Yes, Commissioner.
which of our agents looks the most like a gangster?
Summers. He looks pretty rugged.
Okay. We'll send him to that travel bureau in New York. Summers will pose as the brother of Nick Grado in Portugal. He'll offer the travel bureau $3,000 to smuggle Grado into this country. Draw the money out of a special account.
You in charge of this travel bureau? Well, I want to arrange some transportation.
Oh, for yourself?
No, my brother in Portugal.
Well, that's simple. We represent several steamship companies and...
You don't understand. My brother was in the rackets over here and got deported to Portugal last year.
Oh. Well, that kind of transportation is very difficult to arrange and expensive.
Here's 3,000 cash. Says you can arrange it.
They take a long time.
He can wait.
Okay. What's your brother's name?
Nick Grado. He's staying at the Lagos Hotel in Lisbon.
Okay. Forget you were ever here. We'll make all the arrangements. Your brother will be contacted at the Lagos Hotel in Lisbon.
Yeah?
Your name, Nick Grado.
Who are you?
Bogota. You want to take a trip, Grado?
Trip?
Your brother in America arranged it.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm all packed up.
Do not carry any identification. You have your money and valuables?
Yeah, right here on me, Bogota.
Good. The car is outside.
Where are we going?
To the cliffs, overlooking the sea, near Mezimbra.
Cliffs?
See, there's a cave at the waterline. You will wait for the boat there.
Okay, let's go. Hey, look, Bogota. Climbing down the side of a cliff in the dark is not my idea of fun. How about a light?
No, we are almost there. To your right a little.
Okay.
There. You see the entrance now?
Yeah. Pretty well hidden, isn't it?
You see.
Hey, there's enough room inside the entrance to dock a boat.
See. Follow the ledge you are on. Into the cave.
Okay. Quite a place.
It serves our purpose.
Wait a minute. There's a light up ahead.
See, the other passengers.
Oh. How many are there on this trip?
2 others.
Business falling off?
It is good enough, Grano.
Who is there?
Here we are.
Who is it?
Bogota, old man.
Are you one of the passengers?
Sim, I am Pimentel.
Nick Grado's my name.
Where is the other one? The girl.
Girl?
Here I am.
Oh,
Senor Grado, did you say?
yeah, senorita.
Maria is enough.
All of you stay here. I'm going to hide the car.
Bogota? How much longer must we wait here?
It's not for you to ask questions, old man.
Well, Senor Steve Mitchell,
Maria Delgado, the grief-stricken sister.
so you are supposed to be Nick Grado. What are you doing here, Senor Mitchell?
I was just going to ask you the same thing, Maria.
When you and Lieutenant Vieira told me about my brother's murder, I knew I could not rest until I found out who killed him.
Oh. Bogota doesn't know who you are?
No, and he will not, unless you tell him.
Look, you keep your mouth shut about me, and I'll do likewise.
See, it is a promise, Senor.
Quiet. Here comes the old man.
Wait. All we do is wait
Bogota say how long we stay here?
until the boss comes with the boat, he said, but he would not tell me when that would be.
Did he say who the boss was?
No.
Pimentel, you do not look so good. Why you don't try to rest?
Oh, thank you for your kindness, Senorita. I'm sick and an old man, but everything will be all right when I get to America. Everything.
Means a lot to you, huh?
It is what I'm living for, Senor.
Say, how far back does this cave go, anyway?
Bogota told us to stay on this ledge and not to go back any farther. He said that narrow channel below winds back and ends against a solid wall of rock.
The front entrance, the only one, huh?
That is what he said.
Well, looks like nothing's due to happen tonight. I think we all better get a little sleep.
Senor, wake up.
Huh? Oh, Bogota.
It's past noon. Wake up. You, old man, wake up.
Bogota.
Oh, what is the meaning of this?
Take all the money and valuables out of your pockets. Pile them on the rock here.
Hey, what is this? What are you doing with that gun?
Do as I say, all of you. And as for you, Senor Mitchell.
Mitchell?
See, we know who you are.
Well, thanks for tipping them off, Maria.
No, I did not tell them, Stephen. I swear it.
The boss wishes to talk to you, Mitchell.
The boss? When did he arrive?
I came in my boat while you were asleep, Mitchell.
What? Perez. Hey, what is this? The police told me you were dead.
The real Perez is dead, Mitchell.
Real Perez? Wait a minute. You mean when I talked to you in Perez's pet shop?
I had just killed Perez before you came in. You assumed I was Perez. I played along with you. After you left, I threw his body in the bay.
Great. So you're the boy who's running this racket.
A profitable one, I assure you.
Yeah, and a vicious one. You get the passengers out here. You take their money and kill them. Instead of a ticket to the United States, they get a ticket to the morgue.
What? You mean we will not be taken to America?
What do you think, old man? Come, Bogota. We will go back to the entrance.
What happens now?
For the present, you will all wait here. And, Senor Mitchell, I would not advise you to an attempt on escape. There's only one entrance to this cave, and Bogota and I will be guarding that entrance with guns.
If they are going to kill us, why don't they do it now? Look at them, sitting at the entrance to the cave like two vultures. What are they waiting for?
That's what I've been trying to figure out. It's almost 6 p.m.
I will never see America. It was just a dream. It's all over for me.
Bogota, you fool. Do not light your cigarette here in the entrance. The launch will see you.
The launch? Hey, that's what they're waiting for.
What?
Lieutenant Vieira said the police launch patrols the coast every day at sunset.
Police launch?
Yeah. Perez is probably waiting until after the launch goes by so that our bodies won't be discovered until tomorrow. I could only figure out a way to attract the launch's attention.
But what good would that do, Steve? Bogota and Paris would shoot us.
Yeah. Hey, wait a minute. Perez says there was no back entrance to this cave, didn't he?
See?
He was lying.
How you know?
Look at the smoke from my cigarette.
What about it?
See what happens to it?
Why, it just goes straight up in the air, Steve.
Yeah, for a way. But then it starts drifting towards the front entrance. That means there's a draft up there. The draft could be caused by a back entrance.
Steve, but how can we find it?
Well, listen. Yeah, a boat. Probably the police launch. Whatever we do, we got to do in a hurry. As soon as the launch goes by, we're dead pigeons.
No, senor.
What?
I, old Pimentel, will help you. And God willing, I will save you.
What are you talking about?
I will go to the front entrance and call for help.
Are you crazy? Perez would kill you.
Sim, but the noise and flashes of the gun might summon police.
Now, look.
Senor, what happens to me is not important. I'm old, sick. But this way, perhaps I can prevent Perez from taking the dreams of others and ruining them, as he did mine.
Now, wait a minute.
No, senor. This is the best way.
Pimentel, come back.
Pimentel, what are you doing? Get back.
Police! Over in the cave, boy!
Steve, don't go. It is too late to help him now.
Bogota, you fool. They heard in the police launch. They are coming. I'll take the boat out and lead them away. I'll take care of Mitchell and the girl. I'll meet you at the rear entrance.
Rear entrance? So there is one. Come on, Maria. This is our chance. Hey, look, the ledge ends here. Okay, Maria. Come on into this channel.
Mitchell! Stop! Mitchell!
Steve.
He can't see us in the dark, Maria. He's just shooting blind. Keep going.
I can't see a thing, Steve. It is so dark in here. The water is up to my waist.
Yeah, these walls are getting closer together, too. Hey, wait a minute. Oh, great. Solid rock.
What?
Yeah, this is the end of the line. We took a wrong turn back there somewhere. Yeah.
Listen. Paris is still after us.
Yeah.
Well, we can't just sit here and wait for him to kill us.
Maria, keep talking.
What?
Keep talking as if I were with you. Repeat what you've been saying. I'm going to backtrack and wait for him.
All right. Steve, what can we do? We cannot go any farther. It is a blind alley. Paris is getting closer, Steve.
You're right, senorita. Perez is getting closer. And there is nothing ahead of you but solid rock.
Did you hear that? It is Paris.
See? And the two of you are caught like rats in a trap. I have... Mitchell!
Yeah, the gun's not going to do you any good underwater, Perez.
I do not need the gun.
Oh,
there is strength enough in my arm.
Oh, yeah.
Steve, hit him.
I can't.
Oh, Martin, to kill us. Help, Steve. Help him. Steve?
That's okay, Maria.
Oh, I could not tell which one of you was which, Steve.
Yeah, I was a little in doubt myself for a second or two. Come on, Maria, let's get out of this rat trap. Well, that's about it, Commissioner. Perez is dead, and the police picked up his hired hand, Bogota.
Good work, Steve. Where are you calling from?
My hotel room. I'm up here drying out all alone.
Stop! You're choking me.
It sounds sounds like you're all alone.
Oh, that was just a parrot, Commissioner.
Parrot?
Yeah, from Perez's pet shop. He took a shine to me, I guess.
Now, Steve, you can do better than that.
No, it is a parrot, Commissioner. I'll prove it to you. Look, I taught him something to say to you.
Huh?
Go ahead, Polly. Polly?
Drop dead! Drop dead!
Steve!
So long, Commissioner.
You have just heard the sixth in an exciting new adventure series, Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell. Dangerous Assignment is written by Bob Reif and directed by Bill Karn, with music by Bruce Ashley. Be with us again next week at this same time, when Brian Donlevy, starring as Steve Mitchell, will embark on another Dangerous Assignment. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Thank you for listening.
Adventures in time and space, told in future tense. Dimension. Man has always dreamed of conquering the barrier of the atmosphere. The problem is on the drawing boards of aeronautical engineers and atomic physicists. They can calculate the power needed, the trajectories, and the equipment. On the sound stages of Hollywood, the engineers and special effects men have combined to bring that day to life. The day when the first rocket leaves Earth for outer space. Now, a radio play taken from the advanced screenplay of the George Pal Technicolor production, Destination Moon. On the vast concrete strip at Dry Wells, Texas, the form of the rocket towers above the cranes, the loading machinery, and the scuttling trucks and jeeps. The fuel lines snake across the concrete to the rocket. It's Destination Moon. A small pursuit plane circles in for a landing on the runway, turns and taxis toward the prefab buildings at the edge of the strip.
Here comes General Fair. Got those reports, Dr. Cargrave? All ready, Barnes. Well, you made good time. Hi there, General. Over here.
Barnes, I've got to talk to you.
Hey, you just made it, General. Everything's running smooth as a clock. We ground test in 20 minutes.
Come on over to the office.
What's the matter?
Come on, Barnes.
Something happened in Washington?
Something always happens in Washington.
Well, let's have it straight, General.
Our application for a test license was denied.
Denied?
I'll quote. In the opinion of the commission, should the engine fail structurally, the dispersal of radioactive material would mean danger to the surrounding area.
But we've evacuated the blast
No
area.
use, Barnes. The commission is pretty sensitive about public opinion. The Galavan newspaper chain has been after our scouts. They got mine anyway.
What do you mean?
I've been retired.
Fair.
You got a job for next general? Pretty handy with a lug wrench.
They can't do that. Where would the Air Force be if you hadn't kicked them into using the Jet-Fuel jet engine on pursuits?
It's not as simple as all that. One-star generals can't go into the Department of Defense and pound desks. I did.
Some of those old mossbacks would still be using horse cavalry if they could get away with it. Now, this ship will work. I know. I built it.
I don't suppose we'll ever know. The mission won't reverse itself.
Wait a minute. Hargraves. Ship's all ready, isn't it?
Except for minor installations, yes.
General, I've been building and flying ships by the seat of my pants since they had piano wire between the wings. Now, this baby either works the first time or she doesn't.
What do you mean, Bond?
The commission refused permission to ground test, right?
Yeah?
All right. We won't ground test. Hargraves, what's the next astronomical optimum?
3:47 tomorrow morning.
We'd better get busy then. You've got just 17 hours to get that ship ready. And then we take off for the moon.
Hey, Brownie.
What do you want, Sweeney?
What color is the skin temperature lead wire on the chart?
Orange with a black stripe.
This stuff looks like insulated macaroni. I got it.
Hurry up, will you? We're running behind.
What's your rush? You're going along on this clam bake, aren't you? Can't you wait to break your neck?
Hey, look out for the starter. Come on, move. We got to take off before somebody slaps a writ on us.
Brownie, you really going?
Sure.
Beats me. What do you want to go to the moon for?
To see what's on the other side.
Ask a stupid question, you get a stupid answer. What's the separation rate positive lead?
Red and white spiral. Oh.
What's the matter?
Knocked in a bellyache.
Eating green apples?
No, I'm all right. Come on, Sweeney, get busy. We've got 2 hours left to patch this mess together.
Mr. Barnes.
What is it, Sweeney?
It's Brown. They just took him to the hospital.
They what? Well, is he all right?
He will be after they cut out his appendix.
There goes our radio, man.
There's no chance of finding a substitute?
No, it's special equipment. Brown installed it himself. I've got it. Barnes here. What?
Well, we'll have to delay
Sure.
the takeoff a month.
Okay, goodbye. We can't, General. That was Hastings at Dry Wells. There's a United States Marshal driving over. Something leaked, and he's got a court order forbidding the takeoff.
We were so close.
Yeah. $1 million gone up the flue.
You want me to give a standby, Mr. Barnes?
I suppose. Wait a minute. Sweeney,
Yeah.
you installed that communication equipment with Brown, didn't you?
Yeah, but...
Then you must know the operation.
You could go in Brown's place.
The moon? Oh, no, not me.
It's an important project, Sweeney. The scientific advance...
There's the military aspect, Sweeney.
I had 4 years of the military aspect, General. That's enough.
Afraid?
You're darn tootin'.
That ship is safe.
Maybe, maybe not.
But, Sweeney...
Look, you guys aren't going to get anywhere pressuring me. Maybe you got reasons to go to the moon. You, Mr. Barnes, you got $1 million tied up in the ship. It's your scientific baby, Doc, and the General's out on a limb in Washington. Well, what's in it for me?
Now, that's no way to talk, Sweeney. It's an important advance for the whole world.
You'll pardon the expression, baloney.
Sweeney.
I work on a scientific theory, too, General. Hooray for me, you look out for yourself. I ain't going.
I don't like to say this, but this isn't the time to consider yourself, Sweeney. This country's defense hangs on being the first to develop space travel.
Somebody else, not me. There's nothing I want on the moon.
All right. We'll take care of that. Sweeney, I'll offer you $10,000 bonus and a 10% royalty on the ship patents out of my cut.
Barnes.
It's no use to me unless we get off before that marshal gets here from Dry Wells. Well, Sweeney, you'd be rich enough to retire. You could take it easy the rest of your life.
Well, now you're talking my language, Mr. Barnes. Okay. When do we leave?
Clear field for firing. Clear field for firing.
All set, Hastings.
Right. I'll be tracking you from Control Center. Hey, what's that car doing? He's coming right out on the field.
Marshal, Doc, General, Sweeney, inside.
Hey! Hey, Barnes!
Button her up.
Hey! Hey there, commander of that ship. I've got a court order. You can't take off.
Tough, mister.
You can't do this. Hey! Hey!
Save your knuckles, fella. You couldn't get in that ship with a blowtorch.
Barnes can't do this.
Suppose you tell him all about it when he gets back from the moon.
Chester. Calling traffic shack.
Traffic calling rocket blue. Over.
Get a clearance check.
Give us a clearance, traffic. Over. All clear. Drywells is ready for tracking. Over.
Power.
Power ready.
Communications?
Yeah.
Co-pilot?
Automatics ready.
Give the warning signal. Give me a time check on the computer.
03:47:58.
Stand by for count off and firing.
Stand by for count off and firing.
Roger.
For check. 2. 48. 10.
Check.
Coming up 30 seconds.
29. 28.
I'll lie back on the acceleration
7.
couches. Worst pressures
6.
will be over in 4 minutes.
5.
Barnes.
General.
4.
I don't like having a man along who isn't with it.
Sweeney, it's too late now.
Make it pretty tough. If he's half-hearted
We'll
now...
worry about that later.
7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. Fire.
What happened? Noise. All gone.
Past speed of sound. Switch on televiewer aft.
I can't. Can't move. Pressure.
Switch is right under your finger.
Go on. That's it.
Time. 3:50:12. Altitude 2 miles.
Get your sun goggles on. It'll be coming through in a minute.
There's the dawn line.
And the sun.
It works. This thing really works.
Now, look in the viewer. There's the Earth down there.
Yeah. Time. 3:51:10. Altitude 20 miles. Time 3:53:50. Altitude 807 miles.
That's the end of the blast. We're in free fall. Unbuckle your straps.
Hey, I'm falling. I'm falling up.
There's no gravity up here. We don't weigh anything.
I don't feel so good. How do I get down from the ceiling? I feel lousy, seasick.
No, space sick.
What's the difference so long as I ain't healthy?
There's a bottle of pills under the head pad. They ought to settle your stomach. I'll break out the magnetic shoes. Then we can at least keep our feet down on the floor plates. Here, Sweeney, you put these on.
Hand them up.
All right. Here. Now you can walk down the wall. Try it.
Like this? Hey, it's like a human fly. You know, this is the second time I ever walked on a ceiling. Only this time I'm sober. Hey, General, would you mind tapping that ham sandwich back and float it away from me?
Feeling better, Sweeney?
Yeah, I guess so. It's a heck of a note when your meal floats away from you before you eat it.
Sweeney.
Yeah, Mr. Barnes.
I tried to crank out the radar antenna. She's stuck.
Well, let me see. Stuck all right. I don't understand it. I greased it good.
Grease? Well, no wonder it's stuck. It's exposed to outer space. It must be frozen solid.
What's the idea, Sweeney? Didn't you read the engineering manual?
Yeah, and a flush fitting gets greased. Don't jump on me.
Well, if we can't get that radar mast cranked out, we can't land on the moon.
Well, it's all right by me.
Don't you realize that half the value of this trip is in the landing? Geological surveys, radiation tests.
Look, General, I told you before I started, this whole thing is slug nutty to me. Who wants the moon? They're trying to be first with the old Brooklyn Battery Tunnel.
Sweeney, this isn't getting that mast fixed. Well, we've got to go outside in spacesuits and chip it loose.
Outside? You mean outside the ship?
You can't fall. You'll be in the same trajectory as the ship. Worst that could happen would be to drift away.
Drift away? Don't bother getting one of them monkey suits for me. I'm comfortable in here.
Sweeney, we've taken enough from you. We can't let one man endanger the whole project. You get out there in a spacesuit, or we shove you out without one.
All right.
Well, that's settled. You got us into this mess, you're going to help get us out. General, break out the spacesuits. Close the inner lock. Now, let's get this straight. Keep your magnetic shoes on the hull plates. Your safety line's hooked. If you break loose, we won't be able to go after you. You'll hit the moon at 20,000 miles per hour and squash.
Hey, wait a minute. How come General Thayer don't go?
That's right. He doesn't go. He's co-pilot.
Okay, I just asked.
All right. Now, let's make sure our intercom walkie-talkies are warmed up.
All set. Check.
All right. Fasten helmets.
Hello. Hello, Doc.
I hear you, Barnes. I'm okay.
Check instruments. I'm going to pump out the lock. All set. Open the outer door, Doc.
Look at that, will you?
1,000,000 stars.
20,000 miles an hour, free fall, and no breeze.
That's right. No air. And we haven't got time for the scenery. Let's get to work.
Can you two handle it? I want to go aft to see how the firing tubes held up.
All right, Doc. Come on, sweetie. Let's get to work. It's loose now. Pull the mast out, sweetie.
Slippery as a hog on ice.
Yeah. Now let's get back.
Suits me. That's the Earth up there?
Western Hemisphere. You can see America. That dark strip against the light.
Pretty far away, huh?
Barnes.
Hargraves, what's the matter?
Help, I'm loose. I'm drifting.
Stop, what happened?
My shoe magnet's pulled loose.
There he is. His safety line broke.
Hurry, help.
He's too far to keep a line.
Oh, he's cooked. We'll never get him back.
Hello, General Thayer.
All right, Barnes, I heard you on the control room speaker. I'm coming outside.
Bring an oxygen tank, got that?
Right.
Hurry.
What are you going to do? Throw him a bottle of air and forget about him?
Barnes, help.
Now, all right, Doc. General Thayer's coming out of the lock.
Where's Hargraves?
50 feet out and down to the left. Give me that oxygen tank.
What are you going to do?
Trying to hook my shoe first.
You're crazy. You'll float away, too.
I can use the pressure in the oxygen tank for a jet. Maybe I can ride the tank out there if there's enough power from the nozzle. Just turn the bell. There.
What was that?
Recoil's making my helmet light shake. I'll try it again.
Hey, it works. Like an outboard motor.
Keep going, Barnes. About 30 feet more. Swing a little to the left.
All right. A couple more shots. There. Now, reach out for me, Doc.
You're too far. I can't.
Hang on, Doc. One more shot.
There.
Hang on.
Can you get back, Barnes?
If we don't, we tour the universe together. Hang on to me, Doc.
All right.
You aim us while I turn the bell.
You're drifting farther, Barnes.
There better be enough pressure to get us back. Here we go.
Oh, we're moving.
Yes, it's not fast enough. Pressure's almost down in this tank. There's the last of the gas.
We're too far out, Barnes. They can't reach us with a line.
Get you back to the ship. On the count of 3, push the tank as hard as you can. The reaction may shove us in close enough.
Yeah.
Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Here they come, General.
Grab them. Reach out, Barnes. Grab the line.
I got it.
All left.
Thank God.
Well, let's have you aboard.
There she is. Come on. Stand by for landing procedure.
That's pretty rugged country down there.
Stand by to turn ship. Fasten straps. Altitude fair.
27.3.
All right. Turning ship.
Hey, you're leveling off. You're turning too far. We'll go backwards.
We land backwards. Use the jets for brakes.
Holy smokes, you mean sit down on the tail?
Ground speed 1.52. Stand by for deceleration. Now, fire. Radar.
Closing is spotted.
Give me view aft on the screen.
Hey, we can't land down there. Look, mountains, cliffs.
That's the crater Harpalus. We're heading for a smooth plane short of there.
Don't look smooth to me.
I'm going to kill our forward speed. Stand by.
You won't clear the mountain. Give another blast.
I can't. We won't have enough power to get home.
You will make that cliff on the right. Look out, we're going to crash. Barnes, blast.
You've got right. Now, automatic landing. Automatic in. Hang on for emergency landing. Stand by for the blast. Hold it. Now. Jack's down. Get out your gyros. That was a lousy landing.
Unsafe.
Yes, but I wasted reaction mass we'll need to get home.
We'll worry about that later. Right now, I want to get out there and plant my feet on the moon. The moon.
Ready to open the decompression lock?
Check.
I'm set.
And yours inside control, Barnes?
Yeah.
Sure you don't want to leave the ship?
I'll be out later. I've got to contact Earth.
All right, let's go. Open the outer door.
All right, be sure you don't fall. You puncture your suits on the rocks, you're done. And look out for the low gravity. You'll weigh 1/6 what you did on Earth.
All right, let's go.
Hey, what is this stuff? Dust?
Pilot, Robert. Go ahead, Doctor. Claim it officially.
Oh, yes. In the name of the United States of America, I take possession of the planet Moon of and for the benefit of mankind. Well, let's now get down to business. Sweetie, you set up the astronomical camera.
Barnes, what's the matter?
Get back here, all of you, right away.
We were just starting work.
You've got to get back. I've been talking to Earth. We may not get off. We may be stuck on the moon for good. Hello. Hello, Earth. Reaction mass down to 0.8672. Wasted power in a bad landing. Request new figures for return trip.
Earth to Luna. Looks bad, Mr. Barnes. I'll have to run it through the machine. In the meantime, dump everything you can. I'll check back with the result.
I'll be standing by. Roger. Out.
Well, Barnes?
Well, we wasted too much power on that lousy landing. Hastings checked the figures. We've got the lightened ship. We've got just 4 hours to get off. If we miss that, we don't get another chance to hit the Earth for another month.
We don't have more than 10 days' oxygen supply.
Exactly. Come on, we better start dumping, and we better pray we can get rid of enough weight. Acceleration pad 4, serial 706, schedule B, 14 pounds.
Check. Give me a hand, Doc. Yes. Airlock's full. I'll put my helmet on and shove the junk out of the lock.
Barnes, is that everything we can get out?
3 of the spacesuits will be dropped before we take off.
How about the 4th?
We'll have to keep that so we can open the airlock to shove the others out.
I've got a removable bridge I could dump.
You may have to, General. Well, Hastings is due back now with the takeoff figures. Hello, Earth. Luna calling Earth.
All right, Mr. Barnes. We hear you. How much weight have you dropped?
4,003 pounds, Earth weight.
Then you're still short 110 pounds.
What?
If you can dump 110 pounds, you can coast home.
Well, we're stripped. We unbolted the locker doors, junked the radar chassis and mounts. We'll have to take a chance as we are.
It's suicide. You haven't enough reaction mass to clear the moon.
You could be wrong, couldn't you?
I could, but not the computer. I'll be standing by, Mr. Barnes. Over.
All right, Hastings. Out. 110 lousy pounds.
What happens if we're not light enough?
We fall back and crash. Or just go into an orbit around the moon.
Just keep going around?
Yeah, that's it. We've got 14 minutes left till takeoff time.
Oh, that's fine. I could have gone over Niagara Falls in a barrel, but I had to come to the moon.
Well, it's pretty simple. 110 pounds. One of us stays.
Yes. I guess that's it.
I weigh 180. That's plenty.
Now, wait a minute, General.
I'm the oldest one here.
Yeah, and I'm the captain of this ship. If anyone stays,
That has
but
nothing
I
to
give
do-
the orders here. Doc is the engineer. General pilots when you hit the Earth atmosphere.
But, Barnes...
I've got no family, so I stay.
No. You've got to go back, both of you. I've been discredited. They won't listen to me. You've got to tell them what you've seen up
Listen,
here.
General,
You've got to tell them what the Earth looked like from here. Vulnerable, defenseless, hanging in the sky. I knew this trip would have military value. Well, it does. Can you imagine atom warheads launched at Earth from up here? The moon is the perfect base for an attack on the Earth. Remember, it's only 1/6 as hard to shoot rockets from here to Earth as it is the other way. You've got to tell them the only government to control the moon must be a world government.
General, I guess you don't know it. But what you just said means you've got to get back to Earth and convince them even if the rest of us don't make it.
Bonds, don't be...
No, General, that's all there is to it.
Now, listen, Mr. Barnes, General.
Never mind, Sweeney. You're not in on
Don't
this.
worry, you'll get back.
I was going to say, why don't you heroes match for it? Odd man's out.
All right, Bonds, I'll go for that.
I'm in. No.
2-1, Bonds.
Well, all right. What do we use?
You can match buttons off your overalls.
All right. Each one pull off a button. I better check Hastings on Earth.
Here's my button. Cartwright.
Hello, Earth.
Standing by, Mr. Barnes.
We're working it out. One of us stays behind.
What?
We're matching for it. Check time.
Well, it's only 110 pounds. Isn't there some
Check
other...
time.
Ladies and gentlemen, we interrupt the program Dimension X for just a moment for two important bulletins from the wires of United Press. From Seoul, Korea, the North Korean radio says the North Korean Communist government formally declared war on South Korea effective at 11 a.m. Sunday, Korean time. And then a little later, this bulletin from Washington. State Department officials say they will hold Russia responsible for the North Korean attack against the independent South Korean Republic, which this country and the United Nations brought into being and have supported. We now return to the program Dimension X.
Yes, sir. 9:41:50. 10 minutes to 0 hour.
Check. That's all, Hastings. We'll take off with 3 men. All right. Ready to match?
Hey, what? The airlock.
Sweeney, he went out. What's he doing? What?
He's going out. Out there on the moon.
Shine on, harvest.
Hello, Sweeney. Can you hear me?
Yeah, sure, Bonds. Hiya.
Oh, come back in here, you fool.
Blow it. It's nice out here.
Come back, Sweeney. You're going home.
Yeah, some other time. Remember the girls? Honey girls.
Listen, Sweeney, come back. This trip doesn't mean that much to you. We've talked you into it. Nobody can expect you to do this. Now, don't be crazy.
Why not? I'm a lunatic. Get it? A lunatic.
Sweeney, come back.
Listen, I lighten your shift, get it? 160 pounds, that's me. Now go on, take off.
Come back, Sweeney. You can't do this.
Listen, you guys wouldn't count me in on the matching. Oh, no. I run on hooray for me, and you look out for yourself. Well, maybe you change my mind. I've been looking up there at that Earth hanging in the sky. We're going to build something on this moon. All of you guys got to go back. Doc, he's the guy to work it out in the lab. Bonds, you build the ships. And the general, he's got to pound those desks and see that he gets done right. You'll need me.
Now, Sweeney, wait a minute. Come back.
Go on, Block. Get gone. You're spoiling my whole day. So long, heroes.
You don't understand. We can take off, all of us.
What do you mean? What's 110 pounds?
Now, listen to what I say. Get back in here, and on the way, pick up a screwdriver and a rat tail file and an oxygen tank.
What's the deal?
Get back in here. I've got a way to get us all off, if it works.
Now, Sweeney, we're reading you clear on the intercom speaker. You in the airlock yet?
Yeah.
Now, your spacesuit weighs around 70 pounds. The radio weighs 50.
Yeah, but I can't open the outside door of the airlock without my suit. What are you trying to pull, Bonds?
After you chuck the radio out, you file a hole in the gasket on the outer door. Got that? Then you tie your safety line to the oxygen tank, pass it through the hole. It hangs outside. You got that?
Yeah.
Then you close the outside door, get out of your suit, come in here. We close up, decompress, and open the outside door again.
Oh, I get it. The tank closes so out of the lock.
Right. And if it works, we all get home. Now, hurry now, Sweeney.
8 minutes to calculated takeoff time. 8 minutes. Two minutes.
All set, Sweeney?
Yeah, I shut the radio out. Close the outer door. Air pressure up. I'm getting out of pursuit. This doorway's pretty narrow, Bonds. If the suit don't clear, we're sunk.
We'll have to take that chance.
All right, here I come.
All set.
Close the inner door. Decompress. Now the outer door.
It ain't moving. I can see it through the fog. Coming up 1 minute.
1 minute to take off. What if the suit caught on the intake?
No, it's starting out. Get clear of that door, brother. Get clear.
There it goes.
We're in.
40 seconds.
Close the outer door, Sweeney. Stand by for takeoff, everybody.
30 seconds. 29.
Sweeney,
28.
I don't think I could have done that.
26.
Just walk out.
Oh, baloney.
I haven't got that kind of courage.
23.
I'd have had to make a speech.
22,
A big,
28,
heroic speech.
20. 19.
I didn't have the guts to just walk out.
17.
No, it's...
16.
All right, stand by.
14.
Communications?
Fine. Just
12,
handy.
Co-pilot.
11,
Automatic set.
10, 9.
Stand by.
8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2.
Fire.
All right, we're clear. Son of a gun.
We're clear. We're heading home. Time 2:50:36. Destination Earth.
You have just heard another adventure into the unknown world of the future.
Thank you for joining us for another thrilling episode of Dimension X. We're excited to have you as part of our audience. We invite you to return tomorrow for an all-new set of episodes that will take you on even more unforgettable adventures. Get ready for a journey to the outer reaches of imagination as we dive into X-1, our next featured program. Brace yourselves for mind-bending tales that will transport you to distant galaxies and alternate realities.
We're always eager to hear from our fantastic audience. Your feedback fuels our passion for delivering the best in vintage entertainment. Feel free to share your thoughts, opinions, and suggestions. We value your input and strive to make your listening experience even more enjoyable.
If you're looking to enhance your Microsoft Access skills, look no further. Reach out to them at 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark.
Once again, thank you for being a part of our Golden Age radio community. Get ready for more riveting stories, captivating characters, and timeless entertainment. Until next time, stay tuned and keep the nostalgia alive.
In just a moment, X-1. But first, some of the funniest situations you've ever witnessed occur every Wednesday night when the devilish imagination of MC Jack Bailey sets to work on NBC's Truth or Consequences. You won't believe it until you hear it, so listen in tomorrow. Then another laugh session is in store later on with the wise and witty Groucho Marx as he and contestants play You Bet Your Life. While for the melodic note in your Wednesday evening schedule, it's music and fun on Airtime with Giselle Mackenzie. And now, stay tuned for X-1 on NBC. Countdown for blast-off. X-5, 4, 3, 2, X-1, fire. From the far horizons of the unknown come transcribed tales of new dimensions in time and space. These are stories of the future, adventures in which you'll live in 1,000,000, could be years on 1,000 maybe worlds. The National Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with Galaxy Science Fiction Magazine, presents X-1. Tonight, Hallucination Orbit by J.T. McIntosh.
Mr. Chaka.
Sir?
Stand by to release pickup rocket.
Yes, sir.
We'll break orbit in 8 hours, have damage control pull the rods on the number 3 pile. Check leakage.
Yes, sir.
Try and have the locks cleared of all unessential personnel when that pickup rocket comes back. There's no point in making trouble.
I understand, sir.
Pickup rocket away, sir.
Very well. Take over, Mr. Chaka. I will be in my quarters if I'm wanted. Well, now then, Mr. Danbury, make yourself comfortable.
Why, thank you, Captain.
You care for a drink? Scotch in that bulb, bourbon in the other.
No, thank you. I can't get quite used to squirting liquor from a rubber bulb as if I were oiling a dairy.
Well, you'd have a devil of a time pouring from a bottle in free fall. Well, how are you enjoying your trip?
It's very interesting. It was very nice of you to give me a lift. You know, it would have been 8 months before another ship came along.
A whole lot more than that with the main Pluto beam station out. Probably 8 years.
Really? That long? I thought the whole run to Pluto was under 18 months.
Yes, it is when the beam is running. You see, Mr. Danbury, we left Earth 27 days after the beam broadcast from Pluto station broke. We've been spaceborne close to 6 years.
I suppose that's why you're on orbit around this planet, picking up supplies or something, eh?
Oh. This is a standard pickup for the space beam service. We sent a rocket down to take off a man who's been the only inhabitant of this planet for a little over 2 years.
Well, I expect he'll be glad to see you.
Well, there's no telling.
I know I would.
After 2 years of duty, Mr. Danbury, you might not know anything.
Oh, psychiatric troubles?
Solitosis. It's from the Latin, solace, alone.
Is that much of a problem?
Only in space. Here, look. Look through that port.
Seems empty.
It is. It's empty of horizon, sky, sunlight, ground. It's empty of time. It's empty of people. You can't live in it too long without something happening.
I see. But surely people have been alone before space flight.
Oh, yes, but they have been on the same world with other people. And that seems to make a difference. You take a hermit on Earth, he may spend his life trying to escape civilization. Put him on a deserted world, he turns psychotic.
Is there a cure?
Oh, sure. Put him back with people. At least about 40 people. That seems to be the critical number. See, I have 48 in this ship's complement. I could run her with about 18. But if I tried to, I'd have psychos on my hands 6 months after blastoff.
But then every one of these men on the beam stations, they're all alone, aren't they?
That's right.
Well, then they must get it.
They do. It wouldn't pay to leave more than 40 men on the space station. And less than 40 is too dangerous. Solitosis can be homicidal. So they leave one man. Now, he gets it all right. But you can snap him out of it just by taking him back to Earth. That's why I like to have as few people as possible around when the pickup ship comes back. It can be pretty unpleasant.
And what are they like? How does it affect them?
Well, so far, I've picked up about 28 space station officers. I've seen 28 different sets of symptoms. I wouldn't want the job of getting those guys out of their stations and into that pickup rocket. Captain here.
Pickup rocket. Signaling, sir.
All right, Mr. Chaka, prepare to receive the pickup. Alert the psychiatric staff, and I'll be right there. Would you care to see them bring them in, Mr. Danbury? You're welcome if you have a strong stomach.
I don't think so, thank you.
All right. Mr. Chaka, as soon as the rocket is secured, make a trajectory for the next station.
Yes, sir. That's Pluto Station 3.
Carry on. Pluto Station 3. That will be a honey of a job. He has been on that lump of rock all by himself for close to 6.5 years.
Pluto Station 3, daily report. Colin Ord, space officer. Everything is in fine shape. Through my port, I can see Mars, Earth, Saturn, Mercury. That little devil, he's hiding behind the sun. He's been quite furtive lately. Why I'm required to record this report every day escapes me, because it's quite obvious to any empty-headed brass hat at the central office that not a word of this has been worth the tape it's been recorded on for the last 5.5 years. But if it amuses you gentlemen to hear me wander, after all, you are paying for the tape. Which gives me a fine thought. I'm going to set the pickups through the whole station and leave the tape running. That'll give you a daily report all day, so keep on listening. Right now, I have the distinct impression that Earth is winking at me. A rather suggestive, lewd wink.
It helps to see the planets, doesn't it?
Oh, I thought you were reading.
I was. You know, if you hadn't been able to see the planets, you would have been a straitjacket case long ago.
Well, who knows I'm not one now? You don't, anyway.
Well, I think that so long as you talk sanely about madness, you can't be so far gone. It's out there somewhere, isn't it? The rescue ship.
Somewhere.
How long now, Colin? Where could they be now if they started whenever the beam failed?
I haven't worked it out since the last time you asked, but they could be very close.
If the beam hadn't failed, they would have been here long ago, wouldn't they?
Oh, sure. 11 months with the beam, over 6 years without it. Well, anyway, that triple time 6 years' pay adds up to quite a pile.
You'll be set up for life when you get back to Earth, won't you? And at 29.
I'll be rotten with money.
Oh, well. It's been nice knowing you.
That's because of the others before you. I've learned a lot.
Never talk of the others. And above all, never talk of any others to come.
I'm sorry.
Would you like to play chess? It's a long time since we did.
I don't think so, not anymore. I'm a little tired of chess.
Oh, I know. I understand. I won't bother you. I'll go to my room, Colin.
Well, don't get upset.
I'm not. I understand. You're just tired of chess.
You still listening, gentlemen? That last few minutes might have been a little confusing. You'd like to know who I was talking to, wouldn't you? I'm afraid you can't hear her on the tape. That's Una. And I'll tell you what she looks like. You might find it interesting. She's beautiful, but rather cool. She always wears a white shirt and sharp, creased green slacks. She's got a good figure, but in a calm sort of way. She plays a good game of chess, although I beat her 2 out of 3 times. Of course, you know why you can't hear her on the tape. But I still know, too. That's a point in my favor, isn't it? That brings up an interesting question, gentlemen, because I'm tired of Una. I'm beginning to find her a long, cool, slightly unappealing bore. My problem is how to get rid of her. I can't just tell her to vanish. She's a little too real for that. I dreamed up a ship to bring her. I'll have to find another to take her away. Well, I might as well get to it. Oh, no. No, I'm not going to bother about the ship. It's too much mental effort. I'd have to think up everything I saw, and frankly, gentlemen, I'm too tired. Maybe she'll take the hint. A lot of them did. Susie did. And Alice. Oh. I remember Margie. There was a girl. A load of bricks had to fall on her head. Took me 4 weeks to get rid of her. No. Let Una figure her own way to get off the station. Well, she's gone. I thought she might. Her ship's gone, too. Well, all in all, I don't think Una was really very satisfactory. One of these days, I'll start believing in them, and I'll be really gone. Well, if I activate the main screens now, I'll see a ship coming in to land pretty soon. Every once in a while, I have a thought that when the ship really comes, I'll think it's make-believe. Yes, there it is. A small ship curving in for a landing. I suppose I could check on the detectors. I know they register anybody within 100,000 miles, but I don't bother checking them anymore because someday the moment will come when I check the detectors. And I'll see just what I want to see. Well, the ship's coming in for a landing now. I'll go out to meet it. I'm rather interested to find out what the explanation will be for the girl. Naturally, it will be a girl. It's all right. You can take your helmet off. The air's all right in here.
You must be Baker.
Oh, good heavens, no. Baker was before me here. You can't be one of his dreams 7 years late. I'm Ord, Colin Ord.
Before we go any further, just how does solitosis affect you?
Well, that's new. None of them ever asked that before. It makes me see things that aren't there.
And you know there's nothing there?
Sometimes.
Do you know I'm here?
I'm making a point of not wondering about it.
Well, one thing you can be sure of. This. Do you see this? This is a gun. I just want you to know I'm not heaven's little gift to lonely space station officers. Is that clear?
Oh, yes. Yes. What's your name?
Elsa Cutterline. You want to know why I'm here, of course.
Not particularly.
What?
Well, that's always the weakest part of the story. I don't like to press it. Why don't you, take off your spacesuit?
I'll tell you why, just the same. I killed a man. Why and how doesn't matter. I had access to an experimental ship. I thought if I disappeared for about 2 years,
Oh, please don't labor over it. I'm not asking questions.
Why not?
Well, when we get around to it, I would be interested in the story you can concoct for being dressed like the cover of a magazine story in rather minimal clothing. It's been years since I thought up anything like that. You must be a throwback.
What are you talking about?
You know, you're going to have a tough time with that gun when you get tired of holding it. It's a heavy gun. How long do you think it'll be before I take it from you? After all, you have to sleep. There's no door in the station you can lock that I can't get in.
I know. I just wanted to make sure you weren't violent. I think I can get on with you, Ord.
Yes, I see. The question is, my dear, whether you're real or not.
Well, don't I look real?
Oh, yes, but that doesn't prove anything. As a matter of fact, the realer you look, the worse off I might be. But then there still is the remote possibility that you might actually have killed someone and decided to hide out on a space station. Shall I tell you something else, Elsa?
What?
I'm suddenly tired of the whole business. Breathes there a man with soul so dead, I'm sure you know the rest of it. I would suddenly like to have enough people around me so that I could be sane. I would like to find women as part of life instead of having them pop up here from the depths of my rather pornographic subconscious. But you've shaken me, Elsa. 24 hours ago, I was congratulating myself that solitosis hadn't really gotten me. But now I don't know.
Just don't try anything funny, or you'll find out whether I'm real. The hard way.
Any way is the hard way. First, I'll go out and have a look at your ship. £14 per square inch air. Heat. Now, I take a gasoline lighter. There, the flame lights. But on the other hand, if there was no lighter and I see it, I could also see it burn when there isn't any air. As a matter of fact, how do I know that I can read a meter for air pressure? And now that I look again quickly, I find I haven't got a lighter in my hand, and as a matter of fact, the pressure meter reads 0. There's no air on this ship. As a matter of fact, there isn't any ship. Elsa is no more real than Una. All right, Colin, old boy, sit here and concentrate for about 15 minutes, and you'll be able to walk through the walls of the ship.
Well, what did you find out there?
You'd better leave. It was a mistake your coming here. I'm sorry.
No, don't come any closer to me.
Put down the gun.
Keep back. I'm warning you. Keep back.
You see, it's no use. Oh, you're a good shot. You got me right between the eyes, but I couldn't feel a thing. I can't let myself be shot now, can I? Give that to me. There. Now remember, if you shoot me, nothing happens. But if I shoot you, you die. Do you know that?
Yes, I know that.
I'll give you about 20 minutes to get that overstuffed figure back into that spacesuit and get off my planet. Frankly, I'm getting tired of hallucinations. Tired.
Give me back my gun.
No. I'll keep that. After a while, I'll put it in a drawer. It'll stay there until I forget it. Then there won't be any gun anymore. From now on, my overblown figment, there will be no more Elsas or Susies or Margies. I am not going to give in to solitosis. Maybe I'll bring Una back. At least she could play chess. Pluto Station 3, Daily Report, Colin Ord, Space Officer. Gentlemen, I have successfully fought off solitosis for 2 days, and I have been alone. However, I'm afraid I'll lose as I watch my main scope now. I see a ship coming in again. I wonder what this one will be like. It's a launch from a larger spaceship. Maybe a lifeboat. Dorothy came in a lifeboat. I wonder what this one will be like. I've got to find out when she comes whether she's real. That's the key, as long as I know if she's real. When I don't care anymore, that's when it's really got me. The ship's down now. There she comes out of the airlock. I've got to find out whether she's real.
Colin Ord.
That's right.
I'm Dr. Lynn of 4 Star Line. Marilyn Lynn.
Oh, very pretty. Are you going to tell me your story now, or do I have to wait?
I'm not going to tell you anything till I've found out a little more about you.
Well, you're an improvement on the last one. At least you're young and beautiful, and you're not fantastic, and you look intelligent.
What do you mean?
Don't worry about me. I see things that aren't there. Particularly people.
Oh, so you don't believe I'm here?
Would you? If you were me?
Do you know I'm not here?
No, that comes with time. At least it always has so far.
You mean you've always proved to yourself that your visitors were mere fantasy?
With a struggle.
Interesting. Controlled solitosis. I never heard of it before. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Ord.
No, that doesn't make you real. They all say that.
Why should I want to make you accept me as real?
I don't know. But they all do.
When will you know?
Oh, I can't say. Maybe in 5 minutes. Maybe not for hours.
How do you do it? You don't shoot me to see if I die or anything like that, do you?
No, nothing like that. If I shoot you, you do die, like the witches in history. They'd die if they were, and they'd die if they weren't.
Your mind has remained agile enough.
Naturally. I never heard of solitosis inhibiting intelligence. Would you like some coffee?
Is that part of the test? Whether more coffee is actually drunk than you drink yourself?
No, that doesn't help. It would be very easy for me to make half what I thought I made, to fill a cup with nothing and pass it back. You look afraid.
Why should I be?
What am I doing? Am I doing something I don't know I'm doing?
No. Would you like me to wash the cups for you when we're done?
That won't prove anything. Next time they were used, I could just imagine they were washed, couldn't I?
Where are you going?
To find out if you're real.
My ship. Go ahead. Good luck.
What's she afraid about? Something I said. None of the others were really afraid of me. I can't tell yet. Nothing's happened. The meters all read 15 pounds to the square inch air pressure, but that's no good. I can't tell if I'm reading them at all. Oh, Well, the wall's solid enough. My hand hurts. That doesn't prove anything. Supposing I open my faceplate. If there's no ship and no air... All right, my faceplate's open. I'm breathing air. But then again, on the other hand, my faceplate may still be closed. Maybe I only think it's open. I can't tell. I can't tell that she isn't real. That means it's finally gotten me. It gets everyone. I don't really know if anything's real, if I'm real, if this space station is real, the planet, the universe, the galaxy. Maybe all life is in my mind. I think. Therefore I am. Yes, I remember that from school. Oh, I'm tired. I got to get back to the station. Very tired. Close my faceplate, if I ever opened it. Get back to the station. Got a headache. Terrible headache. I'm very tired.
Are you all right now? Here, drink this.
What happened?
You came in the station lock and passed out.
How long have I been out?
About 24 hours. You're a very sick man, Mr. Ord.
Reality. Very important thing, isn't it? It's the most important thing there is to learn.
Merely to you. Solitosis naturally affects what matters most to the individual, but we needn't talk about that.
But I know now. You're not real. You can't be, even though I feel you are.
How did you decide that?
I couldn't prove you weren't, not on your ship. I'm too far gone to figure out any test that'll work. But if you are real, then how did you avoid solitosis?
The only way there is. There are 48 men and women in the relief ship that's in orbit around your planet right now. I came down in the pickup rocket. We have well above the critical number of people. I keep rational by knowing they're up there in the orbit, and as soon as I'm ready, I'll take you back up there.
Well, I suppose I can wait. I don't really care if you're real or not anymore.
I know. It'll take a long while before you care.
You sound sad. What's the matter?
It's the way you look at me.
What do you mean?
What do you see when you look at me?
Well, you're strong. Sort of quietly beautiful. About my age. You're wearing a tunic and slacks. And you don't have a wedding ring. I noticed that.
That's what I thought you saw. I'm real, but not your picture of me. I'm a doctor, Mr. Ord. All first contacts with station officers are made by trained psychiatrists. I'm a doctor. And I was a girl once. But that was 40 years ago. I'm 66.
You can't be.
Oh, yes. It was very nice to be a girl again. I could see myself in your eyes, and I almost felt young again. As I grow old in the next few weeks, Mr. Ord, you will be recovering. That will show you how your case is progressing. When you see me as I really am, you will be all right.
Assuming you're real, Marilyn, it really must take something to come down alone to see one of us. I think I see you now, as you really are.
Captain?
Yes, Mr. Chalka.
Pickup rocket all secured from Pluto number 3.
How is the poor fellow?
Good as can be expected. He came on board with Dr. Lynn. I'm telling you, these guys throw me. There he was, holding her hand, looking in her eyes like he was in love with her. And you know what a dried-up old bat she is? Yes, I know. All right, Mr. Chaka. Prepare to blast off.
You have just heard X-1, presented by the National Broadcasting Company in cooperation with Galaxy Science Fiction Magazine, which this month features the Willie Lay column, Mutant of the Iron Horse, describing monorail railroads of the past and future. Galaxy Magazine, on your newsstand today. Tonight, by transcription, X-1 has brought you Hallucination Orbit, a story from the pages of Galaxy written by J.T. McIntosh and adapted for radio by Ernest Kenoy. Featured in the cast were William Redfield, John Larkin, Vera Allen, John Moore, Terry Keane, Dick Hamilton, and Hope Rissman. Your announcer, Fred Collins. X-1 was directed by Daniel Sutter and is an NBC Radio Network production. National Radio Week. Recollections at 30 salutes Radio Tonight on NBC.
Thank you for joining us for another thrilling episode of X-1. We're excited to have you as part of our audience. We invite you to return tomorrow for an all-new set of episodes that will take you on even more unforgettable adventures. Get ready for a journey to the outer reaches of imagination as we dive into Space Patrol, our next featured program. Brace yourselves for a combination of sci-fi and law enforcement.
We're always eager to hear from our fantastic audience. Your feedback fuels our passion for delivering the best in vintage entertainment. Feel free to share your thoughts, opinions, and suggestions. We value your input and strive to make your listening experience even more enjoyable.
If you're looking to enhance your Microsoft Access skills, look no further. Reach out to them at 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark.
Once again, thank you for being a part of our Golden Age radio community. Get ready for more riveting stories, captivating characters, and timeless entertainment. Until next time, stay tuned and keep the nostalgia alive.
Instant Ralston and regular Ralston, the hot whole wheat cereals in the red and white checkerboard packages, present Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corey, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol! In today's transcribed Space Patrol adventure, Buzz and Happy are in their spacesuits on Saturn's moon number 5. Cautiously, they make their way toward a criminal who has already made one attempt upon their lives.
Smoking rockets, what was that? A space grenade. Well, if you hadn't pulled me down, we'd have got some chunks of rock right through our suits. We can't back out now. Let's go. Yes, sir. Hold it, Corey. I'll get you this time.
We'll return in just a moment with today's exciting Space Patrol adventure, The Lost Condor. Hey there, Space Patroller. Hold up a minute. What's all the rush?
Oh, hi, Captain Seatbelt. I'm in a hurry to get to the grocery.
I bet you I know why. You're after more of those swell interplanetary space coins I hear jingling right there in your own pocket.
Yes, sir. Are they ever neat? Fun to swat and save. Got almost a whole set and I want lots more. So long, Captain Seatbelt. Gotta blast off fast.
Space Patrollers, how about you? Have you started building up your own space coin collection? You get a space coin inside of every new package of Hot Ralston. And say, have you started powering up with a good hot breakfast these cold mornings? A good hot breakfast. That means a bowlful or two of good hot Ralston, instant or regular. The hot whole wheat energy cereals that give you important vitamins and minerals in every spoonful. And taste out of this world, too. Yes, there's just no other cereal that gives you so much power, yet tastes so good. So, Space Patrollers, you blast off fast for your grocer. Get yourself some good hot Ralston, instant or regular. And look for the new packages with a picture of Commander Corey or Cadet Happy on the outside and with the neat interplanetary space coin on the inside. Start building up your own space coin collection right away and start powering up with good hot Ralston today. And now, today's Space Patrol adventure, The Lost Condor. Buzz Corey is at a criminal rehabilitation center on the planet Venus, conducting his annual inspection when he receives a strange request through one of the doctors. A patient named Don Blake has asked permission to speak to him. Right now, Buzz and Mr. Dead Happy are seated in the spacious lounge of the discharge section talking to the young man.
Awfully good of you to see me, Commander.
What is it you wanted to talk to me about, Blake?
Well, that's the strange part. I don't know exactly. I suppose I should be happy about being released. But I'm not. I'm worried.
There's nothing to worry about. You have a job and a place to stay.
Sure, you'll be a draftsman at spacecraft plant number 2 on Mars. It's all arranged.
That isn't what bothers me. I have the feeling I haven't told the authorities everything.
If that's all that's the matter, you can stop worrying. When you were arrested, you were given a brainograph test. Everything you knew about the crime you committed was on microtape.
Sure, you couldn't have held anything back if you wanted to.
Still, I have a feeling that I know something unpleasant, something evil.
Dealing with what? A certain place or a person?
Well, that's the trouble. It's nothing definite.
If there is something about a crime in your subconscious mind, it would have shown up in the first test.
Well, maybe it'll come to me later, after I'm released.
It may, but the chances are it isn't very serious.
I hope not. My diary. I'll go through that when I get settled.
Your diary?
Yeah. Before I was arrested, I kept a detailed record of everything I did. Perhaps some entry in my diary may jog my memory.
Well, that's possible. If it turns out to be important, let me know.
I certainly will, Commander. And thanks very much for talking to me.
Good luck, Blake. Come on, Happy. We'd better get back to Terra.
A few days later, young Don Blake returns to his home a short distance from the spacecraft plant in Laurel City on the planet Mars. And as he enters the comfortable living room...
Oh! Who are you?
Hello, Blake. Nice place you've got here.
How did you get in?
You just walked in. The door wasn't locked.
No, I don't like locked doors.
I can understand why.
You haven't told me who you are.
Doesn't matter. I know who you are and where you've been for the past 9 months.
Well, that's no secret, but I can't see it's any of your business.
Now, don't get thirsty. I'm here to do you a favor. A big favor.
What kind of a favor?
You have some information I can use. I'm willing to pay for it.
Information about my work? If that's what you're after, you can get out of here right now.
Calm down, Blake. Calm down. The information I want has nothing to do with your present job. It's about something that happened about 10 months ago.
You mean my robbery I committed?
No, Blake.
What's that?
Tell me, does the name Conda mean anything to you?
Conda?
You associated with a spaceship?
No.
I think hard. Did you ever have any dealings with the pilot of a camp spaceship called the Conda?
What? No, I'm afraid I can't help you now. If you'll be good enough to go out.
Hold on. Let's not give up so easily. The memory is sometimes a freakish thing. Isn't that why you once kept a diary?
How do you know that?
I know many things about you, Blake. You wrote many trivial things in that diary. The titles of books you read, the names of chance acquaintances.
Yes, that's right, but
And the name of the pilot of the Condor is very likely in your diary, or at least a clue to his identity.
I'm sure you're mistaken.
It won't hurt to let me look through the book.
How much what you're willing to pay me for?
Well, not entirely. The money will be for you to keep this conversation a secret. How about it, Blake?
I don't like this at all. You won't even tell me who you are, yet you offer me money for information on a purely personal, private document. No, I'm not interested.
You better think it over, Blake, for your own good.
Is that a threat?
That crime you committed a few months ago. Did it ever occur to you that someone may have been behind the scenes, quietly arranging events to your advantage? Sort of paving the way for you?
No, it was my own idea. I was in it by myself. It was just an accident that I found a man who could help me dispose of a loot.
Accident, was it? Blake, that man was there when you needed him because I planned a complex chain of events.
But I got caught. Everything stolen was recovered.
I planned that, too. Your petty crime was arranged to distract attention from a much bigger crime.
I don't believe it.
That's unimportant. My plan was complex to protect myself. There were many people involved, each as ignorant of the master plan as you were. When an unforeseen accident occurred, I had to put my chessboard away for 10 months, so to speak, until I could put a certain pawn back into play.
And I'm the pawn, is that it?
Exactly. Your diary probably contains the small bit of information I need to win the game. If you don't help me,
Well, I can easily arrange another series of events around you.
You can't make me commit another crime. No.
I wouldn't be too sure, Blake. In any case, I could easily arrange a time in which you would be the victim. It would be a shame if your second chance in life were to be cut short, Blake. I'll give you 48 hours to think it over. If you're smart, you'll give me the diary when I come back.
Several hours later, on the man-made planet Terra, Buzz and Happy are working late at Space Patrol headquarters.
I'll get it, sir. Commander Corey's office. Good Happy here. Who's calling? Just a minute, sir. Sir, it's Don Blake.
Blake? Oh, from the rehab center.
Yes, sir. He wants to talk to you. That's important.
All right, huh? This is Commander Corey. How are you, Blake?
I've got to talk to you.
Where are you?
Terra Space.
All right, come on up. I'll tell the duty officer to let you in.
No. I wouldn't dare to.
What's the matter? Are you in trouble?
Not yet, but I can't tell you over the phone. It's about the matter I spoke to you about on Venus. It involves a serious crime. Just coming from Mars, and it may be followed if I leave the spaceport.
Followed? By whom?
Commander, I'm near gate 22. Get down here right away.
All right, Blake. I'll be there. Corey out. Come on, Happy.
Gate 22 at the big Terra spaceport is far down the line, away from the regular passenger gate. Unobtrusively, Buzz and Happy make their way to the appointed place. Buzz listens to Blake's story of the strange visitor and his vague but alarming threat.
So I thought I'd better come here and tell you all about the whole story.
You never saw this man before?
No, sir, I'm positive.
And he didn't tell you his name?
No.
Where is the diary?
I've got it right here inside his jacket.
Better give it to me.
Yes, glad to. Maybe I've got too much imagination, but ever since I talked to that man, I've had the feeling that he's guilty of some crime. The crime I helped to commit.
Don't draw any conclusions until we get all the facts. Happy.
Yes, sir?
See that Mr. Blake gets back safely to Mars. Put him aboard the next passenger ship out of Terra.
Commander, you're not going to send me back to Mars.
You'll be guarded. When that fellow shows up for his appointment, we'll nab him. Now go along with you.
All right, Commander.
Don't lose any of you.
That's the man.
You're very foolish to try this, Blake. Now, Commander, give me that diary. Why should you be interested in this man's diary? Quit stalling. Don't make any move toward your weapons. If I'm forced to use this blaster, it'll attract attention. Others might be hurt. The diary, please. All right. I'm anxious to see what use you'll make of it, Mr. Corbett. Police Corbett. That name means nothing to you yet, and it never will. Move toward that parked surface car. Casualty, please. Come along, Blake. And be careful not to get between the space patrolman and my gun.
What are you going to do?
I'll explain in due time. Keep moving, gentlemen. So this is the car. Commander, you and the cadet get in the back. Come on. You'll drive, Blake. I'll keep our friends covered. Go on, Blake. Do as I tell you. All right. Now, the slightest move from either of you, and you'll find out what a blast gun does at close range. Start the car, Blake. Drive through the gate, slowly, just as though we were driving out to the ship. Turn left, there, at the far end of the port.
There's no ship out here.
No. Nothing but a fuel storage tank. Now, you two in the back, lean forward. Come on. All right, Corey, here's yours.
Hey, what's the idea?
Now, Blake, jump out of the car.
No.
You heard me.
No.
Jump unless you want to be part of the accident.
What do you mean?
Get out. I'll follow as soon as I head the car right for that fuel tank. Now, get out!
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment. Listen to that football player kick that ball. And listen to that crowd cheer. Power, that's what he's got. More power to him and more power to you. Power to think fast and act fast. And you get it from a power breakfast with the swell-tasting whole wheat power cereal, Good Hot Ralston, instant or regular. More power to you, because 1 ounce of delicious Hot Ralston gives you 20% of the vitamin B1 and 11% of the iron you need all day long. And that's not all. Hot Ralston gives you all the power of whole wheat and twice as much power from the heart of the wheat. That's why a good breakfast with hot Ralston gives you extra protein for powerful muscles, extra vitamins for sturdy growth and steady nerves. So join the power team. Get Hot Ralston, instant or regular, at your grocer's today. No other cereal gives you so much power, yet tastes so good. So more power to you from good Hot Ralston. And now back to our space patrol adventure, The Lost Condor. For a reason he is not fully divulged, the man calling himself Reese Corbett is after a diary belonging to Don Blake, a young man recently released from a criminal rehabilitation center. While Buzz and Happy were talking to Blake in a dimly lit portion of the spaceport, Reese Corbett appeared and, drawing a blast gun, took the diary and then forced the three men into a surface car. After knocking out Buzz and Happy with the butt of his gun, Corbett ordered Blake to jump from the moving car. Then Corbett leaped out, leaving Buzz and Happy in the car, which is now roaring across the spaceport toward a fuel storage tank. Dazed from a vicious blow, Cadet Happy raises his head.
Oh, my head. The rocket, who's driving? Hey, Commander, we're headed right for a fuel tank. Grab the wheel, Happy. Oh, we just missed it, Commander. Corbett was certainly anxious to get rid of us. And Blake must have been right about that diary being important.
Now Corbett's got Blake and the diary. Head for the guard shack near Gate 5. We'll alert Space Control.
Across the spaceport, Corbett and Blake, bruised by their leap from the moving surface car, watch the car careen around the strip and finally come to a stop.
Leg. I heard it when it jumped.
You'll get a lot worse than a bad leg if you don't hurry. We've got to get to my spaceship and blast off before Corey alerts the control tower.
Blast off where?
Never mind. Just get moving.
In the guard shack, Commander Corey orders Space Control to ground all private cruisers, then orders a careful check of all passenger ships.
Gate 5, Corporal Niven here. Yes, Captain. Just a moment, sir.
Commander Corey. Yes? For you, sir. Captain Barton in the tower. Thanks.
What is it, Captain? What? Didn't that order get through? I see. All right, Captain. I'll be in Colonel Ryan's office at Port Headquarters until further notice. Corey out.
Got away, huh?
Yeah. Corbett used a false notification call to the tower. We must have been ready for this kind of a getaway. We'll get through the locks before the tower noticed the mistake.
Couldn't we blast off after it?
Yes, but if he has Blake with him, we'll be at a disadvantage. First, let's see if we can find out what Corbett is up to.
Well, how are we going to do that?
We must have pulled off some time. About the time Blake was arrested, probably a major robbery that's still unsolved. If we check the record for that particular time, we might find out which one it was.
Right. And then there's this mystery word, Condor. It's connected somehow to a pilot or a tramp spaceship. Well, a spaceship registry might run that down for us.
Yeah, if it could, Corbett wouldn't wait 10 months for Blake to be released. No. Condor must be a nickname known to a limited circle. I'll contact a few pilots and spread the word around. To find out who or what the Condor is before Corbett does, we can lay a trap for him.
Elsewhere, avoiding the space lanes, a private cruiser speeds away from Terra toward the outer planet. With frequent glances at the viewscope, Reese Corbett sets the controls on automatic pilot, then turns to Don Blake.
All right, you've had plenty of time to read over your entries in the diary. Find anything out about the Condor?
No, it's no use, Corbett. I couldn't help you even if I wanted to.
You're not qualified to decide that. While I was making it easy for you to get away with your poultry haul, I had another gang working on a job of real value.
What was it?
Never mind. At one time, your loot and mine were aboard the same ship. And the valuable stuff was transferred by another group of intermediaries. That's where the ship was disturbed.
What makes you think the information is in my diary?
Because, Blake, you are an observant young man, but not a very analytical one. You collect facts, but you don't source them. Your mind is like a sheet of old-fashioned fly paper. It catches everything that touches it, but digests nothing. That's why I selected you above 100 others. And I'll read your diary aloud. When you come to the right entry, I'll recognize it. Go on. Start with the entry for...
In the spaceport office on Terra, Cadet Happy brings Commander Corey a sheaf of reports he's just received by Spaceophone.
Here it is, sir. List of crimes that occurred during the period you mentioned.
Thanks, Happy.
I put a check mark on this one, sir.
1 million space credits stolen from other planet bank. Nothing recovered to date. All suspect arrested so far have been released as having no knowledge of the crime.
It's pretty hot, doesn't it?
Yes, Hap, it does. And all ties in with the information I have on the Condor. Got a lead, Hap. One of our men got hold of a commercial pilot who would talk.
You found out what the Condor is?
Yes. It was an old tramp spaceship. No one has seen or heard of it for several months. It's owned by an old-time pilot named Stubby Sykes.
And did he disappear with the ship?
No, he's now working as a mechanic.
Mechanic? Where?
You'll find out when we get to the Jupiter City spaceport. Let's go.
Hours later, the Terra 5 lands at Jupiter City Spaceport, and Buzz and Happy go immediately to a rambling structure bearing the sign, Repair Shop, number 6. A foreman points toward a short, stocky, middle-aged man engaged in straightening a section of rocket engine housing.
Excuse me, are you Stubby Sykes?
Yep.
Could I talk to you a minute?
Sure. Glad of a chance to rest. Swinging the hammer's heavy work.
It must be. I'm Commander Corey of the Space Patrol, Mrs. Cadet Happy.
Hello, Mr. Sykes.
Howdy. Won't shake hands. Pretty busy.
Say, isn't there an easier way to straighten that metal, Mr. Sykes? I mean, with a machine instead of a hammer?
Son, there's 3 ways of doing the job. Easy way, hard way, and right way. I'm doing it the right way.
I guess I got you.
I guess you did. Mr. Sykes, I'd like to ask you a few questions.
Fire rockets?
Did you ever own a spaceship called the Condor? Did you, Mr. Sykes?
Yeah.
Boy, what happened to it?
Ship can't last forever, Commander. You know that.
Yes, but what happened to the Condor?
It's an old ship. Done its work, had its day. Cracked up, smashed, so now I'm a mechanic. Did that answer your question?
Pardon me. When did this happen?
Oh, 10 months ago, more or less. On Saturn's 5th moon. Controls wouldn't work. Tried to land to make repairs. Kind of cracked up. I finally hailed a small lunar cruiser. With a real smart aleck pilot. He's lucky I didn't toss him through his own nose port with the cracks he made about the Condor.
I'm sorry about your ship, Mr. Sykes. Oh, was any of the cargo salvaged?
Cargo? Nothing but junk. Not even a payload. A few 100 pounds of processed food and a few cases of tools. Nobody bothered going after it. Record's still there.
Mr. Sykes, would you help me find the Condor?
Well, right now I'm on overtime. Got to get this job done today.
How about tomorrow morning?
All right. Tomorrow morning.
Fine. I'll make arrangements with the foreman.
However, the next morning, after a visit to the airport, Happy returns with disturbing news.
Commander, Mr. Sykes is gone.
Are you sure, Hap?
I just checked with the foreman. He got aboard a spaceship about an hour ago with another man. Sykes' roommate saw him, and the roommate knows everybody that Sykes knows, and this fellow was a complete stranger. In the description, he sounds like Reese Corbett.
We'll find out. Get to the ship, Hap. We're blasting off of Saturn number 5.
A private space cruiser flies low over the craggy surface of Saturn's 5th moon. Reese Corbett is at the controls as Stubby Sykes scans the craters and deep ravines.
Ought to be sighting Condor pretty quick now, Mr. Corbett.
Fine.
Hope I did right in not telling that mandatory fellow I was going with you.
You'd have been foolish to tell him, Sykes. The new salvage law gives the Space Patrol 100% of the proceeds from the salvage of wrecked spaceships and cargoes. Corey wouldn't have to give you a single credit, even if the Condor is your own ship.
No, I didn't know about that law. I haven't been following that end of business lately.
Lucky I located you in time, Sykes.
Never did know who owned part of that cargo I was hauling. Never thought it was worth going after.
I was deceived by a dishonest agent working for me at the time. It's taken me 10 months to find you.
There she is. There's the Condor down there in that crater just the way I left her.
Get out the spacesuit, Sykes. I'll land the ship close to the wreck so we don't have far to carry the cargo.
As I can tell at this distance, Commander, they're decelerating about you preparing to land. You're right, sir. They've sighted the Condor. The wreck shows up in the viewscope way up in the corner. Grid 9-8.
Yes, I see it. Now the trick is to land close to them without giving them a chance to blast off. We can come in low and keep the sun behind us.
Yeah, they won't be able to hear our rockets as long as there isn't any atmosphere.
Be sure your suit spacephone is set to our secret frequency. We may have to use the regular frequency to talk to them, but I don't want them picking us up till we're ready.
On the surface of Saturn's 5th moon, Sykes and Corbett stand amid the wreckage of the old spaceship. Scattered about are half a dozen large crates, which Corbett examines carefully. Unnoticed by either man is a tiny black dot against the bright disk of the sun, a dot that grows steadily larger.
We won't have to move all of these crates, Sykes. This You know what you're doing, Mr. Corbett, but none of this stuff looks very valuable to me. Oh, don't you worry about that. You'll get the 500 credits, I promise you, the moment we're through loading and back in the ship. That isn't a life for you. Here I am, a mechanic, getting more for lugging a few crates than I got for many an interplanetary trip as captain of the old Condor. I couldn't have found the Condor without you. Besides, I may need your help to destroy the wreckage. Huh? You don't need destroying anymore. 3 space grenades will blast the old hunk to pieces, and the space patrol will never find it. That hardly seems necessary, Mr. Corbett. What do you care? Come on, guy. Let's get to work. Help me with this crate. All right. You're the boss. Say, over there. Where'd that other ship come from? Darned if it didn't land without me noticing. Corey's ship. Those 2 fellows in spacesuits. Must be Corey and his cadet. Well, he was here first, so I guess... Don't stand there, Jobber. Stop it. Take one of these space grenades. Say, hold on. What are you going to do? Corey, you crazy? Smoking rockets, what was that? A space grenade. Wow, if you hadn't pulled me down, we'd have got some of those chunks of rock right through our suit. We can't back out now. Get behind this rock, Happy. Looks like Sykes is on our side. He's pulling Corbett's arm. Corbett's got another grenade. Shall we rush them? Yes, from above. Huh? With low gravity on this moon, we can reach Corbett in 1 leap. Yes, sir, but we'll come down awful slow. We'll use our jetpacks to force us down quickly. All right, Hap, jump. Hey, he missed us again, thanks to Sykes. Use your jetpack, Hap. Hit the ground as soon as you can. Yes, sir. Now, tell me, where's Blake? He's in the ship, locked up in the compartment. He's all right. Better be. Commander? Yes, Sykes. Tried to stop Corbett from harming you. Don't know what he's up to, honest to God. I believe you. Happy, show Sykes what Corbett came here for. Show him what's in that damaged crate. Oh, yes, sir. Here, Sykes. Take a look at this. Space credits? Bales of it. $1 million of them, Sykes. You and Blake can split the reward. Reward? I get a reward? Certainly. Blake led us to you, and you led us to the money. Oh, Condor. Seems like she's worth more busted up on the ground than she is flying. Well, with your share of the reward, you can probably get another ship, Mr. Sykes. Nope. I reckon I'm just like the Condor here. Better off on the ground. It's all the same to you. Buy me a new hammer. A big one.
An action preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure in just a moment.
Hi, Space Patrollers. Commander Corey here.
Space Patroller Kevin Rogers here.
Space Patroller Rogers and I are just finishing up the most important meal of the day.
Yes, sir. Just had a power breakfast.
And a power breakfast always means a big bowl full or two of good hot Ralston.
Instant Ralston or regular Ralston.
Those wonderful hot whole wheat energy cereals that give you twice as many body-building elements from the...
Part of the wheat.
Right. Good hot Ralston does give you all the vitamins and minerals that any other cereal provides, and twice as much power from the...
Part of the wheat.
Right again, Space Patroller Rogers. And it tastes just as good as it is good for you. So take it from me, Space Patrollers, and I've investigated every other cereal in the universe. No other cereal gives you so much power, yet tastes so good. That's why it's the official hot cereal of the Space Patrol. So head for your grocers, get a package of good hot Ralston right away.
And remember, you get a swell interplanetary space coin inside every package.
And now a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Commander Corey and Cadet Happy have entered a warehouse on the planet Venus to rescue an abducted explorer. As they creep up a flight of stairs, 2 criminals lurk above them behind a huge barrel.
Easy now, Happy. They've got Marcus in the place. Commander, the top of the stairs.
Get your hands up. We're Space Patrolmen.
I'm up and got it.
Come on, Happy.
There's the barrel, Perry. Roll it down on us.
Commander, look out!
Be sure to join us again next week for the thrilling story, The Venus-Tulania Mystery, when Instant Ralston and Regular Ralston again present Space Patrol! Space Patrol, created by Mike Moser, starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corey and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston, produced and directed by Larry Robertson, executive producer Mike Devery. Other players were Ken Mayer, Norman Jolly, Stephen Robertson, and Joe Cranston. Dick Tufeld speaking. Now, don't forget to tune in next Saturday and every Saturday when Instant Ralston and Regular Ralston again present Space Patrol! This is Dick Hufeld in Los Angeles reporting on the famous jet plane assigned to the vital Air Force mission of defending America's homeland, Lockheed's F-94C Starfire. In a moment, we'll hear from Tony LaVere, the well-known record-breaking test pilot on the Starfire. Within seconds after warning, this radar-controlled interceptor can be off the ground and streaking to 45,000 feet or higher. Packing 48 rockets, it can fly and fight in sunshine or darkness at speeds of more than 600 miles per hour. Now, Tony LaVere, tape recorded this morning at a California airbase.
You know, good health is important to a test pilot, and I have to stay in top condition. I get lots of rest and eat plenty of good food. That's why I like a good cereal for breakfast, like Rice Chex or Wheat Chex. They have real energy and they taste swell. Why don't you try them?
No other cereal, puff or flakes, contains so much nourishment in such concentrated bite-sized form. So take a tip from Tony LaVere, Joe Lynch, and other top test pilots. Make your cereals Rice Chex and Wheat Chex. Be sure to see another exciting Space Patrol story on your local ABC television station. Consult your local paper for time and channel. This program is broadcast for Armed Forces overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Space Patrol came to you transcribed from Hollywood. This is ABC Radio Network.
Thank you for joining us for another thrilling episode of Space Patrol. We're excited to have you as part of our audience. We invite you to return tomorrow for an all-new set of episodes that will take you on even more unforgettable adventures. Get ready for a journey to the outer reaches of imagination as we dive into Inner Sanctum, our next featured program. Get ready for chilling suspense as you delve into a tale of psychological intrigue and spine-tingling horror that keeps you on the edge of your seat.
We're always eager to hear from our fantastic audience. Your feedback fuels our passion for delivering the best in vintage entertainment. Feel free to share your thoughts, opinions, and suggestions. We value your input and strive to make your listening experience even more enjoyable.
If you're looking to enhance your Microsoft Access skills, look no further. Reach out to them at 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark.
Once again, thank you for being a part of our Golden Age radio community. Get ready for more riveting stories, captivating characters, and timeless entertainment. Until next time, stay tuned and keep the nostalgia alive.
Lipton Tea and Lipton Soup present Inner Sanctum Mystery. Good evening, friends of the Inner Sanctum. Here's your host at the creaking door. Through these portals pass the world's most horrified people. Oh, what's the matter? Did my happy medium startle you? Sorry, I keep him around to get in the right spirit, you know. Oh, by the way, if you feel a cold, thin sliver of steel across your neck in the next half hour, sit perfectly still. Someone's got an edge on you.
Gracious, Mr. Host, I'm afraid I'd have to move fast.
Oh, Mary, you must sit still. You wouldn't want to lose your head.
Well, I'll remember your advice, Mr. Host. But right now, I have some advice for our Lipton listeners. You know, a teapot can't talk. But if it could, I think it would tell you the same thing that I do about making tea. I think it would probably say, the most delicious tea is the tea with the most flavor. And I'll bet it would cast its vote, as so many folks do, for Lipton tea. Because Lipton's has that grand, brisk flavor, the flavor that's so different from other teas, the flavor that fills your cup with pleasure. You'll taste a world of tangy, full-bodied goodness in Lipton's. It's tea at its tastiest. So make that next pot of tea you brew at your house Lipton tea.
And now here's a little tale of horror that speaks for itself. The Edge of Death. Written by Frederick Matho and starring Larry Haynes in the role of Ralph. We're going to tell you of a night Satan played a game of murder along a deserted strip of Manhattan's waterfront. For his sport, he chose 2 friends. For his victim, a woman. And the weapon he suggested he had long ago placed in the hands of another murderer. The weapon was a long, slender, graceful rapier, which first drew blood at the hand of Rasputin, the mad monk of Russia.
Denton! Denton O'Brien! Open up! Denton!
Ralph Fitkin. Well, come on in, man. What's the matter with you? You're soaked. No hat, no coat.
Denton, you're my best friend, my only friend. You've got to help me.
I just got back from Chicago. I was going to drop over to your shop a little later.
You got back too late. You could have helped me. No, it's too late.
Well, what's the matter, Ralph? What have you done? Well, what's that in the package? Why, it's the antique sword I gave you when you were married. Ralph!
Naked steel always looks different. Coated with blood.
Ralph, you fool. You didn't...
Yes. I just pierced a woman's heart with that rapier. About 15 minutes ago.
Warned you about your temper ever since we were kids. You almost killed me once, do you remember?
You warned me about my hobby, too. You said I had a
psychosis. That's what we psychiatrists call it. Your unnatural love of steel blades, your worship of ancient weapons and tempered steel, it's off balance.
There's nothing in the world more beautiful than a piece of true hand-forged steel. It's an art as old as man.
Yes, I know. We've been over all that before, but now you're a murderer. And I want to know everything that happened.
It's too late, Denton. I only
Maybe I can dig something out of you that might help your defense. Now, Ralph, close your eyes. Close your eyes and let your mind wander. Tell me the first image you get. Tell me every detail, no matter what.
I see the wedding. Here at your house. The guests have left. Ingrid is blonde and beautiful in white satin. She's standing beside me. And you come toward me with a package.
Denton, it was so good of you to make such a beautiful wedding for us. You are the best man ever.
Oh, no. Maybe the second best man ever. Ralph was best today.
Well, you gave me some stiff competition, Denton.
I've got another wedding present for you, Ralph. I waited till now to bring it out because I didn't think the others would understand. Here, open it. Well, do you like it, Ralph? Is it a good one?
This is a good one. Why, it's the most beautiful rapier I've ever seen. What, the balance and the lines. Magnificent steel. Look, Ingrid. Isn't it wonderful?
It will be the very nicest sword in your collection, darling. As well as your last.
His last?
Oh, yes, Denton. I promised Ingrid no more auctions.
And he'll keep his promise this time. I'm going to change, darling. Won't take me long.
All right, darling, hurry.
You really like that blade, don't you, Ralph?
Like it. It's beautiful. Where did you find it?
Well, I saw it yesterday in a small, junky antique shop in the village. Little Russian fellow runs it.
Oh, did he tell you anything about the blade? I mean, where he got it?
No, but he said it was Russian. He said the hilt was black lacquer on rosewood and the steel was superior.
He said something there.
He mumbled on about wanting to get rid of it before the full moon. Something about it being an evil thing. He claimed it once belonged to Rasputin, the mad monk of Russia.
Say, I wonder if it did.
I doubt it. Anyhow, he finished by saying that whoever owned it would have evil luck, and failing to get rid of it before the full moon, would die by violence. I'll take it back to him if you like, Ralph.
No, not on your life, Denton. But don't mention that nonsense to Ingrid, will you?
I remember all that myself, Ralph. I left for Chicago that night. Now, what's the next thing that comes to your mind as important?
Well, about 3 weeks ago, I was working on some knives in the shop. Ingrid had left. I was alone. The shop door opened, and she was there.
She? Who, Ralph?
Stasha. She was beautiful, tall, white as marble. dressed in black, and beautiful.
I beg your pardon. What did you say?
Oh, I'm sorry.
You said beautiful. There's no cause to be embarrassed. I have heard this said before.
What can I do for you, Miss...
Kasov. Stasia Kasov. You own something that I would like to buy.
What is it?
A rapier. A Russian rapier. I saw it in your window as I passed.
It's not for sale.
Oh, really? Are you sure? I will pay you well. Say, $100.
Sorry.
Very well. Perhaps you might change your mind. Here. Here is my card. Come and see me if you do.
Well, thanks, but I...
Shall we say before the next full moon, Ralph?
Ralph, if it weren't for that blood-stained rapier on the table, I'd say you were lying. How could this woman know your name or anything about the legend of the rapier?
I know how.
What happened then, Ralph?
I've handled steel all my life. I've forged it, pounded it, tempered it, ground it to razor edge, and I've never cut myself. After Stasia left, I put the rapier to the stone. And as I worked, I kept seeing her eyes in the forge fire, glinting with evil beauty. Kept hearing her voice.
Ralph, shall we say before the full moon?
I turned suddenly to see if she was there, and I tripped. The rapier fell, and I fell against the upturned point. Ah! Oh! Oh!
Rolf, what's happened? Rolf!
I'm all right. Pull it out. Straight out.
Oh, no. No, I can't do that.
All right, I'll do it then. I'll do it.
Oh. Rolf, your arm is all blood.
Oh, it's not bad. It just passed through the flesh. Call Dr. Burns.
Oh, those stupid knives. Why don't you get rid of them?
Well, Ingrid phoned. It crept over me the deadening certainty that my fate was tied to Stasia Kasov's. That death was lunging at us with Rasputin's rapier, and I was unarmed. I told Ingrid about the woman. I told her about Stasia's offer of $100 for the blade. I shouldn't have.
And to turn down $100 for it, Rolf, that's the limit.
Ingrid, I can't expect everyone to understand some things about my character, but I do expect you to try.
I think I do understand, Rolf. I think you didn't want to sell that thing because you want that woman to come back.
That was your first quarrel, Ralph?
Yes. There were lots more. Things got worse. We quarreled a lot. It wasn't Ingrid's fault. I was changing. I kept thinking of Stasia. Her eyes mocked me. I tore up a card in anger, but I'd memorized the address. It was an old Dutch mansion on Littner Street. I had to see her again. There was a light in the house, and oddly enough, the front door was open a bit. I rang a long time, but no one answered. I obeyed an impulse and walked in. There was a coal fire going in the high-ceilinged living room. It cast dancing shadows on a life-sized oil painting above. A cold hand gripped my heart when I saw that painting. It was the painting of a man in a monk's habit, and his gnarled hand rested on the hilt of a jeweled rapier of exquisite beauty.
Yes, the man in the picture is long dead. But his mad spirit is in this room. It laughs from within you, Rolf Wittkuhn. It has seized your body.
Stasia.
You know, if I were Ralph, I wouldn't be seen dead with somebody else's spirit. You can't tell what will happen to a man when the spirit moves him.
Goodness, Mr. Host. That sword has certainly brought Rolf bad luck.
Yes, Mary. It got him in trouble right up to the hilt. And we're only halfway through the story.
Oh, yes, there's still a lot more excitement to look forward to. And I think looking forward to things is so much fun. For instance, imagine you're brewing up a pot of Lipton tea. Well, you know there's enjoyment ahead just as soon as that water starts bubbling in the tea kettle. The very sound of it is warm and cheerful and friendly, like Lipton's itself. And then when you lift that cup to your lips, oh, there's such a deep-down satisfaction in Lipton's brisk flavor because it's so mellow and satisfying, brimming with lively, full-bodied goodness. Yes, all those little promises of enjoyment are completely fulfilled in your first delicious sip of brisk-flavored Lipton tea.
Well, you certainly have a point there, Mary. But now, back to Ralph Wiedkin as he tells his friend the events leading to the murder he's committed tonight. He's telling of his first visit to the strange house of Stasia Kasov.
So the Kasov woman convinced you that the spirit or the ghost of Rasputin had taken possession of your body. And you fell for it.
Oh, I fought against believing it didn't. But it did explain so many of the strange promptings that had been stirring me all up inside.
She say anything more about it?
No. I turned to face her. She was a smiling column of white beauty, sheathed in black satin. Miss Kasov, how is it?
Stasia. Call me Stasia.
How is it you know my name? What do you know about the rapier?
Does it matter? You have changed your mind, perhaps? About selling me your rapier?
No, I came to ask you about it.
Or you came because you are confused? We will discuss it. But first, let us have some tea. Yes?
I examined the room while she was out of it. On the wall across from the fireplace were 5 oil paintings. All of them portraits of men. At first, I thought the light was playing tricks. It wasn't. Each face was painted with closed eyes. Each was a study in sleep or death.
You like my painting? Come and sit down. We'll have tea and talk.
Who are those men you painted, Stasia?
The 5 men you see in those paintings, each own the rapier you now possess.
Good Lord. Then they're...
Dead.
And the dates on the paintings?
Those are the dates on which they died, Rolf. Each on a day of the full moon. Each kept the rapier beyond the time he should have. More tea?
Stasia's eyes were eager and wide. My ears began to ring. I recall setting the cup down. I remember Stasia's voice a long way off.
Russian tea strong, my friend, and so are Russian legends.
This is all so fantastic, Ralph. Are you sure it wasn't something you dreamed?
Something I dreamed? No, she drugged me. It was no dream. Those portraits were no dream. The painting of Rasputin was no dream. They were there when I woke. Stasia was gone. The fire was out. My head ached. There was an easel near the lamp. It hadn't been there before. I shuffled toward it. There was a fresh painting on the easel. I stared at the face before me. Its eyes were closed in sleep. The face was mine. There was a date painted in it. It was January 15th.
What?
Yes, that's tonight. I couldn't find Stasia, so I dashed out of the house, cursing like a madman. It was 4 a.m. when I reached home. Ingrid was waiting for me. She was crying.
Rolf! Rolf, darling, where have you been?
Why? What difference does it make?
You've been to see that Kossoff woman.
Yes, I've been to see that Kossoff woman.
Oh.
I had to. I'm losing my mind, Ingrid. Something's trying to kill me. That woman knows about it. She knows how and when it'll happen. And the funny thing is, I don't care anymore. I don't care.
Rolf, where are you going?
Back to the shop. Back to that cursed rapier. In the shop, I tried to reason the thing out. I was toying with the rapier. There was a tiny green speck on a black hilt. Idly, I picked at it with my thumbnail, and a chip of lacquer snapped off. The hilt was supposed to be wood. But here was what looked like a large emerald. My heart pounding, I chipped and picked at the lacquer until bit by bit I uncovered the most dazzling and richly wrought collection of jewels I'd ever seen. Set in solid gold were pearls, rubies, emeralds, and a magnificent star sapphire. This was the bejeweled blade that Rasputin held in his hand in Stasia's painting. This was Rasputin's rapier. I returned to Stasia's house. Like the first night, the door was ajar. Like the first night, I walked in. I walked into the living room. I looked about. Nothing had changed. Nothing, that is, except that mine was the sixth painting, now hung beside the others. And the easel already had a fresh canvas. Stasia was already painting a new portrait. The face was indistinct, but the date was clear. 1 lunar month from tonight. I gave up and walked homeward, the rapier under my arm. It was drizzling and foggy along the waterfront, and I was sick inside. I kept hearing Stasia's voice locked in my brain.
Tonight is the last night you may own the rapier, Rolf. But there is a way out.
A way out? How? There's no way out as long as either of us lives.
There is a way out, Rolf. Kill her and come to me. Tonight is the night of the full moon, Rolf. If I own the rapier, you will be safe. Kill her, Rolf. Kill her and come to me.
Somebody's following me. A woman. I could hear her high heels on the cobblestones. I'd just passed that little blind alley. You know, the one about a block away from my shop. I decided to trick her. I stopped short. I spun around and caught sight of a woman in black as she darted into the alley. It was Stasia. And there was no exit from that alley. I tiptoed to the entrance and leaped into its shadows. All I could see was a large empty carton against the far wall. She had to be behind that. I gripped the jeweled handle of the rapier until it burned my hand. Only one searing thought in my tired mind. Stasia must die. I took a deep breath and drew the needle-pointed steel back, aimed at where I judged her heart to be, and thrust.
Rolf.
I drew the blade out, and her body slumped forward. I lit a match to see her face. But it wasn't Stasia Karsov I had killed. It was Ingrid. My wife. Ingrid.
It worked, Stasia, it worked. My plan worked. Ralph reacted just as I planned it.
You mean he did it? Killed
A
her?
psychological masterpiece. He told me the whole story at my office 10 minutes ago. He killed her thinking it was you.
And now that she is gone, you are happy. You will love me and forget her then.
Oh, perfect, perfect. She picked that stupid fool instead of me. Now she's dead, and he'll die too.
Oh, Denton, I am so glad. I would do anything for
Everything
you.
went like clockwork. This rapier I found in your attic, the legend I made up, the phony paintings of former owners, your flirtation, perfect, perfect. The perfect murder, I've done it.
Did my acting please you, Denton?
Oh, you were magnificent, but there's only one weakness to my plan, Stasia.
What is it?
When Ralph is picked up, there must be no way for anyone to find out that You and I know each other, Stasia.
I know, and no one will know, darling.
Ralph's fingerprints are still on this rapier. He'll be electrocuted for one murder. Might as well be for two.
Denton. No. I love you.
I'm
Denton.
sorry, Sergeant.
I love you. Still. I will wait for you.
Very neat stroke, then.
Ralph!
I heard everything you said, Denton. But I didn't have to, I knew. No, don't move. The gun is faster than a rapier.
How did you know, Ralph? Something I said tonight?
No. No, something I saw. Stasia loved you. The painting I saw on her easel tonight, the one I told you she'd begun, was your portrait. The only way I knew was because, as an artist, she was conscious of the scar on your forehead. She painted that in first.
The scar you gave me as a kid. Oh, you've a lot more brains than I gave you credit for, but at least we'll burn together.
Sorry, Denton. I'll have to decline that honor.
Ralph! Ralph, am I too late?
Ingrid, no, you're dead. Ralph, everything you told me at my house tonight was a lie.
No, Denton. Your plan almost worked. I told you the truth. Except for the part about murdering Ingrid.
You should have studied psychiatry, Ralph.
I did, Denton. I had a good teacher. You.
Are we going home soon, darling? You seem so far away, Rolf. Is anything wrong?
No. I've been thinking about Denton. Odd the way things turned out. He made up that story about the rapier and its belonging to Rasputin and its owners dying on the night of the full moon.
You don't believe it, do you?
No. But what he thought was a cheap blade turns out to be a priceless treasure. It matches the one Rasputin held in his hand in the painting.
That was coincidence, darling. Come on, now put your work away. Let's go home. It's late.
Mm-hmm.
Such a beautiful night, Rolf. Let's walk home.
All right. You know that painting Stasia started of Denton, the one that gave his plot away?
Yes?
It had a date on it. I wonder what ghostly hand guided her brush as she wrote that date.
Why?
The date she wrote was today's. But there's a full moon. And tonight was the night Denton was electrocuted.
Well, wouldn't you say that's a story which gets down to fine points? Happy ending, too. Yes, you get a ghost-to-ghost hookup between Stasia and Denton. Ralph and Ingrid get an Exhibit A worth a few bucks and go back to the old grind.
Well, I'm glad Denton's plot didn't work.
Yes, Mary, but if it had, Ralph would have had a plot of his own, in the cemetery. After all, that's one of the best-selling plots I know of.
Oh, nonsense, Mr. Host. If you think that's the kind of thought we want to leave our Lipton listeners with, you're quite wrong. Here's a much better thought for folks to carry away with them. Tomorrow, when you visit the grocer's, get a package of Lipton tea. Buy it, try it, and see if you don't agree that Lipton's brisk flavor gives you extra enjoyment. Oh, yes, there's a great treat in store for you when you first taste Lipton's full-bodied, zestful goodness. Ask your grocer for a package of Lipton tea tomorrow.
And now, friends, in case you're wondering, we do have a moral for tonight's story. It's short and sharp. Knife can be beautiful if you keep your temper and look out for people with an axe to grind. They may be trying to get ahead of you. Oh, by the way, this month's Inner Sanctum mystery novel is The Pavilion by Hilda Lawrence. And next week, the makers of Lipton Tea and Lipton Soup bring you another grisly Inner Sanctum tale, directed by Hyman Brown, and titled The Confession. And now, if you'll excuse me, I have an appointment with Stasia and Denton. Yes, they've got the concession for hand-forged hinges where it's hotter than the hinges of... Until next Tuesday, then. Good night. Pleasant dreams.
Got tomorrow's meal on your mind? Well, how about letting me make a suggestion? Now, here's a real menu masterpiece that the whole family will love. It's Lipton's Noodle Soup, a grand soup chock full of wonderful fresh-cooked chickeny goodness. Lipton's Noodle Soup is prepared with ease, ready to please in just a few quick minutes. It's economical, too. It costs less and makes lots more than canned soups. So ask your grocer for Lipton's Noodle Soup Mix. And don't forget to tune in next Tuesday night for another Inner Sanctum Mystery.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Thank you for joining us for another thrilling episode of Inner Sanctum. We're excited to have you as part of our audience. We invite you to return tomorrow for an all-new set of episodes that will take you on even more unforgettable adventures. Get ready for a journey to the outer reaches of imagination as you escape our next featured program. This exciting thriller will keep you on the edge of your seat as you experience captivating moments of action, suspense, mystery, and science fiction.
We're always eager to hear from our fantastic audience. Your feedback fuels our passion for delivering the best in vintage entertainment. Feel free to share your thoughts, opinions, and suggestions. We value your input and strive to make your listening experience even more enjoyable.
If you're looking to enhance your Microsoft Access skills, look no further. Reach out to them at 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark.
Once again, thank you for being a part of our Golden Age radio community. Get ready for more riveting stories, captivating characters, and timeless entertainment. Until next time, stay tuned and keep the nostalgia alive.
Fed up with the everyday grind? Tired out from the summer heat? Want to get away from it all?
We offer you Escape. Escape, designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
You are trapped in a remote valley in the Andes, walled in by sheer rock precipices, and surrounding you, closing in on you, is a band of blind men who want your eyes.
Tonight, we escape to the mountains of Ecuador and to a remarkable world where sight is unknown, as H.G. Wells imagined it in his gripping story, The Country of the Blind.
My name is Ibarra. I'm a mining engineer in Quito, Ecuador, high in the towering Andes. Up until a year ago, my chief sport was mountain climbing. My last climb was an attempt to scale the remote and forbidding peak of Pariscotopetl, a 20,000-foot crag unconquered by man. It is unconquered still. 3,000 feet from the icy summit, we turned back and fled for our lives. All of us escaped, except one, a guide named Nunez, who slipped over the frightful precipice and disappeared in the vast chasm, yawning 10,000 feet beneath us. The horror of that man's fall has terrorized my dreams for a year. Because of it, I've forsaken mountain climbing for the rest of my life. And that decision still stands, even though today I've seen Nunez. He was sitting on the steps at my shack when I arrived at the mine this morning. At first, I didn't recognize him. He was so much changed. I thought he was some weird, ragged beggar.
Is it you, Senor Ibarra?
My name is Ibarra, yes. What do you want?
You do not know me, Senor.
No? Well, you look like a man I knew once, but he's...
He is dead. Dead on the slopes of Periscotapetl.
Nunez. Oh, no, it couldn't be.
Nunez, that is my name, Senor. At least that is the name I remember.
But you fell. I saw you fall.
Yes.
But it's impossible that you could have lived.
Perhaps the gods of the mountain had some reason to spare me.
Nunez, if we'd had any idea that you were alive, but you went down thousands of feet. We couldn't even attempt to find your body.
I know. I do not blame you. You could not have reached me, and if you had, I should not have welcomed you at first. But then, later...
Yes, what do you mean?
Senor, you will not believe what I have to tell.
I can hardly believe that I'm seeing you, Nunez, and talking to you.
You remember that night, the night I fell?
Yes, of course.
We had been toiling all day, inching our way up a steep ice wall, and as darkness came, we found a narrow ledge, barely 3 feet wide.
It's not very wide, but we can get our shelter wall up. Cut off some of this wind.
Well, that will be welcome.
Yes, but first we'll rest a moment.
Oh, look at that icy depot up there, glistening in the moonlight.
Yes. There's another 3,000 feet of sheer ice wall. We'll have to cut our own holes from now on. Won't even be ledges like this for resting places.
Well, I can see why no one's ever made it. Do you think we should go on?
I don't know. Nunez, what do you think?
It is not my place to say, senor. I was hired to go to the top. I agreed.
But what do you really think?
If I believed in the gods of the mountain as the Indians do, I should be frightened now.
Why?
Because we have invaded the Forbidden Circle. This part of the Andes is unmapped and almost unknown, senor. It is an easy thing to believe strange things in this white loneliness.
Some of the legends are fascinating. I've heard of one, something about a hidden valley called the Country of the Blind.
Yes. See? It is supposed to be somewhere down there, below us. A fertile valley which was settled many centuries ago and then cut off by the great landslide of Arauca.
Yes, but why the Country of the Blind?
Even before it was cut off, the people developed a strange illness. All of them slowly went blind, and after that their children were born blind. The legend is that the valley was the home of the mountain gods. It was too beautiful for human eyes.
It's odd. But then, of course, it's all nonsense.
Yes, of course.
It would be pleasant to find it, though. You know the old proverb, in the country of the blind, the one-eyed man is king.
I doubt if we should ever find it. I even doubt if it exists.
Of course not. I was only joking.
Yes. Now, if you're rested, we'll make the shelter wall.
Righto. I'll give you a hand in a moment. Believe me, Ibarra, for 2 pesos, I'd give up this climb. I never realized...
Senor!
Nunez, I'm slipping!
I fell perhaps 1,000 feet, and then I felt the heavy stinging impact of snow. I'd fallen onto an almost perpendicular slope, and once again I was sliding down, tumbling over and over. But now under me, around me, over me, an immense avalanche of snow was rumbling, sliding with me. Suddenly I realized that my own motion had almost stopped, and it was the snow that was moving. I was riding the avalanche. And at almost the same moment I went over the second precipice. It was higher than the first, much higher, perhaps 4,000 feet. I fell with the snow for what seemed minutes every second, expecting the terrible final impact, but the impact never came. Miracle of miracles, that sheer wall blended almost imperceptibly into another steep slope, and again I was sliding. And gradually, as the arc of the slope curved away, I felt myself slow down. I was whirled along on top of the avalanche, and then, as it subsided out onto the gentler snow upon a gentler slope. And finally, I rolled to a stop and lay still. When I awoke, it was morning, and I was covered with snow. I shook off the cold white blanket rolled over on my back and looked up. My heart almost stopped as I saw from where I'd fallen. The mountain towered 10,000 feet above me. Carefully, I felt myself. My clothes were torn. I was bruised and bleeding. I ached in every muscle, but I had not a single broken bone. I lay there and offered up a prayer to the gods of the mountain. Far below me lay a lush valley sparkling in the morning sunlight. I could see the stately trees and green meadows fresh with dew. I started down, but it was still an arduous descent. The farther down I got, the more I realized the beauty of the scene. Why, this was a hidden paradise I'd fallen into, and I was the first man ever to see it. So I thought. But I was wrong. I realized that first when I saw the cultivation in the meadows, and then the walks, well-kept stone walks laid in a symmetrical pattern all over the valley. And then I saw them. There were men and women lying under the trees, resting. Nearby, a collection of windowless huts marked a village, and the plastering of the houses was done in a wild variety of colors. I thought to myself, the plasterer who did that must have been blind as a bat. Then I saw the two men who were quite close to me. They were standing on a bridge over the little stream. They were dressed in odd, loose clothing, and there was a strange look about their faces. They failed to notice me as I approached until I shouted, and suddenly they looked up attentively in my direction. I waved wildly at them, but they took no notice. Why, the fools must be blind. Blind? Could it be I'd fallen into the legendary country of the blind? In the country of the blind, a one-eyed man is king. Hello there.
It is a man, or a spirit come down from the rocks.
Oh, I'm a man, all right, just like you, but I've had a miraculous escape, and now I find myself here in your valley.
Valley? Valley? Come hither. Let me feel of you.
Certainly, here, my arm and my face. You see, I'm indeed a man like yourself. My lips move with speech. You feel... careful there. Gently on the eyes.
Eyes? Eyes? That is strange. Feel this, Correa.
Yes, I feel.
Careful, you feel the eyelids flutter?
He is but imperfectly formed. Some strange bulge there. Unseemly.
No, your eyes are shrunken in, but mine are whole. I can see.
See? See? Pedro, he's a strange wild one. Where does he come from?
Down out of the rock.
No, from over the mountains, out of the country beyond there, where men can see. From Bogota, where there are 100,000 people and the city stretches out of sight.
Sight? What strange words he uses, without meaning. And feel the coarseness of his hair, like a llama's.
Ooh. And you have come into the world.
Into? Why, no, out of the world. The big world beyond the mountains. The world that stretches 12 days' journey to the sea.
Our fathers have told us men may be made by forces of nature. It is the warmth of things, and moisture, and rottenness.
Let us lead him to the elders.
You don't have to lead me. I can see.
See?
Yes, of course. I didn't see your water bucket.
His senses are still imperfect. He stumbles and talks meaningless words. Lead him by the hand.
But look, Oh, well, all right. These people had been blind for centuries. They'd forgotten even the words associated with seeing, and they thought I was an idiot, only half-formed. Especially when they led me into the pitch blackness of one of their windowless huts, and I stumbled over someone.
Oh, 1,000 pardons, Medina Sorote. He is a clumsy one.
I'm sorry. I fell down. I couldn't see in the darkness.
Who is this? And what is he saying?
He is but newly formed. He has come down from the rocks. He stumbles as he walks and mingles words that mean nothing with his speech.
He is a wild man out of the rocks.
No, I come from Bogota, over the mountains.
You hear? Bogota. He uses wild words. His mind is hardly formed. He has only the beginnings of speech.
Bogota.
Yes. I come from the great world where men have eyes and see.
That must be his name, Bogota.
He stumbled twice as we came thither.
He must be taught.
No. Don't you understand? I can see, but not in the dark. To you, darkness or light is all the same, but to me, to us outside in the world beyond the mountains...
Mountains? What are mountains?
Oh, very well, then beyond the rocks.
There is nothing beyond the rocks. That is the end of the world.
But surely you must realize the sky above covers more than this valley.
There is nothing above but the roof of rock. He is very raw, my children. He shall have to be taught from the beginnings. Take him away, feed him. But guide him, see that he does not stumble over my daughter again.
Do not fear, Father. I shall guide him myself and feed him.
Very well.
Come, take my hand.
Thank you. It'll be a pleasure to get outside again, out of this darkness.
Come this way.
Yes. What is your name?
Medina Sarote.
Medina Sarote. Mine is Juan Nunez, and... Oh, sunlight. Oh, this is better. And now, Senorita, you're beautiful. I cannot tell what a wonderful thing you are to see.
Please, I'm afraid for you.
Afraid?
Yes. If you do not learn quickly and cease speaking such strange words, they may not be so kind to you. They might be angry. They might even destroy you.
This thought had not occurred to me before, and suddenly I had a twinge of fear. Still the proverb kept running through my mind. In the country of the blind, a one-eyed man is king. But try as I would, I could not make them understand my wonderful gift of sight. They simply could not comprehend it. Worse, they were not impressed. They thought me stupid and untaught, almost an idiot. Day by day, I learned their peaceful ways, but they could not learn mine. It was getting on my nerves, and theirs too, perhaps.
Bogota, come hither. Bogota, you move not.
No, and I won't, you old beetle. I'll show you. I'll leave the path and...
Bogota, trample not on the grass. It's not allowed.
How did you know I stepped on the grass?
I heard, of course.
Heard, but I didn't make a sound.
Why do you not come when I call you? Can you not hear the path as you walk?
I can see it.
There is no such word as see. Cease this folly and follow the sound of my feet.
Oh, my time will come.
You will learn. There is much to learn in the world.
Has no one ever told you in the country of the blind the one-eyed man is king?
Blind? What is blind?
Oh, never mind. Go on.
Bogota, I must warn you. Just keep quiet and learn. And stop this nonsense about seeing.
Nonsense, is it? I'll show you. I've taken enough of your insults. Unformed mind, got no sense. I'll be king here. I can see, and I'll be king.
Bogota, stop it.
No, I'm through with your orders. I'll show you what an advantage sight can be. I can hit you, hurt you, and you can't see me to strike back.
Bogota, put down that spade.
You devil, your ears are sharp, aren't they? But it won't do you any good now. I'll show you. I'll strike. No, I can't do it. I cannot hit a blind man.
Bogota, pick up that spade. Do not leave it lying on the walk. Someone might stumble.
Pick it up yourself.
Do as I say.
Take your hands off me. Take them off.
Bogota! Bogota! Stop!
I finally lost my temper and shoved him over and ran. The next half hour was a nightmare. Before I reached the fields, they were following me, 20 or more of them, armed with sticks and spades, fanning out across the meadows, following my trail like bloodhounds. At first, I wanted to laugh, but on they came, swift, inexorable, and the laugh froze in my throat. They didn't need eyes. They could smell me, feel my trail. On they came, closer and closer, encircling me, closing in.
Bogota!
Bogota, there must be no violence. You must come peacefully.
By heaven, I'll hit you if you come any closer. I swear I will.
Bogota.
You don't understand. You are blind. I can see. I can see.
Grab him.
I'll hurt you. I swear I will. Leave me alone! I hit his arm, turned, and ran over the wall outside the valley, back to the rocks, to the precipitous cliff I'd come down. But when I reached that sheer rock wall, I knew there was no place to go. For 2 days and nights I stayed outside the valley, hungry and cold, and then I realized the hopelessness of my position. I was trapped. I must spend the rest of my life here. There was no way out. So I went back. I confess I was mad. I admit I was only newly formed.
That is better. And do you still think you can see?
No, that was folly. The word means nothing. Less than nothing.
And what means overhead?
Rock is the overhead. There is a roof above the world, a roof of rock and very smooth.
Very well. Now...
Before you ask me any more, please, give me food or I shall die.
Very well. Give him food.
I shall.
And after that, give him the most menial tasks in the village. Guard him well, and perhaps he shall learn yet.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, that is better. You are kind, Medina Cerote. Very kind.
I am glad you came back.
You are? If they were all like you, I should never have run away.
What was that word you said I was?
Beautiful.
It means something nice?
Oh, something very nice. Medina Cerote, why is it you have no husband?
I have a disfigurement. These long hairs.
Your eyelashes. Oh, but they're beautiful.
They are considered a disfigurement.
Oh, you're the most lovely girl in the valley, but they wouldn't know, would they? And so you have no lover?
No.
Medina Cerote, what do you think of me? Do you think of me as an idiot like all the rest?
No. You have much to learn, but you will learn it, I'm sure. And you are kind and gentle. And your voice is soft. You speak the words that are soft and warm. No one has ever spoken such words to me.
Then I shall speak them often, Medina Cerote. You are the only one in this valley, in this world, that I care for. And so it began. I, the village idiot, the slave boy who dreamed to be king, I, with my eyes still whole, fell in love with Medina Cerote, the daughter of the elder of the village. Only to her could I open my heart without fear, and only to her could I speak of the beauty I could see around me. It is a beautiful valley, green with grass and yellow with sunlight, and flowers, bright flowers dotting the hills. And in the cool of night, the stars gleam like diamonds in the sky.
Oh, the words sound lovely. But what are stars?
Stars? Why, they are... But no. No, you wouldn't understand.
And what do you mean, in the cool of the night? You still get that confused one. The night is warm, the day is cool.
No, it is you here who have them backwards. Because the darkness means nothing to you. You work in the cool of night and sleep in the heat of day.
You are teasing me.
Oh, no. I'm... Oh, what does it matter? All that matters is you. You here beside me. Medina Cerote, I love you.
And I love you.
I know they still think me an idiot, but you listen to what I say, and you don't think me an idiot, do you?
No, I like to hear you speak.
Then, would you marry me?
I would be very happy.
No, I will not have it.
But, Father...
He is an idiot. He has delusions. He cannot do anything right.
But he's getting better. He's better than he was. And he is strong and kind. Stronger and kinder than anyone in the world. And he loves me. And I love him.
No, I will not have it.
Great sire, if you please.
Yes? What is it, good doctor?
I have examined Bogota, and the case is clear to me. I think very probably he might be cured.
Uh-huh. And how might that be done?
His brain is affected by something. I believe I know what it is. Those queer things he calls eyes. Where we have but an agreeable depression, he has great lumps. Consequently, his brain is in a constant state of irritation.
But what can be done to cure him?
Oh, it's a very simple surgical operation. Remove the cause of the irritation. We will merely cut out his eyes.
But they say it will make you well.
But you don't understand, Medina Cerote. My world is sight. You would not want me to lose my most valued possession.
I do not know.
There are so many beautiful things to see. The flowers, the far sky with its drifting clouds, the sunset, the stars, you. Why, just to see you it is good to have sight, and I would never see you again.
I wish sometimes you would not talk like that.
Like what?
I know it's your imagination. I love it. But now...
Now? You want me to... Oh, Medina Cerote. If I were to consent to this...
Oh, if you would. If only you would.
What else can I do?
Oh, my dearest one. My dearest with a tender voice. I will repay you.
Oh, Medina.
Be brave. Carry my voice in your thoughts. Now I must go. And tomorrow...
Yes?
Tomorrow will be forever.
Goodbye. Goodbye, Medina. I suppose I knew it then, when I said that. I only meant to go up on the rocks and look out over the valley, to spend my last day feasting my eyes on the wonderful, beautiful world of light and color. But when I got there, it was too beautiful, too lovely, this valley, this home of the mountain gods. Beautiful and forbidden. I drank it in, the green of the fields, the blue of the gently curving stream, the orange of the lichen in the rocky crevices. I climbed higher to see the great snow-capped peaks towering above and away to the distant sky, and higher still as the shadows turned the snow to purple and crimson and deep blue. The valley was far below now, and as beautiful as a painting. But like a painting, it looked unreal. Medina Cerote was small and far away, a distant dream. And the world of sight was here, all around me, overpowering, wonderful. I turned and began to climb up that sheer rock wall. How many months it took me to make my way out over those mountains, over glaciers and snowfields and sheer precipices, I cannot guess. How I lived through the cold and hunger of it, I cannot tell you. But I'm here at last, back from the country of the blind.
Good heavens, man. What an experience.
Terrible and wonderful.
But you aren't sorry you came back?
Sorry? I see her face clearly now. It is the only thing I see.
Nunez, Come, you need food. Here, take my hand.
Thank you. Where is it, Senor Ibarra?
Nunez. You are?
Yes. The god of the mountains has had this revenge. Those months of crawling over the snow and ice with the sun glaring down. Yes, I am blind.
Escape is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald, and tonight brought you The Country of the Blind by H.G. Wells, adapted for radio by John Dunkel, and featuring Paul Frees as Nunez, Barry Kroger as Ibarra, and Peggy Weber as Medina Sorote, with Wilms Herbert as Correa and Byron Kane as Pedro. Music was conceived by Cy Feuer, with Ivan Ditmars at the organ. Next week.
You are spurring a lathered horse through the darkened streets, trapped between two hostile armies with a bit of magic in your pocket, and the American Revolution in the balance.
Next week, we escape with Stephen Vincent Benet's delightful fantasy, A Tooth, for Paul Revere. Good night, then, until this same time next week, when once again we offer you Escape. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Are you ready to unlock the full potential of your data management? Look no further. Introducing G3PL.com, your ultimate destination for mastering Microsoft Access. Microsoft Access is a powerful tool that lets you organize, analyze, and report on your data with ease. And with G3PL.com, learning how to harness its capabilities has never been more accessible.
At G3PL.com, we believe that knowledge is the key to success. Our expert instructors will guide you step by step, whether you're a beginner or looking to enhance your skills. You'll learn how to create databases, design user-friendly forms, and generate insightful reports, all using Microsoft Access.
Call us now at 615-420-2040 to enroll in our Microsoft Access courses. Don't miss out on this opportunity to become a Microsoft Access guru. Visit G3PL.com to start your learning journey today. G3PL.com, empowering you with the knowledge you need to succeed in the digital age. Email db@g3pl.net now.
This is Orson Welles, speaking from London.
The Black Museum, the repository of death. Yes, here in the grim stone structure on the Thames, which houses Scotland Yard, is a warehouse of homicide, where everyday objects, a skillet, a screwdriver, a photograph, all are touched by murder. Here's a .22 caliber pistol. It's a familiar object. You've seen one or its picture. You've never touched one. An elegant little weapon, blue steel, mother of pearl inlaid grip, beautiful in its dainty, snub-nosed wickedness.
A lady's weapon, wouldn't you say, Pepper?
Looks as if it wouldn't harm a fly. Pretty in its way, Inspector.
Pretty and dangerous. There ought to be a law forbidding the manufacture of these toys. Every one of them is capable of death.
Well, today, this little blue .22 can be found among the exhibits in the Black Museum.
From the annals of the Criminal Investigation Department of the London Police, we bring you the dramatic stories of the crimes recorded by the objects in Scotland Yard's Gallery of Death, the Black Museum. In just a moment, you will hear The Black Museum, starring Orson Welles. Now, The Black Museum, starring Orson Welles.
Well, here we are, in the Black Museum. Scotland Yard's Museum of Murder. It's an impressive place. The kind of echoing awe which comes from a vaulted ceiling and somber lighting. Weird, fantastic, with a harsh, real fantasy that comes with murder. Here lies death, and so neatly. Each object placarded with a small white card labeled with black lettering, name, place, date, disposition of the case. Here's an odd-looking ashtray, soapstone. It's carved rather nicely with the crouching figure of a woman. Something decorative for your living room, but observe closely now the red-brown stain on the rim. Lift up the tray, hold it by the figure of the woman. Oh, yes, it's comfortable in your hand, and suddenly, this is a weapon. Ah, here we are, a little blue .22. Well, it's silent now. It was silent, too, during Vivian Davis's cocktail party in London's smart, sophisticated West End. In Vivian's quite chic apartment. It was not destined to be silent, though. Not very long. It's a nice place, Vivian's apartment, if you go for ultra-modern glass and metal combinations. Nice people, too. Well, nice looking, anyway. Young men are quite impeccable. The young ladies are lovely, lush, well aware of the well-put-together attractiveness. Oh, yes, these are the chic young people.
Larry, darling, have you been watching Vivian and Donald?
What else, sweet? They are at dagger points, aren't they?
Well, frankly, Larry, if Viv has one more martini, she'll kill Donald with a look.
An alcoholic look, at any rate. But why all the fuss and bother? If Donald wants to play, she ought to let him. I know at least 3 males who are perfectly willing to give Viv a time, really.
Mm-hmm. Including yourself, Larry, my sweet?
No, darling, I'm the 4th. But then why bother?
A trifle strange, isn't it? The ultra-sophisticated, the over-civilized, and yet, you know, beneath the polish, the same old jealousy that you can find in savages. Oh, yes, simple jealousy. For instance, at this moment, Vivian herself is approaching the chrome and plastic bar where Donald is mixing a drink.
Donald, haven't you had enough? You're quite tight, you know.
Am I? Really?
I asked you, Donald, haven't you had enough?
I don't believe I have. Will you have one, dear?
I've had enough, let me tell you. This is my party. You might be polite enough to pay some attention to me and a little less to that strawberry blonde.
Ah, she's quite attractive in a leggy sort of way.
Oh, yes, quite elemental beneath the polished surface. An interesting situation. It continues, of course, as long as the party lasts. It continues, as a matter of fact, well past the end of the party, even to the moment when May and Larry are making their farewells. The last of the guests to go.
Oh, it was simply marvelous, Viv, darling. Just delightful.
I always adore your parties, Viv. The liquor flows like water.
Oh, thank you both for coming. My little parties wouldn't be the same without you. Isn't that so, Donald?
Huh? Yes, yes, of course.
Coming, Donald, old son?
Well, I don't exactly
Oh, Larry,
know.
please.
What? Oh, put my foot in it, haven't I? I'm sorry, old man. Au revoir, Viv. Let the martinis run again sometime soon.
Bye, darling. Ring me, won't you? Oh, soon, darling. Quite soon.
Donald's for it now. Did you see the look in her eye?
Come along, dear. Don't be catty.
Oh, I don't know.
The party's over now. Silence descends on the carpeted hallway for a moment or two. And then, through the muffling walls...
You stupid little, silly little beast on that woman.
Oh, stop it, Viv. I'm not interested in her. I
Don't
told
you
you
make me look like a perfect idiot.
Man versus woman. A jealous woman. Where does it go? Isn't it obvious? Of course. Somebody's bound to be hurt. Inspector Summers and Detective Pepper arrive quickly from the yard.
This seems to be the weapon, Inspector. A .22. Blue steel, mother-of-pearl grip.
A lady's weapon, wouldn't you say, Pepper?
Looks as if it wouldn't harm a fly. Pretty in its way, Inspector.
Pretty and dangerous. There ought to be a law forbidding the manufacture of these toys. Every one of them is capable of death.
Funny.
What is?
The body, out here, on the landing.
Yes. Well, we'll find the reason for that shortly. Not much blood. 22s don't make much of a hole. Stay here, Pepper. I want the pathologist to see the body before it goes to the morgue. You know the procedure. I'll be inside with the prime and only suspect.
Yes, sir. I understand.
All right. Tell me how it happened.
Don't you dare to talk to me like that.
Take hold of yourself, Miss Davis. I need the answers to a few questions. I'll answer that.
Don't you dare. That's my telephone.
Yes? No. This is Inspector Summers of Scotland Yard. I see. I'm sorry, Lady Munsey, you can't speak to your daughter just now. Yes, she'll be coming down to the yard. You can come there if you wish. Goodbye.
Now will you leave me alone? You know who my mother is.
Which do you prefer, to answer my questions here or to come down to the yard?
I refuse to answer anything.
That won't look well in the report, miss.
Oh, get out of here. Get out.
Take
now.
hold of yourself, Miss Davis.
I've told you and told you. Donald and I were arguing. I suppose I grabbed the gun from under the pillow where I keep it. He tried to take it away from me. And next I knew there was a shot and he was mumbling something about a doctor. And then he was dead. Oh, now leave me alone. Leave me alone.
Inspector Summers felt that further questioning was indicated. The location he chose was his own office at the yard.
Where did you get the gun, Miss Davis?
My husband gave it to me several years ago.
Are you married?
I was. I'm divorced.
Inspector Summers thought of many questions.
Where did you struggle over the gun?
In the bedroom.
I see. Why do you use linoleum for a floor covering in the bedroom?
Oh, because it's easy to keep clean and because it's chic and because... Oh, what has that to do with Donald?
I'm asking the questions, Miss Davis.
Oh, yes, there were many, many questions.
How long have you lived at that address? How long did you know Donald Martin? Have you ever bought any ammunition for that gun? What were you quarreling about?
It went on and on. And finally...
Very well, Miss Davis. We shan't hold you. But don't leave London. And your mother is waiting for you. You better go home with her. We're sealing your apartment.
An inconvenient matter, violent death from a gunshot wound. Apartments are sealed, people investigate. One's whole life is turned inside out. And then there are the experts.
The scientific facts contradict some of Miss Davis's statements, Inspector.
They do? For instance?
There's no evidence of any scorching of the clothing round the bullet hole. From that fact and the spread of the smoke stain, I deduce that the gun was held from 3 to 6 inches from Martin's chest. As the blood ran down the chest, he must have been standing at the time. It would be practically impossible for him to hold the weapon himself in that position.
Could he have clutched the barrel, say, in an attempt to take it away from Miss Davis?
In that case, his fingers would be singed, or at least blackened. They're not. I do not believe that the man was touching the weapon at all when it was fired.
An embarrassing conclusion, to say the least. And there were other things.
I've checked Martin's shoes at the morgue, Inspector.
Well?
If they struggled in that bedroom, on that polished linoleum floor, his shoes would have had to scratch the floor. They're leather-soled, and they have metal taps on the tips.
Very good. Another discrepancy. Now, Pepper, I think we'd better have a bit of a talk with the neighbors. Are you certain of that, Mrs. Merritt?
I am positive. It's not the first time they yelled at each other, those two. And the walls are thin.
Do you have it down, Pepper?
Yes, sir. They had a quarrel about 2 weeks ago. He left. She leaned out of the window, only half dressed, and shouted at him, "Laugh, baby, laugh for the last time." And then she fired a gun at him.
Thank you. Now then, Mrs. Merritt, before the shot last night, did you catch any of the words they said?
His? Oh, no, sir. But, well, her bedroom is next to mine, and I heard her say, as clear as day, and at the top of her lungs, "I will kill you."
Thank you, Mrs. Merritt. Anything else?
No, sir.
Very well. Let's go, Pepper. All right, Pepper. I think we have the makings of a case. Pick her up. We'll book her for willful murder.
And today, the little blue 22, which was to play such an important part in the case, can be seen among the other exhibits in the Black Museum.
In just a moment, we will continue with The Black Museum, starring Orson Welles. And now we continue with The Black Museum, starring Orson Welles.
As the inspector said, they felt they had a case. The evidence was piling up. Vivian Davis was arrested. Her defense counsel was a distinguished member of the bar, and the prosecutor assigned was no less brilliant. But some of the conversation about the case was, well, a lot less brilliant.
Why, if Larry and I had stayed, we might have seen the whole thing. And darling, those letters. Imagine leaving letters like that lying in your bureau drawer, where anyone might find them. And do you suppose the prosecution will use them for evidence? This is one trial I simply shall not miss.
Let me say here and now, if May owns a gun, I'm walking out, and at once. But Viv always was unstable, you know. That's the kind who'll pull a gun on you when you least expect it. Not for me, old man. Not for me.
I always said she was no better than you'd think. Wild parties at all hours, firing guns around, drinking. Oh, I dare say the woman wasn't happy. But then who is? Now I ask you, who is?
Poor Viv. I understand the food in prison is all starches.
Seen the headlines? This is a juicy one, what?
I'd be a witness. You don't say. Really now, you don't say.
They tried the case in public gossip long before it came to proper trial. And when the proper trial began, the courtroom was crowded naturally with bright young women and polished young men, the familiars of the defendant. This, however, failed to ruffle the solemnity of a British court.
I shall permit no demonstrations. At the least lapse from proper decorum, I shall have the courtroom cleared.
And that settled that. The trial proceeded. Vivian Davis, in simple black, sat in the dock between the two wardresses assigned to guard her. On the witness stand, the pathologist repeated his evidence and his conclusions for the prosecution. There was no cross-examination. With Inspector Summers, it was another matter.
Inspector, you heard the prison doctor testify that when Miss Davis was admitted to the prison after her arrest, he found bruises on her arms and on one thigh.
Yes, sir.
And that such bruises might have been sustained in a struggle.
Yes, sir.
Very well. Now then, in your experience, have you found that when one person handles a gun, that person's fingerprints are usually found on the weapon?
That has been my experience.
However, if two parties struggled for possession of a certain weapon, would there be fingerprints?
In most cases, no, sir. They tend to smudge or eliminate each other's prints.
This weapon, which you've identified and which has been entered in evidence as Exhibit A, did you find this weapon at the scene of the alleged crime?
I did.
Did you examine it carefully?
I did.
Did you have it tested for fingerprints?
I did.
Did you find any?
Yes, sir.
How many sets?
Only one set of prints were on that gun.
Whose were they, Inspector? Now tell the jury, please, whose fingerprints were on that gun?
Only my own.
One more point, Inspector. You stated that you found a bullet in the wall of the bedroom, correct?
Yes, sir.
Have you any reason to believe this bullet was fired on the night of the alleged crime?
It could have been fired at any time, I suppose.
Thank you, Inspector. That's all.
Mrs. Merritt, the eager next-door neighbor, had her proverbial day in court.
Yes, sir. Just as I told the inspector, she screamed at him, hanging out of the window only half dressed, and then she fired a shot at him.
Counsel for the defense spent little time in the cross-examination of Mrs. Merritt.
Madam, did you actually see Miss Davis fire a pistol or gun of some sort at the deceased?
I heard the shot after she yelled at him.
You said she was only half dressed at the time. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Then you must have seen her.
Well, I took one look, and after that I only listened.
Why? Why, Mrs. Merritt?
When a woman is in her condition, no other woman cares to watch her.
I see. This is your opinion.
It certainly is.
Your Lordship, I respectfully request that the answers to the last two questions be stricken from the record as constituting an opinion and not evidence. Further, on the grounds that opinions are not warranted, as the witness is not qualified as an expert.
Well...
The clerk will strike the last two answers from the record, and the jury is instructed to ignore the testimony. Proceed.
No further questions. Thank you, Mrs. Merritt.
Back and forth, the battle raged, a battle for a woman's life. The case for the Crown was ably presented. The defense, by cross-examination, by objections in the record, sought to upset testimony to establish points which could be played upon later, the climax of the trial, when Vivian Davis herself took the stand in her own defense.
Now, Miss Davis, you understand the seriousness of this situation.
Of course.
I refer to the testimony that you once fired a gun at Donald Martin from your bedroom window. Is this true?
No, it's not true.
What did happen that evening?
He'd come to see me. He'd asked me for money to pay a gambling debt, and I refused. We quarreled, and he left. I was furious, and I called to him from my window. Then I went back into the room and fired one shot to make him think I'd killed myself.
What happened then?
Oh, Donald... Mr. Martin came rushing back, and we were friends again.
Miss Davis, have you ever pointed a weapon at Mr. Martin?
No, never.
Have you wanted to?
No, never.
Did you shoot him the night he died?
No!
Have you any recollection of his having spoken to you between the time he was shot and the moment he died?
I'll never forget it as long as I live.
What did he say?
He said, I wish the doctor would hurry. I want to tell him that this was an accident. It's not your fault. He said it over and over. And then he was dead.
Thank you, Miss Davis. Your witness.
Pull yourself together, Miss Davis.
Yes, sir.
Very well. I submit, Miss Davis, that the truth of your first public quarrel is, as it was stated by a previous witness, that you did fire out of your window at Mr. Martin.
Oh, no, never. I fired in the room. I wanted to frighten him.
Miss Davis, is this your pistol?
Yes.
Is this the weapon which killed Mr. Martin?
Yes.
And on the night this gun, your gun, killed Mr. Martin, you had a quarrel, a second quarrel.
Yes.
You were, to put it simply, jealous of his behavior with other women.
Oh, I was so jealous, I threatened to kill myself.
You threatened to kill yourself?
Yes.
Then why did you shout, I will kill you?
No, I never said that.
What did you say, Miss Davis?
I never said I'll shoot myself. The other, I never said. Why should I? I was jealous, but that was because I loved him. Oh, you've got to believe me. I loved him. I did.
There was more, much more, over and over. But they never managed to shake her on the essential points.
I never pointed a gun at Donald in my life.
And, of course,
I never said I'd kill him. I said I'd kill myself.
at long last, with Vivian Davis on the verge of collapse, the prosecutor let her go. Shortly thereafter, the defense rested. Summations were brief. For the prosecution,
this woman is guilty of the crime with which she is charged. There is no doubt in our minds, nor should there be any in yours, that she held the pistol and fired the shot.
for the defense,
It is clear that no woman kills the man she loves, despite the violence of their causes. This was an accident. It is clear that it was an accident.
the presiding justice was clear and concise in his charge to the jury.
Gentlemen of the jury, in conclusion, let me advise you there are 3 possible verdicts you may return under the present indictment. Guilty of murder, guilty of manslaughter, or not guilty of any offense. I commend the accused to your most painstaking deliberations.
The jury filed out. They stayed out for 2 long, weary hours. There was chatter in the courtroom. There always is. But even the gossip was subdued. Everybody waited. Waited.
It seems perfectly incredible. A murder trial, and I've been in on it since the beginning. I do hope the judge wasn't as much against her as he seemed to be.
It was really too exciting for words. I've had more dinner invitations because I know Viv. Oh, well, after all, the poor girl might be hanged, you know. Oh, grisly thought.
Well, for my part, even if she gets off, there'll be one advantage. She'll never be my neighbor again, and that will be an improvement, I'd say.
And at long last, the waiting was over. The prisoner arose in the dock, at the judge's request. The foreman of the jury faced the prisoner in the court. The age-old formula was intoned by the clerk.
Members of the jury, have you agreed upon a verdict?
We have.
Do you find the prisoner guilty or not guilty of murder?
Not guilty.
Do you find the prisoner guilty or not guilty of manslaughter?
Not guilty.
Yet, despite that verdict, the little blue 22 can be seen today among the exhibits in the Black Museum.
Orson Welles will be back with you in just a moment. Now here in person is Orson Welles.
Yes, they let Vivian Davis go free. In many minds, the question was, and still is, did Vivian Davis get away with murder? Frankly, I don't believe anyone gets away with murder. Murder stays with the killer, twisting mind and heart and soul, even in the unsuspected and therefore unsolved cases. Where Vivian Davis was concerned, perhaps the real crime was insecurity and the kind of violent jealousy that grows from fear. I don't know. That's for the psychologists, not for you and I to decide. Meanwhile, the little blue 22 remains in its customary place in Scotland Yard, in the Black Museum. And now, until we meet again next time, in the same place, and I tell you another story about the Black Museum, I remain, as always, obediently yours.
Black Museum, starring Orson Welles, is presented by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Radio Attractions. The program is written by Ara Marion, with original music composed and conducted by Sidney Torch. Produced by Harry Allen Towers.
Thank you for joining us for an unlock the full potential of your data management. We're excited to have you as part of our audience. We invite you to return tomorrow for an destination for mastering Microsoft Access. Even more Microsoft Access is a powerful tool that lets you organize, analyze, and report on your data with ease. The secrets of G3PL.com will take you into learning how to harness its capabilities has never been more accessible.
We're always eager to hear from our fantastic audience.
We believe that
your feedback
is the
fuels
key
our
to
passion
success.
for delivering
Our
the
expert
best in
instructors
vintage
will guide you
entertainment.
step by step.
Feel free to
Whether
share
you're
your
a beginner
thoughts,
or looking to
opinions,
enhance
and
your skills,
suggestions.
you'll learn
We
how to
value your
create
input
databases,
and strive to make
design
your listening
user-friendly
experience
forms,
even
and
more
generate
enjoyable.
insightful reports.
If you're looking to enhance
all
your
using
Microsoft Access skills, call us now at 615. Reach out to them at 620-2040 to enroll in our Microsoft Access courses.
Once again, thank you for being a part of our Golden Age radio community. Get ready for more riveting stories, captivating characters, and timeless entertainment. Until next time, stay tuned and keep the nostalgia alive.
Email db@g3pl.net now.
This is Clive Brooks. Has it ever occurred to you how the crime of murder takes the obscure and uninteresting and the hitherto unknown and suddenly shines upon it the light of intense and terrifying publicity? That can apply to both people and places. The combination of the power of the police and press can make even innocent details seem horrifyingly suspicious. The story we're going to tell you today is the story of a murder, but it's more than that, isn't it, Percy?
Yes, Clive. The case of Harold Greenwood was, I think, unique in modern times. Rarely was a man surrounded by such an atmosphere of guilt, and yet, despite all this...
Now, wait a minute, Percy. Don't tell too much of the story, because unlike some of the murder cases which we have discussed in this series, the story of Harold Greenwood has a surprise ending. We have called it the case of the family solicitor. The village of Cwethley lies about 12 miles beyond Carmarthen, a small township in South Wales. It's quite a historical neighborhood, with a famous castle and many medieval relics. However, when in 1920 the name Cwethley was spoken about in every other household in Britain, it was not because of the historical significance. It was because of the strange and tragical happenings in Rumsey House some 12 months before. Harold Greenwood was an elderly solicitor in practice in the town of Llanelli. His wife Mabel was liked and esteemed. She, together with her husband, were regular attendants at the local church, and together with their 4 children, 2 daughters and 2 sons, ranging from 21 to 15, were among the most respected inhabitants of Quebec. So it would seem on the surface. But beneath the surface, you might have heard other voices.
No matter what you say, I can't really like that, Mr. Greenwood.
Why, I can't tell you, but I just don't like him.
Do you hear now? That Mr. Greenwood, cruel to his wife he is. Oh, I don't know for certain, but people talk, you know. Yes, people talk. A fact with which Harold Greenwood was eventually to become only too well acquainted. In June 1919, the family household of the Greenwoods consisted of Mr. and Mrs. Greenwood, Irene, their elder daughter, and Kenneth, their younger son. The two other children were away at boarding school. There was a staff of three women servants. For some considerable time, Mabel Greenwood's health had been unsatisfactory, a fact which was well known in the neighborhood.
You know, Harold, dear, I complain that I've got these pains again.
I wish you'd let me write to your brother and have a specialist down to examine you.
I don't like worrying him.
Oh, nonsense. Something should be done about it. I'll write today. I'll do it right away.
Right he did, but for some reason the letter was never posted. On Sunday, the 14th of June, the Greenwood family spent a leisurely morning. At 12:30, Hannah Williams, one of the maidservants, complained to the cook that Mr. Gardner was in her pantry and she could not get the silver to lay the table. But nevertheless, at 1 o'clock, the luncheon was served. It consisted of hot joint, vegetables, gooseberry tart, custard, and, I almost forgot to mention, a bottle of Burgundy.
Harold.
What is it, my dear?
Oh, I don't know. I've got the most awful pains. I feel so sick.
Here, just on my arm.
Oh, I feel so terrible. Harold, stay with me.
Yes, of course I will, dear. But we must get you up to bed. Hannah, come at once.
But is this Mr. Greenwood?
It's Mrs. Greenwood. She's sick. Come and give me a hand to carry her upstairs. Come along at once.
Mrs. Greenwood was taken upstairs to her bedroom. At 7 o'clock, her husband went across the road for a Dr. Griffiths that attended to Mrs. Greenwood before.
Don't you worry, Mrs. Greenwood. I'm sure you're going to be all right.
Oh, I hope so, Doctor.
I will be sending over a bottle of medicine together with directions. I want you to do exactly as I say. Take good care and everything will be all right.
Unfortunately, Dr. Griffith's optimism was not altogether justified. But Mrs. Greenwood had another visitor, a Miss Phillips, one of those nice, kind neighbors who always seems to be on hand at a crisis, particularly when there's a chance of a little news item for gossip. Miss Phillips was not as optimistic as the doctor. On her advice, a nurse was sent for, Nurse Jones.
Well, very difficult having to come at such short notice, but still, if it's an urgent matter, I suppose I'll have to come.
She stayed with Mrs. Greenwood until fairly late, but then had to return home to put her children to bed. The nurse returned at 10 o'clock, and from then onwards, Mrs. Greenwood grew steadily worse. By 1 a.m., the patient seemed to have realized the seriousness of her condition, if no one else did.
I think I'm dying. I want to see my children first. Oh, please, God, let me see my children first. Well, I don't know. I suppose I'd better send for Mr. Greenwood. He never seen a case like this before.
At 3:30 a.m. on Monday, the 16th of June, Mrs. Greenwood died. Dr. Griffiths, the following day, certified the death as due to valvular disease of the heart. What in the name of goodness is all this commotion about? Why, Nurse Jones.
I'm sorry to disturb you so early, Vicar, but it's Mrs. Greenwood.
What about Mrs. Greenwood?
She's dead.
Dead? Why, I was with her only the other day. She seemed in perfect health.
Oh, no, Vicar. Can't understand it. She came over sick so suddenly.
What was the matter with her?
I don't know, but if you ask me, I'd say there are some who could tell you. some who could tell you quite a lot if they had a mind to it.
You're not trying to say that...
I'm not saying anything, Becca, but I can't help thinking.
In the days and the weeks that were to come, Nurse Jones could not help thinking. And she could not help talking, too. On Thursday, the 19th of June, Mrs. Greenwood was buried in the somewhat congested churchyard at St. Mary's Church. Forasmuch as it hath pleased Almighty God of his great mercy to take unto himself the soul of our dear sister here departed, we therefore commit her body to the ground, earth to earth, ashes to ashes, dust to dust.
You don't understand it. We never saw a case like that before. And that Mr. Greenwood going around just as ever. Oh, you wonder if there's justice on this earth.
I was talking to Nurse Jones the other day, and she was saying again how scandalous it is about that Mrs. Greenwood dying and no inquiry, nothing. I don't like to say anything, but I ever tell that Mr. Greenwood is thinking of marrying again.
The position of Mr. Harold Greenwood was uncomfortable in more ways than one. His wife had enjoyed an annual income, but unfortunately this did not pass to him on a death. His solicitor's business was not sufficiently prosperous to maintain the considerable establishment at Rumsey House. Besides these financial worries, in a small village such as Kiwesley, it was impossible for him not to hear some of the rumors which were circulating. Remember, too, this was soon after the First World War, a time of sudden death and hurried marrying. Remembering all these things, it was not surprising that when a Miss Gladys Jones, a woman of about 30, came into Mr. Greenwood's life, it was not long before...
My dear, I think you have known for some time my feelings for you, and therefore it cannot come as a surprise to you when I ask you to be my wife.
But in marrying Miss Jones, Mr. Greenwood took another step towards the inevitable. He incurred the jealousy of a woman. You'll recall that a certain Dr. Griffiths, who lived just across the road from Rumsey House, had attended the first Mrs. Greenwood. Now, Dr. Griffiths had a sister, a close friend of Greenwood. And it was only on Tuesday, the very night before his wedding, that he told Miss Griffiths about it. This second marriage of Harold Greenwood gave rumor a new lease of life. And to add fuel to the fire, there was this jealousy of another woman, Miss Griffiths.
No good. I just can't stand it. Seeing that Mr. Greenwood walking around with his second wife and the first one only 6 months buried, I'm going to the police.
Well, now, Nurse Jones, what evidence have you to substantiate your suspicions?
Well, of course, it is easy, but I've been nursing for 15 years, and I've never seen a case like Mrs. Greenwood. It took me over so sudden like, and then there was Mr. Greenwood.
Oh, what about Mr. Greenwood?
Well, he did. He didn't seem at all perturbed when the poor lady died, getting married again so soon.
Oh, what else?
Well, I talked to some of the servants. Hannah Williams now. She says that on the day that Mrs. Greenwood was taken ill, Mr. Greenwood was in the pantry, and she thinks that...
I think better than what other people think. But all the same, in view of the rumors circulating, I think we'd better make some inquiries.
And so, on the 24th of October, police officers visited Mr. Greenwood and took a long statement from him.
I can assure you, Superintendent, I am perfectly agreeable to giving you every help. I have certainly heard all these rumors, and not only for my own sake, but for the memory of my first wife, I should like to get the whole matter cleared up.
This statement formed the basis of a report to the Home Office. And finally, in April 1920, the local coroner instructed that Mrs. Greenwood's remains should be exhumed for a post-mortem examination. The results of this examination were sent to Mr. Webster, official analyst of the Home Office.
I have to report that I can discover no valvular disease or other natural cause to account for the death. However,
I can positively report that present in all the organs examined was found an amount of 18 milligrams of arsenic. By this time, the national newspapers had started to take an interest in the case. And only the day after the post-mortem, Mr. Greenwood, in an interview with the Daily Mail, said,
I am the victim of village gossip, of village scandal. And if you know Welsh village life, you will know what that means. It all started from the fact that 4 months after my first wife's death, I married again. That started the gossip. It is only fair to me to say that my first wife had suffered in health for at least 2 years before her death. Not only was her heart bad, but she also suffered from an internal disease. It was, however, from the heart attack that she died on June the 16th. No one, not even the doctor, thought that that attack would be fatal.
The adjourned inquest was opened the following month, the anniversary of the poor woman's death. A great deal of evidence was brought forward. 18 witnesses were examined, and in particular, evidence was produced concerning the purchase of arsenic. Medical opinion considered that it... So far, this case has been handled entirely by the local police, but already Scotland Yard had a man on the spot. This officer reported to his superiors at the CID back in London that there was immense local bad feeling against Greenwood. And that was not the only trouble he found in Llanelli.
One of the greatest difficulties I'm encountering is in connection with the evidence. So far, I've taken statements from 12 witnesses, and over half of them have the same name, Jones. I'm in constant fear of getting the Joneses mixed up. Greenwood was arrested this morning, and I saw him at the station.
Tell me, Inspector, what was the wording of the jury's findings?
Mr. Greenwood, you might as well know it. It was this. We are unanimously of opinion that the death of the deceased, Mabel Greenwood, was caused by acute arsenical poisoning, as certified by Dr. Wilcox, and that the poison was administered by Harold Greenwood.
Oh, dear.
Oh, dear, indeed. The following morning, he was brought before the magistrates of Llanelli and formally charged with the willful murder of his wife. Considering the future events, it's rather a sad comment that a large crowd that had assembled outside Llanelli Town Hall to watch his departure booed him vigorously. Greenwood had to wait 4.5 months for his trial at Carmarthen Assizes. There was intense interest in this trial, and the little town of Carmarthen was crammed to capacity by visitors, pressmen, and other concerned in the case. For 7 sensational days, the eyes of the world were on this little town. As if the mysterious details of this case were not enough, there was the additional fact that briefed for the defense of Harold Greenwood was the greatest British advocate of the day, Sir Edward Marshall Hall. The trial opened on Tuesday, the 2nd of November, 1920.
May it please your lordship, gentlemen of the jury, on the 16th of June, 1919, Mabel Greenwood, the wife of the accused, died at Rumsey House in Wembley at 3:15 in the morning. On the 16th of June, 1920, at 3:30 in the afternoon, the accused, Harold Greenwood, was arrested and charged with willfully murdering her by administering arsenic to her. And it is on that charge he now stands before you. This case is one which will command the closest and most prolonged attention, not only because it is the gravest charge known to the law, but also because of the nature of the evidence on which you are asked to find the accused man guilty. The crime of administering poison is almost always a crime done in secret, and the evidence with regard to it is, as a rule, indirect evidence, and not the evidence of eyewitnesses. So it is in this case.
Counsel for the prosecution then began to outline the various events centering around those dates, the 15th and 16th of June, a year before, leading up to that memorable Sunday meal.
The lunch consisted of roast beef, gooseberry tart, and custard, and it was laid by the parlour maid, Hannah Williams. When it was necessary for her to lay the luncheon, she required the silver basket in order to put out spoons and forks, etc. When she got to the pantry, she saw that the accused was there. He remained there for about a quarter of an hour, and during that time, she waited. She saw him going to the pantry into the dining room. When Hannah Williams went to the cupboard in the dining room, she found what she thought was a bottle of wine with a red label. She noticed in particular that it was not a full bottle, but that some wine had been taken out, and therefore, presumably, somebody had drunk some of the wine, or had emptied some of it out. She placed the bottle of wine before Mrs. Greenwood's seat at the dining table. She was present in the dining room during the luncheon, up to the time the sweets were eaten, and she will tell you that she, in fact, poured the wine from the bottle into Mrs. Greenwood's glass, and that Mrs. Greenwood drank it. At supper time, the wine bottle had gone.
A masterly moment of the trial was Sir Edward Marshall Hall's cross-examination of Hannah Williams, who, you'll remember, was one of the servants.
Did you tell the police that it was a bottle of port wine you put on the table for dinner on the 15th of June, and that it had on it a red label and black print, and that you read on it the word port?
Yes.
That you swear?
Yes.
I suggest to you that it was labeled port.
Oh, no, it was port wine.
Do you suggest that Mrs. Greenwood was in the habit of drinking port wine?
Oh, no, sir.
What did she drink?
Burgundy. But port wine was there on this Sunday.
I know you have said so. Do you know that Beaune is Burgundy?
No, sir.
What did you do after laying the table?
I sounded the gong and Mr. Greenwood came in.
Did Greenwood come in from the garden before you put the dinner on the table?
He came in before I laid the table. I had to wait until he came out of the china pantry before going in to fetch the silver. I was not supposed to go into the room when he was there.
Do you mean to say that you have never seen Greenwood in the china pantry before?
I've never seen him.
I put it to you that almost every Sunday when he was at home, or after each time he was in the garden, he did go in there to wash his hands at the sink.
No.
Hundreds of times.
Oh, no, sir. He used to go upstairs to wash his hands.
Do you mean to say that you never saw Mr. Greenwood wash his hands at the sink in the china pantry?
No, sir.
It was a long way right up to the bathroom, was it not?
Not very long.
Are you telling us the truth?
I've come here to tell the truth.
Mr. Greenwood is here on his life. Do you swear it was an unusual thing for him to go to the china pantry?
You were getting rather excited just now and shouted at the witness. I have to see that the witnesses are not addressed in a vehement way.
Why not?
Because it confuses them.
Why, it is my duty to be vehement.
Another vital moment was the cross-examination of Nurse Jones.
When you got to the house at 8 o'clock, had she got to bed then? I want you to be very careful over that.
No.
When you left at 9 o'clock, You were satisfied that she was not in a dangerous condition then? You would not have left her if you thought she was in a dangerous condition?
I had to leave.
Did you not say at the police court, I made the patient comfortable before I left at 9 o'clock. I was obliged to go home?
It was not a voluntary statement, and it is obviously in answer to a question. She has already said that if she knew the patient was in a dangerous condition, she would not have gone. Would you have left the patient if you had known?
I have an aged father and a child of 5 to look after also.
Miss Irene was there and Miss Phillips was there. If you had thought Mrs. Greenwood was really dangerously ill, would you have left?
I had to leave.
Well, I have to take your answer. Did Mrs. Greenwood say that the matron caught her at the back of the throat?
Mr. Greenwood told me so.
Did Mr. Greenwood make a complaint to you?
Mr. Greenwood said to me, Nurse, Mrs. Greenwood complains that the medicine caught her at the back of the throat.
Did you taste the medicine yourself?
Yes. It had no effect on me.
And what quantity was the dose?
2 teaspoonfuls. It was soon after 10 o'clock that I gave Mrs. Greenwood the second dose.
I was not asking
You must not pitch into this witness because she won't say exactly what you want her to say.
All I am thinking is that if I raise my voice, she will raise hers. I am not pitching into her. I rather wish your lordship had not used those words. I am dealing with the witness in a perfectly fair way.
I am sure you are, but don't pitch into me now. I can trust you, Sir Edward, and you can trust me.
One of the most telling witnesses for the defense was Irene Greenwood, the eldest daughter of the Greenwood family. She gave evidence that she, too, had drunk from the same bottle of Burgundy at lunch. Sir Edward's examination was complete, and after reviewing the whole evidence, he closed the defense in classic fashion.
You must be satisfied that one of those scales, the scale for prosecution, has fallen before you can be satisfied that this man is guilty. I ask you to remember the scene in Othello where the jealous Moor made up his mind to kill Desdemona. Othello enters Desdemona's chamber, makes up his mind to kill her relentlessly, for he believes her to be unchaste. And seeing her lying there, he thinks of the effect of killing her as compared with putting out her light. And he says, put out the light. And then he puts out the light. If I quench thee, thou flaming minister, I can again thy former light restore, should I repent me. But once put out thy light, thou cunningest pattern of excelling nature, I know not where is that Promethean heat that can thy light renew. Are you, by your verdict, going to put out that light? Gentlemen of the jury, I demand at your hands the life and liberty of Harold Greenwood.
And so Sir Edward Marshall Hall summed up his defense to the jury. The jury retired for some 3 hours and came back with a verdict of not guilty. It was not until afterwards that it was pointed out that while returning a verdict of not guilty, the jury had passed a paper containing a fuller statement to the judge running as follows.
We are satisfied on the evidence in this case that a dangerous dose of arsenic was administered to Mabel Greenwood on Sunday the 15th of June, 1919. But we are not satisfied that this was the immediate cause of death. The evidence before us is insufficient and does not conclusively satisfy us as to how and by whom the arsenic was administered. We therefore return a verdict of not guilty.
Well, that was the case of Harold Greenwood. He was found innocent, but as Sir Edward Marshall Hall had pointed out, His life and career had been ruined by gossip. 8 years and 2 months from his sensational trial, a brief paragraph in a few daily journals announced the death on the 17th of January 1929 at a little-known Herefordshire village of a man of 54 who, dogged by poverty, notoriety, and ill health, had lived there under the name of Pilkington. Harold Greenwood, whose name was once on everybody's lips, had made his last bow and exit from a world that had offered him little and deprived him of much.
You know, Clive, this is one of the rare cases in this present series where we have told the story of someone who was not guilty. All the same, Scotland Yard is the servant of justice and not its master. Their job is to produce the evidence. And if on the basis of that evidence the prisoner is found not guilty, then justice has been done and the yard is satisfied.
And in the case of the family solicitor, justice, I think, was done. Don't you agree?
Thank you for joining us for another thrilling episode of Secrets of Scotland Yard. We're excited to have you as part of our audience. We invite you to return tomorrow for an all-new set of episodes that will take you on even more unforgettable adventures. Get ready for a journey to Los Angeles. For our next featured program, Dragnet. The stories you are about to hear are true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
We're always eager to hear from our fantastic audience. Your feedback fuels our passion for delivering the best in vintage entertainment. Feel free to share your thoughts, opinions, and suggestions. We value your input and strive to make your listening experience even more enjoyable.
If you're looking to enhance your Microsoft Access skills, look no further. Reach out to them at 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark.
Once again, thank you for being a part of our Golden Age radio community. Get ready for more riveting stories, captivating characters, and timeless entertainment. Until next time, stay tuned and keep the nostalgia alive.
Subscribe for more videos.
The story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all long cigarettes, brings you Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to homicide detail. A woman has been shot to death. The apparent motive, robbery. The killer's still at large. Your job, find him.
If you want a long cigarette, smoke the best of all long cigarettes. Smoke extra mild Fatima. Yes, Fatima is the king-size cigarette which contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended to make it extra mild, to give Fatima a much different, much better flavor and aroma than any other long cigarette. That's why Fatima has more than doubled its smokers coast to coast. Enjoy extra mild Fatima yourself. Best of all long cigarettes.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Friday, March 16th. It was damp in Los Angeles. We were working the night watch out of homicide. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Thad Brown, chief of detectives. My name's Friday. It was 11:45 p.m. when we got to where we'd parked our car. 2nd and Main.
Couple of drops on the windshield.
Yeah, I hope it holds off.
I was thinking of going out to see the Cubs and Pirates play an exhibition game tomorrow. Guess maybe now I won't.
Well, you might be lucky.
What's the weatherman say?
I don't know. Get the radio on. It's a slow night.
Yeah.
Might not be tomorrow night.
What?
March 17th, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
62A, Collier Station. All units in vicinity of 102 South Virgil, 211 and shooting, code 3.
It's a hot one.
All units in vicinity of 102 South Virgil, 211 and shooting, code 3. Unit 13, take the call.
Happy St. Patrick's Day. 11:58 p.m. We arrived at 102 South Virgil, the Bartlett Hotel, a 4-story building. Sergeant Scheimer met us in the lobby and informed us that the shooting took place at 11:40 p.m. in room 432, occupied by Mr. and Mrs. Theodore V. Benham. Mrs. Benham was the victim. We went up to the 4th floor where Officer McCready was stationed outside the room.
Any witnesses?
Only Benham says it was a thief.
You talk to any of the people on this floor?
None of them saw anything. They're all in their rooms.
Any other way out of here?
That stairway in the rear leads to the roof. I took a look. Nothing up there.
Mm-hmm. Where's Benham?
Across the hall, lying down. Cox is with him.
Okay, let's look at the body. We went into the room, a dreary place with a single light hanging from the center of the ceiling. The carpet was faded and worn in spots. On the north side were a closet and a bathroom. Against the east wall was a dresser. Across the room was a double bed, and at the foot of the bed a window looking out over the roofs of adjoining buildings and the marquee of a movie house down the street. A steamer trunk was in the corner, and a straight-back chair was next to the door. The mirror of the dresser was smashed, and on the dresser a Gideon Bible. On the bed was the body of a woman sprawled face down. There were several splotches of blood on her coat. In the chair was a .32-20 revolver, which McCready said belonged to Benham, the husband of the murdered woman. We asked McCready to put in a call to the crime lab, and we went across the hall to question Benham.
This is an awful shock. I'm not feeling well. I'm under doctor's care. Hemophilia. It's an awful shock.
Sit down, please.
Yes. I don't know what it'll do to me. I should be in a sanitarium right now.
We'll see you taken care of.
Lincoln Sanitarium in Eagle Rock.
Could you tell us what happened tonight?
What? Yes. My wife and I went out to the Sycamore Cafe over in Alvarado.
What time was that?
Oh, about 9:30. We had a couple of drinks and something to eat, and listened to a piano player, then came home. I unlocked the door, and Elizabeth went in first, went over to the dresser. I just walked over to her when a man stepped out of the closet in back of us. He had a gun.
Mm-hmm. Can you describe him?
I don't know.
Did you see his face?
No. He had a blue bandana over his face, and he had a cap on, a blue and white check.
Did you notice his clothes?
No, I didn't.
Anything else?
He seemed very nervous, and he wasn't holding the gun still. My wife was opening her purse, and I said, well, I haven't got very much, but I'll give you what we have. And he fired and hit Elizabeth. I pulled my gun from my overcoat and started shooting.
Are you in the habit of carrying a gun?
No. I'd noticed suspicious-looking men following me lately, so I bought one.
Is this the gun here?
Yes.
Then what happened?
Well, I fired all the bullets. I don't know how I missed. The room was small. He kept moving around all the time.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess I did miss. Then he ran out of the room.
About how old would you say this man was?
Officer, I haven't the faintest idea.
See you in a minute, Sergeant?
Sure. We'll be back, Mr. Benham.
This has been an awful shock to me.
Wonder how his wife felt.
McCready told us that Sergeant Scheimer had found a woman in the Nevada Hotel next door who might know something. We went next door and questioned Mrs. Caroline Cromwell, a resident of the hotel. She occupied room 415 on the top floor. She told us that about 20 seconds after she heard the shots, she looked out the door of her room and saw a man come down the back stairs, which leads to the roof of the hotel, and enter room 402. She'd seen the man several times and was positive of her identification. Sergeant Scheimer said the man was registered as Jack Morrison. We went to room 402. Try it again.
Who's that?
Police officer.
What do you want?
I'd like to ask a couple of questions.
I was going to bed.
We'd like to talk to you.
Won't take very long.
All right. What do you want to know?
How long you been in your room?
About 10 minutes. What?
Where were you?
To the movie.
Which one?
Right down the street. Why are you asking me all these questions?
You been drinking?
A little. Not much.
Mind if we look around a little?
I was out all the time.
I didn't know nothing about a shooting.
Then you won't mind if we look around.
You won't find nothing here.
These all the clothes you've got?
Yeah?
This your coat?
Yeah.
Joe.
Mm-hmm. You were wearing this tonight, were you?
No.
It's the only coat in the closet. What'd you do with the coat you were wearing?
Guess I was wearing that one.
Did you spill it?
What?
A bottle of whiskey?
It broke.
How?
How do I know?
Got a hole here in the sleeve. What'd you do with the broken bottle?
Threw it away.
Where?
I don't know. On the street.
Joe, I found something. A shirt. Stuck down between the wall and the bathtub. Looks like blood on it.
Is this yours? Where's the shirt you wore tonight? Take off your pajama top.
Why?
Take it off.
All right. But I didn't have nothing to do with that shooting next door.
What happened to your arm?
Guy shot at me.
Who?
I don't know. I bought a bottle and had a couple of drinks and went to the movie for a little while.
Would you mind moving away from the bed, please?
No.
Thank you.
I came out of the movie because I was getting dizzy, and I went up on the roof here to get some air. While I was standing there, a guy ran across the roof and shot at me.
What'd the man look like?
I don't know. He came from the roof of the hotel next door and ran into this place.
How big was he?
It was dark. I couldn't see.
What'd you do?
Well, after I was sure he was gone, I came down. I was going to have my arm fixed in the morning.
Better get your clothes on.
Why?
Well, you got a pretty bad arm. You better have it fixed up. We'll take you to George Street Receiving Hospital.
It's all right. I don't have to go there.
Find anything, Ben?
No.
You got a clean shirt?
No.
Well, you better wear your pajama top then.
Oh, here's something. What'd you say your name is?
Jack Morris.
Here's a card I found in the closet. It says, Tommy Kane, report for work, Joe's Cafe, 8 o'clock, March 1st.
Who's Tommy Kane?
That's me.
Where are you from?
Elgin, Illinois.
How old are you?
I'm 22.
Why'd you leave Elgin?
No work. I've been bumming around.
You ever been arrested?
I was picked up on a vague charge a month ago.
Here?
Yeah. I don't know why you guys are bothering with me.
When somebody gets shot, we bother. 1:30 a.m. We took King to Georgia Street Receiving Hospital, where they found that a muscle in his upper right arm had been severed and the right side of his chest was bruised. Before taking him to Ward 1300 General Hospital for further treatment, we took him back to the roof of the Nevada Hotel.
Still trying to rain.
Yeah. Well, where were you standing when you got shot at, King?
Right over there. I was leaning against the bricks.
Where'd the man come from?
Out of that door in the other roof.
Roof of the Bartlett Hotel?
Yeah.
Was he running when he shot at you?
Yeah, he was.
Where'd he run?
Right across here where we are. And then he went through this door here into the Nevada Hotel.
Did you notice anything unusual about him?
Well, his face was covered with a handkerchief, and he wore a checkered cap.
Thought you said before it was too dark.
Well, I could see that. I mean, I could see that. I couldn't see his face.
And you were standing over there by the parapet?
Yeah.
About here?
Yeah, that's it.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's get over the roof of the Bartlett. It's a little high. Can I help you over?
No.
Come on, Ben. You ever been in this hotel before, King?
No.
Everything all right, McCready?
Yeah. Crime lab's here, checking the murder room.
Benham awake?
I think so.
Mr. Benham?
Yes?
Mind if we come in?
Of course not.
You ever seen this man before?
Let me see. Can you stand over there in the light? My eyes aren't as good as they used to be.
Okay.
Move over there.
How's that?
That's better.
This the man who shot your wife?
No, that's not the man.
We left instructions for another car to take Theodore Benham to the Lincoln Sanitarium in Eagle Rock. We took Kane to Ward 1300 General Hospital. 2:42 a.m. We arrived back at the Bartlett Hotel where police chemist Ray Pinker had finished his examination. 3 slugs, 38 caliber, and 5 slugs, 32-20, were found in the mattress and the walls, all on the same side of the room. On the floor of the room were found a piece of white cloth and some brown threads. Ray Pinker returned to the crime lab while Ben and I made a search of both hotels, the incinerators, the alley, and all likely places for the missing 38. It was not found. 3:48 a.m. Ben went to the record bureau to check on any possible criminal record Kane might have had. I went to the crime lab to see what Ray Pinker had found.
Nothing on this one. It's been a clean mess. And nothing on these 4 32-20s.
Mm-hmm. Where'd you find those?
Dug the 38 out of the window frame. 32-20s are in the south and east walls.
How about the others here?
Well, on these 2 38 slugs, I found minute portions of threads. They compare with the dress and coat worn of the deceased.
Mm-hmm.
Hi.
Hey, Ben.
I checked Kane's record. He told the truth.
Nothing more than a vague charge, huh?
No. How's this come?
There's threads on 2 of the 38 slugs.
And on one of the 32-20s.
Same kind of threads?
Yeah, the same kind.
32-20, that's the gun Benham used.
Yeah.
Did you check the cloth yet?
I will right now.
Benham must have been shooting an awful while.
Where'd you find that 32-20 slug, Ray?
On the floor near the bed.
Nothing on any of the other 32-20s?
No. Yeah, this piece of cloth matches the shirt.
How about the coat and those threads?
Got only a couple of threads that might match. Let me have the coat.
Here you are. We better have Benham take another look at Kane, huh?
Yeah, I guess so. I could use a cup of coffee. How about you?
As soon as we get finished. How about it, Ray?
I've got to make it. All right. Yeah, a match.
Well, that's it, huh?
Oh, one more thing.
Yeah.
Fresh stains on the carpet of that room.
What kind?
Whiskey.
March 18th, we picked up Benham at Lincoln Sanitarium and drove him to the General Hospital. 3 times he asked us to stop someplace so he could have a drink. We told him he'd have to wait. We arrived at Ward 1300 at 1:40 p.m. and Kane was brought out.
Take a good look, Mr. Benham.
No, that isn't the man. I'm sure of it.
All right, Kane, tie this handkerchief over your face. No, this way. That's right. Now put on this cap. Okay, now stand over there, please. Now a little further. That's good. All right, Mr. Benham?
You know, his eyes and forehead look a little familiar, but I don't know. Well, my nerves are all shot. I can't be positive. I'm a sick man.
All right, Kane.
Wish I could help you, boys.
So do we.
Come along, please.
You don't have to take me back to the sanitarium. Just take me to a streetcar. I'll make it all right.
We'll take you.
Sergeant,
Yeah,
can I see you a minute?
sure. Yeah?
Did you notice anything when you first brought Kane out of the ward?
No.
You must have been closing the door.
Yeah, I was.
And that man, Benham, he winked at him.
You are listening to Dragnet, the case history of a police investigation presented in the public interest by Fatima Cigarettes.
If you smoke a long cigarette, it will be in your interest to listen to a typical case history of a Fatima smoker.
It's the case of Dick Hyland, sports columnist for one of the great Los Angeles newspapers. This is his actual signed statement.
Do I smoke a lot when I'm reporting a close ball game? You bet I do. Do I still enjoy smoking when the game's over? Right again. Because I smoke a mild cigarette, Fatima. No other king-size cigarette tastes so good, is as mild as Fatima. I agree it's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
And so do more and more smokers every day. Actual figures show extra mild Fatima has more than doubled its smokers coast to coast.
So enjoy extra mild Fatima yourself.
The king-size cigarette, which contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos, superbly blended to make it extra mild.
You will prefer Fatima's much different, much better flavor.
You will agree.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
The best of all long cigarettes.
took Benham back to his sanitarium. On the way, he asked if he could be excused from testifying at the inquest and preliminary hearing. We told him it couldn't be done. 7 p.m. Ben and I returned to the general hospital and took Kane into a small room adjoining the prison ward. After 3 hours of interrogation, he stuck to his story.
Cigarette, Kane?
Thanks.
How's the arm?
All right. Hurts a little now. When you guys going home?
When we get a straight story.
I've been telling you all I know.
Yeah, you've been telling us the same story for 2 days, but it doesn't hold water.
What do you mean?
How do you account for the fact that parts of your clothing were found in that room?
I told you before. You must have made a mistake.
No, it's no mistake.
Mr. Benham's starting to think he recognizes you.
What?
Why'd he wink at you?
He didn't wink at me.
We got somebody here who saw him.
And he seems to think whoever did the shooting didn't take the gun with him.
When we drove him back to the sanitarium, he asked us if we found it yet.
He thinks we will.
How long has Benham lived in L.A.?
A long time.
How long?
Why do you want to know how long he's lived here?
Is the dead woman really his wife?
Well, certainly she's his wife.
Why?
Where's he been since the shooting?
In the sanitarium in Eagle Rock.
What's the matter with him?
Hemophilia.
You know what that is?
No. You sure that was his wife?
Positive.
She wasn't a stool pigeon?
Stool pigeon? Where'd you get that idea?
You guys never saw her before?
Never.
You never heard of her?
Kane, what's eating you?
Did you check on her?
We always do.
You don't make mistakes on anything like that, do you?
Not all.
Look, she was a pretty nice woman from all we could find out.
Happily married for 30 years.
Something's wrong.
What, Kane? What's wrong?
Hold that up.
Yeah?
Yeah. What'd Benham say about me?
We told you. He says you look a little bit like the man.
Did you say anything else?
He winked at you, Kane. Why?
She wasn't a bad-looking woman.
Wasn't she, Kane? All right, now how about it?
You guys swear that was his wife?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll tell you where the 38 is.
Where?
The mattress on the roof of the Nevada Hotel. Benham cut a hole in it that day. He told me to hide the gun there after the shooting.
All right, let's have a look.
I don't want anybody to know I'm telling you this.
Why?
Benham's a real smart guy. He's got a gang. He's in on it as much as I am.
Yeah?
He double-crossed me. He tried to kill me. If I'm going to jail, he's going with me.
Maybe he will. Kane told us that he had known Benham for about 2 months. During that time, Benham helped him along by giving him a couple of dollars every once in a while. On March 11th, Benham got Kane a room in the Nevada Hotel and gave him $20 to buy a gun, which Kane did. On March 15th, he gave Kane a blue bandana and a checkered cap. On March 16th, he told Kane that he'd been sent by a gang in Chicago to kill a woman who was a stool pigeon. He promised Kane $100 for his help. Early that evening, Benham told Kane how to enter their room and where to hide. When they came home, Benham stood by the door. Kane stepped out of the closet and, after a few words, shot the woman. As he moved toward the bed, Benham started shooting at him. Kane ran from the room and hid the gun in the mattress on the roof, then went to his room and flushed the cap and bandana down the drain. 11:15 p.m., Ben and I found the gun where Kane said it would be. 38 Special Detective Colt revolver, 2-inch barrel, number 381327. 11:52 p.m., we checked and found no evidence that Benham belonged to any kind of a gang. March 19th, 9 a.m., Ben and I reported into homicide and picked up Captain Steed. We went over to Dr. Wagner to learn his autopsy report. It showed that the deceased had been shot 3 times. 2 .38 slugs and 1 .32-20 were recovered from the victim's body. They were initialed for evidence. 8 p.m., Captain Steed, Ben, and I went to the sanitarium and told Benham that there were a few angles we wanted to clear up before the inquest next morning. Benham got dressed, and we drove back to the Bartlett Hotel. It was raining.
I'm still trying to remember what happened. I was very shocked that night.
Yeah, I suppose you were.
Well, sometimes my memory comes back for a little bit.
The red light? Yeah, I see.
You know, the man who did the shooting knew you lived in room 432, and he knew you'd be gone that night. How do you suppose he figured that out?
Well, I've been noticing that a lot of men have been following me. Suspicious-looking men. I told that to Sergeant Friday, didn't I, Sergeant?
Yeah, that's right.
Must have been one of them.
You ever give money to characters on the street so much they might follow you?
Hey, that must be it. Many times I used to do that. I'd be nice to them, and they'd try to make friends.
You remember any of them?
Yeah, I do. There was old man Dorsey, and Jolly Swanson, and a fellow named Blaine.
Kane?
Yeah, that's it, Kane. There you are. The young man you took me to see in the hospital. I'm thinking, I believe that's Kane.
Are you sure?
Quite sure. He's the burglar.
What makes you think he was a burglar?
Well, what else would he be?
He didn't rifle any of the drawers or steal anything, did he?
Must have got there just before us.
Did you have anything important there?
I have some insurance policies.
And your wife?
Yeah.
How much?
Well, one policy for $4,000 and two for $2,500 each.
Who's the beneficiary?
I am.
We took Benham up to room 432, where he got out the insurance policies on his wife and showed them to us. Then Captain Steed asked him to reenact the shooting. Benham acted as the killer, I played Benham, and Ben acted as his wife.
Well, the man was over here in the closet. My wife and I came in that door, and then my wife went over to the dresser.
Oh, over here? Did you turn on the light?
Oh, yeah, and then I closed the door and went over behind her.
Like this?
Oh, she was closer to the bed.
Here?
Yeah.
Were you standing next to her?
Yeah.
Did you start to take off your coat?
Well, I was just going to when this man stepped out of this closet here.
How far?
Oh, here. Yeah, right here.
Then what?
Well, he held the gun in his hand and asked how much money we had. Elizabeth said we didn't have much.
From here?
Yeah, but she turned around.
Like this?
Yeah, that's it.
What happened then?
Well, then I said I haven't got very much, but I'll give you what we have, and he started shooting.
Yeah, but you said before that your wife started looking in her purse.
Yeah, that's it. She did. I forgot. And that made him think she was going after a gun.
How do you know?
Well, I suppose that's what he thought. He shot, and Elizabeth fell on the bed. I pulled out my gun and started shooting, and the man ran out the door, and that's all.
That's exactly what happened, huh?
Just as I remember it. Will it help you?
Not very much.
What's the matter?
Well, if you were standing where I am, there'd be bullet holes on that side of the room there, wouldn't it?
They're all on this side.
I see. I got it. Come with me.
Where are you going?
On the roof.
What for?
I want to show you something. It's raining. There are 2 umbrellas in the closet. I'll get them.
Why do you want to go up there?
I think I know where that gun might be hidden. I'll bet it's there. Here, you take this umbrella.
Thanks.
We'll take this one, Captain.
Let's go.
I'll bet it's up there. We'll find it.
You got your flashlight, Ben?
Yeah.
Should be around here somewhere.
What?
The mattress. My wife used to take sunbaths on it.
Where would it be?
Oh, just about here.
I don't see any.
Sure it's up here? I bet it's on the next roof. Didn't you say Kane lived in that hotel? He probably moved it. Hey, flash your light over there behind that elevator shaft.
There?
Yeah, there. You see it? We have to climb over this parapet to get on the other roof.
Watch it, Cap. It's pretty slippery.
Okay. Yeah, it is slippery.
This mattress here?
That's it.
Take a look, Joe.
Right. No, nothing here.
Did you look all around there? Did you look in the corners?
No.
Well, that'd be a good place to hide a gun, don't you think? Here, let me see. Might be a hole cut in one of them. No. Maybe the other corner. No. Or maybe this one. Yeah. You see, the mattress has been cut. No. No, it's got to be here. Where is it? It's here, I tell you. It's here. I know it's here. I'll find it. I'll find it. You wait. You'll see. I'll get it. I know it's here. I'll find it. You wait, I'll get it. I'll get it.
It's getting wet, Joe.
We got the 38. Kane told us about it. You ready to talk?
Yeah.
Insurance. That why you did it?
Yeah. I'm a sick man.
Let's go, Benham. On your feet.
All right.
They played that ball game the other day.
Yeah? Who won?
Pirates 8-7. Sure do like baseball.
Must be a real nice business.
Yeah.
Fans only yell it, they never do it.
What's that?
Kill the umpire.
The story you have just heard was true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
On July 2nd, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 89, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial.
It's amazing how many long cigarette smokers are changing to extra mild Fatima. Here is the actual report.
From coast to coast, extra mild Fatima has more than doubled its smokers.
Yes, more and more smokers every day are discovering that Fatima is the king-size cigarette that is extra mild.
Extra mild because it contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended to make it extra mild, to give it a much different, much better flavor and aroma.
Enjoy extra mild Fatima yourself. Best of all long cigarettes.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
Thomas Kane was convicted of second-degree murder and received a term as prescribed by law. Theodore V. Benham was convicted of first-degree murder and assault with a deadly weapon. He received a life sentence and died in prison 1 year later. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice for Dragnet comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.A. Wharton, Los Angeles Police Department.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all long cigarettes, has brought you Dragnet, transcribed from Los Angeles.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Presentation of the Rio Grande Oil Company. Calling all cars. Calling all cars. San Francisco Police calling all cars. Broadcast 45 regarding a dope ring operating on the Skid Row. Stay off this angle, boys. State narcotic men are handling it. That is all. Rio Grande now has 4 big radio shows on the air. If you enjoy calling all cars, drive into any service station selling Rio Grande cracked gasoline and ask for a free radio bar that tells you about the police cases to be dramatized this month on Calling All Cars and describes all the other Rio Grande radio shows. Get yours free. And don't be frightened if you see a police car in your Rio Grande station. The same Rio Grande cracked gasoline you use is officially selected to power the police cars, fire trucks, ambulances, and other emergency engines of a score of cities. This does convince these cities that the cracking process makes Rio Grande cracked gasoline faster and more powerful. You can get police car performance in your own car by using Rio Grande cracked gasoline with tetraethyl. And while it costs just more to make, it costs you nothing extra. Tonight we are privileged to introduce Inspector F.J.A. O'Farrell, who is in charge of the Division of Narcotic Enforcement for the state of California. Inspector O'Farrell.
The narcotic evil has become a menace to America because of the lack of interest and knowledge on the part of the public. This evil touches and concerns every American citizen, and it is only through the education of the individuals of this nation can the menace be curtailed. Information has reached the division of definite cases wherein former run members are turning to illicit narcotic smuggling and peddling as a source of revenue due to the 18th Amendment. It is also a known fact of the division that through its contacts with other law enforcement bodies, that Eastern gangs have attempted to muscle in Western territories, a situation which keeps the police departments of the West on their toes to prevent such an invasion. For behind the gang situation stalks the narcotic evil. Although handicapped by curtailed personnel and inadequate funds, The State Narcotics Division, under the efficient leadership of my chief, William G. Walker, has been able to carry on the battle against narcotics just as vigorously and effectively as it has in the past when times were better. But we need the active, interested cooperation of every citizen. It is the hope of Chief Walker and myself that the story you are about to hear will bring home to you a little more vividly the constant menace which exists in the drug traffic and the absolute necessity of stamping it out of its distance. Thank you, Inspector O'Farrell. Under the direction of Chief William G. Walker, Inspector O'Farrell supervises the operations of drugstores and hospitals licensed to dispense narcotics, as well as coordinating the activities in his department in suppressing the illegal peddling of drugs on the street. One day he is visited by a well-dressed young woman.
Good afternoon, Inspector.
How do you do? Won't you be seated?
Thank you. I don't suppose you remember me.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't think I do.
I didn't think you would. I've dyed my hair back to natural since you saw me last.
So that accounts for it, eh? Well, let me in on the secret. Who are you?
I'm Martha Grant. Remember? I worked as a nurse for Dr. Perkins.
Dr. Perkins? Oh, yes. That phony medic who ran the Heights Sanitarium over in Oakland? The one the federal sent to Leavenworth?
Yes, that's right.
Why, sure, I remember you. You testified at his trial. I always felt sorry for you being mixed up in that mess.
Well, it was pretty disagreeable, but it couldn't be helped. You know, I learned to hate that man. The way he takes those poor dope addicts, takes them as patients, promised to break their habit, and then all he do is to sell them dope. And he deserves to go to the penitentiary.
Well, I don't know there, Miss Grant.
Well, after working with that would-be doctor, I couldn't stop. I couldn't get away from it.
You don't mean he gave you a habit, Miss Grant?
Oh, no. That's very funny. No. What I mean is that I couldn't stop thinking of those poor suffering people. I don't know. I suppose it gets in your blood. I wanted to do something for them, to help them.
Well, that's a mighty fine ambition, Miss Grant. I don't know exactly what you could do to help them. About all we can do down here is to hinder them. That is, hinder them from getting their supplies.
I know that. But I've done a lot of studying since that case, and I believe I know how to handle the problem. After all, I am a registered nurse, you know.
Of course. Now, just what do you propose doing?
Just this, Inspector. I'm going to open a sanitarium for the cure of narcotic victims.
Oh, like the ex-doctors?
Of course not. I mean to do good.
Well, that's fine. I certainly hope you'll succeed.
I know I shall. I just wanted to let you know, Inspector, what I'm doing. I just wanted you to know that I'm behind you in the great battle you're waging to stop the use of drugs.
Well, that's fine, Miss Grant. I appreciate that. And I wish more citizens were as interested as you are.
A few months later, O'Farrell, making his usual rounds of inspection on drugstores and hospitals, visits Martha Grant at her newly opened Pure Sanatorium, a modest cottage of 3 rooms. On his next tour of inspection, a few months later, the officer finds her established in a 6-room flat, and 3 months later, she has moved to a 10-room house. Still, on every visit, she assures the inspector that things are going very badly for her, and that she doesn't know how she can hang on. When O'Farrell, on a later inspection trip, finds her established in a 16-room mansion with a half-acre of grounds around it, his suspicions are definitely aroused. He discusses the situation with his chief, Captain Seeger.
I tell you, Chief, there's something phony about that dame. Maybe it's just one of my Irish hunters, but I don't think she's on the level. Well, they didn't get anything on her in that Perkins case. I know they didn't. She had me sold all right when she came in here last year and told me she wanted to open an addict sanitarium. Went into a lot of stuff about her duty to mankind. I told you about it at the time. Yes, I remember. But when I find her in the bigger joint, every time I drop in on her, and when she always cries the blues to me, I figure there's something wrong somewhere. Well, what are you supposed to do? You know Louis Menchie, that little hype we picked up on Howard Street last week? Yes. Well, Louis's got a pretty tough habit. So I figured I'd give him $100 for Flash Go and send him over to Martha's to take the cure. Well, how do you know he won't fade with our $100? That's our chance. I won't guarantee that. But it's the only way we're going to find out what's going on over there. I think Louis is smart enough not to walk off with the dough. He knows we can send him to the pen if he tries any monkey business. Okay, then. Hop to it. Let me know how you make out.
Inspector O'Farrell heals Louis Menchie with $100 and sends him across to Martha's establishment in Oakland. He is surprised to look up from his desk later in the day and see Louis standing in the door.
What the devil are you doing back here?
Wait a minute, Chief. It was this way.
What the big idea, Louis? Giving me the runaround? I sent you over to Martha.
Wait a minute. You know I wouldn't give you the runaround. You know I'm an all-right guy. I've been over there.
Well, what happened?
Well, I went over there and I saw this broad, and I put the 6 for it. Didn't have to put it on much, though. I sure needed a jab. Sure do. How about it, Chief? Finish the end of the gas.
Listen, Louis, you know me better than to ask me that.
Well, yeah, I just thought maybe...
Come on. Stop beating around the bush. What happened over there?
I told this game. I'm wanted to take the cure, like you told me to.
What did she say?
Said you didn't care much about taking patients, so I branched the roll like you told me to, and she just passed over that.
Not interested in patients, huh? What else did she say?
Well, as a matter of fact, I tried to buy a bill of stuff.
No, don't go.
Well, I needed it bad, Chief.
Did she sell you any?
No, she just saw. They said, how'd she know I wasn't a thief? And she threw me out.
She's still she dead. She's not that dumb.
Oh, I couldn't get any snow after all.
Well, ain't that too bad. Where's the $100?
Right here. All of it. Count it. And now, Chief, can I have a little shot?
No.
Convinced that Martha Grant's addiction sanatorium is merely a blind for dope peddling activities, the State Narcotic Bureau intensified its efforts to take some junk back to her. Every hyphen peddler brought into headquarters is grilled regarding his source of supply. For weeks, the rounding up and questioning of addicts goes on without any success. Finally, from an unexpected direction comes an offer of assistance when Johnny Rabb, one of the hypes picked up in the dragnet, gets an audience with some success. Finally, from an unexpected direction comes an offer of assistance when Johnny Rabb, one of the hypes picked up in the dragnet, gets an audience with Captain Seeger and Inspector O'Farrell.
Well, Johnny, what's on your mind?
Look here, Inspector, I don't like jail one little bit.
Who does?
Well, I want to make a deal with you.
Oh, you ought to know by now you can't make a deal with us. If that's what you came down here to talk about, you're wasting our time.
Now, wait till you hear what I got to say. I'll turn informer for you. I want to get out.
What have you got to inform?
I ain't saying, but I can put you in touch with a good connection.
Who?
Well, what good would it do to tell you? You couldn't get anything on him if you don't let me out to do it.
Why not?
Well, because if you don't let me out, he'll know in 24 hours that he's hot and he'll take it on a lamp.
How big is it?
Plenty. He's the boss of the peddlers on a skid row. Got 4 or 5 hypes dropping for him. Just let me loose and I'll get the stuff on him.
We'll let you know, Johnny. You wait outside while I keep an eye talk it over.
Okay.
Well, how's that sound to you, Chief? 7 suits for casualties, huh? That's about it. You'll have to give him some grease to buy the stuff, but it ought to be worth it. And it might lead to Martha Grant. He seems to be the ringleader of this outfit. Oh, I hate to put my trust in these types. I know, but it didn't hurt any to trust Lloyd Minsky. He came back with a dough. Yeah, but what do you know about this bird? Oh, nothing much. But I'll put a tail on him so he won't have much of a chance to double cross us. Okay, it's a cinch we're not getting anywhere until we knock over the plan of this outfit. These small fry peddlers don't mean a thing.
Inspector O'Farrell turns Johnny Rabb loose with a couple of $100. Rabb makes 2 contacts with Joe Riley, the big shot at the Skid Row dope ring, and makes 2 purchases of an ounce of morphine. After gaining Riley's confidence, After gaining Riley's confidence, Rabb is invited by him to go on a coke party. Excusing himself, he telephones headquarters. Coke party. Excusing himself, Rabb is invited by him to go on a thing. After gaining Riley's confidence and makes 2 purchases of an ounce of more, the big shot at the Skid Row dope ring, Rabb makes 2 contacts with Joe Riley. Rabb loose with a couple of $100. Inspector O'Farrell turns Johnny.
Don't mean a thing. Inspector O'Farrell turns Johnny Rabb loose with a couple of $100. Rabb makes 2 contacts with Joe Riley, the big shot at the Skid Row dope ring, and makes 2 purchases of an ounce of morphine. After gaining Riley's confidence, Rabb is invited by him to go on a coke party. Excusing himself, he telephones headquarters. Coke party. Excusing himself, he telephones headquarters. Take our Connie, Joe. Well, now, Higgins.
This is Johnny Rabb, Inspector.
Yeah, I've been waiting to hear from you.
I got things fixed for tonight. Riley wants me to go on a coke party with him.
Yeah?
Yeah. Says we gotta go to Oakland and what stuff.
Where are you now?
I'm over the hotel. I'll be with Ron. 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 I'm over the hotel.
license number? 64824. Okay. We'll train you to the ferry and wait for you at this end. When you drive off the ferry, light 2 matches for your cigarette if you got the stuff with you. That's right.
Inspector O'Farrell and Inspector Conley take out Riley's hotel and follow his car when he and Johnny Rabb leave for the ferry. At the ferry slip, the two officers settle down for a long vigil. The pale spring moon rising out of the east bay is slowly extinguished in the smothering soft falls of the fog that comes rolling in through the Golden Gate. The late evening quiet of the harbor suddenly finds voice as the whistle buoys take up their eerie warning. Ferry boats, which had gaily swished across the bay like young girls on their way to a dance, now slink into the docks, lights shrouded in mist. Hours pass, and the end of each ferry is a signal for Conley and O'Farrell to start the motor of their police car and crouch in the shadows of the ferry building, scanning each passing automobile as it rolls off the gangplank. Finally, toward midnight, another boat shoulders into the dock.
Well, they certainly ought to be on this boat, unless he's given us a slip, which he may have done. No, I don't think so. Here comes the car, under tow. There's the wagon. Lamp in the front seat. He lit 2 matches to a cigarette. That means he's got his stuff. Come on, let's knock him over. They're going too fast. We'll have to tail him in our car. Let's go. Okay.
O'Farrell and Conley tail Riley's car back to his hotel. Just as the Lincoln is parking, the officers pull up. Inspector Conley jumps on the running board of the driver's side as O'Farrell approaches the car from the passenger side.
You're under arrest. What? Pick him up and keep him there. What's the charge? Just a minute and I'll let you know. Find it, O'Farrell? Yeah. Go on, fight it on the floor of the car. That's fine. The charge, Mr. Riley, is possession of narcotics in violation of the State Narcotics Act.
Riley is brought into headquarters, and for hours the officers question him without any success. Finally, he breaks.
Okay, I'll spill. That's all I got. You got me for possession, and I'm a 2-time loser. You're going to send me up anyway, so I might as well talk. Yeah, you're using your head. Well, what do you want to know? Where did this stuff come from? From Oakland. We know that. But where's the plant in Oakland? I don't know the address. I thought you were going to talk. I am, but I'm telling you the truth. I don't know the address. How much stuff is stashed there? Several ounces. Who runs the plant? I don't know. Listen, Riley, quit giving us the runaround. Now, who runs that plant? I won't tell you. Oh, you won't tell me. You know better than to talk that way to me, Riley. Where does she live? If you know so much, why are you getting tough with me? So, it is a game. I ain't saying. If I point out her house, will you tell me the truth? Sure. Okay, we're riding to Oakland right now.
O'Farrell, Seeger, and Conley take Riley across the bay and drive directly to Martha's big house. The police car pulls up in the dark shadows of the tree-lined street.
Is this the place? You guessed it. This is where she lives, all right. Okay. Then you're going to show us where the stuff is. I didn't get the stuff here. This is only where she lives. This isn't the plant. Where is the plant? I told you I don't know the address, but I do know the place when I see it. I'll point it out to you. It's the bungalow court, and it's the last house in the rear to the left. Okay. Where do we go from here? I guess we better turn up the next street, to the right. To the right. Okay. Let's go, Conley.
For hours, Riley, befuddled with narcotics, leads the police officers up one street and down another without showing them the plant. Finally, in disgust, the officers board a ferry to bring their prisoner back to San Francisco. Captain Seeger and O'Farrell leave Conley with the prisoner while they go up on deck for a smoke.
Throw this guy in the candle barrel. He's just giving us a runaround. No, Chief. I think he'll play ball with us. But tonight's not the time. He's too rum-dum. He can't even see he's so junked up. Well, I don't like to let a hophead make a monkey out of me. Look here, Chief. A case is a case. You let me handle this bird. I'll get some action out of him. Well, okay. But I think you're just wasting time.
O'Farrell stays up all night, questioning and re-questioning Riley. Finally, he promises to cooperate with the officers. At 9 in the morning, he calls Martha, but she is out. Again at 12, he tries, but fails to communicate with her. In the late afternoon, Seeger and O'Farrell take Riley back to his room in the hotel. At 5 o'clock, Riley calls Martha once more. O'Farrell and Seeger listen in on the two extensions. Hello, Martha. Oh, that party last night did me in, Martha. I slept in late. I tried to get you at noon, but you just left. Yeah, she sounded that way when I talked to her. Why don't you get rid of that broad? Yeah, but she can't handle it. She's dynamite. Oh, well, look, a friend of mine's going down to L.A. and needs some clothes. I wish you'd send over 3 suits. Yeah. Yeah. I'm at the hotel. That'll be swell. See you later. 9:20 show. What's that mean? Means she's coming on the 9:20 ferry. Martha's a cagey dame. She don't take no chances on being overheard.
I suppose suits mean down to the junk, huh?
Yeah, that's right. Who the devil's that?
Watch what you say. Get on that wire, O'Farrell. Okay. Okay, Riley, answer it.
Hello?
Hello, Joe.
Yeah, Martha, what do you want? I'm here, okay, and waiting to see you. Goodbye, Martha. Say what I tell you guys. She's a smart dame. You're going to have to be on your toes if you get anything on her. The officers take out the hotel. O'Farrell and Seeger parked in an automobile commanding an unobstructed view of the entrance, and Conley and Dundas hiding in Riley's room. It is a few moments before 9:30 when O'Farrell nudges Seeger.
There she is, Chief. Where? Just going into the hotel. Oh, yeah. And she's got the stuff with her. Notice that package under her arm? Yep. We're in luck. Well, we might as well sit tight here and let the boys take her in the room. I got to hand it to you, O'Farrell. I'd have given this case up last night. I was so sore at that guy. Oh, I don't know. I just hate to give up a case until I hammer it to pieces. Well, that's a swell way to be. Hey, look, here comes Conley out of the hotel. I wonder what's the matter. What's up, Conley? We got the dame up in the room, but she came in clean. Didn't have a thing on her. Oh, you must be crazy. She had a package under her arm when she went in the hotel. Well, she ducked it somewhere because she hasn't a thing on her now, and she's raising the devil about false arrest. Come on, let's get in there. Oh. Where's that elevator boy? Hey, you.
Yeah, sir?
Did you take a lady up to the second floor in the last 5 minutes?
No, sir.
Did you see a lady come in?
I recollect like I do, sir.
Where'd she go?
Maybe she went upstairs, sir.
Did she have a package under her arm?
Maybe she did, sir, and maybe she didn't.
Come on, up the stairs. Keep your eyes open. O'Farrell. What? Look here. These heavy curtains hanging over the window. Let's see. Yep. Here's a package of junk. Nicely hidden behind the curtain. Come on, let's talk to Martha.
Well, Inspector, I'd like to know the meaning of placing me under arrest. You know I'm sincere. You know I want to help poor unfortunates like Mr. Riley here. And now you subject me to this humiliation.
What do you know about this package, Martha?
Nothing. I never saw it before.
Riley? Is this the woman you talked to on the phone this afternoon? Yeah. Is this the woman you bought 2 ounces of morphine from last night? Yeah.
Well, you dirty think you're out
I thought you'd show your colors, Martha. Now, cut out the rough stuff, because we got you right where we want you. You're under arrest for violation of the State Narcotic Act.
That's a hot one. You can't prove a thing. I never saw the package before. I don't know what you're talking about. You can't arrest me.
No? Well, we're going to. And after we bring back the junk you've got stashed in your Oakland plant, we'll have plenty on you.
Riley and Martha are taken to headquarters and booked while Inspectors Conley and O'Farrell cross the bay to Oakland. They enlist the aid of Lieutenant Barbeau of the Oakland Police Department, who sends a squad of 2 plainclothesmen and 2 patrolmen, along with the narcotic agents, to raid Martha's. They are met at the door of Martha's house by a beautiful young woman attired in negligee, who appears to be under the influence of narcotics.
Oh, hello, boys. Where's Martha?
Martha's in jail. We're police officers.
Oh, well, that's okay. We can all have a party just the same. Come on in, boys. Come on in.
You bet we will. Who are you?
Oh, I'm Stella.
Oh, yes, I've heard of you.
Boy, sure you have. Oh, everybody that knows Martha's heard of little Stella.
Been hitting it up, haven't you, Stella?
I don't know what you mean.
Leave a man here with Stella, Lieutenant, and start from the attic and search this place. Yes, sir. Tear it apart. Don't overlook any possible place where the stuff could be hidden. Yes, Inspector.
Are you going to sit down and talk to me, Inspector?
I am not. I got work to do. ransacked the house from attic to cellar, prying into woodwork, ripping apart drapes, searching in every nook and cranny where it could be possible to secrete a small package of narcotics. While the search is being conducted on the upper floors, Inspector O'Farrell looks through the kitchen. He is joined there by Lieutenant Barbo.
I just got something, O'Farrell.
What's that?
These.
Morphine envelopes, huh?
Yeah.
Where'd you find them?
This Stella girl's room.
Harrigan. Bring that girl in here.
Hello, Inspector.
Stella, what do you know about these two envelopes?
Oh, those? Oh, they were awfully nice.
What was in them?
Oh, something awful nice.
Well, where's the rest of it?
I don't know. I was waiting for Martha to bring me some more.
What are you doing here, Stella?
Oh, I came here as a patient. Martha was going to make me well.
I thought so. She did a good job of it.
Oh, indeed she did, Inspector. Oh, I feel better right now than I ever did.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Come on, Inspector. Let you and me go up somewhere where we can talk, huh?
Look here, Stella, I mean business. Where's the rest of this stuff?
Oh, that's all there is, Inspector, honey. I've just been waiting for Martha to bring me some more.
Well, you're not going to get any more. Martha's never going to bring you any more.
Never any more. Oh, Inspector. Oh, that's awful. I've got to have some more, Inspector. Please, Inspector, I've got to have some more.
So that's the kind of narcotic crusading Martha's been doing, huh? That poor kid. Probably from some good family. And look at him now. Makes me burn.
Yeah, it's a crying shame.
Well, let's search this kitchen and see if there's anything hidden in here. Nothing in there. Nothing in here. Uh-oh.
What's that?
A gas and light bill made out to Martha Miller, 535 and 3/4 45th Street. It's a minimum service charge. 40 cents for gas and 60 cents for electricity. Hunch. I got a hunch this is... See? A minimum. That would mean she has used practically no gas and light. This is probably the hideaway.
Well, it's worth a try.
Okay. Let's leave Harrigan in charge here and beat it over there. O'Farrell and Barbo speed to the 45th Street address and find that it is a bungalow court. 535 and 3/4 turns out to be the last house in the rear. Further checking with Riley's description of the plant. The door is locked, and the officers let themselves in through the kitchen window. They switch on the light. Now, Riley said the stuff was in the cooler. Let's see. Strike a match, will you, Barbo?
Yeah.
That's better. Now, wait until I feel around it here. Uh-oh. Here's something. Yes, sir. Here's the stuff. 2 ounces.
Well, that's the payoff. Now we got Martha Grant right where we want her.
Yes, sir. Let's get back to the other joint now.
Wait a minute. Here's something to make him in handy.
What's that?
The key to the place. It's lying here on the table.
Bring it along and we'll have a little talk with Martha. During the absence of the 2 inspectors, Lieutenant Barbo's men have discovered 2 more ounces in the barn behind Martha's house. O'Farrell and Barbo hurried back to headquarters and faced Martha with their find. Well, Martha, do you recognize what I'm holding in my hand?
No.
You don't? Then I'll tell you what it is. These are 2-ounce cans of morphine we found in your barn.
Well, what of it?
Well, I'm not through yet. Anything familiar about these 2 packages?
No.
No? Well, I'll identify them for you. These are 2-ounce cans of morphine found at your plant at 535 and 3/4 45th Street. That's the plant you rented under the name of Martha Miller.
You must be crazy. I never used that name.
No? Well, here is a key I found in your pocketbook. And here's the one I found at the 45th Street address. Notice that they match. And they both fit the door of the bungalow on 45th Street. Now what have you got to say?
What's there left for me to say? I guess you made the place okay. Looks like this is the time little Martha takes a fall.
You know, there are 3 grades of gasoline on the market. Automotive engineers agree that Rio Grande cracked with tetraethyl is so good it could sell at top price. But we prefer to give our independent dealers a better quality gasoline, which they can sell to you at the same price as the uncracked gasolines of their competitors. Then when you feel the difference, when you experience the thrill of police car performance in your own car, you'll come back to the independent Rio Grande dealer who gives you a top quality gasoline at a lower price. This plan works. Rio Grande cracked is the fastest growing gasoline in this market. And this sales increase is due entirely to repeat sales to satisfied customers. Are you one? Go to a Rio Grande service station. Ask for a free radio log. Put cracked gasoline in your tank. Sinclair motor oil in the crankcase, and we guarantee you'll get police car performance. And boys and girls, your Rio Grande service station has a present for you. You are invited to join the junior police department to help your own chief of police fight crime and save lives. You will get a genuine metal police badge to wear, absolutely free. Just get your father or mother to drive into any service station selling Rio Grande cracked gasoline and tell them to ask for a junior police department enrollment card for you. No obligation to buy anything.
Calling all cars. Attention all cars. San Francisco police calling all cars. Cancellation broadcast 45 regarding narcotic ring. Suspects in this case are now in custody. That is all.
Calling All Cars is written and produced by William N. Robson. The orchestra was under the direction of Claude Sweeten. This is Pat Weaver saying good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo silver, the Lone Ranger. The western plains and prairies of the United States thrilled to the heroic deeds of an unknown rider, a masked man who rode in the cause of justice. People of 7 states felt the influence of his courageous deeds. Stories have been handed down through the years of his many adventures in the newly established American territory. Even today, the cowboys relate tales of his stirring exploits. Listen to those silver-shod hoofs as they race over the hard-packed roadbeds of yesteryear. The Lone Ranger rides again. Come on, Silver, old boy. We'll be in the mountains in a few minutes. Then we'll meet our good friend Tonto. Hi-yo, Silver! Away! When the government opened California to homesteaders, unexpected trouble arose. The Spanish had granted huge tracts of land to their countrymen, and these grants were in direct conflict with the titles of the incoming homesteaders. Now, both factions claimed ownership and were ready to defend their claims with 6 guns and bullets. Tragedy, such as the West had never known before, threatened the peace of 2 nations. At this disturbed period in our nation's history, we find the Lone Ranger and his faithful Indian companion Tonto arriving at the top of a hill in the southern Sierra Nevadas.
Oh, Silver. Oh, there, fellow. Oh, my fellow. Oh. And now we see far ahead.
And Tonto, there's someone in trouble.
Oh, wagon. Wheel broke.
And those people are a long ways from the nearest water. Come on, Silver.
Get up, my fellow. Wagon come for me?
Probably some homesteaders. Come on, Silver.
Oh, them going wrong way.
That's so. The wagon's coming from the west, and yet it's the same kind of wagon that all the Easterners use.
We soon find out.
Hi! Stranger!
Hi! Oh, there, Silver.
my fellow.
Stranger, can you help a man in trouble?
Broken wheel, huh?
That ain't the main trouble. I can fix that given time. But we need water.
We have plenty.
I wouldn't ask no man for water this far from the spring, but I got my wife and young'un inside the wagon there. The kid ain't very well.
Take a look at them, Tonto.
Oh, me give him water.
I respect you're an outlaw wearing a mask, but I got precious little worth stealing, so I ain't afeared.
I'm not an outlaw. Why are you heading east?
Huh? What other way should I be heading?
Didn't you come from the east?
Yeah, and I'm getting back there as quick as the good Lord will let me, if I can make it.
Why?
Had a home there. Not much of a place, but better than nothing. Sold it and sold most of what else we had. We staked everything on the stories of California. Land of promise, land of sunshine. A place where a man could settle down and bring up his family. Where a man could live in peace and security.
Didn't you find that to be true?
The government gave me the land. They didn't tell me I'd have to stand up and shoot down a couple dozen men to hold it.
What do you mean?
Just that. What's more, I ain't the only one that's having trouble. I'm going back. But there's a plenty who'll stay and fight it out. If there ain't bloodshed on Ortega's place, my name ain't Jeb Martin.
Jeb, who's the Injun?
He's a friend of mine.
What's the matter, Marthy?
He gave Billy and me a drink of water, and now he's talking to little Billy inside the wagon there. Billy is smiling for the first time in 2 weeks.
Then that Injun is my friend. Stranger, I don't suppose you know what it means to have a sick youngster.
Tonto can do more for him than most doctors.
The drinking water will help him some.
Here, Jeb, don't you want water, too?
Have you got a plenty?
Yes, plenty.
Thank you, mister. Much obliged. I'm afeard Billy wouldn't never stand the trip east. And now that we're marooned here till I get that wagon wheel fixed, there ain't no telling what the hot sun'll do to the lad.
Boy, get well heap soon.
What's that?
Are you sure, Tonto?
Tonto no fever. Give him little feller good medicine.
Is he going to be all right?
If Tonto says that, you may be sure it's right.
Water. And my boy's life. Stranger, if there was only some way I could pay you. Well, I got some cash.
I might ask a favor of you, Jeb.
It's done.
Tell me more about the Ortega Ranch.
Well, it seems that a couple of 100,000 acres of land was given Ortega's paw by the Spanish governor. That is before the United States took over the territory.
Yes?
Ortega still holds that land. And if ever there was an ornery coyote, he's it. Got it from his paw and won't give way 1 inch to the folks that been given the same land by our own government.
There have been other situations of that sort.
And they've all ended in fighting?
There have been some troubles, but they've generally been settled to everyone's satisfaction.
But not Ortega.
Gosh, no. There's 20 or 30 wagons pulled up just beyond the river that bounds his ranch on the south.
Wagons belonging to pioneers?
Yeah, with the government's word that they can settle on Ortega's land. They tried every way to make that critter come to terms. But he won't talk any language but the language of the 6-gun and rifle.
What do those people plan to do?
Wait till they get some more folks there, then take the land by force.
Well, we ain't joining them. Even if they did drive Ortega and his men off the land, it wouldn't be permanent.
No, you're quite right.
It'd just be the starting of a war that would last till everyone was wiped out. I'd sooner take the risk of heading back east.
California is one of the grandest parts of the whole world.
But it ain't for us, stranger.
I'm going to see those men who are camped near the Ortega Ranch.
You'll see 'em all right enough. Just follow the Mojave River, and you'll see 'em camped to the south of where it bends.
Very well. Yep. You ready, Tonto? No. Me ready. Jeb, I'm going to make another request of you.
Yeah?
When your wheel is fixed, go back to California.
Go back?
But strange.
Unless you're a quitter. Of course, there's no room in California for quitters. But I don't think men without courage would have undertaken this trip in the first place.
You mean we should go fight Ortega?
No. Go back and see what happens.
But what's going to happen?
The only law in the region is the law Ortega makes.
The government double-crossed us. They should have sent troops to make sure we got what was promised us.
There are other laws, and those laws will be enforced. However, I've made my second request. Do what you please about granting it. Hi-yo!
Get him up, white fella.
Jeb, who in the name of caution was that man?
I don't know, Martha.
We can't go back there.
Honey, I'm afeard we can't do nothing else.
You're going back?
The masked man gave us water. The Injun helped our son. I told him I'd do whatever he wanted. Martha, as soon as that there wheel is fixed, we're going back.
It was nearly sundown when the Lone Ranger and Tonto came within sight of the Ortega Ranch. The homesteaders, denied their rights by Ortega, had made camp near the boundary line. And there the masked man paused to verify the statements of Jeb Martin. Meanwhile, the United States Marshal was in Ortega's ranch house, trying to persuade the stubborn landowner to act fairly.
You can be fair about it, Ortega. You've got over 100,000 acres of land here.
It is mine. All mine. I will not give it up.
But all you're using is about 10,000 acres. The rest just goes to waste.
It is mine to do with as I choose. I will not change my mind.
Now look at it this way. If you persist in keeping these pioneers off the land, you won't gain anything but ill will and hard feelings. All others in your position have been fair about it. The folks from the east that have come here have done a heap of good.
No.
Now let me show you.
What?
Here. Here's a map of this section. And here's the river. You see?
I see. My land begins here. If the river is the south boundary, then it bends to form the boundary on the west.
Yeah. And your land runs all the way back here. Miles of land, all the way to the line markers.
See.
Now, if you'd let those settlers take that land away back here, near the line, you'd make everyone satisfied. And then on our recommendation, the government would be sure you'd keep the rest of the land for your own.
I own all the land. It is mine. I will hold
But
it. I have men. Many men here. Men whose fathers live here on my land before them. Men who fight for me and with me.
We don't want no fighting.
I hold what is mine at all costs.
All the way from the river to the line markers?
That is right. All the way from the river to the line markers.
You make things downright hard for me.
Why should I care?
Because there'll be trouble.
Still, I do not care.
I'm sorry.
Let any man put foot on this side of the river, he shall trespass. To trespass is to face bullets.
Senor.
I told you not to disturb me.
Senor, two men crossed the river.
What?
It is true. They come this way. One is masked.
Diablo, that I do not allow. I have warned them.
I'll see here. There ain't to be no gunplay.
You have nothing to say.
Look at them, senor. You see them?
I see.
I call the others. Yes?
Call them. We saw these intruders.
I won't let you start fighting.
On my land, you have nothing to say.
Viola, Manuel,
I go to see these masked men.
I'm here to talk to you, Ortega.
You stand where you are.
I'm here to speak with you.
Some of the men. They are ready. At your word, senor, we shoot.
See what the man wants.
Go back or we fire.
You'll not fire, Ortega.
You'll not fire on me because you want to hear what I have to say.
I saw you.
We fire?
No, you watch that lawman. I myself, Ortega, will fire.
You're not aiming to hit me, Ortega. You're simply trying to frighten me away.
That was warning. The next shot will be closer.
You tighten your finger on that trigger for another shot, I'll blast that gun from your hand.
I saw you.
I warned you, Teddy boy.
You shoot, Ortega.
I'll do the same for any other man that tried to shoot me.
I will too. Careful. Wait.
He has hurt you, senor.
The bullet did not touch me. Only my gun.
Stranger, never in all my life have I seen a man draw and fire like that.
Aren't you a United States Marshal?
I am.
Then why don't you insist that Ortega make a fair deal with those people beyond the river?
I've tried to.
What is my own I keep? And this land is mine.
Half of it would be 3 times as much as you can ever use, Ortega.
It is none the less mine.
According to the laws under which this state is governed, none of this land is yours. You can, however, retain plenty for your needs by making a fair agreement. You want to own all the land from that river a quarter mile ahead to the line miles north of here.
All land between the river and the line is mine.
Is that the way the land is described in your deed?
It is.
Is that true, Marshal?
If the worst of it is, strangers, things stand right now. The courts are so mixed up they can't decide on deeds and things.
And that's true.
I said it was. But how is it you put on a mask to come here? Afraid Ortega'd send men across the river to get you if he seen your face?
I represent the man across the river, but I'm not with him.
Huh?
But if what this man has said about his deed is true...
It is true. What of it?
Ortega, you're to have one chance.
You threaten?
One chance. Will you make an agreement with the pioneers who need land which you will never be able to use?
No. Again, I say no.
Very well. Then stand by the deed you hold. You'll find it of little value to you. Hi-yo!
The curtain falls on the first act of tonight's thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. You will recall that in the first act of tonight's Lone Ranger drama, the masked man learned from the homesteader Jeb Martin that Ortega, the ranch owner, was refusing to recognize the land grants of the federal government. The settlers from the east, held at bay by the guns of Ortega's men, were camped beside the Mojave River, the southern boundary of Ortega's ranch. The Lone Ranger visited Ortega, made certain that the stories he'd heard were true, then warned the landowner that he would find his title worthless. The following morning, the United States Marshal stopped at the office of the sheriff, not far from the ranch. We hear him as he tells the sheriff, Ben Burton, of his useless attempt to reason with Ortega.
The critter's even more ornery than you said, Burton.
I can get along with almost every man I ever met, but not with Ortega.
I can understand that.
He's like the dog in the manger. There he sits with men starving because there ain't no land to settle on and grow crops, and him with 90,000 acres he don't need.
I wish I could savvy that masked man.
It's a curious thing. I wish I'd known what he meant by what he said to Ortega.
I wish you'd been there to see him. He rid up with both his 6 guns holstered. And the time it took Ortega to draw the trigger, he snatched a gun and fired. His bullet knocked Ortega's gun 10 feet away.
Gosh.
Never in my life saw anything to equal it.
Say, I wonder.
Huh?
By any chance did he ride a white horse?
Yeah. Called the critter Silver. Why?
I heard of a man like that.
Where? Who is he? Is he an outlaw?
I don't know who he is.
Wanted by the law, though, ain't he?
I don't know as he is.
Then what's he go mask for?
Don't know that either.
Then blast it all, what do you know?
Just one thing, Marshal. If that man's the man I think he is, he meant just what he said.
About what?
About Ortega finding he didn't have as much as he thought he did.
Why, Senora de Law?
Ortega.
See. So, you think there will be the fight?
If there is,
But there will not be.
No?
And those men already, they have gone.
The settlers?
Si, senor. I leave this morning at daybreak.
Where'd they go?
That I do not know. I do not care. They leave with all their wagons and horses.
Gosh, the poor critters. They'll never get back where they come from alive.
And there ain't no other free land inside 100 miles of here.
I know it.
Say, Ortega, what'd you come here for?
To see what you want?
Don't want nothing you got. What's more, I don't even want to see you again.
That goes for me, too, you ornery coyote.
I ride all this way for nothing?
I don't know why you rid this way, but I don't want you.
You sent for me.
Like fun I did.
You do? You send the note. I have it here.
I sent you a note?
See it?
Yeah, what's it say, Marshal? Must be a mistake.
I never writ this note.
What is it?
Says it. If he wants to make sure he'll keep his land, to report here this morning.
I sent that.
What the...
Fucker.
The masked man.
The Lone Ranger. That's who it is.
Steady.
You needn't hold that gun on us, stranger. We ain't aiming to shoot.
I'd sooner take no chance.
You say you wrote that note?
I did.
Telling Ortega to be here and see me?
Yes. I want Ortega to state before witnesses just what land he claims.
I have already said
Wait.
that...
Sheriff, get more witnesses.
Yeah, all right, stranger. I'll do just that. You wait right here now. I don't know what you're up to, but I'm willing to find out. Hey, Lem, get Jim Frisbee and come in my office. All right,
You too, Lanny.
Sure.
Just what's the big idea, stranger?
There seems to be a lot of argument about what land Ortega owns.
I have proof of what I own.
I know.
I show the deed to any who wishes to see it.
Very well, Ortega. There'll be some men here in just a moment who wish to see the deed.
Ortega showed the deed to his ranch to the witnesses called by the Lone Ranger. It clearly established his claim to all the land between the river and the boundary stakes miles to the north. Then, satisfied that he'd proved his point, Ortega returned to his home. As he rode to his ranch, he passed the deserted camp of the homesteaders. But he did not know that Tonto would lead them back that same night.
It's so doggone dark, I can't see a thing.
Not good.
I don't savvy what your scheme is.
Scheme, not mine.
Well, your friend's scheme, then.
You do what Tonto say.
Well...
Start here. Dig in ground.
What should we dig?
Make big hole. And make other hole. Make plenty hole.
Who's this a-coming in a wagon?
Oh, go over there.
That friend.
The work started?
I know that voice.
How's your son, Jeb?
Stranger, thanks to you and your partner, the Injun, Billy's most well already.
Good.
I come back like you said.
I know you did.
I was just in time to hear the men talking about how you met up with them in camp and moved them away from where they was.
We haven't much time to talk, Jeb. There's a lot of work to be done between now and daybreak.
Good enough. I'm ready to work.
Dig hole here.
The kegs are in the wagon, Tonto.
Not good.
After Ortega stated his claims, I talked with the sheriff and the United States Marshal.
You tell them scheme?
Yes, and they will help us.
Not good.
Now get the other men started digging, and then you and I will place the kegs.
The homesteaders labored with all their energy under the direction of the Lone Ranger. One pit after another was dug, and at daybreak the holes extended from the dry bed of an old stream to a point where they met the river, which formed the boundary line to Ortega's land.
We're almost finished with this part of our work, Tonto. You'll stay here and take care of things while I ride to see Ortega.
That's right.
And remember, at just the time we decided on, do your part.
Tonto, do.
Hey, stranger.
Yes, Jeb?
The boys are plumb wore out from working so steady. They ain't quitting, though.
They're not quitters.
There's just one thing they crave to know.
Yes?
Just what's all this digging to do with getting the land to settle on?
You'll see. When Tonto gives you the word, come to Ortega's home.
Shooting?
You'll not need to come shooting, Jeb. There'll be no gunplay. Here, Silver. When you come to claim your land and settle down. Hip! Hi-lo!
The masked man left the homesteaders and rode beyond the river toward the Ortega ranch house. His approach was noted by two mounted men, the sheriff and the United States Marshal.
There he comes, Marshal.
Wonder if his scheme will work.
Well, the least we can do is follow his instructions and find out. There he goes, cutting for the house. Let's get moving now. Get on now.
Get on, get up there. Come on, get on, get on.
Oh, boy.
Stand where you are.
Very well, Juan. Call your master, Ortega.
There is no need. I'm here.
There's no use trying to persuade you to be fair, Ortega.
What is my own, I keep.
All the land between the river and the marked line.
See. I'll go from here and stay away.
You're not planning to make a grab for that gun, are you?
No,
Sacre.
Did you hear that explosion?
Earthquake?
No.
Could not be thunder.
It was a blast, Ortega, that will change everything around here. Many years ago, that river flowed through a different bed. The arroyo is quite a ways north of here, not far from the northern boundary of your land.
What of that?
If the river happened to change its course, Ortega, and flow in its original bed, your land would be reduced to less than 1,000 acres.
That could never happen.
Perhaps you're wrong.
No, since my father came here, the river has always been the same.
Nevertheless, the river is your boundary line, your southern and western boundary. And if the river does change its course, all the land south of the old arroyo would no longer belong to you.
Senor.
Not even this house would be yours.
That is
nor your stables or corral or your cultivated fields.
You come here only to talk. I will not listen.
I'm not here to simply talk, Ortega. I'm here to show you your mistake.
There, Ortega!
What you want here?
Looks like you're going to lose some land, Ortega.
This is all a trick. It is all talk.
If you think it's just talk, ride over and see how the water's going down in the river.
Yeah, we had word that the river's flowing through a new course.
An old course, Sheriff. Its original bed.
Yeah, the old arroyo.
I will not believe it.
You'll have to believe when you see for yourself. That blast was arranged by the pioneers who came to settle here.
Sacre.
You cannot do that sort of thing.
The land you own, the land you've declared before witnesses is yours, is bounded by the river and the marked line north of the river. Soon there will be less than 1,000 acres there. The land is poor for crops and worse for grazing. This land is not yours now.
Sheriff Marshal, tell him he's wrong. Tell him
he ain't wrong, Ortega. He's dead right.
What's more, you better vacate this house and get off land that ain't yours.
It is mine. It is
only till the last of the water runs through that riverbed. Then you're moving out, and there ain't a law court in the state of California would give you any claim to this land. Not when they see how your property is described in the deed.
So, I'm tricked, huh?
Ortega, you're a selfish, unreasonable man. Of all the people who were here when California became one of the United States, you're the only landowner who hasn't come to terms with the government.
So you're going to pay for it.
Wait, Sheriff. If Ortega wants to keep his house, his stables, and his other buildings, the land he's using for crops and grazing, and all the land he actually needs, perhaps he'd take a new deed in exchange for his old one.
Now, make your choice and make it fast.
I make my choice. I have no choice. I take what you will give me. I must be content.
You'll find, Ortega, that California will be fair with you.
A darn sight more fair than you've been with California.
All right. Those others. Let them have the land I do not use. Only let me keep my house and the land around it.
Now you're talking sense. But dead rat your selfish hide, it took the Lone Ranger to make you talk sense.
One question, Senor the Mask.
Yes?
Tell me, did you know when you planned to change the river that my father did that years ago?
What do you mean?
The land as it now is what was granted my father. He it was. He changed the river to run far to the south to gain many thousand acres of the land.
Yes, I knew.
Well, doggone it. So you got your land by a swindle in the first place.
Come on there, Silver, old boy. There's trouble in the cattle country. Donna will signal us. Hello, Silver.
Thank you for joining us for a thrilling episode of Golden Age Radio. We're excited to have you as part of our audience. We invite you to return tomorrow for an all-new set of episodes that will take you on even more unforgettable adventures. Don't touch that dial, because the next installment of timeless tales and captivating narratives is just around the corner. Stay tuned for another dose of vintage radio magic that will transport you to a bygone era of entertainment like never before.
We're always eager to hear from our fantastic audience. Your feedback fuels our passion for delivering the best in vintage entertainment. Feel free to share your thoughts, opinions, and suggestions. We value your input and strive to make your listening experience even more enjoyable.
If you're looking to enhance your Microsoft Access skills, look no further. Reach out to them at 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark.
Once again, thank you for being a part of our Golden Age radio community. Get ready for more riveting stories, captivating characters, and timeless entertainment. Until next time, stay tuned and keep the nostalgia alive.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Joel McCrea in Tales of the Texas Rangers. Tonight, transcribed from Hollywood, another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrea as Ranger Jace Pearson. Texas, more than 260,000 square miles, and 50 men who make up the most famous and oldest law enforcement body in North America. Now, from the files of the Texas Rangers come these stories based on fact. Only names, dates, and places are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record. Case for tonight, death in the cards.
It is 11:30 p.m. on the night of January 26, 1947, at the ranch house of Chester Gentry in Reeves County, Texas. Chester is on the telephone as his stepson, Will, enters.
No sign of him, huh? All right. Call me when you find him. Thanks, Sheriff. Where you been, Will?
Just out having a beer. That Sheriff Bennett you were talking to?
Yeah. Your friend Tovich telephoned you a while ago.
Tovich? Oh, you didn't tell the sheriff about Tovich.
I sure did. Sheriff just called to say he located Tovich's rooming house over in Biggerstown, but Tovich wasn't there.
But I've told you 100 times it's the worst thing in the world you could do. Tovich finds out, he'd kill me.
Will,
Maybe he has found out you told the sheriff. Maybe he's on his way here right now to get me. Look, you got to give me the money to pay him off now.
No, Will. No more money.
Do you know what you're saying? He'll kill me if I don't pay him. He told me so.
Now, you listen to me, Will. I've reached the end of my rope in this whole rotten mess. I'm through. You're not going to get another dime from me. I've done everything I can for you, but you're just no good.
Please, Tad, I need that dough now.
You shut up and listen to me. When your ma died, I promised her I'd do everything I could for you. And I have. I treated you like you was my own son. I've given you a home. I've given you money, a lot of money. And what have you done with it? You're throwing it away to a slimy gambler named Tovich.
But, Dad...
For 2 months it's been going on. For 2 months you've been bleeding me white to pay off that gambler. I told you to stay away from him, but you didn't. Now it's high time for me to meet him and tell him face to face to stay away from you.
No, Dad, no. If you just give me the money this once more, I'll straighten out. I promise you.
Your promises ain't worth a bale of straw. That's what you said last week. You'd straighten out. I told you then I'd give you just 1 week to do it, and if you didn't, you'd get no more money from me now or ever.
Dad, you don't mean...
Oh, don't I? You got yourself into this mess, you get yourself out of it. Tovich can bluff you, but he can't bluff me.
Dad.
Huh? What's the matter?
Window. Tovich, I just saw him at the window.
What?
Now he's gone. He's probably heading for the front door.
All right, let him. Turn off the lights, Will.
But, Dad...
Turn them off.
What are you doing?
Getting my gun. I'll give this Tovich a reception he ain't looking for.
No, Dad, no.
Front door, huh?
No, look, stay away from that door, Dad. Don't open it, please don't.
Can't see a thing. Now, look, Will, you...
Will.
Chester Gentry lay dead at his own front door. Will immediately notified Sheriff Bennett's office. Sheriff requested help from the Texas Rangers. Ranger Jace Pearson was assigned to the case. He joined Sheriff Bennett at the Gentry Ranch.
Looks like an open and shut case, Jace. Tovich came here to get Will, but it was Chester who opened the door and collected the slugs instead.
Where was the body, Sheriff?
Lying right across front doorway here.
How long ago did the shooting take place?
A couple hours ago. Chester notified me earlier in the evening he'd gotten a call from this Tovich. The call came from Biggerstown, so I went over there to see if I could find him. I located his rooming house, but he'd checked out. Looks like while I was there, he was here.
You say Tovich had been bleeding Will and Chester for some time, huh?
Yeah, about 2 months, according to what Chester told me on the phone.
Well, let's talk to Will.
Oh, Sheriff, come on in.
This is Ranger Pearson, Will. He'd like to ask you a couple of questions.
Well, sure, Ranger.
How long have you known this Tovich, Will?
A couple of months, I guess.
And where'd you first meet him?
Pete's place, down the highway.
That's a roadhouse, Chase.
That where you did your gambling?
No. Tovich would call me from time to time, tell me he had a game lined up. So I'd meet him at his rooming house in Biggerstown.
Who else was in the games?
A couple other fellas, different ones each time. I didn't know any of them. Didn't even know their names.
You kept losing to Tovich, didn't you?
Yeah, I did.
But you kept on playing cards with him.
Well, I kept thinking my luck would change.
Your luck never changes when you're up against a professional gambler.
Guess I know that now.
It's too bad you didn't know it 2 months ago. Your stepfather might still be alive.
Ranger, there just isn't a thing you can say to me that I haven't already said to myself. I've been sitting here for 2 hours thinking about it. Knowing if I had the guts to straighten out, this wouldn't happen. There's only one thing I hope right now. I hope somehow Dad knows how I feel.
All right, Will. What does Tovich look like?
Well, pretty ordinary-looking fella. Kind you never notice in a crowd. About my height, I'd say. Black hair, regular features, nothing to really set him apart.
That's pretty general.
I guess it is, but it's the best I can do.
Okay, better get some sleep. You find any tracks outside, Sheriff?
Nope, my deputies scoured the yard, but it's too gravelly to hold any kind of tracks, car or foot.
Will, do you remember hearing a car pull away from here after the shooting?
Why, no, Ranger. Now, come think of it, I didn't even hear one come up.
Okay. When it gets light, we'll ride around a little in the back of the ranch, Sheriff, and see if we can pick up any footprints.
Right.
In the meantime, let's take a run over to Biggerstown and talk to Tovich's landlady. Maybe she can give us a better line on him.
Afraid I can't help you much on a description, Ranger. I only got a good look at Tovich once. That was when I rented this room to him 2 months ago.
It's pretty strange that'd be the only time you saw him, Mrs. Packer.
Well, he came and went by night. I'd hear voices in his room sometimes in the evening. A couple of times a woman's voice. But as far as seeing him around, I didn't.
You said he checked out earlier tonight. Didn't you see him then?
No. He just left an envelope under my door with his key and the money he owed on the room.
You think you'd recognize him if you saw him again, Mrs. Packer?
Well, I might. I don't know. But to sit down and describe him to you, I'm afraid I can't be much help there.
I don't like it, Sheriff. Man's been living in this room for 2 months. Take a look around you. It's clean, too clean. Nothing here to give us any line on. Hey, wait a minute. Have you cleaned this room since Tovich checked out?
No, I ain't gotten around to it yet. I was figuring on giving it a good swamping out in the morning.
I'd like to save you the trouble.
What do you mean?
I'd like to have one of our men from the lab vacuum the room for you.
Well, it's my back the way it is. I sure ain't gonna say no.
You figure on having the contents of the dust bag analyzed, Jace?
Yeah. Tovich has covered his tracks pretty well so far, but maybe he doesn't know you can sometimes pick up a lot besides dust with a vacuum cleaner. Mrs. Packer, if you should ever see Tovich again, I'd like you to get in touch with me right away.
Well, you can count on that, Ranger. Say, I don't hanker to have any killers running loose around my room in the house.
Dawn came, and the only thing new on the case was the publicity. The papers were carrying the story with pictures of Chester and Will. The sheriff and I started scouring the country in back of the Gentry Ranch on horseback.
This is hunting weather, Jace, with all that frost on the ground.
Yeah, so far the hunting hasn't been good. Let's see, we're right in line with the back of the ranch house now.
Yeah, maybe we better split up and go around.
Hey, hold it. Take a look on the ground there.
Yeah, foot tracks. Coming from the back of the ranch house, too.
And judging from the distance between the tracks, he was in a hurry. Come on.
Heading straight north for the river, Jace. He could be trying for the New Mexico border.
Could be.
One thing, should be pretty easy to follow the tracks in the frost.
Yeah. There's something funny about these tracks, though.
What do you mean?
I don't know yet. Can't just put my finger on it, but we'll keep trailing. See if we can put our finger on Tovich. Come on, Charcoal.
Yeah. Can't understand why you don't want to cross the river, Jace. Tracks led smack into it back there.
I know it, Sheriff, but let's just keep looking along the bank on this side.
Okay, but he probably waded along a spell, then kept going on the other side.
What's on the other side?
Santa Fe track, about 15 mile away.
And what's between the river and the tracks?
Just open country.
That's what I mean. I don't think Tovich would risk 15 miles of open country.
Yeah, I see your point. Yeah, we'll keep looking along this side, then.
We don't have to look any farther, Sheriff. Look, there they are. Ooh, Charky.
Hey, they sure are. Tracks coming up out of the river and heading back the way we came. But there's still one thing I don't understand.
What's that?
The shooting took place about 11:30 last night. Tovich could have been halfway across that open country on the other side of the river by dawn. Now, why'd he double back?
I think I've got an answer for that, Sheriff. I told you a while back something was bothering me about those tracks. I finally figured out what it is.
Oh?
Look at the tracks, and then look at the hoof marks of our horses.
Well, they look just about the same to me. Hey, they both cut down through the frost.
Yeah, that's the point. What time you figure the frost formed on the ground this morning?
Between 4 and 5, maybe.
And those tracks were made after the frost formed. They cut through it. If they'd been made before the frost, it would have formed over them.
Wait a minute. Maybe Tovich realized he killed the wrong man. Maybe he hid around the ranch trying for another crack at Will.
And now those tracks are heading toward the ranch again. Come on, Sheriff. We better get back there in a hurry. We followed the tracks back to the highway a mile below the ranch and lost them there. Then we headed for the ranch house. There was no sign of life around the place.
I don't see Will outside anywhere.
His car's in the driveway.
I hope we're not too late. Will! Will!
Oh,
Morning, Sheriff, Ranger.
Yeah, that's a relief.
Oh, come on in. Well, something the matter?
We thought there might be. Can I use your phone? I want to call my office and see if there's anything new.
Happy, sir. Back in the hall.
Okay, thanks.
Ranger, what's the sheriff mean about being relieved to see me?
Will, it's possible Tovich hung around here, the ranch, last night after the shooting.
What?
You see or hear anything after we left?
It wasn't my imagination.
What do you mean?
Well, after you fellas left, I locked up tight. About 3 or 4 this morning, a sound woke me up.
What kind of a sound?
Oh, like somebody walking around outside. You think could have been Tovich?
I don't know.
Well, I've got Dad's gun. If Tovich ever shows up around here again, I'll handle him.
Law enforcing's our business, Will. Don't try and take it into your own hands.
Jace,
Yes, Sheriff. Yeah, what is it?
my deputy just told me that landlady, Miss Packer, phoned the office for you about an hour ago.
Mrs. Packer?
Yeah, they told her to call out here.
Will?
Yeah.
Did a Mrs. Packer phone me?
Oh, woman phone. Didn't leave a name, but she did leave a number. I got it written down right here.
Thanks. Operator? 2734J. How long ago did she call, Will?
Oh, about an hour ago, I guess.
She leave any message?
No. Just said to ask you to call her.
You told her to get in touch with you if she ever saw Tovich again, Jace.
Yeah, I know. No answer. Come on, Sheriff. We better get over to Biggerstown and find out what's on Mrs. Packer's mind. She must have gone out.
Her door's unlocked.
Mrs. Packer? Mrs. Packer?
Look, Jace. On the table there by the phone.
Newspaper. Folded to the story of the killing.
Well, she can't have gone very far. Coffee's boiling on the hot plate.
Pot's just about boiled dry. Come on, let's take a look in the next room.
You know, it's funny. She'd call and then be... Jace. On the bed.
Yeah. Mrs. Packer. Strangled.
You are listening to Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McRae as Ranger Jace Pearson. We continue now with tonight's case, Death in the Cards, an authentic story from the files of the Texas Rangers.
We were getting nowhere fast on this case. First Chester Gentry, then Mrs. Packer. We questioned all the roomers, but none of them had seen a thing. Then we went back to the sheriff's office.
And Jace, there's no doubt about it at all. Miss Packer was trying to tell you something about Tovich, but he got to her first and killed her to shut her mouth.
Yeah, we know who the killer is, all right, but the big question is, where is he?
It's just like the earth opened and swallowed him up.
Well, every sheriff's office in the state's been alerted. Highway patrol's on the lookout, too, so sooner or later we're bound to...
Yeah. Excuse me, Jace. Sheriff Bennett speaking. Oh, yeah, just a minute. Your headquarters, Jace. Captain Stinson.
Thanks. Hello, Captain.
Just got a report from the lab on those vacuum sweepings you had them take from Tovich's room in Biggerstown, Jace.
What'd they find?
Only items of interest were 2 or 3 women's hairs. Red.
A lot of redheads in Texas, Captain. Afraid that's not much help.
Maybe more than you think. This hair wasn't naturally red. It was a henna dye job. And judging from the distance between the roots and the dye, the lab figures it was dyed about a week ago.
Well, now that's a horse of a different color. Well, thanks a lot, Captain. I'll keep you posted. Sheriff, we haven't had any luck finding Tovich, have we?
We sure haven't.
Okay, now we're going to start looking for Tovich's girl.
His girl?
How many beauty parlors do you figure there are in Biggerstown?
I don't know, 6 or 7, maybe.
Before the day's over, we'll know exactly how many there are. We're going to visit them all. The sheriff had underestimated the town. There were 10 of them. We had no luck on the first 7, and then just at dark, we hit number 8. There we found an operator who remembered giving a henna dye job to a girl named Thelma Parrish about a week ago. We learned that Thelma was a waitress in a coffee shop, so I parked my car around the corner and we dropped in on her.
Well, you men look like you could use a nice cup of coffee.
Nothing I'd like better right now than having a pretty red-headed waitress pour me one, ma'am.
Why, thank you, Ranger. Coming up.
What do you think, Jace?
I think maybe.
Cream?
Black, please.
Yeah, black here, too.
Well, here you are.
Thanks. You seen your boyfriend lately?
Boyfriend?
Tovich.
Who?
Tovich.
You must have me mixed up with somebody else, Ranger. I don't know anybody by that name.
Are you real sure about that, ma'am?
Well, of course I am. A girl's sure who she does know and who she doesn't.
Well, either I'm mistaken or you're lying to me.
Look, I don't know what this is all about, but I do know better than lie to a ranger.
I hope so. Well, come on, Sheriff. We better be getting back to your office.
Okay, Jace.
Here's for the coffee.
Thanks. Sorry I can't help you any about what's his name.
So am I. This way, Sheriff.
Where are we going?
Across the street.
Yeah, but the car's on this side, around the corner.
Keep walking. She's watching us from inside.
Oh. Think she was lying?
That's what I want to find out.
Well, she seemed pretty sure of herself.
Okay, we're out of her line of sight now. Let's get in this doorway, quick. Good. Yeah, we're in the shadows here. She can't spot us from across the street. Now we'll just keep an eye on the front of that coffee shop.
Chase, look. She's coming outside.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. False alarm. She's just washing the windows.
Yeah? Well, that's the fastest wash job I've ever seen. She's heading inside again. She came out to make sure we'd gone. Come on. We'll work our way along the sidewalk until we can see across the street into the coffee shop.
Yeah, but she may spot us.
Hey, hold it.
She's on the phone with her back to us.
She was lying, all right. Probably calling Tovich right now. Sheriff, how about slipping into the drugstore and tracing that call?
Mm-hmm.
I can keep an eye on the front of the shop from my car. I'll meet you there. The sheriff disappeared into the drugstore. I waited in my car. A couple of minutes later, he came over and got in wearing a very puzzled look.
It must be some mistake, Jace.
What do you mean?
That waitress, she just telephoned the Gentry Ranch.
I don't think there is any mistake, Sheriff. And right now, it doesn't surprise me much.
Yeah, but as far as we know, the only one at the Gentry Ranch is Will.
Yeah, but Will's going to have company as soon as we can make it there.
Wait a minute. You trying to say that Will Gentry...
Sheriff, it looks like there is no Tovich and never has been. I guess the boy we've been up against right from the start is Will Gentry. I radioed KTXA to set up a roadblock on the highway 10 miles each way from the Gentry Ranch in case Will should take off before we could get there. And I jammed the gas pedal to the floor and held it there.
We'll relay information.
Jace, you're leaving me way behind. Will Gentry.
Looks like I was way behind for a while, too. But looking back on it, it all falls into place. We know Will was always after money from his stepfather, Chester.
And he invented the story about a gambler named Tovich as an excuse to get that money?
He even went so far as to rent a room in Biggerstown under that name. But when Chester cracked down and threatened to disinherit him, Will used the same Tovich device to kill Chester. That way, he'd get all Chester's money.
So when Chester opened the front door thinking Tovich was outside, there wasn't anybody there at all. And it was Will who plugged him.
KTXA to Unit 10.
Unit 10. Go ahead, KTXA.
Unit 320, station at Tucker's Junction. Unit 256, station at Biggerstown, turnoff.
Unit 10, 10-4.
KTXA clear.
Well, we got the roadblock set up. Tucker's Junction's about 5 miles the other side of the Gentry Ranch, isn't it?
Yep. And with another highway patrol car back of us at the Biggerstown turnoff, looks like we got Will bottled up tight if he makes a run for it. There's no side roads off the highway for 6 or 7 miles along here.
Good. As soon as we get the top of this rise, we ought to be able to spot the Gentry Ranch.
Yeah, ranch house only a mile or so from here, Jace. It was Will who made those tracks in the frost then, huh?
He heard me say we'd start trailing in the morning. I guess he figured on giving us something to trail.
Yeah, and that explains Miss Packer's murder, too. She must have seen Will's picture in the paper, recognized him as Tovich, so she tried to phone you.
And when she called the ranch house, Will knew he had to shut her mouth for keeps. He probably got back from killing her just before we showed up at the ranch house after the trailing.
There's the ranch house, only half-mile more.
Now, wait. The taillight's swinging out onto the highway.
He's making a run for it.
What kind of cars he drive? Gray sedan, isn't it?
Yep.
Unit 10 to all units in roadblock. Subject Will Gentry attempting getaway. Proceeding east on Highway 19 in gray sedan. Unit 10 pursuing.
Unit 203 to Unit 10.
Unit 10, go ahead, Unit 203.
Unit 203 on Highway 19, 3 miles west of Tucker's Junction.
That's only a couple of miles east of us, Jace.
Proceed west on Highway 19, Unit 203.
Unit 203, 10-4.
Unit 10, clear.
Yeah, we got him bottled up for sure, Jace. We're backstopped at both ends, and we're coming at him from both ends. It's a squeeze play.
I sure hope so. Unit 10 to Unit 203.
Unit 203, go ahead, Unit 10.
Have you sighted Gentry's car yet?
Not yet, Unit 10. We'll report contact.
Unit 10, clear. I don't get it, Sheriff. We should have spotted Gentry by this time. We're almost together.
Here, watch it, Jace. Sharp bend in the road just ahead, just past this drive-in movie here.
Yeah, I see it.
Only way Gentry could get off the highway is to ditch his car, and I don't think he'd do that.
Hey, a red light coming at us. That must be Unit 203.
He's stopping, too. But where's Will?
No sign of Gentry?
None, Jay.
No, but there aren't any side roads at all. He couldn't have vanished into thin air.
Hey, wait a minute. That drive-in movie we just passed.
You think he turned in?
It's the only place he could have turned in. Come on. We went back to the drive-in theater, stationed the highway patrol car at the exit, then the sheriff and I talked to the theater manager. He remembered a gray sedan pulling in there a few minutes before. He'd sent it to the rear aisle, so the three of us circled around the theater on the outside of the fence and then came in through a small gate in the rear. But Gentry's car wasn't in the back row.
But he's got to be in this back row, Ranger. That's where I sent him.
Look, there's a vacant spot in the row. And one in the next row ahead. He could have wormed his way forward a few rows.
Yeah, that's right. A lot of people do that trying to get a better spot.
About 200 cars in here. It's going to be like looking for a needle.
Hey, hold it. 3 aisles up, near the side.
Yeah, that's his car, all right. Gonna take him now, Jace?
We can't. There's too many cars around him. It's a cinch he won't come peacefully. Somebody might get shot.
If we could only get the car on each side of him to get clear.
I could make an announcement on the public address.
No, that's no good. He'd probably start shooting. I can't warn the car on each side. Will would spot me. Same goes for you, Sheriff.
Want me to do it?
You? Oh, I don't know. It'd be pretty... Hey, wait a minute. Yeah, I think I got it. You go up to the car on this side of Will. Tell him to clear out in exactly 1 minute. Then go to Will's car. Tell him you're checking the reception on those speakers they hang on the side of their cars. And then go to the car the other side of him. Tell them to clear out in 2 minutes.
Good idea. That way, maybe Will won't get suspicious.
30 seconds after the second car leaves, turn on all the lights.
Okay. I'll give it a whirl. See you after it's all over, I hope.
We watched the manager go along the line of cars. He worked his way to Will's car, then passed it to the one beyond. Then he headed for the projection booth. So far, so good. Seconds ticked by. At the end of the first minute, the car this side of Will pulled out. Another minute went by, and the car the other side of Will got going.
He's out in the open now, Jace.
Yeah. 20 seconds till the lights go on. Come on.
John, you came to that one.
And we'll get just a little closer. I'll take him from this side.
Hey, Jace. He's starting up. He must have got suspicious.
He won't get far.
You hit a tire.
Will! Come out of that car with your hands in the air.
There go the lights, Tom.
That's coming out all right, Ranger.
Look out, Jace.
Come on, Sheriff.
You okay, Jace?
Yeah.
You sure knocked him down, Pronto.
Hit him in the shoulder.
Why didn't you finish me off?
That's up to the state of Texas, Will, not me. But I think they'll oblige you, all right.
Will Gentry was tried and convicted of the murders of Chester Gentry and Leona Packer. On the morning of April 12, 1948, he was executed in the electric chair at Huntsville Penitentiary.
And here again is the star of our show, Joel McCrea, with another interesting story about the Texas Rangers.
Although the Texas Rangers is a highly organized law enforcement agency, the men themselves are rugged individualists. One ranger in particular that I know of carries his 6 shooters with only 5 shells in each gun. One day he was asked why he did this. If the hammer's resting on an empty chamber, he said, the gun can't be fired accidentally. But, said his interested friend, with only 5 bullets instead of 6 in the gun, aren't you endangering your own position? Maybe so, he said with a grin, but if you can't hit your target with 5 shells, the 6th one won't do you much good anyhow. Good night, folks. See you next week.
Next week, Joel McCrea in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Joel McCrea is currently seen starring in the Universal International Technicolor production, Frenchie. Tonight's cast included Tony Barrett, Bill Johnstone, Parley Bear, Jeanette Nolan, Byron Kane, Mike Barrett, and Ernie Newton. This story was transcribed and adapted by Bob Reif, and the program is produced and directed by Stacy Keach. Hal Gibney speaking.
Three chimes mean good times on NBC. Remember all the delightful troubles that beset Mr. Blandings when he built his dream house? Well, starting next Sunday afternoon, you can hear the further adventures of the beleaguered Mr. Blandings and his wonderful wife, Muriel. It's top listening for the entire family next Sunday and Sundays thereafter when Cary Grant and Betsy Drake star as Mr. and Mrs. Blandings. Stay tuned for the $64 question. Tomorrow, hear the symphony on NBC.
Now we present Herbert Marshall as The Man Called X, the Saturday night feature on NBC's 5-show festival of comedy, music, mystery, and drama. Brought to you by the makers of Anacin for fast relief from pain of headache, neuritis, neuralgia. And by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. Herbert Marshall as The Man Called X. Wherever there is mystery, intrigue, romance, in all the strange and dangerous places of the world, there you will find The Man Called X. When we ask you to try Anacin for the relief of pain due to a headache, neuritis, or neuralgia, we are not asking you to try a new or unproved method. For there are many people listening in now who have been introduced to Anacin tablets by their own dentist or physician. You who have received Anacin this way know the effective, incredibly fast relief these tablets bring. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. People by the thousands are using modern Anacin today instead of other ways. Doesn't their experience seem worth following? Try Anacin the next time you suffer pains from headache, neuritis, or neuralgia. You will be delighted with the results. Ask your druggist for Anacin today. Anacin is spelled A-N-A-C-I-N. Inside a tiny engineer's shack at a uranium mine near the village of Kutu in the Belgian Congo, two white men sit in pitch darkness watching the natives outside dressed in the skins and claws of leopards and panthers as they writhe and turn in the firelight to the age-old rhythm of the Congo drums, the rhythm of death.
I tell you, Dubeck, I don't like it. Those devils are working themselves up to no good out there.
Oui, I know what you mean, mon ami. And after what happened at Bosoko.
Yeah, and Ajolu and Ikela.
But what can we do about it? After
Wait,
all...
look.
Oh, yes, I see. They wave now the spears like a dance of war.
What do you mean spears? Those are guns.
Guns? C'est impossible.
Do you see the glint of them in the firelight?
But how could they have guns?
I don't know, and I'm not going to stick around to find out.
Guns like a dojour.
Come on, we've got to get out of here while we're still in one piece.
But where? Behind us is the jungle, and in front... Listen to them.
I'll chance it through the jungle. Here, help me with this window. Now, if we can make it to the river and the old power boat, we can... Oh, Dubeck.
Fred, mon ami, you are hurt.
Go on. Keep going. Run for it.
No, I cannot leave.
Thurston. Ken Thurston.
What? What?
New York. Thurston. The Mac.
Fred! Fred!
Well, all I know about him is what he says in his letter, Chief, that he was associated with Fred Stevenson in the mining operation in the Congo.
Stevenson, yeah.
And apparently Fred told him to contact me just before he died. You remember Fred? Helped us out in that Brazilian copper setup.
Oh, of course. Top-notch mining engineer, wasn't he?
That's right.
Oh, that's too bad. But what is he doing in Africa?
He's working as mine supervisor for an outfit called Congo Uranium Limited, a Belgian-American-British combine licensed under a Belgian government permit. They've been shipping out a lot of high-grade ore. Most of it directly to Oak Ridge.
Oh, well...
According to Dubeck, 4 of the company's 5 major installations have been forced to shut down because of local opposition, strikes, and native raids.
Oh, yeah. I guess that's what's apt to happen when civilization starts to cramp the style of the petty native chiefs and witch doctors.
I wish I could be sure that's all that's causing this trouble.
I don't get you, Ken.
Suppose some foreign power were interested in cutting down our supply of atomic weapons. Why wouldn't they stop it at the source by stirring up our supply of uranium ore?
Yeah.
A clever agent who really knows those natives could make a real play on their superstitions, their taboos, and their magic.
Ken, I'll have Miss Brooks contact Sabina Airlines right away and get you on the first plane for Leopoldville.
Already done.
Well, then I'll cable this Dubeck fellow that you're on your way.
Oh, I did that the minute I read his letter. So long, Chief. Send you a postcard.
The Royal Albert offers little luxury, Monsieur Thurston, but it is the best we have in Leopoldville. Now, if you will come with me to the bar, perhaps a vermouth cassis?
Well, I'll settle a dry martini with an onion.
C'est bon. But our bartender Galou is a full-blooded Bakongo tribesman.
Galou?
I do not think he will understand the martini. However, let us sit down and try.
Yes, let's.
Ah, Galou, a vermouth cassis.
Martini avec l'oignon pour Monsieur Thurston.
What?
Galou, you have a good memory, how are you?
But...
Galou have good memory for good ami, Monsieur. Martini avec.
You have been here before, Monsieur Thurston?
Oh, a couple of times.
Then perhaps you know what our trouble is all about.
No, but I'd like to find out. Why not start at scratch, Dubeck?
Then we start with the natives. The natives on whom we must depend to work the mines. But it may be you know them as well as I, monsieur.
Go on, Dubeck.
We have all thought of them as just a sulky child. Monsieur Jerry Pickens has often said...
Jerry Pickens?
Yes, the what you call Cockney trader at Lucala. He says they are nothing but children. Treat them that way and they are all right. And that is what I used to think myself. Until 6 weeks ago, when the trouble started.
Your letter said something about playing on their superstitions.
Yes. We employed some 3,000 native workers. And one day, none of them reported for work.
You mean no matter how much you offered them in trinkets and money, they wouldn't come back?
It was as though some spell had been cast. 4 of the mines were destroyed. The buildings burned to the ground. I tell you, monsieur, when you sit in a tiny board shack and watch those devils twist and turn to the beat of those drums, the hysterical cries of the witch doctor, it is hard to think you are not bewitched.
Yeah, I can believe that. What about the witch doctor? Is it always the same one?
I think so, for he always wears the same skin, that of the giant black leopard.
Well, is he from one of the loyal tribes?
Who knows? He might be from here or the Ivory Coast or Mozambique. He might even be a white man.
Yeah? Or woman.
Who knows?
Quebec. You haven't told me how you managed to escape the night Fred Stevenson was shot.
Both cassis, martini.
Oh, fine. Here, I'll do.
Ah, merci, merci.
Hi, Martini in the middle of the jungle. Your friend must be a very important man to deserve such a luxury, Gaspar. I should enjoy meeting him.
Tanya Stevenson, Monsieur Thurston.
How do you do?
Tanya was Fred's wife.
Oh, well, I can't tell you how sorry I...
Thank you. Oh, please sit down.
Well, won't you join us?
Well, just for a moment. There. Thurston, I'm sure I heard Fred speak of you. Oh, but of course you're Ken Thurston from New York, isn't it?
More or less.
Whatever are you doing in Africa?
Oh, I spend a lot of time just traveling around. Monsieur Dubec has been kind enough to invite me to visit the mine at Lucala.
Oh, what a coincidence. If you are leaving tomorrow night, we shall be on the same riverboat.
Tanya, surely you are not going to Lucala?
Oh, but of course, Gaspar. The company has been kind enough to offer me work as a bookkeeper. To carry on the work that Fred was doing. The work that cost him his life. And now, if you will excuse me, I must begin packing. Until later, Mr. Thurston. Goodbye, Gaspar.
A man can never understand a woman. And he is a fool to try.
Any woman, Dubec, or that one in particular?
That one especially. While her husband was alive, she refused to go near the mines. She hated Africa and begged him to give up his job. She even threatened to divorce him if he would not. And now...
Yeah. I see what you mean.
Good evening, Ken.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Stevenson.
Won't you call me Tanya?
Tanya? Russian, isn't it?
Why, yes. Quite Russian.
Of course.
Oh, this trip up the river is really quite fascinating, isn't it? The jungle in the moonlight, the birds, the sound of the animals. Oh, fascinating.
You really think so?
Well, of course. No, I see. Gaspar has been telling you about me.
Well...
It is true. I despise the Congo. Everything about it. It is a land of heat and disease and darkness and death.
And yet you're staying here. Why?
What choice is there? Fred left me no money. I have no friends, no family, nowhere to go, not even a passport.
As the wife of an American citizen.
I have made application, but everything takes time, Ken. So I have taken a job with the mining company. There was nothing else.
Right now it might be a good idea. Take your mind off Fred. Occupy your time.
I shall hate it. The mines killed my husband. I warned him, begged him to leave, but he would not listen. The mines kill everything they touch. Remember that, Ken. Don't stay at Lucala. Go back to America as quickly as you can.
The devil's there. Sounds like a... Yes, it's the Geiger counter.
Oh, yes, one of the passengers.
Hmm?
A silly little man who says he is looking for uranium.
Oh, no. Excuse me, Tanya.
You won't forget what I told you.
No, I won't forget. All right, Pagon.
Oh, hello, Mr. X.
What are you doing on this boat?
Well, I've been riding up and down this river for the past 10 days waiting for you. I know every nick and cranny. I was visiting my cousin in Brazzaville when I heard about the trouble in the uranium mines. So I said to myself, Mr. X will be turning up and needing my expert assistance.
No, thanks.
But it won't cost you a thing. Well, maybe just a fare back to United States.
No dice, Pagon.
All right. If that's the way you feel, I'll go along for free. It isn't that as though I have broke or something. When 10,000 smackers right in my lap...
10,000 what?
Sure, didn't you know? That's what you get for finding a uranium mine. What do you think I rented this gadget for?
Any uranium found here belongs to the Belgian government.
But they can't do that to me, Mr. X. It's an American.
Good morning, Monsieur Thurston.
Oh, hello, Dubec. We ought to be getting to Lucalda pretty soon, hadn't we?
Yes, the village is just around the next bend, but from there to the mine is nearly a 6-hour trip.
I see. Quebec.
Yes?
Is that the village up ahead?
Why, yes, it... Monsieur Thurston, that smoke. There must be a fire.
There was a fire.
What?
Lucalda's been burned to the ground. This must have been the trading post right about here.
Sure. There's what's left of the sign. Jerry Pickens, proprietor.
Now, you see what I was talking about on the boat, Ken. The mines bring nothing but destruction and death to everyone.
Now, here comes Dubeck. Maybe he's found out what happened.
Who's that character with him? And what's he wearing all that paint on his face for?
Those markings show his tribal rank.
Huh?
It is as I expected. The witch doctor, he aroused the tribe to another frenzy. They attacked the village and burned it. The natives who lived here have fled to the hills.
What about the trader, Pickens?
Oh, how stupid of me. I had almost forgotten. Embo, where was Mr. Pickens last night?
Him go up river last morning. Not be here.
He owns another trading post at the next village. He must have been staying there.
I picked a good night to be somewhere else. Embo, did you see the raid?
Hear drum, see fire. Come down from mine.
Good for you. And the witch doctor, did you see him too?
Not see face. See black leopard skin.
Ah, yeah. Well, let's go look at the mine.
If we are to arrive before dark, we must leave at once. Embo, bring Mrs. Stevenson's luggage.
Dear Puana, Embo follow.
Lubeck, how long has Embo worked for you?
Perhaps 6 months. Why?
Oh, it's strange that he stays loyal while all the other natives are running off, especially when he's of such high rank.
High rank? What do you mean?
Oh, that red line across his forehead and the way his hair's cut.
Yes?
They indicate that our friend Embo is a tribal chieftain with the powers of a king among his people.
What? Are you sure?
Yeah. I'd say we have a very important man carrying luggage for us.
Do we have to keep going so fast, Mr. Thurston? We've been walking all day, and I'm getting tired.
You invited yourself on this safari, pig, huh?
I don't like that Ember character behind us, neither. He looks like he would double-cross his own grandmother for $1/2 a.
Hold on a minute.
Jerry Pickens.
Oh.
Been trying to catch up with you chaps all day. Oh, hello, Mrs. Stevenson. Heard you was coming up to work at the mine. Sorry, I don't believe I've had the pleasure of meeting you, sir.
This is Ken Thurston, Jerry Pickens.
My pleasure, sir.
Surely we've met before, maybe at Leopardville.
Oh, I don't think so, Mr. Thurston. At least it ain't likely. Ain't been there for the last 6 months. Spends all my time trying to keep my trading posts running. Not that it's done me much good.
I am most sorry about the fire at Lucala, Mr. Pickens. We saw what has happened.
Ain't it a crying shame? There's not 5 shillings of salvage left. I just takes one look and decides to hightail it off to you.
How'd you find out where we were?
Some of the natives come sneaking back. They've been watching you from the hills and tipped me off. I practically had to run all the way to catch up.
We had better move on. It will soon be dark. Embo?
Dio. Embo lead way now.
That won't be necessary. Embo will...
See in dark. Embo will lead way.
All right, whatever you like. But we must hurry.
Hey, Mr. Thurston, what's that noise?
Talking drums, Pagan. The natives are sending some sort of message. Embo.
Yes?
What do the drums say?
I, not know.
Of course you do. What do they say?
I no want tell.
Embo, answer Mr. Thurston's question.
Drums say, evil one in jungle, very evil, destroy mine tonight. Destroy power of evil one.
Evil one? What does that mean, Embo?
Drums say, man called X.
We will continue with The Man Called X in just a moment. Here's a word from RCA Victor. What do most people wish for during the new year? Health and a happy home. Making your home happier is the specialty of your RCA Victor million-proof television dealer. He knows
as well as over 1 million families know that RCA Victor Million Proof television brings excitement, adventure, and beauty right into your living room. And the moment you see the new RCA Victor Million Proof television, you will easily see why it's America's favorite television. Your RCA Victor dealer will show you RCA Victor Million Proof television in a wide variety of models, every one a thrilling buy. But the most exceptional buy of all is an RCA Victor television radio phonograph combination, which gives you 5 great instruments in one luxurious cabinet for much, much less than comparable instruments would cost separately. See your RCA Victor dealer soon and make your home happier in 51 with RCA Victor Million Proof television. Now, Act 2 of The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall, with Leon Velasco as Pagon Zellschmidt. Ken Thurston has reached the uranium mine near the village of Lucala, deep in the Belgian Congo. In the distance, native drums reiterate their baleful message, and Ken knows that a leopard-skinned witch doctor who has roused the natives against the mines and focused their hate by witchcraft is waiting to kill him.
This is the main administration building. It is of better construction than the others, but it is still only wood and straw. Oh, you hear? The drums have stopped. They will now prepare to attack us.
How long would you say we have, Dubé?
Oh, an hour, perhaps 2 hours, until the moon goes down.
Are we just going to sit here and wait for them to kill us?
She's got a point there. How about weapons, Dubeck? At least we could give these blighters a taste of their own medicine.
Yes, yes. The guns are hidden in the mine shaft beyond the compound. I took that precaution when I left for Leopoldville to meet Mr. Thurston.
Good idea.
Embo, bring us the rifles.
Never mind, Embo. I'll get them. I saw the shaft as we came in.
They're on the first level, but you do not
Come on, Pagon.
Well,
Come on.
So this is a uranium mine, eh? Well, maybe we're to stop and take a few samples. Hey, maybe there is $1 billion worth in here.
Oh, shut up and flash that light over here.
Well, what do you know? A pile of rifles just like Mr. DeBeck said.
Yeah. Only one trouble. These guns are empty.
How do you like that? What are we going to do now?
I'll take these rifles to the others. You wait here for about 5 minutes and then join us in the administration building.
Wait here. But, Mr. X, I don't like this.
You're in one of the richest spots in the world, Pagon, so relax and enjoy it.
Ah, you found the rifles. C'est bon.
Here you are, DeBeck. Here, Pickens.
Righto. Ah, wait a minute here, Thurston. Afraid this gun won't do much good. There ain't no bullets in it.
Huh? No, in this one.
We had a little trouble finding the cartridges, but Pagon will be along with them in a minute or two.
No, it's not true. Shells are not...
Go on, Embo. The shells aren't what?
Oh, you mustn't pay no attention to him, Thurston. These natives don't know what they're talking about.
Embo knows what he's talking about. He got rid of the ammunition on somebody's orders.
I do not understand. Whose orders?
The witch doctor who wears a leopard skin.
Thurston, I think you've got something there. If we only could get our hands on him, if we knew who he was,
we do know who he is, Pickens.
What do you mean, monsieur?
Remember when we left Lucado and started for the mine? Embo followed us. But as soon as Pickens joined the group, Embo insisted on marching in the lead.
Yes, I thought it strange at the time.
It wasn't strange. The natives of the Congo tribe believe that it's wrong to walk in the footsteps of a witch doctor. They believe the witch doctor stamps down evil as he walks along, and anyone who touches his tracks will pick up that evil. That's why Embo wouldn't walk in back of Pickens.
Pickens?
I'd heard about you, Mr. X. Heard you was plenty smart, but I didn't expect you to figure out things this fast. Not that it makes much difference, you see. This here pistol has got bullets in it.
Huh, I'm sure it has.
Embo? Tell your tribe we've made prisoners of the evil spirits that's cursed your land. And we're going to bring him to quick justice.
Why are they keeping us in this hut, Mr. X?
Well, I imagine they're preparing the fires, Bygone.
Fires?
Yeah, these natives think that the only way an evil spirit can be destroyed is by flame.
You mean if I ask what's cooking, the answer will be it's me?
Come now. Everything ready.
You really intend to burn us, Embo?
Freddy hasn't got much choice, Thurston. Evil must be destroyed. Natives won't have it any other way.
That's the native religion, I know that. But what about the preliminaries?
Preliminaries?
Sure. The accused is entitled to trial. Trial by poison.
Huh?
You've had all the trial you get, Mr. X. As witch doctor, I'm the only judge here. And I says you're guilty.
What about it, Embo? If we really are evil ones, the trial will prove it. And if not...
Him speak true. Old wise men always test by poison.
I'm your wise man now, Embo. And I say that...
Embo still chief. Embo say evil wants to have trial.
Huh?
You fix poison. Come. Now.
All right, but it'll only prove what I've been telling you all along.
I don't get it, Mr. X. What's all this talk about poison?
The natives who practice black magic...
Black magic?
...believe in what they call trial by poison.
Yes, I have heard of
The
it.
accused person and several other members of the tribe drink a mixture concocted by the witch doctor. Then the guilty one falls to the ground in agony, while the others apparently feel no pain.
What a trial. It don't make sense.
Psychology, Bygone, like all witchcraft.
Say, you're right, Thurston.
Sure. The so-called poison is just strong enough to cause a little nausea. But the guilty one exaggerates the sickness in his mind and thinks he's really been poisoned.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, Mr. X. You know, I was afraid I might lose you.
Not a chance of that, Bygone. You see, you'll have to drink the poison, too.
Yeah. The Jerry Pickens character sure looks like a fugitive from a nightmare, Mr. X. He even forgot to take the head of that leopard skin coat he's wearing.
Yeah.
But hey, why he's keeping dancing around that pot and scraping pieces of bark into that boiling water? It's not sanitary, and we got to drink it.
That's the bark of the blood tree. These natives think it makes the poison I told you about.
Mr. X, if you don't mind, I don't feel very thirsty.
Mr. Thurston, blood water is ready.
We are ready, Embo, and unafraid. For our hearts are free of evil doing, aren't they, Bygone?
Yeah. Oh, yes, sure.
You, Chief Blood Devil, you drink first. I, Chief, drink with you. And 3 elders from village.
Wait, Embo. As the person on trial, it's my privilege to pick who must share the test with me.
It's true. It's tribal law.
Then I choose your witch doctor, Mr. Jerry Pickens.
Hey, what? You're crazy. I makes the stuff. You drink it.
This time you're going to drink it, too.
Oh, no, I'm not.
You heard, Embo? It's the tribal law. Or are you afraid that my magic will turn out to be good? That you'll double up in pain from the evil inside you?
Don't be ridiculous. Make him drink up, Embo. Let's get this over.
How about it, Embo? You're chief, and the law is the law.
Embo ask elders of tribe. Elders say witch doctor drink, or no make true medicine.
All right, but he takes his first.
No. If you not evil, blood water no hurt. You drink first.
No, I won't do it.
You go on, Jerry. You're an intelligent Westerner. You know it's only the bark of a tree, isn't it?
I tell you, I won't touch the stuff.
Drink.
No, I won't do it. You can't force me to. Get away from me.
Drink.
No.
He's dead.
Yes, Embo. Your people can take off their leopard skins now and go back to the mines. The taboo is over. The evil spirit that cursed the jungle is gone.
It's good, Wanamakubra. It's good.
Mr. X, that blood water sure finished off that Pickens character. You see, monsieur, why I tell you we must almost believe in this witchcraft?
It wasn't witchcraft that killed Jerry Pickens, Quebec. The stuff in that cup smelled to me like potassium cyanide.
What?
Pickens realized that bark mixture wouldn't affect me because I knew what it was all about. And the test would prove me innocent.
But, Mr. X...
He couldn't risk that. So he put some real poison in it.
I knew all the time there wasn't any such a thing as black magic.
Oh, but there is, Pagan. And not just in the jungles. It swept whole countries of the world. Wherever lies are repeated and repeated until ignorant men believe them, wherever peoples are deceived into hate and greed, there you have witchcraft. The most evil witchcraft of all. And only truth and faith and courage can destroy this false belief.
Now, here is our star, Mr. Herbert Marshall.
Thanks for being with us. Next week, our story is called Operation 50, and it concerns the most important $50 bills in the world. Though, come to think of it, any kind of money would be important to Leon Velasco. I mean, Pagon Zelschmidt. And I think you'll agree it's an important story, too, especially in these days. So join us, won't you, when next I return without a cold, I hope, as the man called X. Good night.
The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall, is a Saturday night feature on NBC's 5-show festival of comedy, music, mystery, and drama. Brought to you by the makers of Anacin for fast relief from pain of headache, neuritis, neuralgia. And by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. The Man Called X is a J. Richard Kennedy production with music composed and conducted by Felix Mills. Tonight's story was written by Robert Libet and Frank Burt. All characters and incidents on this program are fictitious, and any resemblance to actual characters or incidents is purely coincidental. Be sure to listen tomorrow evening for The Big Show with Tallulah Bankhead and a great parade of stars, the Sunday night feature of NBC's All-Star Festival. And until next week, same time and station, this is Jack Latham saying good night for The Man Called X. Now the hit tunes on your hit parade. Tomorrow it's The Big Show on NBC.
For more videos, will present its weekly program of the world's outstanding thrillers, Suspense. Before we begin, the producer feels it incumbent upon him to reply herewith to the many inquiries concerning the solution of last week's story of the woman on the telephone called Sorry, Wrong Number. Due to a momentary confusion in the studio, an important line cue was delivered at the wrong time, and some of our listeners were uncertain as to the outcome of the story. For them, be it known that the woman, so remarkably played by Miss Agnes Moorehead, was murdered by a man whom her husband had hired to do the job. We should also like to announce that in response to many hundreds of requests, this suspense play will be repeated within a few weeks.
And now, this is the Man in Black, here again to introduce our performance tonight of Suspense. Stars this evening are two distinguished gentlemen from the Hollywood sound stages, Mr. Donald Crisp and Mr. John Loder. Mr. Crisp and Mr. Loder are here to enact for us a strange and startling drama in which they, in the interest of justice, made use of an unusual method to wring a confession of guilt from a criminal. The story is by Rupert Croft Cook and is called Banquo's Chair. And so with Banquo's Chair and the performances of Donald Crisp as Sir William Brent and John Loder as Arthur Grange, Sir William's friend who relates the story to us, we again hope to keep you in suspense.
I would like you to look at this photograph. It's the picture of Sir William Brent, ex-head of the English Criminal Investigation. I knew Sir William well, and he always terrified me. Not in the sense that he was brutal or evil. He was none of that. But look at that cold face, particularly his eyes. When he looked at you, you flushed with guilt. Every misdeed you ever committed in your life floated over your face. A glance from him made you feel as if you were stark naked. He saw you with all your defenses down. Sir William was the scourge of criminals, coldly unemotional, utterly without fear or passion. He tracked them down mercilessly and never lost a case. There was no feeling in him, no pity, no hate, nothing but terrifying, cold intelligence. And he was deadly to everyone he went after. I'm going to tell you about his last case. A case that, well, even recalling it sends real shudders through me. I swear it's true. I saw it with my own eyes. I wish I never had. I witnessed it in all its dreadful details. One night at the club, about 11 o'clock, a boy came up to me.
Telegram for you, sir.
I ripped open the envelope and read the telegram. Dear Arthur, will you come and dine with me at Turret House, Sydenham on Thursday? There will be several guests, and I think I can promise you an unforgettable evening. It was signed by Sir William Brent. I was annoyed. I don't like to receive telegrams so late in the evening, when Sir William could easily have phoned, unless he didn't want to go into details with me. I decided to phone him.
Hello? Hello?
This is Arthur Grange calling.
Yes, I know. Did you receive my telegram?
Yes, Sir William. What's all the mystery about?
Well, I'll tell you about it on Thursday. Are you coming?
Yes, I'll be there.
Very good. I particularly want you to be there.
You sound so mysterious, I'm thinking of coming armed or bringing several bodyguards.
No, it won't be necessary to bring any bodyguards. But you'd better come armed. Well armed. Yes, bring a revolver. Good night.
Early Thursday evening, I made my way to Turret House. A windy November rain slashed at the streets. Turret House is a huge red brick, unpleasantly somber mansion, an ugly product of Queen Victoria's time. There it squatted, back of the road, almost hidden to view by several dripping pine trees. The neighborhood had known better days. I walked up along the unkept path until I reached the great oaken door. I let the knocker fall once or twice, and the door opened.
Good evening, Mr. Grange. I was waiting for you.
Hello, Lane.
Nasty night, sir, isn't it?
It's not much warmer in here.
There's a fire in the dining room, sir.
Whatever made Sir William move into this drafty dungeon?
Oh, we haven't moved in, sir. It's only temporary. Sir William just rented it. We still live in the West End.
Oh, I see. Have any of the other guests arrived?
Yes, Mr. Grange. Miss Stone is here.
Miss Stone?
Yes, the mystery writer. This way, Mr. Grange. I'll show you to the dining room. Sir William will be down shortly.
Oh, hello. I'm Roberta Stone.
How'd you do? I'm Arthur Grange, an old friend of Sir William's.
Yes, I know.
I've read some of your mystery stories and enjoyed them very much.
Thank you, Mr. Grange.
Just what is going on here tonight?
I don't know. Sir William sounded awfully mysterious. But then, I've known Sir William for a long time. He never lets anyone down. If anything, he understates.
I know. He told me to come armed.
He told me the same thing. Here's my gun. I must admit, I've never fired it in my life.
Well, this house is certainly a proper background for anything unpleasant.
It's already been the scene of a crime.
Oh? What crime?
Murder. A particularly unpleasant one.
Really? I must say the murderer couldn't have picked a more ideal spot.
Isn't it a fact? You know, I once wrote a story of...
Good evening, Roberta. Arthur, I'm glad you're both on time.
Hello, Sir William.
Hello. A nice apartment you have here. A sort of mausoleum and dining room combined.
You're a bit afraid, aren't you?
Of course not. Why should I be?
Your eyes give you away.
What's all this about? You invite us to this godforsaken dungeon and tell us to come armed?
Don't be upset, Arthur. I'm sure you'll come out of this all right.
You mean We may be in some danger.
Naturally, I wouldn't tell you to come armed otherwise.
Who is this other guest, Sir William?
There are 2 more guests. But first we'll have a drink, and then I'll tell you both all about it. Lane.
Yes, Sir William?
Will you serve the drinks?
Yes, sir.
Now, I'll tell you what's going to happen tonight. This house, Turret House, was the scene of the Sydenham murder. A very famous case.
Yes, I know about it.
That's right. No offense, old man, but wasn't it the only case you never solved?
You're wrong, Arthur. I solved the Sydenham case, but I couldn't bring the criminal to justice because of insufficient evidence.
You mean you knew who the murderer was?
Oh, yes, of course. It was the nephew. The police knew it, too.
Then why in the world didn't you bring the case to a conclusion?
Because the nephew had an absolute and unimpeachable alibi. To have arrested him would have meant a waste of time and money and a release in the end. Besides, according to English law, a man discharged can never be arrested again on the same murder charge.
Well, this is all very fascinating. Has it anything to do with our being here tonight?
Yes, Roberta, it has. In a short while, the nephew, John Bedford, will be here to dine with us. And, oh yes, the victim, Miss Ferguson.
What? Well, wait. You mean Miss Ferguson wasn't actually murdered?
Miss Ferguson is quite dead. Has been dead these 2 years.
You mean you're going to have the body of Miss Ferguson here at dinner? Oh, this is a little too much. If you'll excuse me, I'll dine elsewhere tonight.
Not so fast, Roberta. Perhaps you'd better wait until you hear the rest of the story.
This promises to be a very gay dinner.
Oh, yes.
Now, as you both know, I've never lost a case, except the Sydenham murder, which will be finished tonight. Now, I'm an egotist. I don't believe there's a criminal in all England that can outwit me. As a matter of fact, I've resigned from the criminal investigation for the sole reason of trapping Mr. John Bedford.
It's hard to believe.
Well, I told you I was an egotist. No criminal has beaten me yet, and no one ever will.
You have an awful lot of patience.
Infinite patience. I devoted 2 years to this case, and now that my moment of triumph has arrived, I wanted to have some witnesses. A writer who will record the event, and an admirer who will applaud with awe the trickiness of my scheme.
Well, if it's as gruesome as I think it is, I won't be here to watch it.
Oh, yes, you will. Horror has a way of fascinating and hypnotizing people. Besides, Arthur, you'd be ashamed to run out now.
I'll stay, of course.
So will I.
Good. Now, before I tell you my scheme, let me first acquaint you with the details of the murder. Exactly 2 years ago tonight, old Miss Ferguson.
Where is that foolish maid?
Yes, Miss Ferguson.
Why don't you answer when I call?
I was in the kitchen, ma'am.
It's after 10 o'clock. You should be on your way home.
I was just about to leave.
Has my nephew called?
No, ma'am. Mr. Bedford hasn't called since yesterday. I told him he couldn't come in, just like you said.
I don't ever want to see him again. He's no good. He's an evil man who will come to an evil end. You're never to let him in here, Hilda.
He won't ever come in this house if I can help it. No, ma'am.
Now you'd better run along and make sure all the doors are bolted.
Yes, ma'am. Good night, Miss Ferguson.
Good night, Hilda. A pity about that nephew of mine. I'll change my will. Won't leave him a penny, I won't. In the morning, I'll change the will. That's... Who's there? Who is it?
It's I, Aunt Martha, your own affectionate nephew.
What are you doing in my house?
Oh, you're not at all pleased to see me. Your only living relative, too.
I'd like you to leave at once or call the police, I've called.
I'd rather not, Auntie. I want to have a talk with you.
You don't want to talk to me. All you want is money.
Yes, Auntie, I do want money. And lots of it.
You've got all the money you'll ever get out of me. You won't even get a penny after I die. I'll see to that. Perhaps you'll appreciate the value of money after you've worked for it.
You know, Auntie...
You're wearing gloves. What are you up to?
I've made up my mind.
What are you doing? Keep away.
You're an old woman. All that money is no good for you. You can never use it. I'm young, and money means life to me. A rich and gay life. You're old, and you're going to die soon anyway.
No, it can't be. You're not going to do that.
Yes, Auntie, I am. You don't want to live anywhere. You're lonely, you're sick, and you're old. I'm going to do you a favor. Nobody can hear you now. I'm your heir. Your only heir, Auntie. Your next of kin. The estate is going to be mine. All of it. Now, don't you worry, Auntie. We'll have a fine funeral for you.
Pretty much the way old Miss Ferguson was murdered.
Oh, how ghastly.
Hilda found the body the next morning. I immediately went to work on the case. All the evidence pointed to John Bedford. Everyone believed he committed the crime. He almost admitted it himself. I had him brought to my office for questioning. Oh, hello, Bedford. Come in.
Thank you, Tom. How'd you do, Sir William?
Cigarette?
Oh, thank you.
Well, how does it feel to kill your own aunt?
May I have a light, please?
Yes, of course.
Thank you. I wouldn't know, Sir William. You see, I never killed anyone. Have you?
I have, Mr. Bedford. And I've sent quite a few to the gallows.
Yes, so I understand.
What was your relationship to Miss Ferguson?
She was my aunt.
Don't be flippant. Flippancy only proves your guilt.
Well, to tell you the truth, sir, my aunt didn't like me. She thought I was a spendthrift and a useless parasite, and she was quite right.
Would you mind telling me where you were the night your aunt was murdered?
Oh, not at all. In jail. I had drunk a little too much and gotten into a bit of a tiff with someone, that's all.
Have you ever been arrested for drunkenness before?
Never, Sir William. This was my first offense.
It's quite an alibi.
Quite a fact. It would hardly be possible for me to be in jail and kill my aunt at the same time, you know. Unless, of course, my aunt came into my cell and allowed me to murder her, after which she walked back to Turret House as a ghost, dragging her body behind her.
According to my reports, Mr. Bedford, you drink very little. No one who knows you has ever seen you drunk before. You probably got drunk in joyful anticipation of murdering your aunt.
As a thoroughgoing criminal investigator, don't you think you ought to check my story?
I already have.
Oh.
You've done a very skillful job. Too bad you couldn't use your talents for something constructive.
Well, why don't you arrest me, Sir William?
No, Mr. Bedford. I have time. Plenty of time.
Well, you'd better work fast. By the time you get around to me, I'll have spent all of my aunt's beautiful money.
It's not the money we're after. It's you. Your beautiful life. Good day, Mr. Bedford. That's how matters stood. I refused to let any of my men arrest him.
But how in the world could he have murdered his aunt while he was in jail?
Perhaps he bribed the prison guard to let him out for an hour.
Yes, Roberto, I believe he did. Unfortunately, the guard died of pneumonia soon afterwards, which left us no further source of evidence.
As far as I can see at the moment, Sir William, you haven't a leg to stand on.
You're quite right, Arthur, I haven't. Except that every man, particularly a criminal, has an Achilles heel. I discovered John Bedford's weakness.
What is it?
He's superstitious. And it annoyed me tremendously that John Bedford was my first failure. Here was a clever, calloused criminal who laughed at me. No one had ever done that before. Bedford knew I could do him no harm, and he made the most of it. Carefully and patiently, I thought it over. I looked upon Bedford as you would look on a Chinese puzzle. There is no such thing as an impregnable defense. A few months later, I went to visit Bedford.
Well, Sir William Brent. What a surprise. Won't you come in, please?
Thank you, Mr. Bedford.
Well, I'm honored to have the great Sir William Brent pay me a visit. You're not after any more clues, I hope. It gets rather tedious, you know.
No, not at all. I know when I'm licked.
Well, I don't want to appear smug, sir, but everyone has his Waterloo. Would you have a drink?
No, thanks. I suppose you're curious about why I came here.
Well, I'd hardly imagine it was a friendly visit.
On the contrary, it is. You see, I admire brilliant people, no matter what their calling.
Oh, you're very flattering, Sir William.
I've resigned from the criminal investigation. I'm a private citizen now.
Yes, I've heard about that.
Most people misunderstand me. It wasn't my love for justice that made me pursue my profession with such tenacity and...
Success?
With the sole exception of your case, of course. It was a game of skill to me, my wits against all comers. I lost in your case. But then we've all got to lose sometime, haven't we?
I don't believe you, Sir William. You're still out to get me.
Well, there isn't much of a chance, is there?
I'm afraid not, Sir William. I've kept out of trouble so far. Knock wood.
That's an odd habit for a man like you, knocking on wood. You're not superstitious, are you?
Huh? Of course not. Just a habit since I was a child.
I see. Well, now to the reason for my visit. I noticed in the papers that you're looking for a tenant for Turret House.
Oh, yes, I am.
I'd like to rent it.
Well, the scene of the crime, huh? Well, of course, why not? There's no harm in it. As a matter of fact, I'll let you have it very cheaply.
And that's how I rented this house. The house where the murder was committed.
Well, what's your plan?
It had better be a good one. Mr. Bedford sounds like a hard customer.
Yes, it's a strange plan, but an effective one. I saw Bedford frequently. Our acquaintance blossomed into a kind of friendship, an armed friendship, of course. He knew I was out to get him, and I wanted him to know that. He's vain, very vain. And this game intrigued him. I also learned that he was very superstitious, although he denied it vigorously. Tonight is the anniversary of the murder, and tonight Mr. Bedford dines with us at 8 o'clock.
It's nearly 8 now.
Now, this is the plan. You know May Wakefield?
Of course. She's the famous Shakespearean actress.
That's right. During dinner, she will enter the room in the precise likeness of Miss Ferguson, the murdered woman. We, of course, will pretend not to see her. We remain outwardly unconscious of her. Only Bedford will be aware of her presence. I believe Bedford will confess.
I'd imagine he'd keep away on this night, especially if it's the anniversary.
He's giddy with success. And also, the fact that Roberta Stone, the famous writer, is here with us tweaks his vanity. He'll be here promptly.
Oh, I don't like this.
Well, this is just like one of your stories. It doesn't become you to be frightened.
Oh, I won't run away.
Well, there's one more thing. During dinner, the electric lights will be switched off at the main, and candles will be lit.
Oh.
We must have the correct atmosphere. You understand now? You're not to see May Wakefield. She doesn't exist for us. Is that clear?
I'll look right through her.
Oh, it gives me the creeps.
That, I am sure, is our Mr. Bedford.
The appearance of John Bedford suddenly made the whole scene grimly real. He was a tall, well-built man in his late 30s, immaculately dressed and perfectly groomed. At first sight, his face seemed pleasant enough, but on closer scrutiny, his gray eyes were hard and cold. He looked us over, all of us, with arrogance and superiority. I heartily wished I was elsewhere. This was one scene I had no desire to witness. After the introductions were over, we sat down to dinner.
Is it still nasty outside, Mr. Bedford?
Yes, and getting worse. Looks like we're in for a few days of this.
Too bad. I was going to do some riding tomorrow.
The soup is excellent.
Yes, your cook should be congratulated, son. The soup's a masterpiece.
Poor Alice. She's been my cook for 20 years. But she's given me notice, absolutely refuses to stay here, says this house is haunted.
So?
Roberta, this might make an interesting story for you.
Yes, Sir William.
You should speak to her. Alice swears that she has seen the figure of an elderly lady with finger marks on her throat walking about this house.
Oh, come now, Sir William. This is too good. Such an obvious attempt to frighten me. Sir William is convinced that I murdered my aunt. Please, Sir William, a little more subtlety. Surely I deserve it.
Perhaps the cook did see the figure.
As you very well know, Mr. Bedford, I don't believe in ghosts, and I'm sure my cook never saw this elderly figure. It's all in her mind.
Well, I'm afraid your little attempt didn't work, sir, but I must admire your graceful admittance of its failure.
Yes, I suppose I'd better give up, shouldn't I?
Oh, no, never give up. If at first you don't succeed, you know.
Do you live very far from here, Mr. Bedford?
Thank you, Miss Stone, but there's no need to change the topic. I hope you find this game as amusing as I do.
I'm sorry, Mr. Bedford, but this isn't my idea of pleasant dinner conversation.
Oh, we'll talk of pleasant things then.
I saw a very exciting play last night.
Excuse me a moment. It's really fearfully hot in here. Do you mind if we get a little air, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. It is rather warm. Lane, open one of the windows, please.
Yes, sir.
Awful weather, isn't it?
Yes. I don't know how we're going to get home, really.
It's a bad month of the year. I'd intended to go to the Riviera for...
What's the matter?
Honest.
Lane, what on earth is wrong with the lights?
I don't know, sir.
Well, don't stand there. Light the candles. We can't sit here in the darkness. And get the chauffeur. He knows something about electric lights.
I'll call the chauffeur right away, sir.
I'm terribly sorry about this. We've had trouble with the wiring before. The chauffeur will have it fixed in a few moments. Now, let's get on with our dinner.
If this is one of your tricks, Sir William,
Oh, have some more wine, Mr. Bedford.
It was a tense and terrible moment. I looked at Roberta. She was pale and frightened. Bedford, for all his poise, was uneasy. He didn't know whether Sir William was planning anything or whether this was really an accident. My heart was pounding away, and my palms were moist with perspiration. Only Sir William appeared cool. There was not a trace of emotion in his face.
Oh, Mr. Bedford, you were saying about visiting the Riviera.
Yeah?
It's quite a change from England at this time of year.
Well, I suppose I'll make the trip next month when I...
What's the matter, Mr. Bedford?
Nothing. Nothing at all. I wish we could have some light. Rather difficult to see.
Yes, I'm terribly sorry this had to happen just at dinner. Have a little more wine, Mr. Bedford.
Yes, thank you.
The figure of a woman had entered the room. She had come in silently, like a ghost. We all saw her, but not one of us moved or made a sign of recognition. In the dim candlelight, she looked ghostly and unreal. Bedford looked at all of us to see if we also had seen the figure, but we ate our dinner grimly. He looked again, then shook his head and gulped more wine.
Don't any of you see anything?
See what, Mr. Bedford?
This is another one of your tricks. Can't any of you see her?
What's got into you, Bedford?
It's my aunt. My aunt.
Perhaps you've had too much to drink.
Huh?
Your aunt's dead, Mr. Bedford. You're not seeing ghosts, I hope.
Perhaps I drank too much.
Yes, of course.
She's coming toward me.
Now, calm yourself. I've never seen you like this.
What?
There's no one else here. Do you see anyone, Roberta?
No, Sir William.
I don't either.
I'm leaving.
I can't make you out, Bedford. You don't seem to be drunk.
You're not wearing your gloves today, John.
She's real. Can't any of you see her? Can't you hear her?
What's come over you, Bedford?
I'm leaving here. She's at the door. She won't let me out now.
I'm an old woman. Money is no good for me. I'm lonely, John. I'm lonely.
Let me fly unmasked out of my way.
There's no one in your way, Bedford. Come, sit down.
Get away from that door. I'll murder you again. You hear me, unmother? I'll murder you again, you old witch. I'll murder you again.
All right, switch on the lights. Huh? Now, Officer Graham. Come along.
What?
Arrest him. You've heard the confession. Put the handcuffs on him.
I've got him, sir.
Heavens. Oh, I have never seen anything so horrible.
Well, Bedford, it seems that I've finally caught up with you.
I'll kill her again. I'll kill her again.
That wasn't your aunt. It was May Wakefield, the actress.
I'll kill her again. I'll kill her again.
Take him away, Graham. He's in a state of shock. Well, shall we continue with our dinner?
I hope you're fully satisfied, Sir William.
Quite. It's been a long job, but it has ended as I knew it would. I'm most grateful to you both for your help.
I thought it was a pretty grim affair.
Oh, your methods repel me. But I suppose you know your job. May Wakefield certainly knew hers. That was the finest piece of acting I've ever seen.
Her makeup was incredibly good. We must congratulate her. She's probably gone to her room. Lane.
Yes, sir.
Please call Miss Wakefield.
Miss Wakefield, sir?
Yes, the lady who's been assisting us this evening.
Well, I'll look for her, sir.
Yes, tell her to come down and join us. We have a fine dinner waiting for her.
Excuse me, sir. This telegram came a little while ago. I didn't want to disturb you during dinner.
Oh, yes, let me have it. Good heavens.
Sir William, what's wrong?
I'll read it to you. Severe influenza makes it impossible for me to leave my bed tonight. Will tomorrow night do? Signed, May Wakefield.
Lord help us. If it wasn't May Wakefield, then who was that figure here tonight?
There was no answer. I looked at Sir William, staring at the telegram. His face was grey and stony. On his left temple, a crooked blue vein stood out. It twitched once or twice and then was motionless. He looked as though he'd seen a ghost.
And so closes Banquo's Chair, starring Donald Crisp and John Loder. Tonight's tale of suspense. Now you may want to make a note of a change of time in these programs. Beginning next Tuesday, Suspense will be heard a half hour later, or 10 to 10:30 Eastern War Time. This is your narrator, the Man in Black, who conveys to you Columbia's invitation to spend this half hour in suspense with us at our new time next Tuesday, when Vincent Price, Ona Munson, and Osa Masson will star in the suspense play 5 Canaries in the Room. The producer of these broadcasts is William Spear, with Ted Bliss, the director, Lud Gluskin, and Lucien Morawick, conductor and composer, and Sigmund Miller, the radio author, collaborated on tonight's Suspense.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Are you ready to unlock the full potential of your data management? Look no further. Introducing G3PL.com, your ultimate destination for mastering Microsoft Access. Microsoft Access is a powerful tool that lets you organize, analyze, and report on your data with ease. And with G3PL.com, learning how to harness its capabilities has never been more accessible.
At G3PL.com, we believe that knowledge is the key to success. Our expert instructors will guide you step by step, whether you're a beginner or looking to enhance your skills. You'll learn how to create databases, design user-friendly forms, and generate insightful reports, all using Microsoft Access.
Call us now at 615-420-2040 to enroll in our Microsoft Access courses. Don't miss out on this opportunity to become a Microsoft Access guru. Visit G3PL.com to start your learning journey today. G3PL.com, empowering you with the knowledge you need to succeed in the digital age. Email db@g3pl.net now.
Come in. Welcome. I am E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the world of mystery, to the world of terrifying imagination. The story you are about to hear is called Lost Dog. Yes, a dog story. But please don't expect a charming family tale about man's best friend. In fact, you may even decide that the dog in this story is man's worst enemy. It all depends on whether or not you share the particular terror of our heroine, Miss Julia Smollett.
Get it out! Get it out of here, please! Please, George, take him away!
Give me a job, for Pete's sake, it's not going to hurt you.
Get it out! George! Please!
Our mystery drama, Lost Dog, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Henry Slesser and stars Kim Hunter. It is sponsored in part by the Kellogg Company, makers of Kellogg's Special K cereal. I'll return shortly with Act One. Our story begins in the quiet parlor of a small suburban house at the end of Elm Street. Well, not completely quiet, since young Ronnie Hughes is once again practicing his scales under the gentle, watchful eyes of his piano teacher, Mrs. Julia Smollett.
Well, that was very good, Ronnie. It was much better than last time.
I still wish we could skip this scale stuff, Mrs. Smollett. I mean, I'm not saying that I'm ready to play concertos yet, but just the same...
Why does it bother you so much, Ronnie?
Well, playing scales makes me feel like a little kid, I guess.
Oh, that's silly. All the finest pianists had to learn their scales before they could play any composition.
I guess it's my fault for starting to learn to play so late in life.
Ronnie, 19 years old isn't very late in life.
I'm 20, Mrs. Smollett.
Are you already? Oh, now, don't tell me you've been coming here a full year.
No, just about 4 months. But my birthday was last week. It was on Thursday. You weren't well last Thursday.
Oh, yes, that's right.
You still don't look well.
Listen, why don't we see how well you know the chromatics?
Your cheek, it's swollen. It's still swollen. Does it hurt?
No, it doesn't hurt at all. It was silly of me to stumble and fall that way.
I know that your husband hit you, Mrs. Smollett.
Now, that's a very silly thing to say.
You can't tell me it isn't the truth. I remember the first time he did it. At least the first time I knew anything about it.
Now, I'm going to have to put a stop to this.
Yes. I wish you would. I wish you'd call the police or something the next time it happens.
Now, listen to me, young man. You've been listening to a lot of foolish town gossip.
Then tell me it isn't true.
What I'm telling you is that it isn't any of your business.
Yeah, I guess that's right. It's none of my business. I should never open my big mouth. I'll just keep it shut from now on.
Ronnie.
Yeah?
All right, my husband and I had a quarrel.
He was drunk, wasn't he?
George is in a very difficult occupation. The competition is very keen, and, well, the people he has to deal with aren't always very gentle.
I don't know anything about the trucking business, Mrs. Smollett. I just hate the idea of anybody hurting you. That's all. I just can't understand why he'd do such a thing. What did you do to him?
Well, if you must know, Ronnie, I won't allow him to have a dog.
You what?
It sounds silly, doesn't it? And you're right, it is. It's silly on my part. But I'm absolutely terrified of dogs. And unfortunately, my husband wants one. He wants one very much.
And that's why he hit you?
Well, the argument goes back a very long ways, almost since George and I were married 7 years ago. Well, it wasn't much of a problem when we lived in the city. George didn't have his trucking company then. He was just a driver. But when he got the chance to buy into a firm out here, well, we bought this house. And I guess having a house in the country made George think about dogs and things.
But I just don't see what's so important about it.
Well, some things become important in marriage. Oh, now, just look what all this talk has done to the time. It's after 6:30. My husband's going to be home in half an hour, and I haven't even started dinner.
Will he beat you for that, too?
Ronnie, if you keep talking this way, well, I just don't think it would be wise to continue giving you lessons.
You don't mean that.
I'll see you on Thursday, Ronnie.
Yeah. Sure. Bye, Mrs. Smollett.
Goodbye, Ronnie. And happy birthday, Ronnie.
What else could I tell the guy? I had 2 semis in a repair shop. If I wanted the job, I had to use his equipment. Well, fine. Only nobody was going to hook me for a $500 premium. Hey, are you listening, Julia?
Yes. Yes, I'm listening, George.
What's the matter with you tonight?
I'm a little tired, I suppose.
Tired? You? From what? Lifting the piano cover? Nah, you make me sick, you know that? You weren't listening to a word I said. You don't care about what happens in my business. You never cared.
Well, I never understood much about it. You always talk to me as if I'm one of your associates.
I know what's eating on you. Think I don't know? You're sitting there like the last judgment. You're sitting there blaming me for taking that swipe at you last week.
No, you're wrong.
Look at yourself. You didn't even bother putting makeup on that cheek of yours.
Makeup wouldn't cover the swelling.
Yeah. You want to remind me how much you suffer. Well, I got a hot flash for you, kid. The one who suffers around this house is me. I could enjoy this house plenty. I could have a great time if you weren't so sick in the head.
You're talking about the dog again.
Why not? You think I forgot?
But surely it can't mean that much to you.
I've had dogs ever since I was 6 years old.
You never talked about it when we were living in the city.
That was different. Who put a dog in that air-conditioned chicken coop? But now we've got a house. A real, honest-to-God house, Julia. A house needs a dog.
Oh, George, you know I feel terrible about saying no, but I can't help myself. It's just something in me. It's a phobia, I guess, but dogs terrify me. Even small dogs, tiny, harmless little dogs. I go to pieces when one comes near me.
It's all in your mind.
Yes, but isn't that enough?
No, not for me it isn't.
Can't you understand that it's like a sickness, like a disease?
Okay, so if it's like a disease, how come you never got cured? How come you never saw a doctor about it?
A doctor?
Yeah, that's right. You're telling me you're sick? We'll just find out.
Well, where are you going?
I'm going to get you an appointment, a doctor's appointment. I'm calling Dr. McCann right now.
At this hour?
I'll call him at home and make an appointment for tomorrow. We're going to settle this thing once and for all.
Well, Julia, maybe I'm the wrong kind of doctor.
What do you mean?
Well, if you're serious about getting rid of this phobia, that would take a specialist.
You mean a psychiatrist?
Oh, some kind of head doctor. I'm sure you realize that people who are afraid of certain things, well, they've usually had something happen to them in their childhoods, some traumatic experience or other that gets stuck in their mind like a burr and won't come out.
Doctor, you know we couldn't possibly afford going through analysis. George's company isn't doing that well. He'd never stand for paying all that money week after week.
Well, maybe you don't need all that couch stuff. Maybe there's something else you might try.
Like what?
Do you ever hear of hypnotherapy?
You mean getting hypnotized by someone?
Not just by someone. I mean someone who can put you under and maybe help cure you of this thing. I'm not saying it always works, but it does sometimes.
Oh, I don't know. The thought sort of frightens me.
Nothing frightening about it. It might be just the way to find out why you're really afraid of dogs.
One minute. What'd you do? Forget your key?
Yes, George, I'm sorry.
Where you been so late? It's almost 7:15.
I went to a movie after I saw Dr. McCann. I was just so nervous. I had to get out of myself, so I went to this movie, and it lasted longer than I thought it would.
Oh, that's great. Just great. Now what happens to my dinner, huh?
Dinner's all ready. All I have to do is heat it.
That's a fine thing. I come home early to surprise you. You're not even here.
I'm sorry, George. Oh, do you think you should have more to drink now? I mean, it won't take me more than 10 minutes to get dinner on the table.
Never mind how much I drink. Besides, I'm in no hurry for dinner. I want to know what the doctor said.
Well, it's just as I told you, George. There's nothing Dr. McCann can do for me. It's not something that can be cured with a pill.
There's gotta be some way.
Well, he suggested that maybe a different kind of doctor, a hypnotherapist.
A what?
Someone who hypnotizes you, who tries to make you go back into your past.
It sounds like a lot of junk to me.
Well, it might do some good. I really don't know.
I'll tell you what would do some good. A little direct action. That's what you need.
What are you talking about, George?
The only way to learn how to swim is to jump in the water, right? Well, that's what you need, Julia.
I simply can't make you understand, can I?
Well, maybe I can make you understand. Forget it. You want to get that dinner ready? I'm hungry.
Yes, I'm going now.
Look, why don't you change first?
Change?
Yeah, your clothes. Get more comfortable.
Well, yes, I think I'd like to do that, George. I won't be long.
Take it easy. That's my surprise. That's it. Tell her.
Please, George, take him away.
It's only a dog, for Pete's sake. He's not going to hurt you.
Get it out,
It only goes to prove that there are more terrors in this world of ours than anyone imagines. But the question in the Smollett house is, which one is the real terror? Attila the dog or George the husband? We'll learn more about both of them when we return shortly with Act 2.
This is WOR New York, your station for the Mystery Theater.
Now let's return to the plight of Mrs. Julia Smollett, the woman whose nightmares take the shape of a barking dog.
How long do you want me to board the animal, Mr. Smollett?
I don't know. Until that wife of mine gets her head on straight, I guess.
Beg your pardon?
My wife doesn't like dogs. Took one look at Attila and screamed the house down.
Well, some women get scared of Dobermans.
This dog's only 6 months old, for Pete's sake. Practically a puppy. Can you board my dog until my wife gets through with her treatment?
Treatment? I don't think I understand.
Just give me a straight answer.
Oh, yes, sir. Certainly. We'll take the dog for as long as you like.
We'll see how long that is.
Please sit down, Mrs. Smollett.
Thank you.
Right here, Mr. Smollett?
Yeah, thanks.
You both seem a little nervous.
I'm sorry, Dr. Froelich, but I suppose I am.
I know.
Dr. McCann explained to me. He said that hypnotherapy was an accepted kind of treatment.
For some cases, yes. Not all of them.
All I want to know is, will it work?
Well, frankly, I don't know much about your wife or her problem. I'm not going to say I can help her get over this particular phobia until I do.
Please, George, let me tell the doctor about it.
I can tell him in one sentence. My wife's afraid of dogs. All dogs. Big ones, little ones. Falls apart when she just looks at one.
No, that isn't true. I don't fall apart, as my husband said, unless I'm close to them.
Animal phobias are one of the most common types I deal with, Mrs. Smollett. And I might say that I have a great deal of success with them.
But how do you do it?
I use a technique called hyperamnesia.
Amnesia?
Actually, it's the opposite of amnesia. After placing the subject in a trance state and making her completely willing to free herself from critical judgments about her past...
Hey, wait a minute. I'm not following you.
What we do is get the subject to remember long-forgotten, very, very deeply repressed experiences. Sometimes they remember them in great detail, even though they still maintain amnesia at the conscious level. And you see...
I'm not sure I do. Do you mean you can find something in my mind that I don't even know is there?
Possibly. It may take some time. We might need several visits to establish a rapport between us. But if all goes well, we should soon be able to find out if anything in your past is causing this problem. And, of course, that something will most likely concern a dog.
That wasn't one of Hank's longest passes, but it was a bullet right at Joe Flax, deep in enemy territory.
George?
3 minutes left in the half.
You home already?
Whether or not the Raiders will try to go all the way.
Well, what happened? How'd it go at Folix?
It was all very strange.
Well, come on, let's hear it. Did he get you hypnotized or didn't he?
Look, I just want to hang my coat up.
Look, I'm missing a big game just because I want to hear.
You might as well turn it on again, George, because all that Dr. Froelich did was what he called the first stages.
What does that mean?
I mean, well, he put me under all right. There wasn't any problem about that.
Yeah, I figured that. Tell me what he said about the dog.
He didn't say anything, George.
Oh, what do you mean?
Just that. He didn't start talking about my problem. That's going to have to wait until I'm more receptive.
What's he trying to do? Keep stringing you along until he bleeds me dry? Those visits cost $50 each, you know that?
I know it's expensive, but you're the one who insisted that I go.
$50 a week plus kennel charges. A couple of months of that, and I'll be hocking half of my trucks. Look, you tell that guy to get down to business.
It's only my second visit, George.
Well, we better start seeing some results on number 3, understand? I'm not waiting any longer.
There doesn't have to be a number 3. As far as I'm concerned, we can stop right now.
What are you talking about?
George, I don't want to do this thing. I hate being put under. I hate anybody poking around in my subconscious for something that isn't even important to me.
You mean you want to be sick?
I think I'll lie down for a while.
Don't you walk out on me.
I'm sure you'd rather watch a football game.
Oh, tell me what to do. I know. You think I'm Mr. Lowbrow. But let me tell you something, kid. You're no fairy princess anymore. Maybe that's what you used to think you were back in the old days. But the only fairy around this house is that piano student of yours.
I don't like to talk to you when you're like this.
That's what you always say when I'm drinking. Well, I'm not drinking now. And you better listen to what I'm saying.
Oh, please, George, don't touch me.
Yeah, I knew that was coming next. Don't touch. That's your favorite phrase, night and day. Don't touch, George.
You're hurting me.
That's the only thing you understand. The only touch that means a thing to you.
Let go of me. Stop being such an animal.
I'll show you what animals do.
No, George, please. Don't.
I'll show you what kind of an animal I am. I'll show you.
Don't, George. Please don't. Please.
Well, I guess that wasn't much better, was it?
What?
You didn't think much of the performance. I mean, it wasn't exactly Horowitz, was it?
No, it was perfectly all right, Ronnie, really.
But you're not all right, are you?
Oh, yes, I'm fine.
You look awful. No, I didn't mean that. You never look awful. But you're acting so funny today.
I'm sorry. I guess I have something on my mind.
Can I take a guess?
No. What you can take is the next page of this lesson.
Listen, Mrs. Smoke. Look. Can I call you Julia?
Oh, really, Ronnie?
I know. You're going to give me all that stuff about teacher-student relationship. Only I'm sick of calling you Mrs. Smollett. I hate it. I hate it because it's his name.
Ronnie.
No. You're the most important thing in my whole life.
Please, Ronnie. I don't want you to say things like that. They're not true, and they're just making it impossible for me to teach you.
You know how I feel about you. I'm sure you do. You're just too smart not to have seen it.
I know that you're 20 years old.
Is that why you don't want me to talk about it? Because I'm younger than you are?
It's flattering that you feel that way, Ronnie, but I know it's just a little crush you have. Boys go through that sort of thing all the time.
Boys? Crush? Look, you're treating me like a kid. If you ask me, that's why you keep me on those damn scale exercises all the time, so you won't have to think that I'm any more of a man than those 10-year-old kids that you teach all the time.
No, Ronnie. I know you're a man. Of course I do.
Well, then if you think that, treat me like one. Just once. Please. Please. Let me kiss you, Julia. Just once.
Ronnie.
Please, Julia. What is it? What's the matter?
It's nothing. I just bruised my neck a little, and when you touched it...
Your neck?
Yes, it's nothing.
Is that why you're wearing the scarf today? Let me see.
No, Ronnie, don't.
Oh, my God.
It was just an accident. Nothing but an accident.
You're all bruised. Your whole neck. Look at it. I can see more bruises. Down the shoulder. What did he do to you?
Please don't talk about it. I can't bear to talk about it.
You don't have to. Julia, you don't have to. But he's going to talk about it. With me.
Sit down, will you? Doesn't that bring back memories? Hey, Julia.
What?
That song. We used to dance to it, remember? In a girl room, first year we were married. Hey, you want a drink?
No, thanks. You're drinking enough for both of us.
Makes me feel good.
Yes, I know.
I should think about wives. They ought to do what their husbands do. A man needs a pal, not just a wife.
I'm sorry that I'm not a pal, George.
That's why I need a dog, you understand? A man's got to have a friend. Somebody who understands him, you see?
You really think that dog, what's his name, would understand you?
His name's Attila. Attila.
That's an awful name for a dog. A frightening name.
Everything scares you, even names. Oh, who the heck is that?
I don't know.
Hello, Mr. Smollett.
Hey, what is this? Since when do you give piano lessons at night, Julia?
Ronnie, what are you doing here?
I didn't come for a lesson. I came to talk to Mr. Smollett.
You want to talk to me? About what?
May I please come in, sir?
Yeah, sure. Come on, Sonny.
Ronnie, you shouldn't have come here.
I won't stay long. I just want to say something. To your husband.
Sure, kid. Go ahead.
I wanted to say that I know what you're doing to Julia. I know how you've been hurting her. And I won't let you get away with it.
What was that?
Oh, Ronnie, no.
Look, even if she doesn't want to say anything about it, I will. You touch her again, I'll go to the police. I mean that. See, there are laws in this country.
I think maybe I'm hearing things.
I swear, Mr. Smollett, you ever hit her once more, you're going to go to jail.
So I'm going to jail, huh? And you're going to put me there.
Ronnie, I begged you not to do this.
No. It's okay, Julie. I like hearing this. I mean, I want to know what the younger generation is thinking. You don't want me to hit my wife anymore, is that it?
That's it.
You sure you know the difference between hitting and just giving little love taps?
Please, Ronnie, go. Go right now.
I mean, maybe you made a mistake, kid. For instance, this is a love tap.
Oh, George!
Now, that's a love tap, Ronnie, baby. This is...
Oh, George, stop it! Don't!
And you see the difference, kid? You better be sure you know the difference before you talk to the cops.
George! George, don't!
Yes, it's sad to realize that all men who love dogs aren't necessarily lovable themselves. But obviously George Smollett is a man who believes that brute force trains people as well as animals. He may be right in some respects, but perhaps he should be aware of the old saying that every dog has his day. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. An important day has arrived in the life of Julia Smollett and her husband George, because Julia is on her way to the offices of Dr. Froelich, who has promised that this is the day which may bring her back to the forgotten days of her past, perhaps to the very day when she equated the word terror with the friendly eyes and wagging tail of man's best friend.
This better be the payoff. That's all I've got to say.
I hope you're not disappointed, George.
Well, at least you're talking to me. That's the first word you've said to me in 2 days.
I haven't had much to say.
Look, the kid Ronnie's all right. I didn't mark him up. He's still as pretty as ever.
That worries you, doesn't it?
Nobody's got a right to walk into my own house and say those things to me.
You have nothing to worry about, George.
Yeah, that's what you say. $50 a visit is something to worry me, and $40 a week for the dog, and a lot of other things.
We've also lost a piano pupil. I suppose you realize that.
Who cares about that?
Ronnie paid $20 a week for his lessons, George.
I won't miss it. Not as much as you'll miss your little Prince Charming. Well, what about it?
About what?
You're going to miss him, right? You're not going to have any shoulder to cry on, are you?
I think I'd better explain exactly what I plan, Mrs. Smollett. We're going to try something called age regression.
Age regression? It sounds as if you're going to make me younger.
That's almost exactly what we'll try to do.
Well, if you can, Doctor, you'll have every woman in America on your doorstep.
All I'm going to do is attempt to take your mind back into your own past. I'm going to see if you can relive some of your earlier years.
You mean that I might actually remember things from my early childhood?
I'm hoping that you'll recall one particular thing. The thing which you've been concealing from your adult self for a very long time.
It's rather frightening, isn't it?
No, you mustn't fear knowledge, especially self-knowledge. Now, we'll just draw the window shade and we'll get started. Mr. Smollett, would you like to come inside?
Me? You mean you're all through so fast?
No, we're not through, but your wife is in a deep trance, and I thought you might want to be here when we begin the age regression attempt.
Well, sure, if you want me in there. Hey, she looks like she's asleep.
But she isn't. Hypnosis only resembles the sleep state, but it's not. Mrs. Smollett is very much awake.
Yeah?
Mrs. Smollett. Julia. You may open your eyes now. Ah, that's fine. Now, tell me, do you know what day it is today?
Yes. Wednesday.
No, you're wrong.
It's Friday, Julia. Is that right?
Yes, Friday.
No, Julia. It isn't Friday either. Do you know what day it is now?
No. I don't know what day it is.
In fact, right now you don't know the day or the month or even the year, Julia, do you?
No.
You see, Mr. Smollett, I'm purposely doing this to dislocate your wife in time.
Oh, yeah, I understand.
Julia, you're going to be a child all over again. You're going to see and hear and feel everything you did since you were a baby. And you're going to tell me everything I want to know about what you see, hear, and feel. You're going to answer all my questions starting right now. You understand?
Yes.
Julia, you are 1 year old. Do you hear me? You're an infant, only 1 year old. Tell me what you know, Julia. Tell me if you're afraid of dogs.
Oh, my God.
You sound like a happy baby to me, Julia. I don't think you had any fear of animals when you were a little baby. Did you? Now you're 2 years old, Julia. You can probably say a few words now. Are you afraid of dogs?
No.
And now you're 3, Julia. You're growing up very quickly. Now you're a big 3-year-old girl. And are you afraid of dogs now, Julia?
No. I'm not afraid of Bow Wow.
You're 4 years old now, Julia. Tell me if you're afraid of dogs now. It's all right to shake your head as long as you tell me, Julia. Now you're 5 years old. What? Still not afraid of dogs?
No, I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid.
Now you're 6, Julia. 6.
This can't go on forever.
Please, Mr. Smollett. Not afraid at 6, Julia? Then let's be 7 years old. You're 7 years old. Still not afraid, are you? Now, what about 8? You're an 8-year-old girl now.
Topper. Topper.
What was that?
Topper. Poor Topper.
What's she saying?
Julia, who is Topper? Is Topper a dog?
Topper's my dog.
Where is Topper now, Julia?
Topper's dead. They put Topper away. Then they killed him, and it's all my fault. It's all my fault.
What's your fault? What did you do, Julia?
No. It's his fault. It's Bobby's fault.
Who is he, Julia? Is Bobby a friend of yours?
I hate him. He teases me all the time. I'm glad I did it. I'm glad. Only don't kill Topper, please. Please don't kill my dog.
Does all this mean something?
Yes, it means a great deal, Mr. Smollett. Julia, now please listen. I want you to tell me all about Bobby and Topper.
Bobby lives next door. He's 10. He teases me. He pulls my hair. He tore my dress. He put mud in my shoes, and he hit Topper with a rock. Mommy! Mommy!
What happened, Julia? Why are you calling your mother? What's happened to Bobby?
He's killed him! He killed him!
Who?
I warned him. I told him what I would do. I told him.
Was it Bobby you warned?
Take him, Topper. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him.
Oh, my God. Quiet. Hey, Julia, listen to me. I want you to explain everything to me very clearly. Did you tell your dog to hurt Bobby?
Yes.
Did he hurt Bobby? Did Topper kill him?
No, he hurt Bobby. He didn't kill him. He hurt Bobby in the neck, but they killed Topper. They killed my dog. And it's my fault. It's my fault.
Well, I think we found the lost dog. So, now you know, Mrs. Smollett. Now you may be able to understand. It was this one incident in your childhood, this one tragedy of your past innocence, which is responsible for your phobia. More than anything, you have a strong feeling of guilt. You blame yourself for what happened to little Bobby, when in all likelihood you were not in any way at fault.
No, Dr. Froelich. You're wrong about that part. It was my fault. I remember it all now.
You probably just wished that Topper would turn on the little boy, and you saw your wish become a reality. So you accused yourself of a crime.
I didn't wish it. I told Topper what to do. I hated Bobby so much I wanted him to sink his teeth in that little boy's throat.
Well, at least you've brought it all into the light, Mrs. Smollett. And something tells me that it won't be long before you'll willingly accept the love and friendship of a dog again.
I'm okay, I guess.
That looks like a brand new car you're driving.
Oh, yeah, it is. My parents gave it to me for my birthday, but, well, it took a couple of months to get it here from the factory. I wanted a couple of special things done to it.
It's very handsome, Ronnie. I'm sure you're enjoying it.
Yeah, it's great. Guess you've been shopping, huh?
Yes, I have been. Ronnie, maybe you'd like to come inside for a few minutes for some tea or something?
I'm afraid I can't right now. I'm supposed to pick up Lisa at her house.
Lisa?
Yeah, Lisa Bryant. We, sort of going steady now.
Yes, of course. Well, it was very nice running into you, Ronnie.
Yes, it was. Hey, by the way, you're looking... Well, you seem real fine these days, Mrs. Smollett.
Yes, Ronnie. I'm really very fine. Now I've got to go inside. It's time to feed Attila.
Who?
Goodbye, Ronnie. Attila! Where are you? Attila? Here, boy! Oh, where's that animal? Oh, well, I suppose he's playing in the yard or something. Oh, or maybe he's in the bedroom. Attila? No, not in there. Oh, I see George's jacket's back from the cleaners. I hope they haven't taken all the smell out of it. No, they couldn't do that. Nothing will ever take the smell of George out of anything. Now to find that animal. Attila! Where are you? Attila? Are you here? Oh, there you are. Oh, for heaven's sake. Are you still tied up, you poor thing? Oh, well, don't worry. I'll have you out of that in a minute. We can't have you tied up, can we, boy? We can't play our little game if you're tied up. Yes, that's a good dog. Good boy, Attila. Now, let's play our little game. See the jacket, Attila? See? Smell the jacket, boy. Go on, smell it. That's a good boy. Now, stick
from the pillow. That's it. That's it.
Who said a dog has to be man's best friend? Why not woman's best friend? Especially a woman like Julia, who is just learning how really helpful a dog can be. Or rather, she's remembering how helpful. And one day soon, George Smollett will come home to a very surprising greeting from his own pet. I'll be back shortly. We hope we haven't given you the impression that we don't love dogs. We love them very much, especially since dogs are descended from wolves. And the wolf is not only a fascinating creature, he also does something wonderful for all lovers of mystery stories. He makes this chilling sound. Our cast included Kim Hunter, George Matthews, Robert Dryden, Gil Mack, and Mandy Patinkin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio. We hope you enjoyed the show. Stay tuned for more.
Nowadays, with all the processed foods, we face difficult choices in the supermarket. The best option is to do it yourself so that you know what you are eating. That's why EL4E.com posts old-fashioned recipes on their blog. You can find thousands of traditional recipes, just like Grandma used to make, and best of all, they are all free. Visit EL4E.com.
Enjoy the next show, starting now.
Subscribe for more videos.
Secret Agent K7 returns.
America's #1 adventurer, K7, former United States secret agent who operated in 22 countries, on land, on sea, and in the air, brings you a story of today. We take you to Secret Agent K7's headquarters.
This is K7 speaking. Send in Miss Patricia Norwood for assignment.
At once, K7.
Miss Norwood reporting for assignment.
Miss Norwood, I've called you because your superior, Agent Z, has disappeared. He was supposed to report to me early last evening. When he failed to appear, I checked on his movements. I find he dropped out of sight nearly 36 hours ago. I intend to investigate personally. However, since you have worked with Z, you know his methods. I want you to investigate in your own way. Call on L6 if you need help. I suggest you begin by searching Z's room. Keep me informed.
Following K7's suggestion, Pat let herself into Z's hotel rooms a few minutes later.
Everything looks just as it did when I was here, talking with Z day before yesterday. A telephone. I wonder... Hello?
Miss Norwood?
Yes. This is Miss Norwood speaking.
This is L6. K7 instructed me to meet you here.
Where are you, L6?
Downstairs in the hotel lobby. Shall I wait here?
Yes. Yes, I'll be down in a few minutes. Let's see. Oh, here's something in the wastepaper basket. What's the note? Have lead on men who are tapping wires. Meet me at same place as yesterday. Well, this note must have come from one of Z's outside contacts. I wonder... Someone's trying to get in. A man. He's lame. Going through Z's desk. Put up your hands.
What are you, mademoiselle?
I want you to answer that question. Who are you? And what are you doing here?
That is my business.
Don't reach for your gun. Oh! Oh! Oh, I've got to stop him. Hello. Hello. Operator, a man called me. Yes, a minute ago. From the lobby. Put him on. Hurry.
Hello? Miss Norwood?
L6.
Yes.
A man. He's lame. Was here. He's running down the stairs. Follow him. Don't let him out of your sight.
He's just gone through the lobby. I'll follow him.
Hello. Operator. Operator, get me a doctor. I'm fainting.
You want a doctor, miss? Hello? Are you there? Hello?
A few hours later, as it was growing dark, the man whom Pat encountered in Z's rooms reported to another sinister character.
His rooms are watched, so I couldn't search them. There was a girl there. She had the gun. I shot her.
You are sure you got away without being followed?
She couldn't follow me. I tell you, I'm sure I hit her.
Good. The girl must have been Agent Z's assistant, Miss Norwood. She works with him. Well, that takes care of both of them. They are out of the way. It is unfortunate you couldn't bring the girl here.
Yes. Tell me, what are you going to do with the special agent?
Keep him here until we have a chance to get him out of the country. All right. You can go. Meet me here with the car in 2 hours. I expect several important conversations tonight. We leave at 9.
Left the building, Pat, her bandaged arm in a sling, waited outside. With her was L6.
There's the man coming out of the building now. Can you see him?
He's in the shadow.
It's him. It's the lame man. Seize him.
Take your hands off me. What do you want? Who are you?
Hold him. I'll get his gun. He's not going to get a chance to use it this time.
You're here?
Yes, I'm very much here. Your shot hit me in the arm.
Let go.
All right, L6. Take him to K7 for questioning. I'm going in and search this building.
Pat knew there was some link between the lame man and Z. Even though injured, she was determined to follow the lead at once. She entered the darkened building. It was one of the older office buildings of the city.
No lights in here. I wish I had a flashlight with me. Nothing on this floor. All the offices are dark. Perhaps upstairs. It's darker here than it was below. There's a light under the door at the end of the hall. There must be someone... There is someone in there. He's gone into the next office. See, perhaps this door... It's unlocked.
Let me have a glass of water. There you go.
So, you are thirsty, Mr. Special Agent, eh? It might interest you to know that the girl who works with you was shot this afternoon.
If you shot Pat...
you don't like that so well, do you?
Are you telling me the truth?
It was an unfortunate affair. Limpy went to your rooms to search them. He surprised her there.
Harrigan, if anything has happened to Pat, you'll face the firing squad. I'll see to that.
You forget. You are my prisoner.
Don't try to move.
Pat, look out!
Oh.
I am sorry I had to knock the gun out of your hands, mademoiselle.
Pat, are you all right?
She seems to have only her left arm free to use.
The man you call Limpy thought of that.
Yes, he told me. He will be interested to know that his bullet struck your arm.
Pat, you shouldn't have come here alone, not with one arm bandaged.
And I, mademoiselle, am interested to know how you found this place.
I followed Limpy. His shot only grazed my arm. I followed him here and then went to a doctor.
I see. Such bravery should be rewarded. Perhaps it will be later. Now, turn around. I am forced to tie you up.
Don't. My arm.
And if you hurt her,
Put up your hands, Farragut. You're under arrest.
Who are you?
I said put your hands up. Take his gun, Miss Norwood.
I've got it, K7.
Untie Agent Z.
First, take the ropes off my wrists, Pat. They're loose. I've been working on them.
All right.
There, they're coming. That does it. It feels good to get them off. I'll untie my ankles. Pat, how bad is that arm of yours?
Not bad, Z. It's a flesh wound.
Now, Z, who is this man Farragut? What is his game?
Tapping telephone lines, K7. He taps the long-distance telephone lines between several nations and listens to the diplomats talk. Then he sells the information he hears. His biggest business has been between two closely associated nations. Neither of these countries trusts the other. Farragut listens to the instructions each send to their diplomats in the democracies and reports to the other. I followed my lead to this building and was trapped. Oh, incidentally, he's been double-crossing both of them.
I have not acted against this country. You have no charge to place against me. No serious charge.
You're a spy, Farragut. And here, spies face the firing squad.
Look out. He's edging toward the door.
You won't take me.
Agent Z reporting K7. I've just returned from the hospital. Farragut will live. He's He's under police guard. Limpy, the man who worked with him, has signed a complete confession. In it, he swears that Farragill has spied against this country. There's enough evidence to convict him. The case is closed.
It is a known fact that in these days of unrest in Europe, telephone lines between nations are consistently tapped. Those who rule by force and intrigue have many secrets to guard, lest their own people and the world learn of their injustice. Listen for my next story. This is K7 speaking.
Territory on West. There's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke.
Gunsmoke, the story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Wanted for murder.
Wanted for murder.
Clay Richards.
Clay Richards.
Age 31.
31.
Height 6 feet. Eyes brown. Hair red.
Eyes brown, hair red. Hey, how'd you like me to print his picture on these notices? I got a woodcut. Well, let me show you. Ernie!
Yep?
Fetch your Marshal a copy of that front page. Interviewing Clay's wife yesterday, I noticed a tintype on the mantel, their wedding photograph. So, first thing you know, I snitched it.
It's very thoughtful.
Yeah, I'll take it, Ernie.
Here.
And then I propped it up in front of me and carved me this woodcut. Ain't she prime? Ain't she just elegant?
Real elegant.
Good likeness, don't you think?
Of
course, he was 7 or 8 years younger with the tintype.
Yeah, it's a good
Cut
likeness.
his hair short. And
Doesn't show what makes a law-abiding man like him try to rob a bank. Doesn't look like a man who murdered an old cashier and a Chinese cook who just happened to be
Sure sweated
there.
over it, though.
But it's a
Yes,
good likeness.
Yes, sir, it is. A picture like this sure dresses up the front page, don't it?
Yeah, it's a little masterpiece, Mr. Hightower, a notable contribution to the culture of Dodge City.
Well, thank you, Marshal. Does fetch the eye, don't it? I'm printing an extra 500 copies of the weekly, and I bet I sell them all. Too bad the cashier's shot went wild. If he'd managed to kill Clay or even wing him, why, I bet I could sell 1,000 extra copies.
We must be thankful for the blessings we do receive, Mr. Hightower.
Oh, I am, Marshal, I am. Why, just before it happened yesterday afternoon, I didn't know what I was going to fill my columns with, and then, like manna from heaven, 2 murders and a bank robbery.
Attempted bank robbery, Mr. Hightower. He turned and ran before he got his hands on so much as $1.
Yes.
Still, as you say, like manna.
Dylan,
I'm talking business. What is it, Chester?
Well, it can wait, I guess, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, print Clay's picture on those notices, Mr. Hightower. Oh, where were we?
Eyes brown, hair red.
Oh, yes. Also known as Red, Bricktop, and Sorrel. He didn't answer to no other nicknames, did he?
No, that's what they called him.
All right, then in big letters, $400 reward. Dead or alive. And at the bottom, apply Matt Dillon, Marshal, Dodge City. Print 200 copies. How soon can I send Chester over for him?
This afternoon.
Good morning, Mr. Hightower. Chester.
Think those posters will do any good? Richards is probably over the line into Oklahoma or Colorado by now. That strawberry roan of his is the fastest in the county.
He has no money. He panicked and ran out of the bank before he got a penny. I think he'll try to get help from his wife or brother or a friend the first chance he has, maybe tonight. I say he's around here somewhere. I'm sorry I turned on you like that, Chester.
Why, that's all right, Mr. Dillon. Out all night with a posse, no sleep, man's bound to get touched.
No, it's not that. It's the way... It's the way people use a thing like this. The men riding posse last night, they enjoyed it as though they were hunting fox or possum. Hightower back there, he acts like it was a birthday treat, specially gotten up for him. Everybody finds a way to use it. What was it you wanted to tell me?
Oh, I got a kid, a little boy, locked up in the cell. He run away from home back in Cottonwood. Ed Slade turned him over to me when he come through on the stagecoach just now. Kid about 12 years old.
Whose is he?
Widow woman, Miss Bonnie. She runs a boarding house in Cottonwood. Ed says kid's always running away a little while, I guess. He flagged Ed for a ride on the road halfway between there and here. Soon as Ed seen him stand there with his bundle on his shoulder, he knowed what he was up to. So he told the kid he'd help him and then turn him over to us when he got here.
All right, we'll send a telegram to the mother to come fetch you. Well, come on in, Chester, and shut the door.
Mr. Dillon?
You're letting in every horse fly in Kansas.
Mr. Dillon, I think you better cancel the order for them notices.
What?
The Dutchman's coming up the street, and he's leading a strawberry roan, and Clay Richards is draped across his back.
Like a sack of wheat across the saddle. Last time I saw him, 2 days ago, he was standing at the bar laughing his head off. A sack of wheat across the saddle. And followed by half the saloon bums and loafers in town. All right, Chester, make him keep back.
All right, now stand back, you fellas. Come on now, back. Stand back.
Ziegler? How'd it happen, Ziegler?
My goat, my old Billy goat, he pushes open the fence last night and runs away.
Forget your goat. What about Clay?
Yeah, I tell you. This morning I go to look for the goat. I walk here and there. Near the river, I see Clay. He sits there. I say, hello, Clay. Wie geht's?
You dirty Dutchman. You no good dog. Clay was your best friend. He helped you buy your farm, so you kill him for your
Keep back, everybody.
Clay? Me? No, No, my brother, he was like... We was in the war together. Peter, listen.
You killed him for the war.
Not so. I killed nobody. Not since Gettysburg. Clay is dead already when I find him. I don't even own a pistol.
Ziegler, inside, quick.
Yeah.
Chester, give me a hand with Clay.
All right, all of you. Listen up.
I will not tolerate a disturbance. You know me. I got him, Chester. Take his leg. All right, kick the door shut.
Marshal, I don't kill Clay.
On this table, Chester. What'd you do with Clay's gun? His holster's empty.
Gun? Clay's? I ain't got it. I don't even own one.
Chester, see if it slipped out.
His holster was empty coming up the street. First thing I noticed. Maybe it's over on the...
Another customer? Why, that's 3 in less than a day. Oh, bountiful harvest. My fees this month will keep me in luxury. In luxury.
Doc, I want to have an inquest as soon as possible.
Well, as soon as I finish the autopsy. Shouldn't take long with the practice I've had this week, huh? No. Late afternoon all right with you? I'll take him up to my office right now. No, thank you, Chester. I can carry him all by myself here. You just open the door there like a good fella and... Marshal, tell the city fathers... I'd like to make a deal when the corpses are as famous as this one. Back in 53 in San Francisco, a fellow I knew earned a fortune exhibiting the head of Joaquin Murrieta. Tell them if they'll let me keep the remains, I'll do the autopsies for nothing.
Shut the door, Chester. Ziegler, where is it you met Clay on the river?
By the ford. This side by the ford.
Ride out there, Chester, and see if you can find Clay's gun. Maybe he dropped it when he was shot.
I did not shoot Clay.
Sure.
I did not. I had no reason to. I did not.
Now, you listen to me. Maybe you think Dodge has got so big I don't know about everything that goes on here. Well, if you do, you're wrong. If you think I don't know about the bank having an overdue mortgage on your farm, you're wrong. $400 is reason enough for a struggling farmer like you.
No. Could not do such a thing. I am a human being.
To a peace officer, Ziegler, that's enough grounds for suspicion. But whether you did it or not will be decided at your trial. In the meantime, you just stop yammering about it.
Trial? Me?
Even when I shoot somebody, I stand trial. If they find it's justifiable homicide, and they probably will, Clay being a wanted man, then they'll let you off. And if not...
Please, I am permitted to go now.
Go. Are you crazy?
My farm, the stock, I must look after it.
You sit right down. You want to be lynched? You're trying to get yourself murdered? Have you forgotten about Clay's brother, Adam?
Adam would not believe I shot him.
What difference does it make whether he believes it or not? His brother's been killed. Everybody's looking to him to do something about it, and he knows it. You want me to guess where he is right this minute? He's in one of them saloons lapping up courage to come in here and ask me to give you to him for a present. You want to know who's with him? Ever loafer, ever bum, ever slob in town. Slapping him on the back and telling him what a shame it is. Egging him on to kill you so that they can have some excitement and some fun. Well, maybe you deserve killing, but it's my job to uphold the law, and I'm not letting you out of here.
What?
You might spend your time trying to think up a better story. That is, if you intend to stay in this town. All right, now think back. Didn't Clay go for his gun before you shot him?
I tell you, I didn't. If I'm not under arrest, you have no right to keep me here. I got to look after my farm. I go.
All right, Chester, lock him up.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon. Come on now, Ziegler.
Help me, senor. Help me, senor.
Step out, Sonny. This cage is bespoke.
Who's in there, Chester?
That little old runaway from Cottonwood.
Oh. Yeah. Come over here, son. Come over here to me.
I know who you are.
You do you?
You bet. You're Matt Dillon.
I'm guilty.
I knowed you right off. You just pointed out to me one day back home. Filler says you was the fastest gun thrower in Kansas.
Wyatt Earp wouldn't be awful interested to hear that, I'm afraid.
Filler says you was faster than Older. Faster than Wild Bill Hickok in Hays City and Fat and Masterson or any of them. How many fellas have you killed?
You don't keep score, son. It's something you try to forget.
Not me. Someday I'll be famous like you, and for every filler I kill, I'll put a notch on my gun. People will see those notches, and they'll know they better not try.
Why'd you run away from home, bub? Don't you know your mother's likely to worry about you?
Oh, she won't worry. She's too busy working. You ain't gonna make me go back, are you? You wouldn't do that, would you?
Well...
Because it wouldn't stop me for long. I'd only run away again.
Oh, where are you off to in such a sweat?
Oh, Texas, California, Mexico. Fella can accomplish things there, not like living in old Cottonwood. If you let me go, someday when I'm famous, you can tell people you helped get me started.
Well, that's a pretty strong inducement. I'll have to think about it for a while. And, look, while I'm making up my mind, I want you to give me your word. Word of a man who'll be famous someday that you won't try to run away from me. Otherwise, I'll have to have Chester lock you up again.
Oh, I'll shake on that.
Good. Chester, I want you to go look for Clay's gun.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
And on the way, stop off and send that telegram. You know?
Hmm? Oh, that telegram. Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
Where's Ziegler?
Right. It's all right, Chester. Go ahead.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
Where's that murdering dog? Oh, there you are. You
Not a single step further, Adam.
I want him, Dillon. He murdered Clay, shot him down without giving him a chance.
How do you know?
Because Clay wouldn't have let anyone catch him off guard except a friend. A friend. And now, Dillon, give me that Dutchman.
Try to take him.
It's like that?
It's like that.
And it's true what the fellas say. You made a deal with the Dutchman to give him the reward and to protect him if he'd kill Clay for you.
That was the deal, was it?
Yeah.
The fellas say why I'd make such a deal?
Dillon, it ain't no longer a secret around town that you and Francie want each other. But Clay was in the way. You had him killed so you could get his wife. Do you deny it?
No. It'll serve as well as any other crazy story to work you up.
You think you're safe behind that star, don't you? Well, Clay had friends, lots of them. I'm coming back with them friends, and we'll get the Dutchman and you and anyone else who tries to stop us.
All right, Adam. I'll be waiting.
Yeah. You wait.
I almost seen something pretty just then, didn't I, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, almost. About another pint of whiskey ought to do it.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment, but first, many radio shows win high popularity with the prizes and cash they give away, but there's one show that's tops because the head man gives away as little as possible. What other radio program could it be but the Jack Benny Show? So be listening. Here's the second act of Gunsmoke.
Son?
You say something, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, open my drawer in front of you there. You'll find a small bottle of oil in there. No, the one to the right there. Yeah, that's it. Now, bring a little brush, too, huh?
Here it is.
Thanks, bub.
It's a right nice gun you have.
Yeah, it's not bad, but a little stiff. Just a little stiff.
Don't it have a trigger? I never seen no gun without a trigger before.
Oh, you remove a trigger or tie it back against a guard. And all you have to do is thumb a hammer. Hey, like that. It's faster. Yeah, that's better now.
Remove the trigger. I remember that.
What in the world for?
No, I remember everything you told me. About the Texas holster and the spring holster and the double roll and filing off the sight.
It's just me, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, any luck, Chester?
No, sir, not any. I went to the store first and asked Mr. Denton what kind of ammunition Clay Richards used to buy, and he told me Clay had a double-action 44. I scoured that riverbank a half-mile each way from the ford, and not a sign of it.
Yeah.
I got that telegram off. You know who ought to be here pretty soon. It's only 7-8 miles from...
Is there a fire in town?
Funeral services for Mr. Grinnell, the cashier.
So soon?
It's awful hot weather.
Yeah. Any of your guns need oiling, Chester?
I don't think so.
You sure? When Adam left, he said he'd be coming back with some friends.
I know. I stopped at the Oliver Gantry just now to rinse out my mouth. Adam was there talking mighty ugly and mighty big. He's got a sizable following.
When do you think?
Any minute now, Mr. Dillon. Want me to take Bob out of here to one of the hotels, maybe?
I want to see it.
I think you'll be safer here, Chester, behind stone walls and dodging about the streets rubbernecking.
You keep your head down, Sonny. You hear? There's a...
Matt, I gotta talk to you.
She ought to be in mourning. If she cared for Clay at all anymore, she ought to be in black.
Matt.
Oh, Lord, I find her more beautiful all the time.
Matt, have you heard what they're saying?
What are they saying, Francie?
That you and me, that you made Pete Ziegler kill him because of...
I'm sorry that got back to you, Francie.
It's all over Dodge. Adam almost strangled me before they dragged him off.
Francie, I didn't shoot Clay. Francie, I beg you, believe me.
Shut up, Ziegler. Shut up or I'll pump you to death! Francie is just one of those crazy stories. They needed one and they made one up.
But, Matt, everyone believes it. On my way down here, people were pointing, whispering. Old women clucking their tongues at me. They believe it.
They'll forget it as soon as this is over. They'll remember that even if we once did go with each other, it was finished and done with even before the war ended, before you even met Clay.
No, they won't forget it. For the rest of my life, as long as I stay here,
Hold it a minute, Francie. Yeah, Doc, what is it?
Oh, am I interrupting?
What is it, Doc?
Topsy's finished. I examined his liver and lights his...
This is Mrs. Richards, Doc.
Oh, I beg your pardon, ma'am. I'm sure I meant no disrespect for the departed.
Well,
Clay was shot all right, but from the nature of the wound and the coagulation of the blood, I'd say it happened sometime yesterday. I'd say the cashier's bullet didn't go wild after all.
How could a dead man gallop away?
Well, the wound wasn't what killed Clay. The ball hit the rib case and bounced off. .22 caliber it was. What did kill him was the stab in the back, right through the spine, inflicted sometime this morning. Now, near as I can judge, by a small blade, 2 or 3 inches long. It could have been a Barlow knife.
Thanks, Doc.
Please accept my condolences, Mr. Richard. You call the inquest anytime you're ready, Marshal.
Chester, close the door.
You see, I didn't do it. I didn't shoot him.
All right, then you stabbed him, maybe. You said you never carried a gun. Look, Francie, go home and give matters a chance to simmer
Matt,
down.
I'm going to ask you for something.
Yeah?
Turn Pete Ziegler out into the street.
What? Francie, they're itching to get their hands on him.
Let him have him. It'll prove that story's a lie, that you didn't make a deal with him. Please, Matt, I have to live here. Hear me, I have to live here. Matt, don't look at me like that.
Go home, Francie. Go home or leave town or hang yourself or anything you like. Just go away. Away! Right now.
I bought me a bottle at the Alafragans, Mr. Dillon. Would you care for a drink?
No.
Guess the funeral's over.
There'll be others.
Funny. Now I miss that bell. Awful quiet, ain't it? It's just what...
Just about on schedule. Are you ready, Chester?
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
I use a shotgun if I were you. It's more effective when there's a mob to be dealt with.
Oh, yes, sir, I aim to.
Ziegler, and you too, son. If trouble starts, lie down flat on the floor and keep your head down all the time. Don't gawk to see what's happening. You understand me?
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
All right.
Dillon! Come on, Dillon!
Chester, I want you to stand here in the doorway after I go out, where you can cover the back door and me at the same time.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
All right, Chester. Open the door.
It's my duty to
warn all of you that you're in the breach of the peace. I've sworn to uphold the law. I've killed men in order to do it, and I'm prepared to do so again.
Give us a Dutchman, Dillon.
Men! I ask you to be sensible and to leave quietly. But if you refuse to listen to reason, if you insist upon being fools, if you've already decided to act like wolves instead of humans, then there's nothing I can say to make you change your minds.
A Dutchman.
All right, you want Peter Ziegler? Well, he's not more than 20 feet behind me, so come on and get him, any of you. One at a time or all at once. Come on. Which one of you wants to die first? You? You, Adam? Well, what do you say, Adam? You let him here. Don't let this star on my coat stop you. Come on. There, I'm not wearing it now. Well, come on, draw, Adam, draw.
You all right, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah. Get his gun.
Man alive, I couldn't even see your hand move.
Marshal? Oh, don't tell me. Don't tell
Doc,
me.
you make one single funny remark and I'll knock you down. You just take him to your office and get to work.
Well, I never do mean to offend, Marshal. In my line of work, well, bodies, they're just so much lumber.
Make all the jokes about him you please, but not to me and not in my hearing. In my line of work, there's nothing humorous about death. Give him a hand, Chester.
No, I can handle it, Marshal. Thank you. Just the same.
Can you direct me to the marshal's office?
Yes, ma'am, right here. I'm Marshal Dillon.
Well, I left Cottonwood as soon as I got your telegram. I'm Miss Bonnie. Where's my boy?
Oh, we have him, ma'am, safe and sound. Here, let me help you down. Hitch that horse, Chester. Right this way, ma'am.
Oh, I'm so sorry he put you to all that trouble, Marshal. The truth of the matter is he is a wild one and no mistake. Takes after his father, one scrape after another.
He was no trouble at all. I enjoy children. I like to have them around. Bob, your ma's here. Son? Chester, where's the boy? Did you let him slip past you?
No, sir, Mr. Dillon. He never got past me. Look, the back door's open.
He seen me and he hightailed it, the devil.
We'll round him up for you, ma'am. Don't worry.
Oh, I don't know why I bother hauling him back. If he's run away once, he's run away 1,000 times. This time he ran because I wouldn't buy him a gun. He wanted a real one. That boy's just gun crazy, I swear. I got him a nice Barlow knife instead.
Barlow knife?
I reckon it didn't signify, and off he runs.
Barlow knife?
The kid. Chester finds that kid.
Marshal, has he done something bad with it? I told him to use it careful. He promised he'd use it careful.
No, never mind, Chester. He's got Clay's strawberry roan. We'd never catch up to him.
Oh, I try to bring him up right. I tell him to be good, but he don't listen. He just don't listen.
Now, calm yourself, ma'am. Just calm yourself.
Here's your little bundle, Mr. Dillon.
What? Yeah, give it to me. That's pretty heavy. Here, you're better at knots than I am. Open it, will you?
From the moment he was born, he's been nothing but tribulation to me.
Now, please, ma'am. What's he got in it, Chester?
A shirt, stockings, piece of sausage, and this.
44 double action.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon. That's Clay's gun. Sonny didn't manage to keep it long, did he?
Well, if he wants a gun that bad, he's bound to get hold of another one somewhere, somehow. Chester, call Mr. Hightower over.
Hey, Mr. Hightower! Oh. Come on over. Mr. Dillon wants you.
Marshal, could I have, please, a drink of water?
What? Oh, Ziegler, I forgot all about you. Chester, where are the keys?
Yeah, right there on the desk.
There we are. It'd be safe for you to go home now.
I can go back by the farm.
Yeah, that's right. I'll send for you for the trial.
Oh, danke schön. Danke schön.
Watch where you're going, you dumb...
Excuse me. Bitte.
Yes, Marshal.
Mr. Hightower, it appears that we can do business after all. Get some paper and a pencil. I want some notices printed.
Fire away.
Wanted for murder.
Wanted for murder.
What's the boy's name?
Bonnie. William Bonnie.
William Bonnie.
William Bonnie.
Age 12. Height about 5 feet. Hair light, eyes blue. I don't suppose he's known by any other name.
I know. Everybody just called him Billy. Or the Kid.
Also known as Billy. The Kid.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Walter Newman, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in tonight's cast were Don Diamond, Parley Bear, Harry Bartell, and Howard McNear, with Richard Beals, Paul Dubov, Georgia Ellis, and Mary Lansing. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Those longtime favorites, Amos and Andy, are rising to new heights in their CBS radio series on Sunday nights. Heard on most of these same stations, Amos and Andy find trouble as constantly as ever and make it just as funny and as human as they have for more than 20 years. Be sure to hear Amos and Andy this Sunday, won't you? Right after the Jack Benny Show. This is Roy Rowan speaking. And remember, there's fast, funny quizzing on The Bob Hawk Show every Monday evening. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Here's Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
Hello there, this is Diamond. About the most strenuous effort I might give out during a working year is maybe chasing some thug up the escalator at Bloomingdale's department store. But last week I really outdid myself. The all-stars of the police force challenged the private detectives to a baseball game for the benefit of the vice squad. And I wound up stiffer than a pair of starched overalls. Because the private detectives are quick to take advantage of the slightest opportunity, by the 8th inning, we realized the need for some immediate strategy. The score at that point was 6-4, the cops leading. So I got hold of a little blonde I knew and had her walk across the infield in a sweater. The idea was to disturb the opposing team and take their minds off the game. It would have worked, but it seemed that since I had last seen my little blonde friend, she'd become quite a favorite with the police force, so they just waved hello and went about their business. My drooling colleagues, however, had not come in contact with said hunk of fluff, and before the game was over, 3 of them had picked up the bat boy and tried to bunt with him. You may have read where the police force finally beat us. Close game, 37-4. But I want to say right here and now, they never could have done it without that sweater. And oh, yeah, I got mixed up in a little honest murder the next day. It all started in the back booth of a middle-class nightclub. A couple of people were busy trying to think up the fastest way to make a homicide billiard. Oh, that's the three-cushion variety. Killing to frame up to the electric chair.
Leon, are you sure this will work?
You want to get rid of that old man of yours, don't you?
You know I do.
Well, I got a wife that I want to dump, too. This letter from her is going to fix it so we both end up very unmarried.
Are you sure they'll blame it on Martin?
Sure, I'm sure. When they find him with this letter and his own gun and the dead body of my dear little wife, they'll slap him in the chair so fast he won't know what happened.
Who's going to find him with the body?
That's your job, baby. I'll get the letter to your husband, and you swipe his gun and get it to me. And you go get yourself a private detective and tell the shamus that you suspect your husband of running around with another girl. You and the shamus tail your husband. I'll have it timed so you catch him with the goods right after the killing.
Well, all right. I hope it works.
It will if you want it to, baby.
I want it to. Because I want you.
Yeah. Yeah, and all that nice money your husband's going to leave you.
Leon.
Come here, June.
Yeah.
Come in.
Mr. Diamond?
That's right.
I want to hire a private detective.
Well, good for you. Sit down.
Thank you. What is your fee? What's the matter?
Oh, stand up and sit down again.
They're 52 gauge, Mr. Diamond. Like them?
Oh, you'd look good if they were sweat socks.
I don't think they'd go with a high heel.
You've got a point. Now, what were you saying?
I wanted to know what your fee is.
Oh, 100 a day in expenses.
Isn't that a little high?
I stopped eating at the automat 6 years ago.
All right, I'll give you a retainer.
Oh, wait a minute now. Wait a minute. What's the job?
I think my husband is running around with another woman.
What do you want me to do? Hustle him off to the nut house?
Oh, aren't you nice? I want you to go with me as a witness.
You know, any other time I might get shy, but I'm really interested in seeing a girl who could beat your time. When do I start?
Meet me in front of my house at 10 minutes to 8. My husband leaves around 8.
What's the address? 521
East 58th Street. My name is Hires, Mr. Diamond. June Hires.
All right, June. I'll see you at 10 to 8. Now, excuse me, but about that retainer.
Oh, yes, that. Here's $100. Is that enough?
It'll keep me interested. What's your husband's name?
Martin. I'll see you this evening, Mr. Diamond.
Oh, one more question.
Yes?
Why haven't you and your husband been getting along?
A lot of reasons. By the way, Mr. Diamond, how old are you?
No. Oh, well, I'm frisky, but I passed the foolish mark when I was 3.5.
Did you? Goodbye, Mr. Diamond.
I wonder if I did. Diamond Detective Agency, with men who know the corpses best. It's Diamond 2 to 1.
Rick.
Oh, Helen. Hello, baby.
What are you doing?
What gauge nylons do you wear, dear?
52. Why?
No, nothing.
Oh, Rick, are you going to buy me a present?
Oh, you never can tell. I was just looking at a pair a few minutes ago.
Rick.
Yeah?
Where were you looking at them?
Now, what kind of a question is that?
A very good question. Have you got a girl up in that office?
Helen.
Don't you Helen me, have you?
Well, I give you my word I haven't.
All right. Was there a girl in your office? Was there?
Well, a client. I got a $100 retainer.
I don't care if she gave you the George Washington Bridge. You were obviously looking at her leg.
Well, I couldn't help it. She sat on that way. Now, look, honey, she's just another client.
With 52-gauge nylons. Would you count the threads?
Oh, can you do that?
Oh, you wolf.
Yeah, but you're the only one who gets the benefit of my talents.
You can put the soft soap away. When am I going to see you?
Well, I got some business at 8. I'll be over later.
Well, I'm going to stay mad until you get here. And you're going to tell me all about those nylons.
I'll be sure and do some research. Bye. Well, there you are. You sit around and wait for a meal ticket to come in, and just because it happens to be fitted with curves, your best girl digs up the green-eyed monster. I don't know why gals get sore at a guy just because they catch him panting a little. After all, it's hot in New York. I spent the rest of the afternoon trying to hit a big horsefly with a rubber band and some paper clips, and by 6 o'clock we shook hands and called it a draw. I closed the office and went home. I got into some clean clothes and grabbed a bite to eat at the corner drugstore. At 10 minutes to 8, I was sitting in June Heyer's car, parked across the street from her front door.
Mr. Diamond, how did you ever get to be a private detective?
Mrs. Heyer, how did you ever get to be a housewife?
You think things up in a hurry, don't you?
Only when I got competition.
You like competition?
Yeah, up to a point. After that, I get tired of the struggle.
I feel like I was back in college, sitting in a parked car with a good-looking man.
Your education must have been pretty tame. I haven't moved once.
Well, I really started to study after I graduated.
Oh, I bet you got straight A's.
Must you top everything?
I play around with a lot of trouble, Mrs. Heyer, and I've got to stay one step ahead of it.
Do I look like trouble?
When's your husband coming out of that house?
Any minute now. You didn't answer my question.
I'll tell you as soon as I see your husband.
Well, how will that tell you?
If he's wearing a beanie with a propeller on it, I'll know you've been giving him a lot of trouble.
So I've been giving him trouble. Does that mean I'll do the same for somebody else?
What's the difference, a husband or a private detective? They both got their names from a guy named Adam.
Oh, look. A cab pulled up to the front door.
Yeah, I see it.
And here comes Martin.
He's getting into the cab. Well, what do you know?
What's the matter?
No beanie. We both sat and watched while Martin Heyer got into the cab and it pulled away. Mrs. Heyer put her car in gear and we started the tail, keeping it a safe distance. He led us across town to a middle-class apartment house and we stopped the car and waited up the street.
He's getting out and going into that building.
Come on.
Oh, what for? Shouldn't let him get up there first and then...
Look, baby. Do you know who this gal is?
No, of course not.
Well, then come on. I want to see what door he goes in.
But, won't he see us?
Honey, I don't tell you how to put your lipstick on. Now, don't tell me how to make like a bloodhound.
Oh, the lobby is empty.
Well, watch the elevator.
Oh.
It's stopping on the 4th floor.
Hadn't we better go up?
Look, lover. The 4th floor probably comes equipped with a lot of doors. Now, if you want to just knock on any of them, go hire yourself Humphrey Bogart.
Well, then what do we do?
You stand by and watch like you... make like you knew what I was doing. See, the little old elevator's coming back down. Now, you just hold it there while I look at the mailboxes. Mrs. B. Callahan. Mrs. Lillian McEdward. Mrs. Mike. Well... and Miss Sally Maxwell. Okay, now we push the button for the 4th floor and away we go. Fun?
How do you know where to go?
I got the name off the mailbox.
But you said yourself there must be a lot of people on the 4th floor.
Elementary, my dear girl. Process of elimination. We're lucky this time. Only one single girl on the 4th floor. Sally Maxwell. Come on. It's 406.
What if there'd been more than one single girl?
So I make some new friends. Now stop asking questions and stick close.
I'd love it.
Now, here it is, 406. Now hold it down.
Can you hear anything?
No. Yeah, somebody's moving around.
Oh?
Oh, duck.
What?
Too late.
What? June.
Good evening. I represent the Great Nothing Life Insurance Company.
What are you doing here, June?
I might ask you the same thing.
Do you mind if we come in? I'd like to interest you in our indemnity clause.
Stop pushing. Get out of my way.
Oh, you don't know what you're missing. You get $3 million if a python bites you in the middle of Times Square.
You can't force your way in here like that. You...
Oh, now you've hurt my feelings.
Take your hands off me or I'll strike you again.
Sure, but you need 2 more to put you out. Here, have one on me. Now, the next time you go striking people...
Mr. Diamond, look.
I looked past the little guy and spotted the body. She was blonde, and I didn't know why she was hanging onto the rug that way. She wasn't going anywhere.
All right, you. Get out of my way.
Huh? Oh, what a lovely gun.
Martin, you killed that girl.
No, I did not. I came in here and found her like that, but I didn't kill her.
She's been shot.
I know that. I found the gun by her body. You don't think I'd kill her? I was in love with her.
Martin.
Is that the gun that did it?
Yes. I mean, no. I don't know what I mean. But you stand right there. Don't take another step.
That's your gun, Martin.
You shut up. I didn't kill Sally, but I know I haven't got a chance of proving it, so if you come any closer, I will most certainly shoot you.
I hate to look like an idiot, but it's against the law to shoot people.
Mr. Diamond, be careful.
Come on, Martin. Give me the gun.
You don't think I'll shoot, do you?
Come on, give it to me.
Just one more step.
Look out, he's going to shoot.
Come on, open up in there.
What?
Better drop it, Martin. You got company.
Stay back. Stay back.
This is the police. Open up or we'll break the door in.
Police?
Give me the gun, Martin.
No.
Let him in, June. Before Levinson tears down the whole wall. I've got Martin.
Yes, all right.
I didn't do it.
What's going on in here?
Hello, Walt.
Hey, Lieutenant, look. It's the gum shoe.
Rick.
Why do you guys always have to break down doors? Why don't you try turning the knob first?
Otis, didn't you see if it was unlocked?
I forgot, Lieutenant.
You mallet head. We got a report that someone heard a shot from this apartment.
There's the body, Walt.
Who's this guy?
Martin Heyer. Here's his gun. He was going to use it on me.
I didn't kill her. I came in and found her that way.
Oh, shut up. Who's the girl with you, Diamond?
This is Mrs. Heyer. Martin is her husband.
You don't say. The old triangle, huh, Rick?
I engaged Mr. Diamond to follow my husband.
That's right, Walt. We caught Martin trying to sneak out on the corpse.
I told you I didn't kill her.
And I told you to shut up. Is this your gun?
Yes, but I found it lying by the body. I knew I'd be blamed if someone found my gun, so I put it in my pocket.
You search him, Rick?
Haven't had time.
Shake him down, Otis.
Yeah, Lieutenant.
I want my lawyer, and you get away from me.
You open your trap just once more.
Okay, but hold still.
Please, Mr. Diamond, I'd like to get out of here.
Sure. Okay, Walt?
Yeah, but I want to talk to both of you down at the station later.
Here's something, Lieutenant.
What is it? Letter.
Are you coming, Mr. Diamond?
You go on down. I'll be right with you.
All right.
Walt, what does the letter say?
We can't continue this way. I've decided to break it off once and for all. It will do no good to see me, so please stay away and leave me alone. Signed, Sally.
Let me see that.
Yeah. Well, what about it, you? Is the dead girl named Sally?
Yes. I don't know why she sent it. We're both in love.
Sure. What were you going to do about your wife?
I was going to tell her this evening. Then I received this note. I came right over to see Sally, but believe me, I didn't kill her.
Tell me something, Martin. Is this the way you received the letter?
Yes. Why?
Now, you wait a minute, Rick. I'm very happy with what I've got, so don't start making like Sherlock Holmes.
Oh, well, I guess you're right, Walt. He admits it's his gun, and this letter is certainly motive enough.
Yeah. Otis, call for the wagon and put the cuffs on Heyer.
Right, Lieutenant.
Walt, why would someone send a letter after tearing off the top of it?
Huh?
See, the top of this letter is missing. The part that usually reads, Dear Julius or something.
So what?
Do me a favor, will you, Walt?
Oh, what is it?
Give me 3 minutes and then have Otis fire a shot from this apartment.
What?
Is that all you can say? Have Otis fire a shot in about 3 minutes after I leave.
I will not. The police department can't go around making like it was the 4th of July.
You want to solve a murder, don't you?
I have solved it. What more do I need? I got a suspect, the murder weapon, and a good motive.
Walt, if you just killed someone and a guy caught you at it, what would you do?
I'd knock him off, too.
Well, I caught Heyer in the act, and he didn't pull the trigger.
Well, you said yourself he was going to.
But he didn't, and he took too much time thinking about it. Walt, I can't remember hearing a shot when I came in this building.
So you didn't hear a shot. Maybe you couldn't.
Well, that's what I want to find out. I was right behind Martin all the way up to this apartment, and I didn't hear a shot. Maybe he didn't kill her.
That's right, I didn't. Please, I didn't kill her.
You see, Walt?
Oh, you always start something like this.
Martin, did your girlfriend Sally have any enemies?
No. At least she never told me about any.
Now, where are you, brain trust?
Just a little more sure of myself. First, Martin can't make up his mind about shooting me. Then he claims that the murdered girl didn't have any enemies. Does that sound like a killer trying to cover up?
You've run into smart killers before. I'm surprised at you, Rick.
I called the station, Lieutenant.
I'm proud of you. Go on in the other room and shoot that cannon of yours off when I tell you.
The what, Lieutenant?
You heard me. Shoot it into a mattress, but don't muffle a shot.
Okay.
But not till I tell you. You might think it's fun and blow up the whole building.
Thanks, Walt.
What are you doing?
Oh, just looking around this desk to see if I can find the top piece of this letter. Martin, are you sure that your girlfriend didn't know anyone who might want to kill her?
She never said she was in danger. But you might ask her husband.
Her husband?
Oh, swell. Why didn't you say something about her husband before this?
You didn't ask.
Oh. Who is her husband?
His name's Leon Fisk.
The gambler?
Yes.
Oh. Bye, Walt.
Now, you wait a minute.
Have Otis start making like a Roman candle 3 minutes after I leave.
What's that you've got in your hand?
Huh? Well, it's a piece of stationery from the desk that matches the stationery this letter was written on.
You can't take that letter. It's evidence.
What is?
That letter the murdered girl wrote to this guy.
Well, how do you know she wrote it?
Because this guy said so.
Yes, but I'm not sure. It could be forged.
See, Walt, maybe she didn't write it.
Well, that's why I want it. The lab will be able to tell from other samples of her handwriting.
Tell what, Walt?
Who wrote that letter?
Well, don't you know?
Of course I don't know, but we found it on this guy, and it's police evidence.
Why?
Why? Well, because it just is, that's all.
Well, anybody could have written it. You could have written it, Martin.
Yes, I guess I could.
And send it to yourself?
Why would I send it to myself, Lieutenant?
You wouldn't. That's why it's important.
You mean the letter itself or the fact that he couldn't have sent it to himself?
Both reasons.
Well, if he couldn't have sent it to himself, that eliminates him as a suspect.
It does?
He didn't do it. Did you, Martin?
No.
See, Walt?
Now, wait a minute. Why do I always get into something like this?
You asked me if I sent the letter to myself.
You shut up.
And you said he couldn't have.
That's right, he couldn't.
Then someone else did.
Of course they did.
Okay, then as long as you're not so sure it's important, I'm going to take it with me.
Who says it's not important?
Well, if he didn't send it to himself, then someone else did. And if someone else did, the murdered girl couldn't have, so anyone could have sent it. Isn't that right?
Say that again?
He said if I didn't send the letter to myself, then I couldn't have gotten it. And
No. He said you couldn't have sent the letter to... No, wait a minute. You couldn't have written it to...
To myself.
Yeah. So someone else wrote it and sent it to the murdered girl and...
No. Send it to me.
You're crazy. I distinctly heard him say...
Walt.
Yeah?
After you figure it out, be sure and have Otis fire that shot. I'm going to see Leon Fisk.
Okay. Now, let's start it again. If I didn't... If somebody didn't... If you didn't...
If I didn't what? Lieutenant?
Oh.
What is the matter, Lieutenant?
He did it again. And you helped him. You rat, I'll see that you get the chair even if you didn't kill her.
What did I do?
You shut up.
Well, what took you so long?
I had to get a merry-go-round started.
Can I drop you somewhere?
Just relax for a second. I've got to think something out.
Well, I didn't ever think Martin could kill anyone.
Yeah.
What was that?
Just a backfire. Look, drive me across town. I want to talk to a guy named Leon Fisk.
Leon Fisk?
Yeah, runs a nightclub with an iron claw in the back room.
What's the address?
222 East 45th. I remember it because when I was on the force, I used to raid his place for exercise.
Thinking of doing some gambling?
That's the way it'll probably end up. Let's go. She drove me across town, and 10 minutes later, we pulled up in front of a low building with a flight of steps leading down to a basement door. A large sign over the door read Cellar Club. I got out and thanked June for the lift and watched her drive off. I went down the steps and through the door.
Something I can do for you?
Yeah, I'd like to see Leon Fisk.
Maybe you don't want to see you. What's the name?
Just tell him Diamond.
Okay.
You got a phone booth?
Yeah, right over there.
Thanks. I found the phone booth and went in. In my business, you work with hunches, and sometimes they pay off. I knew that the torn letter had to be sent to someone the dead girl was going to slough. I didn't think it was higher, so the next best prospect was her husband, Leon Fisk. I didn't have a thing to pin on him, but a good bluff can open a lot of doors. I took out the letter and copied the handwriting on the other piece of stationery. I wrote the name Leon at the top and then the words, "We can't continue," so they'd correspond with the first part of the original. Yeah?
What was you writing?
What's it to you?
You don't have to get sore. I just thought maybe you was getting a tip on the horses, and I sure could use a winner. The nags have been beating me to death.
Oh, no tip.
Okay, the boss will see you. That door right over there.
Thanks.
Well, Diamond, it's been a long time.
I haven't missed you, Leon.
What brings you here?
Your wife was killed tonight.
Sally?
One's usually the limit.
That's too bad. How did it happen?
I thought maybe you could tell me.
I don't know anything about it.
Ever see this letter before?
Hey.
What's the matter? That's your wife's handwriting, isn't it?
Yeah.
It says, Leon, we can't continue. Then the writing stopped.
Oh, so what?
Well, the guy the police are holding got a letter from Sally, too. It started the same way, but it wasn't addressed to anyone. The top was torn off. You know what I think?
No, tell me.
I think she started one letter to you, then threw it away and wrote another one. I think you sent the second to Martin Haar after tearing off the name Leon.
Go on, Diamond.
You didn't count on her starting a second one, so you went up to her apartment and killed her with Martin's own gun.
Oh, with his own gun. Maybe you can tell me how I got it.
Oh, I think so. You had to know a lot of things before you could kill your wife. What time Martin would arrive so the time of death would be close. You had to have his gun to leave by the body, and you had to have a witness who would swear Martin killed her. It had to be timed just right.
You're talking yourself into a corner. How would I get all these things?
By working with someone who was close enough to Martin. Maybe like his wife.
You're crazy.
Am I? She just drove me to this place.
So what? A lot of people know this place.
She told me she didn't. So I gave her an address 8 doors down, but she pulled up right in front of your door.
Well, that could happen.
It was too pat, Leon. Getting me to come to her place at 10 minutes to 8 and knowing her husband would leave close to 8. She had to know it because that letter was delivered just before I got there.
Think you can prove it?
You made one mistake. I didn't hear a shot when I got to your wife's apartment. I found out later that you could hear one all the way down in the street. Your wife was killed before Martin went into that building. Probably when you saw his cab pull up. Well, anyway, it's enough to hold you on, and I think we can prove later on that you've been seeing June Hires.
You're a pretty smart shamus, Diamond.
Oh, you mean you admit it?
Okay, baby, come on in. June, come on out of there.
Leon, are you crazy?
Well. I didn't know you kept your back room stocked with nylons, Leon.
Yeah. I guess you two don't need any introductions.
Why did you have to drag me into this?
You heard what Diamond said. He knows all about it. You got the car out back?
Yes, but what are we going to do with him?
Diamond? Well, he's going swimming with a barrel of cement.
Lieutenant Levinson wouldn't like that. He knows I came here.
You're lying.
Wait a minute, maybe he isn't. Diamond was upstairs with him for quite a while.
Okay, so we'll have to hurry things up.
Leon, you can't shoot him.
Yeah. You should know it's not polite to point.
I'm not going to knock him off here in the office. We'll take him in the car and do it later.
No, Leon.
What do you mean, no?
It was your idea to kill your wife. I just helped get the gun. I'm not going to be along if you kill Diamond.
You're going to be right with me, baby, because you're in this up to your pretty neck, and I need that car.
I'm not going to do it.
Oh, yes, you are. Oh, you and Diamond go swimming together.
Leon!
Give me that gun.
Let me go.
Come on, drop it.
You go to the devil. June, come back here.
I'm getting out. You got me into this mess.
Come back here, you dirty little tramp. Don't you take that car.
You're not going anywhere, Leon.
You want to bet? I'll fix you, Diamond.
He hit me with the butt of his gun, and I went down like the price of wheat in July. As I picked myself up, I watched him run for the back door.
June, wait for me. You're not going to leave me here to take the rock.
I got my gun out and stumbled over to the window and looked out just as the car started up. I spotted Leon with a gun in his hand. He looked mean enough to start shooting with it. He did. He started running up the alley then. I suppose I could have said something like, "Stop or I'll shoot," but I was too tired. I just rested my arm on the window and let him have it. Well, Walt finally showed and cleaned things up. I was bleeding again, so I headed for 975 Park Avenue and my usual first aid station.
Yes?
Hello, Francis. Miss Asherin?
Oh, my goodness, Mr. Diamond. Come in, sir. Come in. You've been hurt again.
I guess you'll have to answer the door a little quicker after this, Francis, or build a first aid station in the hall.
The usual, sir?
No, you can forget the plasma, Francis. I had liver for dinner. I can stand the loss.
Just as you say, sir. Miss Asher is in the study.
Oh, thank you. Why don't you go to bed? You look tired.
Yes. Good night, sir.
Boo.
Oh, Rick.
Yeah. Isn't it awful?
Oh, what happened to your chin?
Oh, I got it caught on a 38. Want me to go?
Want you to go? Why?
Well, I thought maybe my poor little face scared you.
Oh, I like your poor little mussed-up face.
Well, thanks, Sporty.
How about some music?
Oh, I'm too tired. Turn on the radio.
All right. Now, let me look at that chin.
Oh, that's soothing.
Hey, shut that radio off. I'm trying to sleep.
Now, what is that?
Oh, it's that crabby old neighbor.
Oh, it is, huh?
Now, Rick, don't get mad. I'll turn it off.
You want something, Max?
Yeah, some sleep. Is that too much to ask?
Well, stick your head in a closet.
Now, look, Bud.
You look. That radio wouldn't wake a 2-year-old.
Well, just pretend I haven't stopped teething, wise guy. All I want is some sleep.
Oh, you do, huh? Sleepy time, gal. You're turning night into day.
Rick.
Oh, that guy upsets me.
All right, he upsets you. That's too pretty a song to sing like that.
No.
Now, you do it right, or I'm going to be mad.
Well, honey, then that's the last thing I want you to be. Now, cuddle up on the sofa. You comfy?
Mm-hmm.
Don't be mad now, baby. Sleepy time, gal. You're turning night into day. Sleepy time, gal. You've danced the evening away.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Before each silvery star fades out of sight, please give me one little kiss, then let us whisper goodnight. It's getting late, and baby, your pillow's waiting. Sleepy time, gal, when all your dancing is through. Sleepy time, gal, I'll find a cottage for you. You'll learn to cook and to sew. What's more, you'll love it, I know. When you're a stay-at-home, play-at-home, 8 o'clock, sleepy time, gal.
Well, how was that, baby? Helen.
Helen.
Well, how do you like that? She snores, too. Hey, you! Max!
Yeah, now what do you want?
How about a game of gin? I'm lonesome.
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Helen was played by Virginia Gregg. Lieutenant Levinson by Ed Begley. Also in our cast were Wilms Herbert, Jay Novello, Joan Banks, and Stacey Harris. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. Richard Diamond is written by Blake Edwards and directed by William P. Rousseau. Dick Powell soon will be seen in the screen version of the best-selling novel, Mrs. Mike. Now, this is Eddie King inviting you to be with us again at the same time next week when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. This program has come to you from Hollywood. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Thank you for
shadow nose.
Blue Coal presents The Shadow, the man of mystery who strikes terror in the very souls of shopsters, lawbreakers, and criminals. Friends, there's no longer any need for you to rely on guesswork when it comes to buying fuel. Now you can get the best fuel for home use, and know it at a glance, too. For Blue Coal, the finest of Pennsylvania hard coal, is colored a harmless blue at the mines for your protection, so that you can identify it instantly. To be sure that the fuel you buy is a safe, healthy, economical fuel, get America's finest anthracite. Ask for Blue Coal by name. Order your supply tomorrow.
Arthur, don't. 7, 8, 9. This is the hour, my dear.
I can't stand it, I tell you. Always at 9 o'clock it comes. But if I hear that horrible thing again, I'll go crazy. Oh, this awful house.
But it's quiet, my dear. Way out in the country like this, I can install my laboratory here as soon as I get around to it. As for these strange sounds, Well, haunted houses have always fascinated me. I've always wanted to meet a ghost, shake hands with him, invite him to tea.
Stop talking like that. It's serious. Oh, I've tried to stand it for your sake, Arthur, but I don't know how much longer. My heart isn't strong, and
Harry? But that's only the wind, isn't it?
No. It always starts like that. You know it does.
Don't move. Listen.
Arthur, it's coming. It's coming. It's coming.
A ghost, eh? Well, we'll see. I'll meet him this time. I'll meet him halfway, too.
Stop! Stop!
Come. We'll both meet him. Give me your hand.
No!
Carolyn. Carolyn, it stopped. Can't you hear me? Goodness me. Has the shock killed her? No, her heart still beats. She's only fainted again, Just passed out again.
Turn the next corner, Lamont. It's that big house set on the hill.
May I ask, Margot, the reason for this late call on Carolyn Sneed?
I'd like to know what's the matter with the poor woman. I got an awful shock when I saw her in town last week. She looks positively haggard. I never saw such a change come over a person.
Married life may not agree with her. She was a spinster for close to 40 years, wasn't she?
I know, but I think she was foolish. Carolyn has nearly $1 million in her own name. She didn't have to marry.
Yes, but right now I'm not the shadow. Remember, I'm just your patient chauffeur, darling. Lamont Cranston, in need of a rest from my famous mystery man role. That last adventure took a lot out of me, you know. Well, a marriage problem is hardly as...
Seriously, though, nobody knows anything about this man she married. He came into town 6 months ago, met Carolyn in some accidental manner at the county fair, and proceeded to rush her off her feet. I've met him only once, but I don't like his look.
Something sinister, I gather. Hence the shadow idea. Well, who is he anyway?
Professor Arthur Sneed, I believe he calls himself. He has a small office in town where he's supposed to be working on inventions or something. Well, here we are.
You're usually pretty level-headed, Margot, but don't let your aversion for this man we're seeing be too apparent. Dreary place, isn't it?
I don't see any bell. I guess you're supposed to use the knocker. Here he comes.
Well, who is... Oh, it's you, Miss Lane.
Yes. Good evening, Professor Sneed. I hope we aren't too late.
Too late? Too late for what?
Why, I phoned Carolyn that we'd drop in just to say hello.
Well, she didn't tell me. Carolyn isn't feeling well at the moment. I'm sorry. Good night.
Oh, but please, I only want to see her for a moment. That is, unless it's something really serious.
Well, it isn't as serious as she pretends to think it is, but, well, come in.
Thank you. This is my friend Lamont Cranston.
Come in. I'm very happy to see Mr. Cranston. I've heard a lot about him.
How do you do?
You say Carolyn is ill? She didn't mention it when I
came on suddenly. She's been in a nervous condition lately, but it's mostly imaginary. I made her go to bed.
Well, would it be all right if I saw it?
I suppose so. Go on up if you like.
Well, thanks. I'll only be a few minutes, Lamont.
What seems to be the trouble with your wife, Professor Sneed?
Oh, she's run down, I guess. Frightfully nervous. She has some absurd notion that this place is, well, haunted.
Haunted?
It's only the wind, of course, and the creaking of an old house. Ghosts. She keeps talking about ghosts. And I can't persuade her that there are no such things.
Of course, old houses have a habit of getting themselves haunted, Professor. As for myself, I'm not so sure there aren't such things as ghosts.
But surely, Mr. Cranston...
Oh, not the conventional sort, perhaps, but... I mean people's spirits. Souls, whatever you want to call them. Haunting the places where they've been unhappy.
Very interesting, I'm sure. But a lot of tosh. I put no stock in it.
No? I was just noticing that rather rare book on the table, Professor. Neuroses of death.
What?
If you're interested in that, I'm sure you must be interested in ghosts. I understand its morbid analysis of the factors of violent death are quite interesting.
What do you know about it?
Oh, I read all sorts of things, Professor.
Professor Smith,
Oh, yes, Miss Lane?
Carolyn wants her sedative.
Oh, yes. I'll go up and give it to her. Did you find her comfortable, Miss Lane?
Well, I think Carolyn is seriously ill.
Yes, but more nerves than anything. Excuse me just a moment, won't you?
Lamont, there's something wrong here. I was afraid there was. I don't know what it is, but it's something terrible.
What's the matter with Carolyn?
Well, she hardly recognized me, and she talks like one in a trance, as though she were in the grip of some deadly fear. When I suggested sending the doctor over, she shook her head, but I'm going to just the same. I can't help feeling it's that man, her husband.
Yes, he isn't very pleasant, is he? His skin has an odd pallor. You see it on men who spent some time in prison. There are many little traits of his behavior that interest me as a psychologist. A remarkable man.
But you don't know.
I don't know. But I think we'll investigate this more or less formally, Margot. I'll visit the professor tomorrow at his office in town. If there are ghosts involved here, perhaps the shadow can bring them to light.
Hello? Yes, Carolyn. Well, don't worry, my dear. I'll leave the office here at 5, and I'll be home before 6. Yes, I understand. Goodbye, dear. Well, who is it? Is that you, Miss White? Who's opening that door?
Don't get up, Professor. I'll close it after me.
What?
I thought I might find you in.
Who said that? Who are you?
Your conscience speaking, Professor. Or have you a conscience?
I'll show you what I've got.
Don't excite yourself. I'm only a voice. A voice they call... Professor, have you ever heard of the shadow?
The shadow?
Yes. You seem to have heard of me.
What do you want?
I've come to warn you, Sneed.
Warn me? Warn me about what?
I know what you're doing.
What?
And I know how it's going to end. The end is death.
Death?
I have something here I'll toss in your lap. There. Do you hear it?
Why, you... Get out of here, I tell you.
See it? Look. It's half of a playing card. The ace of spades. When you find the other half, that will be the end.
Get out and leave me alone.
All right, Sneed, I'll go, but don't forget. The shadow knows.
Trying to frighten me with his tricks. Oh, coming back, are you? Oh, it's you, Miss White.
There are 2 gentlemen here to see you, Professor Sneed.
2 gentlemen? Well, I'm not expecting...
I guess you may remember us, Professor Sneed.
Spike.
Your old friends, Spike Collins and Mr. Wilson here.
Yes, of course. Please take those circulars on your desk, Miss White, and mail them at the post office right away.
Yes, sir.
Lock that door, right?
Okay.
And what are you staring at, Sneed? We ain't ghosts.
I thought you 2 were doing a stretch at Leavenworth.
Yeah, we were. We framed a getaway.
And now we come to see an old pal.
Well, now listen, Spike. I'd help you if I could.
Nuts. We've been watching you, and we know your game. We ain't got no time to stall. This old dame you married has got plenty of...
I don't know what you're driving at.
Well, you'll know if we squawk about that dame you married out in Idaho that croaked without anybody knowing what was the matter with her.
Cards on the table, Sneed. Is this one signed our money over to you?
Yes. She fixed her will in my favor.
Well, what are you doing to get her?
Well, she has a weak heart, and...
I know. Playing ghost and scaring her to death, eh? That's too slow, Sneed. I got a better scheme. We break into the house. Stage your burglary, see? In a scuffle, the old dame gets shot. Dead. It's quick.
No. You can't do that.
No. You'll see.
Wake up. Spike Collins.
What? Who's that?
Just a voice, Collins. The voice of your own thoughts, coming to warn you. No one but you can hear me. Your friend Sneed is going to double-cross you tonight. Sneed is going to double-cross you. It's your move. Be there to prevent him. Be there in time. 6 o'clock. Be there.
The Shadow will return in just a few moments. While we're waiting, ladies and gentlemen, I want to tell you about the ever-increasing popularity of blue coal, America's finest anthracite. Blue coal is winning new friends every day among New England housewives. They not only like the superior heat of blue coal, but they find that it simplifies housekeeping. This is because blue coal is so clean. It burns completely and does not send any particles of unburned carbon through the house to be deposited on furniture or woodwork. The drudgery of daily cleaning is reduced to a minimum with this clean fuel. Blue coal is the largest single brand of solid fuel prepared especially for home use. Each car is laboratory tested at the mines for purity and size before shipment. Blue coal is Pennsylvania's finest anthracite. So that you can personally identify this excellent fuel, it is actually colored blue at the mines. Order it by name. You will find the name of your nearest blue coal dealer listed in the Where to Buy It section of your classified telephone directory under the name Blue Coal.
Are you comfortable in that chair, Carolyn?
Yes, thank you, Margaret, dear. And I do appreciate your coming out here and staying with me.
I'm glad to do it. But it's 6 o'clock. Your husband ought to be coming home pretty soon, shouldn't he?
He phoned just before you got here and said he was starting. He seemed very agitated. Oh, he's a strange, unaccountable man sometimes. There are things about him I don't seem to understand.
Yes, I know, dear. He has the car, I suppose?
Yes, he's driving. He's probably on his way now.
I've got to think. I've got to think of something. I know. We leave town.
You're driving rather recklessly, Sneed.
You again.
I'm going to haunt you. Try to forget that I'm here in the rear seat. If it annoys you. No, don't look under the seat.
If I could only see you, get my hands on you, I'd show you how much it annoys me. Shut up.
I'm the voice of your conscience, Sneed. Perhaps you have a conscience. After all.
I could choke that voice down your throat without any trouble to my conscience.
If you only had the power of second sight, you could see me. That's an invaluable gift, Sneed. Being able to see things that other men can't. Some people call it mental telepathy. Some by other names. Remember, I can see the pictures you make in your mind. I told you about that.
You can warn all you like. That's not evidence. Not in court. A lot of wild guesses that don't mean anything.
Well, doesn't it frighten you a little, Sneed? I simply will you not to see me, and you don't. Careful. There's a truck coming down the road. Better sound your horn.
Good Lord, the fool's taking up the whole road.
It's going to hit you. Look out.
It's gone. There wasn't any truck there.
No. I willed you to see it. And you saw it.
No truck at all. Just hypnotism. Gosh, I'm having hallucinations.
But that's the way to dispel hallucinations. Drive straight through them. Be careful. We're near your house. And this old mill road is tricky.
What about it?
Look, Sneed. There's a man in the road ahead of you.
There is, eh? Really?
Why, it looks like one of your two pals that called on you today. I knew he would be here, Sneed.
Really?
You're going to hit him if you don't watch out.
More of your hallucinations. You think that I'll believe you again, don't you? Well, I won't.
Look out!
I hit him.
This time, it was no hallucination, Sneed. He was in front of you.
Morning papers! Morning papers! Ex-convict Spike Collins found dead last night on the Old Mill Road. Spike Collins, wanted by the police, found dead.
Here, son. I'll take one.
Here, sir.
What's it all about, Lamont? Found dead on Old Mill Road. But that's out of the same place.
Yes, I believe it is. Notorious criminal struck by automobile and killed. He was certainly struck by an automobile.
I wonder if Sneed knew anything about it. He acted very strange when he got home last night.
Strange? What way?
Well, he was pale and shaky, and he hardly seemed to know I was there. He told Carolyn that he'd had a message from out of town, and they'd have to pack and leave.
Oh, did he say when?
Well, they thought they could get their trunks and things ready by this afternoon sometime. You're not going to let Carolyn go with him, Lamont.
Not if I can help it. Let's see. A little after 9, I imagine Commissioner Weston is rather startled by the morning's news. I think I'll have a word with Commissioner Weston.
Commissioner Weston, they're sending Collins' body into the morgue. You went out there this morning and checked all details, Captain? Yes, sir, I did. And whoever hit him certainly smashed him up good. His face was all out of shape and couldn't recognize him. But we found these in his pocket. Now, let's see. A letter from his girl out west, looks like. Insurance policy. Library card of Leavenworth Penitentiary. And this ring, sir, that Collins always wore, with the figure 8 on it. Oh, yes. Well, it's a good job done, whoever did it. Tag that stuff and file it. Yes, sir. Let me know when the wagon gets here. Yes, sir. Police Department, Commissioner Weston speaking.
Good morning, Commissioner. This is your good friend, the Shadow.
Oh, yeah? Well, what the blazes do you want?
To be of a little assistance, as usual.
Yes, I see. I'm getting tired of this rigmarole, though heaven knows things happen when you phone. And what's the assistance today?
Why didn't you investigate the ghost that haunts Sneed House, Commissioner, on the Old Mill Road?
Well, you missed up on that one, Mr. Shadow. I don't put much stock in ghosts, but we went out there and checked up. Searched the house. There's no evidence.
No? Go again today, Commissioner. And this time, I think you'll get your evidence.
Is that the last trunk, Arthur?
Yes. The expressman won't be here until 4. Another hour yet. Why don't you go up and lie down a while, Caroline,
Yes, I will. Try to sleep a little now that it's daylight.
You told the milkman we wanted to pay him.
He's coming back before we leave.
Good. Well, that must be him now at the back door. Get back. Get back.
What's the matter, Sneed? Think you're seeing a ghost?
Stop. Don't come near me.
Nuts. Snap out of it, will you? This is me, Spike Collins.
You? Alive?
It wasn't me you hit with your car last night on that back road. I guess you wish it had been, huh?
Who was it then?
It was Rat Wilson. The fool got half pickled trying to get up his nerve for the job. Staggered out on the road before I could stop him, and wham. It was all over.
Wilson, eh?
So there was my chance, see? Him and me about the same size, his face and hands all smashed flat. I put my stuff in his pockets, my ring on what was left of his finger. There I was, dead. And all that time you was giving me the double cross. And maybe I am a ghost, but I can still deal with you, Sneed.
Who is it, Arthur?
Just a minute, Carolyn. Now listen, Spike. There's only one way to see this thing through. You and I have got to stick together. The shadow is after us both. We've got to get out together, away from this shadow.
Don't kid me anymore about the shadow. You see this cat? I'm here on business and I'm going through with it. Put the old lady out of her misery.
Good Lord.
What's the matter?
There. On the table.
Nothing but a torn playing card. The ace of spades, or half of it.
You've got to stop it, Spike. You've got to stop.
Arthur, what's the matter? Who's this man?
Carolyn, this is a friend of mine.
Friend?
Sure, a friend.
But I don't understand. The pistol,
Yeah, that's my way of doing business, lady. Your husband does it different. He's been scaring you to death, ain't he? Making you think the place was haunted. You know how he always does it?
Stop it, Spike.
He used to be like Twishing, see? He rigs up a sort of electric sound box with a remote control switch. He usually puts the switch over here by the door. Yeah, here it is.
What's it all about, Arthur?
The ace of spades. The end. Death.
When he turns the switch, you hear the ghost dance. All you have to do is turn this knob. That's the way it works, lady.
But I hear it. Arthur, I hear it.
Turn that thing off, you idiot. What? I haven't turned it on. You haven't. And what's making those sounds?
I am.
What's that? It's him. He's come. A shadow.
I am coming up these cellar stairs. I will enter and stand beside you.
Where is he?
Stand back or I'll shoot.
When I enter, I will touch one of you on the shoulder.
Stop him! Stop him!
And that one will die.
It's the cops. Come here, Steve. It's a plant. You call in the cops.
No, don't shoot, Spike.
The jig is up. You can have the bullet I was going to give your wife, you double-crossing skunk.
Oh, you killed him.
Come on, here we are. Go through that side room, boys. Okay. Stick him up. I got him. I'll stand still or I'll break your arm. Now, hand over that gat.
All right. I'm through. You win.
Spike Collins. Spike Collins? I thought he was... I thought you... Say, what is this? Who was that guy that got killed over here last night? Come clean, Collins.
Whoever it was, I didn't do it.
Who's that? Where are you?
Don't be alarmed. I am here behind you, in the shadow.
Oh. So you're here, Shadow, eh? Maybe you know who got killed here last night.
The man killed last night, Commissioner, is a ghost.
Oh, yeah?
There are now 2 ghosts in this little adventure. Mr. Collins will probably make the 3rd. You really should believe in ghosts now, Commissioner. And in shadows.
And now, before today's adventure with the shadow comes to a close, John Barclay, Blue Coal's own heating expert, is here to give us another of his practical talks on automatic heating. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Barclay.
Good evening, friends. In former Sunday night talks of mine, I've shown you the importance of having the temperature of the home properly controlled with a Blue Coal automatic heat regulator. That is, in terms of health and convenience. Now, tonight, I'm going to give a third important reason for automatic heating: economy. Most authorities will tell you that the proper degree of heat in the home is 70 degrees. But naturally, you can't by hand keep your fire from giving off more than 70 degrees of heat. But the Blue Coal automatic heat regulator can and does. But here's how that saves you actual fuel dollars. Heating engineers have discovered that for every degree you raise the temperature above the desired 70 degrees, your fuel goes up in cost 1.5%. So you see, friends, by automatically shutting off that heat, that extra wasteful, unhealthy heat regulator automatically saves on fuel cost. Why not investigate this blue coal heat regulator further? Ask your local blue coal dealer to give you a demonstration. The cost is only $18.95 plus a small charge for installation. You'll find it well worth every cent of that and more. Moreover, if you have any heating problems, discuss these also with your blue coal dealer. He is the best informed heating authority in your community, and assisted by his John Barclay trained serviceman, can, I'm sure, help you save money and have a more comfortable home this winter. This service is free. It costs you nothing. Thank you.
The Shadow Adventure you have just heard is copyrighted by the Shadow magazine. The characters in this story are entirely fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Extra! Extra! Hear all about it! Next week, same time, same station. The Shadow's latest adventure. Extra! Extra!
You're now the White Side.
Thank you for
Company brings you The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, June. I was just thinking about you, Angela. The theater tonight? No, I'm sorry. I'm working on a case. Of course, I know those tickets were hard to get, but so was the murderer. And I've got a date with one in exactly half an hour.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the rich racketeer. Before we join the Falcon in his latest adventure, I'd like to tell you folks about Kraft's golden cheese food, Velveeta. Velveeta is such good eating. Just taste that grand, rich, yet mild cheddar cheese flavor. And Velveeta is so good for you. It's rich in important food values from milk itself. For swell-tasting snacks, for good, hearty sandwiches, for thrifty, easy, hot dishes, it's smart to keep stocked with Velveeta. Get it tomorrow in the handy quarter-pound package or in the economical 2-pound loaf. The cheese food of top quality. Velveeta is made only by Kraft. And now,
The Case of the Rich Racketeer. It's Sunday afternoon in New York City. A cab pulls up in front of a large Central Park West apartment building, and two men get out. One of the men is big, beefy, and florid, while the other is slim and quick-moving. The two men hurriedly enter the building and ride the elevator up to the 10th floor, where florid face leads the way to one of the apartments and opens the door.
Flo? Hey, Flo. Guess my wife's not home yet. Come on, Garland. Come on in. Let's get the door.
Excellent idea, Sullivan. Excellent.
Wait there and leave your hat and coat on. Won't take me but a second to write a check.
Check?
Yeah, check.
I think I'd rather have cash, Sullivan. I was much too good in court this afternoon to warrant a check.
Okay, so you were good. You were swell. You were better than usual. And you're still the best business finagler in New York. But you're going to get a check.
Finagler is a nasty word. Almost as nasty as racketeer.
Yeah, but racketeer is better, Garland. You see, in my business, you don't have to pretend to be something you're not.
But you do have to be smart.
Yeah, that's right. You have to be smart. Now then, here's your check. Take it and blow. I got a date in a little while.
Only $1,000?
You're lucky to get that much. Hey, don't tear that up.
Why, you cheap chiseling punk. I saved your fat neck this afternoon. An income tax evasion charge is the only way they catch guys like you. And I cleared you. I got you off scot-free because there wasn't any evidence of the money you made. They could have ruined you.
Yeah, but they didn't.
No, they didn't. And I'll tell you why they didn't. Because I advised you not to keep any records or books. I told you to keep your profits on hand in cash and not to keep it in any banks.
So what?
So I want my share now, and I want it in cash. I know you've got more than 300 grand salted away.
You're crazy, Garland.
Oh, no, I'm not. I know you've got that money, Sullivan, and I want my share. I want it right now and fast. I want $30,000, and I want it in cash.
Oh, why, you stupid little... Say, hey, that's the way you want to play it, huh?
That's the way, Sullivan. I'm not bluffing. It's loaded, and I'm not afraid to use it. So if you want to enjoy your freedom, hand over the 30 grand.
Now, look, Garland, be reasonable. Put that gun away.
Not a chance.
But you're wrong. I swear you are. I'm broke. That $1,000 check I just wrote will practically wipe me out.
You expect me to believe that?
It's true. Now, listen. I know you deserve a bigger fee, but I can't give it to you now. Later, I'll try.
Quit stalling, Sullivan. Where's the money? I know you got it.
I dumped it in an oil deal out west. I thought I could really clean up, but something went wrong.
You never took a chance in your life, and an oil well is a gamble. You're a sure thing player. Come on, Sullivan. Getting tired of holding this gun. Where's my $30,000?
I tell you,
Get
Garland,
it quick, Sullivan, or I'm going to pull this trigger. What the...
Larry, what in the world?
Look out, Flo. This gun might... No, you don't. Oh, yes, I do. Oh. That's better. I'll just keep this gun as a souvenir. Now get out of here before I break it over your head.
What's going on here anyway?
Shut up. Okay, Garland, get going.
You made a mistake, Mr. Sullivan. A big mistake. I want that 30 grand, and I intend to get it.
That little bum might have killed me with his gun if you hadn't opened the door and banged into him.
That's too bad. If I'd known, I'd have waited outside in the hall.
What?
You heard me.
What's eating you?
You are.
Come on. Spill it. What's on your mind?
A blue-eyed, baby-faced little blonde named Bonnie Shore.
Bonnie? What are you talking about?
Get wise to yourself, Larry. Did you really think you were kidding me? Don't you think I know where you've been spending your evenings?
Now, wait a minute, Flo. You don't know what you're talking...
Take your hands off me, you big ape. I've been a sap for a long time, but now you're going to pay and pay plenty.
How did you find out about Bonnie and me?
A little bird told me.
I said, how did you find out?
And I said a little... You're going to be sorry for that, Larry. Very sorry.
Yeah? But not as sorry as you're going to be. Your little bird didn't tell you quite enough. Sure, I've got a girl named Bonnie Shore, and I'm nuts about her. I'm going to divorce you and marry Bonnie just as soon as possible.
Really?
And I got more news for you, too, baby. Just in case you think you're going to hook me. I'm broke. I've been wiped out completely. You can't get a dime out of me.
That's too bad, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a shame. I feel so bad about it, I'm apt to bust out crying if I hang around here any longer. So get away from that door and let me out.
Sure, Larry, I'll let you go, but not with Bonnie Shore.
Try and stop me.
Wait, Larry. You're forgetting something, aren't you?
Now, look, Flo. Put that gun down.
Why, Larry, I only wanted to hand it to you. It belongs to your lawyer friend. Don't you want to give it back to him?
Why, yes. Maybe I'd better.
No. On second thought, I don't think he needs it as badly as I do.
You?
Yes, darling. I've just thought of a wonderful use for it.
Well, what are you going to do?
Why, can't you guess, Larry? I'm the forgotten middle-aged wife who's been dropped without a cent. I'm going in the bedroom and blow my brains out.
Oh, don't kid me, baby. You'd never do that.
You're so right, darling. I'd never do that.
Sorry I'm late, Bonnie, but...
Nice little hideaway you got here, Sullivan. Miles from the city. Woods all around. Lake out front. You couldn't have picked a sweeter love nest.
Who are you?
My name's Shaw. I'm Tom Shaw.
Shaw?
Yeah, I got a sister named Bonnie. Mean anything to you?
You're Bonnie's brother?
That's right.
Where is she?
She'll probably be along in a few minutes.
Say, I don't get this. Bonnie didn't tell me you'd be here.
She didn't know it.
And what are you doing here?
I'm telling you to stay away from Bonnie.
Maybe she'll have something to say about that.
Bonnie's just a kid. She doesn't know what she's doing.
Now, look, Shaw. You got the wrong idea. I'm crazy about Bonnie. We're in love and we're going to get married.
No, you're wrong, Sullivan. And even if you meant it, I'd die before I'd let her throw herself away on a grafting racketeer like you. Guy who's old enough to be a father, who's already married.
You told my wife about Bonnie.
Sure, I told her.
Why, you little...
My jaw.
Next time, it won't be your jaw. It'll be your neck. Now get out of here and stay out.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll get out, Sullivan. But I'm coming back with a gun.
Operator.
I want to call New York City.
What number, please?
You'll have to look it up. I want to make a person-to-person call to Mike Waring, the private detective who's known as the Falcon.
You know, Angel, you got the bluest eyes. Yeah, they go so well with... Hand me the phone, will you, Angel?
Don't answer it, Mike. Let it ring.
I got to hand it to me, huh?
Oh, all right.
Hello?
You like that. Yes?
Is this Mike Waring, the Falcon?
Yes, this is the Falcon speaking.
Must be something wrong with this connection. For a second, I thought...
Oh, never mind what you thought. Just tell me what you want.
I want to hire you.
Right now?
Yes. Why? Are you working on something else?
Yes, I am.
Well, then drop it. This job's important to me, and I'm willing to pay plenty if you'll come out here right away.
Where are you?
In my cottage at Tallow Lake.
Oh, it's 10:30 now. I couldn't get there much before midnight.
I know that.
All right, what's the job?
I'm working on a very important deal at the moment, and it's absolutely necessary to keep my movements secret. I'm pretty sure that somebody's been following me this evening. I want you to find out who it is.
You say money is no object, Sullivan?
None at all.
Okay, keep talking then. Just exactly where is this cottage of yours?
Hello?
Miss Sullivan,
Yes. Who's this?
the same guy who called you this morning.
You mean about my husband?
That's right.
Who are you, anyway?
Never mind who I am. I just found out where your husband is meeting Bonnie Shaw.
Where?
In the last cottage down the road on Tallow Lake. He's there now waiting for her. If you're interested in keeping him, you better go out and bring him home right away.
And if I'm not interested?
Well, in that case, you might drop him a farewell note. Because I have a hunch he's going on a long, long trip.
It's lighter bodied. It's superfine.
It's Kraft Salad Oil, the first salad oil ever offered for home use by the makers of all those wonderful Kraft prepared salad dressings. Yes, there is something new under the sun at your grocer's right now. A new salad oil, Kraft Salad Oil. The first salad oil ever offered for home use by the makers of all those wonderful Kraft prepared dressings. Wait till you try it in those wonderful salad dressings you make yourself. Those light-as-air chiffon cakes you're so proud of in all your special recipes that call for liquid shortening. For Kraft Salad Oil is more than just a new oil. It's a new kind of oil. Super fine for better blending by a special new Kraft process. Because it's lighter bodied, it mixes perfectly with all ingredients, puts new magic into dressings, cooking, and baking. Don't wait. Put this new salad oil on your shopping list right now. Remember,
It's lighter bodied. It's superfine.
get Kraft Salad Oil tomorrow at your grocer's. Look for the bottles with the beautiful labels. Now back to the adventures of the Falcon.
It's an hour and a half later. Mike Waring has just stopped his car outside Larry Sullivan's secluded cottage at Tallow Lake. The light is on in the living room, but the house and countryside are strangely quiet. Mike walks up to the front door and knocks. There's no answer, no sound from inside. He opens the door and stops suddenly. Across the room with her back pressed tensely against the closed bedroom door stands a beautiful, young, very frightened blonde.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. When I knocked and nobody answered,
I'm not scared.
You better try again, Angel. It's not that cold in here.
I don't understand.
You're trembling. Why?
I don't know.
Okay, have it your way.
Where's Sullivan?
Larry,
I don't know his first name. He called himself Sullivan, and he hired me to come out here.
why?
Said he needed a detective.
You're a policeman?
No, I'm a private detective. Hey, what's the matter with you, anyway? Where's Sullivan?
He's not here. He's gone. He won't be back. Please, you'd better go now.
Now, wait a minute, Angel. Not so fast. What's behind that closed door?
It's just the bedroom.
Who's in there?
Nobody at all. Please.
Now, don't try to kid me, Angel. If Sullivan's changed his mind about needing a detective, he's not going to brush me without getting out his checkbook.
No, please don't open it.
No wonder you got the shakes. Blood gives me the jitters, too. This Sullivan?
Yes,
There's a bullet hole in the back of his head.
Larry.
Okay, you can cut out the act. I'm not impressed. Yes, where's the gun?
The gun?
The gun you killed him with. It's not here. Where is it?
You think I killed Larry?
You just try to get rid of me. You're scared, silly, and you knew he was in there.
No, you're wrong. I didn't shoot Larry. I just got here a few minutes ago. I found him in there. I was frightened. I didn't know what to do.
Why were you tailing him tonight?
I don't understand.
He told me on the phone that somebody was following him. That's why he hired me. He wanted me to find out who it was.
I wasn't following Larry. I came here to meet him tonight. I loved him. We were going to be married just as soon as his wife divorced him.
He already had a wife?
Yes. She killed him. She must have found out about us and come here tonight.
That's possible. She might have been the person who was following him.
Of course, it must have been his wife, don't you see?
Well, not yet, but a little outside help might clear it up. Where's the phone?
What are you going to do?
Call the police.
No, wait. I mean, you've got to understand about us, about Larry and me.
Yeah, sure, I know. You can tell me all about it after I put in this call.
No, please don't call him
Now,
until...
look, Angel, you can't pump bullets at a bald spot without letting the police in on the fun. Somehow, I don't think they'd like it at all. Bonnie Shaw,
Yes, Mr. Waring. I've told you the truth. Larry and I loved each other. I had no reason to kill him.
Sullivan told me he was working on some sort of big deal. Do you know anything about it?
No, he never told me about his business.
What about Sullivan's wife? Did you know...
What's the matter?
Just heard somebody out on the porch. Keep talking, Angel.
I'm sure she must have found out about us.
You're looking for somebody?
Tom, what are you doing here?
You know this fellow?
Well, yeah, of course I know him. He's my brother.
Bonnie, you've got to listen to reason. Come home with me. You can't throw yourself away on a no-good racketeer like Sullivan.
Tom, you hurt. What happened to your jaw?
I came here earlier tonight to talk to Sullivan, but he couldn't see things my way. We had a fight and he hit me.
Is that why you shot him?
Why? Wait a minute. What's going on here? Who are you?
A lot of people call me the Falcon.
Bonnie, what's happened? Where's Sullivan?
He's lying in there on the bedroom floor with a bullet hole in the back of his head.
He's dead?
Definitely.
Hey, let go of me. What's the idea?
I just wanted to see if you had a gun.
What, are you satisfied?
Oh, no, you could have thrown it away out there in the woods.
You think I killed Sullivan?
You said you had a fight with him tonight?
Yes, we had a fight, but I didn't kill him. I was plenty sore when he threw me out, but I cooled off after I called his wife.
You called Sullivan's wife tonight?
Yes.
Why, you contemptible
All right,
little...
take it easy, Angel.
I did it for your own good, Bonnie.
And Sullivan's wife did know about him and Bonnie.
Of course she knew. Wait a minute, maybe she did.
Of course she did it.
Why did you come back here, Shaw?
Well, after I called Sullivan's wife, I got to thinking. I thought that if she came out here, maybe the two of us could break this up.
Oh, sure. The police are going to love that story.
Did you call the cops?
Yes, of course. They'll be here any minute
I'm
now.
getting out. They're not going to find me
Not
here.
so fast.
Get out of my way!
You knocked him out.
Yes, well, he'll get over it. And it might jar him into telling the truth when the police wake him up for a chat.
My husband took the gun away from Mr. Garland and told him to get out.
Did you tell the police about that?
Well, certainly I told them. But they seemed to think that Tom Shaw was the killer. Of course, they said they'd question Mr. Garland this morning.
Mm-hmm. Did you leave this apartment last night, after your husband went out?
Why, no.
Could you prove that?
I don't think so. Why? What are you driving at, Mr. Waring?
Your husband was running around with another woman, and you had just found it out.
Do you think I killed Larry?
Your motive is even better than the others.
That's ridiculous. I couldn't kill anybody.
Well, you seem to be taking your husband's death pretty calmly. No tear-stained handkerchiefs or swollen eyes.
Why should I pretend? He meant nothing to me anymore. I didn't even mind the fact that he had this girl, Bonnie Shaw.
You weren't jealous?
Certainly not. I knew he was going to leave me, but I didn't care at all. I'll be honest with you, Mr. Waring. If I could have gotten money from Larry, I might have tried to hang on to him, or at least make him pay plenty to get rid of me. But he was wiped out. He didn't have a dime.
Your husband was broke?
Yes. He told me so last night, just before he went out. So you see, he was of no more use to me. I actually was glad he was going to leave me, but I certainly had no reason to kill him.
I see.
Oh, excuse me.
Yes, of course.
Mr. Garland.
Oh, forgive me for calling so early in the morning, Mrs. Sullivan. I wanted to see Larry before he went out. I'm sorry about that trouble we had last night, and I want to apologize.
You don't know about...
Is this the business manager you were telling me about?
Yes, this is Mr. Garland.
Well, what's wrong, Mrs. Sullivan? Where's Larry?
He was murdered last night.
Larry's dead?
Yes.
Why, that's terrible. I had no idea.
Did you read the morning papers?
No. You see, I was upset about that quarrel last night, and I wanted to hurry over here as fast as possible.
Mm-hmm. That quarrel last night gives you a pretty swell motive, darling.
I didn't even know about the murder.
Yeah, well, you could be lying about that.
No, I'm not lying.
But you did threaten him.
Well, I was only bluffing. He owed me money, and I wanted it. I swear I didn't shoot Larry. I couldn't have done it. They took my gun away from me. It's still here.
There are other guns.
Well, I tell you, I didn't do it.
Tell me about this money you say Sullivan owed you.
Well, I did some financial work for him, and I felt he owed me a much larger fee than he was willing to pay. Naturally, that made me angry, and I guess I lost my head. I had the gun in my pocket.
Why?
Well, I always carry it. I have a license for it. There are certain people who have threatened me from time to time.
Okay. So you pulled the gun on Sullivan.
Yes. I thought I might frighten him into paying me what I wanted. It did frighten him, and he told me the truth.
The truth?
Yes, he was broke. He literally couldn't pay me. At first, I didn't believe him, but he finally convinced me that he was telling the truth when Mrs. Sullivan came in unexpectedly and gave him the chance to grab the gun.
Did Bonnie Shaw know that Sullivan was broke?
Who is she?
But didn't you know Sullivan had a young girlfriend?
No, I had no idea. I mean, I only knew him professionally. He never discussed his personal life with me.
Mr. Waring, isn't it just possible that...
That Bonnie Shaw killed your husband?
Yes.
That's why I wondered if she knew Sullivan was broke. He might have been stringing her along, telling her he was rich, and last night she may have found out the truth.
Hello, Mike.
What? What are you doing in my apartment, Bonnie?
Mike, I've been trying to find you all morning.
You don't waste much time, do you, Angel? It was Mr. Waring last night.
Oh, I'm sorry. It just slipped out.
Uh-huh. Well, make it a habit, huh? I like the intimate touch.
You look tired.
Yeah, I know. Working for nothing always wears me out.
I don't understand.
I've been using my talents out of pure curiosity this morning. Sullivan hired me last night, but he didn't pay me any money.
Then maybe you let me hire you.
You?
Yes, Mike. You've got to help Tom.
Have they arrested him?
Not yet, but they held him for questioning all night. He denies the murder, so they had to let him go this morning because of lack of evidence. But I want to hire you to find the real murderer.
Are you sure about that?
Of course. Oh, please, Mike. Please let me hire you to clear Tom.
I cost money, you know.
I don't have very much, but I'll
that
try.
mink coat you're wearing doesn't exactly look like a ticket to the poorhouse.
Don't let this coat fool you. I didn't pay for it. Larry gave it to me as a present.
Sullivan gave you that coat?
Yes.
When?
About a week ago. Why, what's wrong?
Sullivan claimed he was broke.
But that's ridiculous. He had lots of money. In fact, he told me he just made a tremendous killing in some sort of business deal, and that's why we...
That's why you what?
No, nothing.
Now, come clean, Angel. If you want my help, you've got to tell me the truth.
All right, Mike. I'll tell you the truth. Larry wasn't broke. I know. You see, we weren't going to wait for his divorce. We were going to South America together. In fact, he already had the steamer tickets.
And a stack of money in cash?
Yes.
You know where that money is?
No, Mike, I don't. I swear I don't.
You wouldn't lie to me, would you, Angel?
No, Mike, I wouldn't lie to you. I couldn't. You know that, darling.
Well, that's a nice try, but you'd have to do better than that. All right, wrap that mink around your lovely shoulders. We're going treasure hunting.
Where to?
Out to Sullivan's cottage on Tallow Lake.
Miracle Whip.
Has a flavor so pleasing.
Miracle Whip.
Tastes so lively, so teasing.
Miracle Whip.
Only one of its kind.
Miracle Whip.
Best salad dressing you'll find.
Miracle Whip is the only one of its kind because it's a different type of salad dressing made from a secret craft recipe. Miracle Whip combines the best qualities of old-fashioned boiled dressing and fine mayonnaise, so it's truly distinctive and delicious, with a flavor millions of folks call just exactly right. Try it, won't you? One taste will tell you why it's America's favorite salad dressing. The one and only Miracle Whip. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. An hour has passed since Mike set out for Tallow Lake with Bonnie Shaw. Now they've arrived.
Mike, look.
Yeah, looks like a cyclone hit the place. Well, I'm not surprised.
The murderer was here searching for the money.
Yes, of course.
And he's beaten us to it. He must have found it if Larry had it hidden here.
Now, don't be too sure about that, Angel.
You don't think the money was here?
Oh, yes, I'm sure it was here. And I think it still is.
But why?
Well, look at this room. Everything is torn up, drawers are emptied, pillows slashed, rugs thrown back. Nothing's been overlooked.
I don't understand.
Now, that's simple, Angel. If the place was only partly torn up, it might mean the killer had found the money. But everything in here has been gone over carefully, and more than once. That means he hasn't found it yet.
Then Mikey may still be here. Maybe we interrupted him.
Yes, maybe, but I've got another idea I like a lot better.
What?
The murderer knew about the money, but didn't get a chance to search for it last night after killing Sullivan. So this morning early, the killer came back out here, went over the cottage, but couldn't find the money. So the murderer got the bright idea of hiring me, a detective, to help find the missing cash.
Mike, you don't think that
After all, Angel, you knew about the money and the others didn't.
No, Mike, the others could have known. Even Tom could have known about it.
Yeah, sure, but I don't... Oh, down on the floor, quick!
What happened?
Well, guess I owe you an apology, Angel. We did interrupt the murderer, and he just tried to kill me.
And he's out there in the woods. He may try to come up here.
Hold it.
What is it?
Listen.
Car.
Yeah, he must have hidden it in the woods. He missed once and decided not to try again, so...
What's the matter?
Look over there on the floor.
The wall mirror. The bullet smashed it.
Yes, and look what was hidden behind the glass.
An envelope.
envelope. And full of $1,000 bills.
Larry's money.
Oh, brother, that's irony for you. The murderer couldn't find it, but his bullet did.
He's not a very good shot.
Wait a minute. Shot.
What?
Thanks, Angel. You just told me something I should have known 3 hours ago.
What do you mean?
The murderer. I know who it is now.
Who, Mike?
Sullivan's lawyer, Arthur Garland. Would you like a drink now?
Not until you tell me how you knew Garland was the killer.
Well, now that the police have caught up with him, I guess I can. You see, Garland made one little slip. A slip that I didn't recognize until you mentioned the word shot. Then it clicked suddenly.
What?
Well, you see, when I talked to Garland this morning, he claimed he didn't even know about the murder.
Yes.
Well, neither Mrs. Sullivan nor I told him any of the details, yet he knew Sullivan had been shot. He said, "I swear I didn't shoot Larry." Well, Sullivan might have been stabbed, poisoned, or bashed over the head for all he knew. So how else would Garland have known Sullivan had been shot unless he himself had done the shooting?
Mike, you're wonderful. I'd never have thought of that.
Well, you're not a detective, Angel.
No. But I might like to be a detective's wife.
All right, swell. I know a couple of boys on the force who'd love a wife like you.
Okay, Mike, you win. But you can't blame me for trying, can you?
No, not me. I like persistent women.
Oh, good. I'll have that drink now.
Okay.
Then I promise to try again.
Do you like rich, delicious chocolate-flavored malteds? Well, you can make a malted just like that right in your own kitchen with Kraft chocolate-flavored malted milk. Just make a tasty paste of Kraft chocolate-flavored malted milk and a little milk in the bottom of a big glass. Fill the glass with chilled milk, stir it once more, and there. A Kraft malted is mighty nourishing, too, because it's filled with all the food values in milk. Get a jar of Kraft chocolate-flavored malted milk from your grocer and enjoy a Kraft malted often.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Old Time Radio Research Group for their remarkable efforts in preserving and archiving the captivating world of old-time radio programs. Their dedication to safeguarding these precious audio gems ensures that future generations can relish the enchanting stories, music, and entertainment of the past. Their invaluable contribution allows us to step back in time and experience the magic of radio history firsthand. Their link is in the description below.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is dress. D-R-E-S-S.
Really? You bet your life. The DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only... Why doesn't he give up? Oh, that's me, Groucho Marx. Thank you. Well, here I am again with $2,000 for one of our couples. George Fenneman, who's first to try for it?
We invited some Scotch war brides to the program tonight, along with their husbands. And just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Mr. and Mrs. Clarence Parsons. And here they are. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Well, welcome, Scotties, for the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers. And if you say the secret word, you'll win $100 in cash immediately. It's a common word, something you see every day. What is your name? Nan Parsons, huh? You're a Scotch war bride, huh?
That's right.
How old are you?
25.
25?
Yes.
25-year-old Scotch, huh? Well, you look smooth and mellow, Mary. And if you ever need a chaser, give me a ring sometime. You're the war bride's husband?
Yes, sir.
Clarence Parsons.
That's right.
How old are you, Clarence?
29, sir.
Are you Scotch, too?
No, I'm half English and half Irish.
Oh. Half and half. Blended, eh? Where are you from, Clarence?
Tulsa, Oklahoma.
What part of Scotland are you from, Nan?
I'm from Wishaw.
Wishaw?
Wishaw,
oh, I know
Scotland.
that song. When you wish upon a star. Is that the theme song of the village?
No, it isn't.
Is it, well, her cheek is like the bloom of the heather, her neck was like the swan. Her face, it was the fairest I had ever looked upon. Just as sure as my name is John, when I get back again to bonny Scotland. That was one of the things that contributed towards Vaudeville's death. How long have you two been married?
6 years.
Nan, how long have you been married?
6 years.
What sort of work do you do, Clarence?
I'm manager of Carnation's demonstration store here in Los Angeles. Carnation Ice Cream Company.
Oh, and what do you demonstrate?
The dispensing of ice cream, sundaes, malts.
You don't milk any cows in the window or anything?
Not recent.
What were you doing when you met Butterscotch here?
I was with Lockheed attached to the 8th Air Force in Ireland at the time. I was on leave on vacation when I met her.
How did you trap this fellow? I'm curious about it. What method does a Hayland lassie use?
Oh. I think we usually...
Much more. Well, there must be more to it than that, huh? You apparently worked very fast, didn't you, Nan?
I guess so, but ordinarily
Why
did you wait
you...
4 years over there?
You usually wait 4 years?
Yes,
Why do you wait so long?
Oh.
Does it take the groom that long before he'll cough up the $2 for the license?
To trust them.
What's that?
It takes that long to trust them.
It takes 4 years before you know whether you can trust it? It takes longer than that, kid, but you just don't realize it. You don't seem to have much of an accent, Nan. I thought all Scotch girls talked about the broad brick moonlich nicht and nicht.
Well,
Why is it you don't have a burr? Not even an errand burr. If that be treason, make the most of it.
I did have an accent when I come over at first, but I lost it.
You lost it, eh? Well, I'm sorry you did, because I think it's very charming, the Scotch accent. I'm crazy about it. Are there any other Scotch war brides that you visit occasionally, Nan?
Yes, my sister.
Do you have any relatives over here besides your sister?
My in-laws and my closest relatives are overseas in Scotland.
Your close relatives are in Scotland, huh? They're going to be crazy about that crack, Nan. Aren't the Scots really thrifty, Nan, or is that just a kind of a legend, huh?
Oh, they're the average Scot, just as thrifty as you are.
Well, that certainly answers my question. Now, Nan, in Scotland, I understand the husband is invariably the boss. Is that true? Do the males always wear the pants in the family?
Oh, some, yes, and some have kilts.
Well, don't you find it confusing when someone says your slipper showing and you don't know whether the remark is intended for you or your boyfriend? Well, you're both very nice kids, and you have every Scottish right to be happy. Huh? Now, let's see if you're going to be the ones who get the chance at the $2,000 question. Now, in just 1 minute, you're going to play You Bet Your Life.
You'll never have to wonder about what kind of service you'll get when you take your car to a DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Well, that's where you always get efficient service, courteous service, service at a fair price. Yes, and that's where you'll find out about two truly great new cars, DeSoto and Plymouth. The brilliant new DeSoto, with its sweeping lines, is new from its magnificent full-width front grille to its smart-looking, newly designed rear end. Inside and out, it's as beautiful a car as you've ever seen. Inside and out, it's as practical a car as you've ever dreamed of. When you drive the new DeSoto, you'll be thrilled by the surge of power at your command. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth, the beautiful car that's packed with value and ready to prove it.
Now, let's see if you two will get a chance at the $2,000. Fenneman, explain the rules.
All right. Each of our three couples has $20. They bet as much of that 20 as they want on each of 4 questions. The couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $2,000 DeSoto Plymouth question at the end of the show. Our other 2 couples are in a waiting room off stage, so they don't know what's happening out here.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected songs with time in the title as your category. Now, here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you risk? $10. Give me the title of this song. It's Rudy Valley's theme song. My time is your time is right. And they're on their way with $30, Groucho. As Fenneman says, you're on your way with $30. Remember, you're going for $2,000 tonight. Now, how much of the 30 will you try?
25.
25. What is the name of this song? It has time in the title.
Apple Blossom Time.
Apple Blossom Time is right. They're climbing. We have $55. You have $55. Here's your third question. How much of the 55?
50.
$50. They get along famously, don't they? This song was made famous in the picture Casablanca. What's the title?
As time goes by.
Time goes by is right. They're really up there now. They have $105. Man, you had me scared that time. I thought you were going to blow the Duke. You got $105. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 105 will you try?
All of it.
Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. You're going to bet $105. What is the title of this song? Okay, Jerry. Time on my hands is right. And they wind up with $210. Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Now, don't go away. You may get a chance at the big question.
Groucho, the secret word is still dress.
Dress.
Perhaps our next couple will say it.
Perhaps.
Just before we went on the air, we selected a married man from the studio audience and a hotel housekeeper. And here they are, Mr. Phil Sonis and Mrs. Vera Isolde. Meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life, kids. And if you say the secret word, you divide $100 between you. It's a common word, something you see every day. A housekeeper and a husband, eh? Mrs. Vera Isolde, you're the housekeeper, huh? Where are you from originally, Vera?
I was born on 12th Street, New York City.
I'll call you Vera, huh?
That's right. New York City.
That's right, but I'll call you Vera anyway. You have a charming accent there, Vera. What is it?
Touch of English.
Mr. Phil Sones?
Sonis, yes.
Sonis. What kind of an accent is that you've got?
That's California.
What part of California do you come from originally?
Chicago.
I was under the impression California only extended as far east as Pennsylvania. However, I understand they have an option on New England. What sort of work do you do?
I'm a house-to-house salesman for the Kelligan Software Service Operation.
You sell houses, you say, from house to house?
No, I sell soft water.
Sounds like a pretty soft job to me. Vera, let's get back to you. I'll return to you in a moment. Don't think you've heard the last of this soft water. You're a housekeeper, you say, Vera?
Yes.
Where do you keep house?
A Flamingo in Nevada.
Keep house
Las
for
Vegas,
a flamingo? Huh? You mean you run a bird cage?
No.
What is the flamingo?
It's the most beautiful hotel in Las Vegas, Nevada.
Oh, Las Vegas. Oh, a squirrel cage, huh? You got me all confused. What does this menagerie look like?
We have wonderful grounds and a very, very nice casino.
Was that big casino or little casino? What is the casino?
Well, it's where the guests come to gamble.
Wiped out is what we call it. You get any free shots at the roulette table?
I don't gamble. I don't understand gambling.
That doesn't stop the other people in Las Vegas. You say you don't gamble at all? You don't understand it? What's a double six in craps?
Boxcar.
I see. You don't understand gambling, but you understand railroading. Is that it? Now, Vera, has anything unusual ever happened in your casino, like somebody winning?
Well, I've passed through sometimes and heard quite a noise because the people have won the jackpot.
What is the jackpot?
Well, it's slot machines, I believe. And
You're
when
not so certain now as you were.
Well, I don't understand very much about it, but I know some of them have put some money in, and out comes the jackpot,
proprietor
as
of
they
any-
say it.
Out comes the proprietor and fixes the machine so no money will ever come out again. Where do you live in Las Vegas?
Well, the management gives me a room and bath.
I understand the room, but who gives you the bath? The manager, eh? That's a very old joke, but it's a very old manager, too.
It's a young manager.
A young manager. Well, in that case, you take a shower. Mr. Sonis, you might as well wake up. Do you... Tell us about this job you do, this soft water swindle
Well,
that you...
It's a matter of going house to house and trying to sell the housewives on the advantages of all the soft water services that they have available to them.
And just what are they?
Well, there's mostly Culligan soft water service. That's the one I'm associated
That's that double talk again, huh? Do you help your wife with the housework?
Occasionally.
How much do you help your wife?
About as much as other husbands.
You ever wonder what those other husbands are doing in your house? How long have you been married, Phil?
About 10 years now.
Now, how'd you meet your wife?
Well, again, it gets back to the soft water business. I was a house-to-house
What's the name of it?
The Culligan soft water. Rang the doorbell, and this very irate young lady came to the door. She was very much provoked, and her hair was in shambles. But shortly after I got through...
In shambles?
In shambles.
Well, is that near there? When did she get her hair back, huh?
Well, after I got through telling her about my product, she threw her arms around me, kissed me, and the next night we had a date, and I was able to explain to her the advantage of soft water.
Is that the customary reaction you get?
If you use the proper approach, it's the customary reaction.
Do you need somebody to work the other side of the street? Maybe we could combine. I could use hard water across the street, huh? Well, Vera, I've made up my mind, and I'm flying to Las Vegas in the morning on my Flamingo. But right now, let's see if you can clean up in the battle for the $2,000 question. You've got to work together as a team and run your $20 into more than the other couples to get a chance at the big question. I can't tell you how much our first couple won, but Fenneman's going to remind our listeners.
The Scottish war bride and her husband won $210.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You select the colors of flowers as your category. All right, here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you try?
5.
All right, what color is a gardenia?
White.
White is correct.
Now they have $25, Groucho.
I should say white is right. Now you got $25. Remember, you're going for $2,000 tonight. Now, how much of the 25?
15.
$15. What color is a daffodil?
Yellow.
That's right.
They're on their way. They have $40.
All right, you've got $40. And here's your third question. How much of the 40?
30.
$30. What color is a poinsettia?
Red.
Red is correct.
They're climbing. They have $70 now.
All right, you got $70. And here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 70?
Shoot the moon.
What color is lilac?
Purple.
Purple is right.
And they wind up with $140.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. I will soon know who gets the chance at the $2,000 question.
Friends, you'll find a DeSoto Plymouth dealer ready and eager to serve you no matter where you drive.
I'm driving my friends a distraction. Like to come along, Fenneman?
Well, I'll go as far as the nearest DeSoto Plymouth dealer, Groucho.
I don't want you any further, Fenneman.
Well, that's where I know there's expert factory-trained mechanics who give your car and my car the same watchful care a mother gives a baby.
Did you ever try to burp at a soda?
Expert mechanics work with factory-designed and approved tools and equipment to give you the best service job you can get, no matter what the make of your car. So visit him the very first thing tomorrow morning.
Now, won't that look pretty? All those people driving around in their pajamas. All right, Fenneman, who's ahead in the battle for the $2,000 question?
Well, the Scottish couple are ahead with $210. And the secret word is still dress. We invited some glass blowers and some movie stuntmen to the program tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected glass blower Richard Seaman and stuntman Bob Morgan. And here they are. Gentlemen, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, boys, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And if you say the secret word, you'll divide $100 in cash. It's a common word, something you see every day. Mr. Richard Seaman.
Yes.
You're a glass blower, is that right?
That's right.
Well, blow me down. Where are you from?
Kansas City, Missouri.
Mr. Morgan, Bob Morgan? Yeah, you're the stuntman, huh?
Yes, I am.
How's tricks?
I don't do tricks. I do stunts.
Oh, how's stunts? Huh? Where are you from, Bob?
Mount Carmel, Illinois.
Pretty sticky place, isn't it? Where do you do your glass blowing?
I don't.
Mr. Seaman.
At the Glasscraft Company.
The Glasscraft, huh? Is anything like the Chris Craft?
No, that's a boat.
That's a boat, huh? Well, this is a boat glass blow, and we're talking about new. So what do you do in your job?
Well, we take molten glass and on the end of a blow iron and form it into different shapes like perfume bottles or television tubes.
What's your most popular item?
The television tubes. They're in most demand right now.
Why is that?
Well, they're scarce and everybody wants them.
Everybody wants them?
For there.
Not people who are employed in radio. Have you ever had the hiccups while blowing a light bulb? And all you got were percolator tops? Let's get back to you, stuntman. Just what do you do in your job?
Well, I double actors and stars in the business.
What do you mean double actors?
Whenever they have a hazardous stunt that an actor can't perform or shouldn't perform, why, they call in a stuntman to do it.
You mean if there's something an actor won't do, they hire you for the job?
Yes, that's right.
I don't see how you make any money, huh? I didn't think there was anything an actor wouldn't do. Now, how much would you charge me to jump off a 100-foot cliff?
Oh, about $10 a foot.
Well, that's cheap enough. All you have is 2 feet, How much would you charge me to jump off a curb?
I don't jump from curbs.
Well, how do you get across the street? How do you manage a double for a star and keep the audience from getting wise?
Well, they generally select you because of your physical resemblance to the star. They keep our back to the camera, profile, so forth, and keep our face out of the camera as much as possible.
In many cases, the audience has their back to the picture, too, you know. Our listeners would like to know how you do some of these stunts. For example, say you jump off a 500-foot cliff. How do you manage it?
Well, ordinarily they will put a parallel about 10 feet below the top of the cliff. The stuntman will jump to the parallel, and they'll cut away to a long shot of a dummy flying through space and landing.
Do they ever get confused?
Not yet.
Now, glassblower, are you getting the jitters listening to all this mayhem?
No, I haven't.
How did you get to be a glassblower?
Well...
Did you start off to school one morning, twirling your books and say, when I grow up, I'm going to be a glassblower, and nobody's going to stop me?
That was the last thing I ever thought it would be. Just looking for a job and...
Well, you went someplace where they were blowing glass? And,
yes.
And they asked you if you had any experience? And you lied, huh?
That's right.
How do you blow glass? Do you chew up old milk bottles and puff?
No, we take molten glass and we make different articles out of it. After you get it on the end of this blow pipe, about 4 or 5 feet long, you can blow it into different shapes. Or
Can you control the shape of the
yes,
things that come?
Any shape you want.
You can, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I know what shape I want, but I don't know whether you can do it. Now, what happens after the glass is shaped?
We anneal it.
I beg your pardon.
It's annealed.
It's anneal? I thought it was a television tube.
No, it's anneal. A-N-N-E-A-L.
You don't have to spell it. All the kids are in bed by now. What has an eel got to do with all this? Is it a live eel?
No, it's not an eel. It's an eel.
You know, we can be sued by Abbott and Costello for that. I think this guy's blown his top. I better humor him. What is the eel doing in your blowpipe?
Well, by that I mean anneal. You take the glass over to a furnace and you take the strains and stress out of it. That's anneal.
Boy, you're a whiz at clarifying things. All right, now let's see how a glassblower and a stuntman make out, and you bet your life. You beat the other couples, and you'll get a chance at the $2,000 DeSoto Plymouth question. I can't tell you how much the other two couples won, but Fenneman's offstage to remind our listeners.
The Scottish war bride and her husband are still ahead with $210.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected tools of the trade as your category. Now, here's your first question. How much of the 20 are you going to try?
How much do we got?
You have $20. You may wind up with $20.
$10.
All right. Who would use a mortar and a pestle?
Either a chemist or a scientist.
Well, I think that's right. It's a pharmacist, but I think you had it right, huh? You're on the way with $30, Groucho. All right. You're running along. You got $30. Remember, you're going for $2,000 tonight. Now, how much of the 30 will you try? $20. Who would use a stick and a press?
Printer for one thing.
That's right, a printer is right. They're climbing, they have $50. Here's your third question. How much of the 50? Talk it up now. 25. How much?
25.
$25. Who would use a transit and a plumb bob?
A surveyor.
A surveyor is correct. Now they have $75. All right, you got $75. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 75? $50. Who would use a scalpel and a suture?
Doctor.
A doctor or a surgeon is right.
They wind up with $125, and that means the Scotch war bride and her husband with $210 get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $2,000 question. Prompt, courteous service at a price that's fair. That's the creed of every DeSoto Plymouth dealer. When you drive in for service at the sign of a DeSoto Plymouth dealer, you can count on this. Expert mechanics working with factory-approved tools and equipment will give your car the careful attention you want it to have. They'll do a better job on your car in a shorter time, and that means money in your pocket. It also means a car that will give you faithful, economical service for miles and miles. So next time your car needs service, stop in and get acquainted with a DeSoto Plymouth dealer. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. And here's the Scotch war bride and her husband, the winning couple, all ready for the DeSoto Plymouth $2,000 question, Groucho. All right, kids, here's a chance to make you the two richest people in Scotland. Here we go for $2,000. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you, so think carefully and please no help from the audience. Here it is. President Truman recently made a cross-country trip to participate in a dedication at a great new dam in the Columbia River. For $2,000, what is the name of this important dam? Okay, what's the answer you two have decided upon?
Grand Coulee?
That's right. That's right. You win $2,000. You had the right answer, so you win $2,000. What are you going to do with all that money?
She's going to do it.
What are you going to do with it,
I'd
man?
like to give my husband's mother some of it, help her out. She's been so wonderful to me.
Couldn't you help her out for less money than that? All right, you win $2,000 plus $210 in the quiz. You really cleaned up tonight. Congratulations from the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You bet your life. Is a John Goodell production, transcribed from Hollywood, directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this time for the Groucho Marx Show. You Bet Your Life. Presented by the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. Two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation. And don't forget, next week, the big question will be worth $1,000. Good night, folks, and remember, just be sure to see your DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Folks, here's a tip from the National Safety Council. Don't wait for a rainy day to check your windshield wipers. This is George Fenneman, signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Old Time Radio Research Group for their remarkable efforts in preserving and archiving the captivating world of old-time radio programs. Their dedication to safeguarding these precious audio gems ensures that future generations can relish the enchanting stories, music, and entertainment of the past. Their invaluable contribution allows us to step back in time and experience the magic of radio history firsthand. Their link is in the description below.
Thank you all for tuning into Golden Age Radio today. We hope you enjoyed the classic tunes and captivating stories from the past.
Absolutely. It's been a delightful journey through time, and we truly appreciate each and every one of you for joining us.
We have a fantastic lineup prepared for tomorrow's broadcast, filled with even more nostalgic melodies and thrilling dramas from the golden era of radio.
So mark your calendars and set your alarms because you won't want to miss it. Join us again tomorrow at the same time for another unforgettable session of Golden Age Radio.
Invite your friends and family to come along too. Let's make it a delightful gathering filled with timeless entertainment and warm memories.
Once again, thank you for being part of our wonderful audience today. We look forward to having you with us again tomorrow as we dive into the enchanting world of the past.
Until then, take care and have a fantastic day ahead. See you tomorrow.
attention to your specific needs.
So, why wait? Take the leap into the world of Microsoft Access Excellence with G3PL.com.
Contact G3PL today and embark on your database journey with an Access expert.
Send an email to db@g3pl.net or call 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark to learn more and get started.